The Tailor's Story. Yesterday morning early I was at an entertainment given by a friend of mine, at which there were assembled near 20 men of the people of the city, amongst them tailors and silkweavers and carpenters and other craftsmen. As soon as the sun had risen, they set food before us that we might eat, when behold, the master of the house entered, and with him a comely young man, a stranger from Baghdad, dressed in the finest of clothes and perfectly handsome, except that he was lame. He saluted us, while we rose to receive him, and he was about to sit down, when he espied amongst us a certain barber, whereupon he refused to sit and would have gone away. But we stopped him, and the host seized him and adjured him, saying, "What is the reason of thy coming in and going out again at once?" "By Allah, O my lord," answered he, "do not hinder me, for the cause of my turning back is yonder barber of ill omen sitting there." When the host heard this, he wondered and said, "How comes this young man, who is from Baghdad, to be troubled in his mind about this barber?" Then we looked at the young man and said to him, "Tell us the reason of thine anger against the barber." "O company," replied he, "there befell me a strange adventure with this barber in my native city of Baghdad. He was the cause of the breaking of my leg and of my lameness, and I have sworn that I will never sit in the same place with him nor tarry in any city of which he is an inhabitant. I left Baghdad, to be rid of him, and took up my abode in this city, and lo, I find him with you. But now not another night shall pass, before I depart hence." So we begged him to sit down and tell us what had passed between him and the barber in Baghdad, whereat the latter changed color and hung down his head. Then said the young man, "Know, O company, that my father was one of the chief merchants of Baghdad, and God had vouchsafed him no child but myself. When I grew up to man's estate, my father was translated to the mercy of God, leaving me great wealth and money and slaves and servants, and I began to dress handsomely and feed daintily. Now God had made me a hater of women, and one day, as I was going along one of the streets of Baghdad, a company of women stopped the way before me, so I fled from them, and entering a by-street without an outlet, sat down upon a stone bench at the other end. I had not sat long, before the lattice of one of the houses in the street opened, and a young lady, as she were the moon at its full, never in my life saw I her like, put forth her head and began to water some flowers she had on the balcony. Then she turned right and left, and seeing me watching her, smiled and shut the window and went away. Therewithal, fire flamed up in my heart, and my mind was taken up with her, and my hatred of women was changed to love. I continued sitting there, lost to the world, till sundown, when the Qadi of the city came riding up the street, with slaves before him and servants behind him, and alighting, entered the very house at which the young lady had appeared. By this I guessed that he was her father, so I went home, sorrowful, and fell on my bed, oppressed with melancholy thoughts. My women came in to me and sat round me, puzzled to know what ailed me, but I would not speak to them nor answer their questions, and they wept and lamented over me. Presently, in came an old woman, who looked at me and saw at once what was the matter with me. So she sat down at my head and spoke me fair and said, "O my son, tell me what ails thee, and I will bring thee to thy desire." So I told her what had happened to me, and she said, "O my son, this girl is the Qadi's daughter of Baghdad. She is kept in strict seclusion, and the window at which thou sawest her is that of her apartment, where she dwells alone, her father occupying a great suite of rooms underneath. I often visit her, and thou shalt not come at her but through me, so gird thy middle and be of good cheer." So saying, she went away, whilst I took comfort at what she said and arose in the morning well, to the great satisfaction of my people. By and by the old woman came in, chopfallen, and said to me, "O my son, do not ask how I have fared with her." When I opened the subject to her, she said to me, "And thou leave not this talk, pestilent hag that thou art, I will assuredly use thee as thou deserves. But needs must I have at her again. When I heard this, it added sickness to my sickness, but after some days, the old woman came again and said to me, O my son, I must have of thee a present for good news. With this, life returned to me, and I said, Whatever thou wilt is thine. Then said she, O my son, I went yesterday to the young lady, who seeing me broken-spirited and tearful-eyed, said to me, O my aunt, what ails thee that I see thy heart thus straitened? Whereupon I wept and replied, O my lady, I am just come from a youth who loves thee and is like to die for thy sake. Quoth she, and indeed her heart was moved to pity, and who is this youth of whom thou speakest? He is my son, answered I, and the darling of my heart. He saw thee, some days since, at the window, tending thy flowers, and fell madly in love with thee. I told him what passed between thee and me the other day, whereupon his disorder increased and he took to his bed and will surely die. At this her color changed and she said, Is all this on my account? Yea, by Allah, answered I, what wouldst thou have me do? Then said she, Go back to him and salute him for me and tell him that my sufferings are twice as great as his. And on Friday, before the time of prayer, let him come hither and I will come down and open the door to him. Then I will carry him to my chamber, where we can converse a while and he can go away, before my father comes back from the mosque. When I heard this, my anguish ceased and my heart was comforted. So I took off the clothes I was wearing and gave them to the old woman, and she said, Be of good cheer. There is no pain left in me, answered I, and she went away. My household and friends rejoiced in my restoration to health, and I abode thus till Friday, when the old woman entered and asked me how I did, to which I replied that I was well and in good case. Then I dressed and perfumed myself and sat down to await the going in of the folk to the mosque, that I might betake myself to the young lady. But the old woman said to me, Thou hast time and to spare, so thou wouldst do well to go to the bath and have thy head shaved, to do away the traces of thy disorder. It is well thought, answered I will first have my head shaved and then go to the bath. Then I said to my servant, Go to the market and bring me a barber, and look that he be no meddler, but a man of sense, who will not split my head with his much talk. So he went out and returned with this wretched old man. When he came in, he saluted me, and I returned his salutation. Then said he, Surely, I see thee thin of body. And I replied, I have been ill. Quoth he, God cause affliction and trouble and anxiety to depart from thee. May God hear thy prayer, answered I, and he said, Be of good cheer, O my Lord, for indeed recovery is come to thee. Dost thou wish to be polled or let blood? Indeed, it is reported, on the authority of Ibn Abbas, whom God accept, that the Prophet said, Whoso is pulled on a Friday, God shall avert from him 70 diseases, and again, he who is cupped on a Friday is safe from loss of sight and a host of other ailments. Leave this talk, said I, come, shave my head at once, for I am yet weak. With this he pulled out a handkerchief, from which he took an astrolabe with 7 plates, mounted in silver, and going into the courtyard, held the instrument up to the sun's rays and looked for some time. Then he came back and said to me, Know that 8 degrees and 6 minutes have elapsed of this our day, which is Friday, the 10th of Sephar, in the 653rd year of the flight of the Prophet, upon whom be the most excellent of blessing and peace, and the 7320th year of the Alexandrian era, and the planet now in the ascendant, according to the rules of mathematics, is Mars, which being in conjunction with Mercury, denotes a favorable time for cutting hair, and this also indicates to me that thou purposest to foregather with someone and that your interview will be propitious, but after this there occurs a sign, respecting a thing which I will not name to thee. By Allah, exclaimed I, thou weariest me and pesterest me with thy foolish auguries, when I only sent for thee to shave my head. So come, shave me at once and give me no more talk. By Allah, rejoined he, if thou knewest what is about to befall thee, thou wouldst do nothing this day, and I counsel thee to do as I shall tell thee, by observation of the stars. By Allah, said I never saw a barber skilled in astrology except thee, but I think and know that thou art prodigal of idle talk. I sent for thee to shave my head, and thou plaguest me with this sorry prate. What more wouldst thou have? Replied he. God hath vouchsafed thee a barber, who is an astrologer, versed in the arts of alchemy and white magic, syntax, grammar and lexicology, rhetoric and logic, arithmetic, astronomy and geometry, as well as in the knowledge of the law and the traditions of the prophet and in exegesis. Moreover, I have read many books and digested them and have had experience of affairs and understand them thoroughly. In short, I have examined into all things and studied all arts and crafts and sciences and mastered them, and thy father loved me because of my lack of officiousness, for which reason my service is obligatory on thee. I am no meddler, as thou pretendest, and on this account I am known as the silent, the grave one. Wherefore it behoves thee to give thanks to God and not cross me, for I am a true counselor to thee and take an affectionate interest in thee. I would I were in thy service a whole year, that thou mightst do me justice, and I would ask no hire of thee for this. When I heard this, I said, Thou wilt certainly be the death of me this day. O my lord, replied he, I am he whom the folk call the silent, by reason of my few words, to distinguish me from my 6 brothers, the eldest of whom was called Bekbak, the second Heder, the third Fekik, the fourth El-Kazel Aswani, the fifth El-Fesher, the 6th Shakashik and the 7th, myself, Summit. Whilst he thus overwhelmed me with his talk, I thought my gallbladder would burst, so I said to the servant, Give him a quarter dinar and let him go, for God's sake. I won't have my head shaved today. What words are these, O my lord, said he. By Allah, I will take no hire of thee till I have served thee, and needs must I serve thee, for indeed it is incumbent on me to do so and fulfill thy need, and I care not if I take no money of thee. If thou knowest not my worth, I know thine, and I owe thy father, may God the Most High have mercy on him, many a kindness, for he was a generous man. By Allah, he sent for me one day as it were this blessed day, and I went into him and found a company of his friends with him. He would have had me let him blood, but I pulled out my astrolabe and taking an altitude for him, found the aspect inauspicious and the hour unfavorable for the letting of blood. I told him of this and he conformed to my advice and put off the operation to a more convenient season. So I recited the following verses in his honor. I came one day unto my lord, that I might let him blood, but found that for his body's health the season was not good. So sat me down and talked with him of many a pleasant thing, and all the treasures of my mind before him freely strewed. Well pleased, he listened, then, O mine of knowledge, he did say, thy wit and wisdom overpass the bounds of likelihood. Not so, quoth I, my wit indeed were little, but for thee, O Prince of men, that pour'st on me thy wisdom like a flood. Thou seemst indeed the Lord of grace, bounty and excellence, world's treasure house of knowledge, wit, sense and mansuetude. Thy father was charmed and cried out to the servant, saying, Give him 103 dinars and a dress of honor. The servant did as he bade, and I waited till a favorable moment, when I let him blood, and he did not cross me, but thanked me, and all present also praised me. When the cupping was over, I could not help saying to him, By Allah, O my lord, what made thee say to the servant, Give him 103 dinars? Quoth he, 1 dinar was for the astrological observation, another for thine entertaining converse, the third for the bloodletting, and the remaining 100 and the dress for thy verses in my honor. May God show no mercy to my father, exclaimed I, for knowing the like of thee? He laughed and said, There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his apostle. Glory be to him who changes but is not changed. I took thee for a man of sense, but I see thou dotest for illness. God says, in his precious book, that paradise is prepared for those who restrain their wrath and forgive men, and in any case thou art excused. But I am ignorant of the cause of thy haste, and thou must know that thy father and grandfather did nothing without consulting me, for indeed it is said that he with whom one takes counsel should be trustworthy, and that he who takes counsel shall not be disappointed. It is said also that he who hath not an elder to advise him will never be an elder himself, and indeed the poet says, ere thou decide to venture thyself in aught, consult an experienced man and cross him not. And indeed thou wilt find none better versed in affairs than I, and I am here standing on my feet to serve thee. I am not vexed with thee, why shouldst thou be vexed with me? But I will bear with thee for the sake of the favors I owe thy father. By Allah, exclaimed I, O thou whose tongue is as long as a jackass's tail, thou persistest in pestering me with talk and pelting me with words, when all I want of thee is to shave my head and take thyself off. Then he lathered my head, saying, I know that thou art vexed with me, but I bear thee no malice, for thy wit is weak and thou art a boy. It was but yesterday I took thee on my shoulders and carried thee to the school, O my brother. Cried I, for God's sake, do what I want and go thy way. And I rent my clothes. When he saw me do this, he took the razor and fell to sharpening it and stinted not, till I was well nigh distraught. Then he came up to me and shaved a part of my head, then held his hand and said, O my Lord, hurry is of the devil and deliberation of the merciful one. Methinks thou knowest not my station, verily my hand falls on the heads of kings and emirs and viziers and sages and learned men, and it was of me the poet said. All the trades are like necklets of jewels and gold, and this barber indeed's the chief pearl of the strings. He excelleth all others that boast of their skill. And under his hand are the topknots of kings. Leave what concerns thee not, said I, indeed thou hast straitened my breast and troubled my mind. Quoth he, meseems thou art in haste. Yes, 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 answered I, and he, thou wouldst do well to proceed with deliberation, for haste is of the devil and bequeaths repentance and disappointment. Verily he upon whom be blessing and peace hath said, the best affair is that which is undertaken with deliberation. By Allah, thy case troubles me, and I would have thee let me know what it is thou art in such haste to do, for I fear me it is other than good. Then said he, it wants 3 hours yet of the time of prayer. However, I do not wish to be in doubt as to this, but am minded to know the time for certain, for speech, when it is conjectural, is but faulty, especially in the like of me, whose merit is plain and known of all men, and it does not befit me to talk at random, as do the common sort of astrologers. So saying, he threw down the razor and taking up the astrolabe, went out under the sun and stood a long while, after which he returned and said to me, it wants 3 hours of the time of prayer, neither more nor less. By Allah, answered I, hold thy tongue, for thou breakest my heart in pieces. So he took his razor and after sharpening it as before, shaved another part of my head. Then he said, I am concerned about thy haste, and indeed thou wouldst do well to tell me the cause of it, for thou knowest that thy father and grandfather did nothing without my counsel. When I saw that there was no getting rid of him, I said to myself, the time of prayer draws near and I wish to go to her before the folk come out from the mosque. If I am delayed much longer, I know not how I shall come at her. Then I said to him, be quick and leave this prating and officiousness, for I have to go to an entertainment at the house of one of my friends. When he heard me speak of an entertainment, he said, this thy day is a blessed one for me. Verily, yesterday I invited a party of my intimate friends and I have forgotten to provide aught for them to eat. I bethought me of it but now, on hearing thee speak of an entertainment. Alack, how I shall be disgraced in their eyes. Be in no concern for that, answered I. Have I not told thee that I am bidden abroad today? All the meat and drink in the house shall be thine, so thou dispatch my affair and make haste to shave my head. God requite thee with good, rejoined he. Tell me what thou hast for my guests, that I may know. Quoth I have 5 dishes of meat and 10 fricasseed fowls and a roasted lamb. Bring them out to me, said he, that I may see them. So I had all this brought, and when he saw it, he said, There lacks the wine. I have a flagon or 2 in the house, answered I, and he said, Have it brought out. So I sent for it, and he exclaimed, God bless thee for a generous soul. But there are still the perfumes and the essences. So I brought him a box, containing 50 dinars worth of aloes wood and ambergris and musk and other perfumes. By this, the time began to run short and my heart was straitened, so I said to him, Take it all and finish shaving my head, by the life of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve. By Allah, said he, I will not take it till I see all that is in it. So I made the servant open the box, and the barber threw down the astrolabe and sitting down on the ground, turned over the contents, till I was well nigh distracted. Then he took the razor and coming up to me, shaved some little of my head and recited the following verse. The boy after his father's guise grows up and follows suit as surely as the tree springs up from out its parent root. Then said he, O my son, I know not whether to thank thee or thy father, for my entertainment today is all due to thy kindness and liberality, and none of my company is worthy of it, though I have none but men of consideration, such as Zentot the bathkeeper and Celia the corn chandler and Silat the bean seller and Akresha the grocer and Hemad the scavenger and Said the camel driver and Suad the porter and Abu Nukrish the bathman and Qasim the watchman and Karam the groom. There is not among them all one curmudgeon or make-bait or meddler or spoil-sport, each has his own dance that he dances and his own couplets that he repeats, and the best of them is that they are like thy servant, knowing not abundance of talk nor meddlesomeness. The bathkeeper sings enchantingly to the tambourine and dances and says, I am going, O my mother, to fill my jar. As for the corn chandler, he brings more skill to it than any of them. He dances and says, O mourner, my mistress, thou dost not fall short, and draws the very heart out of one for laughing at him. Whilst the scavenger sings, so that the birds stop to listen to him, and dances and says, News with my wife is not kept in a chest. And indeed he is a witty, accomplished rogue, and of his excellence I used to say the following. My life redeemed the scavenger. I love him passing dear, for, in his goodly gait, he's like the zephyr shaken bough. Fate blessed my eyes with him one night, and I to him did say, whilst in my bosom, as I spoke, desire did ebb and flow. Thou'st lit thy fire within my heart. Whereto he answer made, What wonder though the scavenger have turned a fireman now? And indeed each is perfection in all that can charm the wit with mirth and jollity. But hearing is not like seeing, and indeed if thou wilt join us and put off going to thy friends, it will be better both for us and for thee, for the traces of sickness are yet upon thee and belike thou art going amongst talkative folk, who will prate of what does not concern them, or there may be amongst them some impertinent busybody who will split thy head, and thou still weak from illness. This shall be for another day, answered I and laughed in spite of my anger. Finish what thou hast to do for me and go in peace and enjoy thyself with thy friends, for they will be awaiting thy coming. O my lord, replied he, I only seek to bring thee in company with these pleasant folk, amongst whom there is neither meddlesomeness nor excessive talk, for never, since I came to years of discretion, could I endure to consort with those who ask of what concerns them not, nor with any except those who are, like myself, men of few words. Verily, if thou wert once to see them in company with them, thou wouldst forsake all thy friends. God fulfill thy gladness with them, rejoined I, needs must I foregather with them one of these days. And he said, I would it were to be today, for I had made up my mind that thou shouldst make one of us, but if thou must indeed go to thy friends today, I will take the good things, with which thy bounty hath provided me for them, to my guests, and leave them to eat and drink, without waiting for me, whilst I return to thee in haste and accompany thee whither thou goest, for there is no ceremony between me and my friends to hinder me from leaving them. There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Cried I, Go thou to thy friends and make merry with them, and let me go to mine and be with them this day, for they expect me. I will not let thee go alone, replied he, and I said, None can enter where I am going but myself. Then said he, I believe thou hast an assignation with some woman today, else thou wouldst take me with thee, for it is the like of me that furnishes a merrymaking, or if thou go to any one with whom thou wouldst be private, I am the fittest of all men for thy purpose, for I would help thee to what thou desirest and look that none saw thee. I fear lest thou go into some strange woman and lose thy life, for in this city one cannot do aught of the kind, especially on a day like this and under so keen and masterful a chief of the police as ours of Baghdad. Out on thee, O wretched old man, cried I, avaunt! What words are these thou givest me? O dolt, rejoined he, thou sayest to me what is not true and hidest thy mind from me, but I know that this is so and am certain of it, and I only seek to help thee this day. I was fearful lest my people or the neighbors should hear the barber's talk, so kept silence, whilst he finished shaving my head, by which time the hour of prayer was come and it was well nigh time for the exhortation. When he had done, I said to him, Take the meat and drink and carry them to thy friends. I will await thy return. For I thought it best to dissemble with the accursed fellow and feign compliance with his wishes, so haply he might go away and leave me. Quoth he, Thou art deceiving me and wilt go alone and cast thyself into some peril, from which there will be no escape for thee. For God's sake, do not go till I return, that I may accompany thee and see what comes of thine affair. It is well, answered I, do not be long absent. Then he took all that I had given him and went out, but, instead of going home with it, the cursed fellow delivered it to a porter, to carry to his house, and hid himself in a by-street. As for me, I rose at once, for the muezzins had already chanted the salutation, and, dressing myself in haste, went out and hurried to the house where I had seen the young lady. I found the old woman standing at the door, awaiting me, and went up with her to the young lady's apartment. Hardly had I done so, when the master of the house returned from the mosque and entering the saloon, shut the door. I looked out from the window and saw this barber, God's Molly son on him, sitting over against the door, and said, How did this devil find me out? At this moment, as God had decreed it for my undoing, it befell that a slave girl belonging to the master of the house committed some offense, for which he beat her. She cried out, and a male slave came in to deliver her, whereupon the Cadi beat him also, and he too cried out. The cursed barber concluded that it was I he was beating and fell to tearing his clothes and strewing dust on his head, shrieking and calling for help. So the folk came round him, and he said to them, My master is being murdered in the Cadi's house. Then he ran, shrieking, to my house, with the folk after him, and told my people and servants, and before I knew what was forward, up they came, with torn clothes and dishevelled hair, calling out, Alas, our master, and the barber at their head, in a fine pickle, tearing his clothes and shouting. They made for the house in which I was, headed by the barber, crying out, Woe is us for our murdered master. And the Cadi, hearing the uproar at his door, said to one of his servants, Go and see what is the matter. The man went out and came back, saying, O my lord, there are more than 10,000 men and women at the door, crying out, Woe is us for our murdered master, and pointing to our house. When the Cadi heard this, he was troubled and vexed, so he went to the door and opening it, saw a great concourse of people, whereat he was amazed and said, O folk, what is the matter? O accursed one, O dog, O hog, replied my servants, thou hast killed our master. Quoth he, And what has your master done to me that I should kill him? Behold, this my house is open to you. Thou didst beat him, but now with rods, answered the barber, for I heard his cries. What has he done that I should beat him? Repeated the Cadi, and what brings him into my house? Be not a vile, perverse old man, replied the barber, I know the whole story. The long and the short of it is that thy daughter is in love with him and he with her, and when thou knewest that he had entered the house, thou badest thy servants beat him, and they did so. By Allah, none shall judge between us and thee but the Caliph. So bring us out our master, that his people may take him, before I go and fetch him forth of thy house and thou be put to shame. When the Cadi heard this, he was dumb for amazement and confusion before the people, but presently said to the barber, If thou speak truth, come in and fetch him out. Whereupon the barber pushed forward and entered the house. When I saw this, I looked about for a means of escape, but saw no hiding place save a great chest that stood in the room. So I got into the chest and pulled the lid down on me and held my breath. Hardly had I done this, when the barber came straight to the place where I was and catching up the chest, set it on his head and made off with it in haste. At this, my reason forsook me and I was assured that he would not let me be, so I took courage and opening the chest, threw myself to the ground. My leg was broken in the fall, and the door of the house being opened, I saw without a great crowd of people. Now I had much gold in my sleeve, which I had provided against the like of this occasion, so I fell to scattering it among the people, to divert their attention from me, and whilst they were busy scrambling for it, I set off running through the by-streets of Baghdad, and this cursed barber, whom nothing could divert from me, after me. Wherever I went, he followed, crying out, They would have bereft me of my master and slain him who has been a benefactor to me and my family and friends. But praised be God who aided me against them and delivered my lord from their hands. Where wilt thou go now? Thou persistedst in following thine own evil devices, till thou broughtest thyself to this pass, and if God had not vouchsafed me to thee, thou hadst never won free from this strait, for they would have plunged thee into irremediable ruin. How long dost thou expect I shall live to save thee? By Allah, thou hast well nigh undone me by thy folly and thy perverseness in wishing to go by thyself. But I will not reproach thee with ignorance, for thou art little of wit and hasty. Does not what thou hast brought upon me suffice thee, replied I, but thou must pursue me with the like of this talk through the public streets? And I well nigh gave up the ghost for excess of rage against him. Then I took refuge in the shop of a weaver in the midst of the market and sought protection of the owner, who drove the barber away. I sat down in the back shop and said to myself, If I return home, I shall never be able to get rid of this accursed barber, for he will be with me night and day, and I cannot endure the sight of him. So I sent out at once for witnesses and made a will, dividing the greater part of my money among my people, and appointed a guardian over them, to whom I committed the charge of great and small, directing him to sell my house and estates. Then I set out at once on my travels, that I might be free of this ruffian, and came to settle in your town, where I have lived for some time. When you invited me and I came hither, the first thing I saw was this accursed pimp seated in the place of honor. How, then, can I be at my ease, and how can it be pleasant to me to consort with you, in company with this fellow, who brought all this upon me and was the cause of the breaking of my leg and of my exile from my country and family? And he refused to sit down and went away. When we heard the young man's story, continued the tailor, we were beyond measure amazed and diverted, and said to the barber, Is it true that this young man says of thee? By Allah, replied he, I dealt thus with him of my courtesy and good sense and humanity. But for me, he had perished in none, but I was the cause of his escape. Well for him that it was in his leg that he suffered and not in his life. Were I a man of many words or a busybody, I had not done him this kindness, but now I will tell you something that happened to me, that ye may know that I am indeed sparing of speech and no impertinent meddler, as were my 6 brothers, and it is this. The Barber's Story. I was living at Baghdad, in the time of the Caliph Mustansir Billah, who loved the poor and needy and companied with the learned and the pious. One day, it befell that he was wroth with a band of highway robbers, 10 in number, who infested the neighborhood, and ordered the chief of the Baghdad police to bring them before him on the day of the festival. So the prefects sallied out and capturing the robbers, embarked with them in a boat. I caught sight of them, as they were embarking, and said to myself, these people are surely bound on some party of pleasure. Methinks they mean to spend the day in eating and drinking, and none shall be their messmate but I. So, of the greatness of my courtesy and the gravity of my understanding, I embarked in the boat and mingled with them. They rowed across to the opposite bank, where they landed, and there came up soldiers and police officers with chains, which they put round the necks of the robbers. They chained me with the rest, and, O company, is it not a proof of my courtesy and spareness of speech that I kept silence and did not choose to speak? Then they took us away in chains, and next morning they carried us all before the commander of the faithful, who bade strike off the heads of the 10 robbers. So the herdsman came forward and made us kneel before him on the carpet of blood, then drawing his sword, struck off one head after another, till none was left but myself. The Caliph looked at me and said to the headsman, What ails thee thou struck off but 9 heads? God forbid, replied he, that I should behead only 9, when thou didst order me to behead 10. Quoth the Caliph, Meseems, thou hast beheaded but 9, and he who is before thee is the 10th. By thy munificence, replied the headsman, I have beheaded 10. So they counted the dead men, and behold, they were 10. Then said the Caliph to me, What made thee keep silence at such a time, and how camest thou in company with these men of blood? Thou art a man of great age, but assuredly thy wit is but little. When I heard the Caliph's words, I replied, Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that I am the silent elder, and am thus called to distinguish me from my 6 brothers. I am a man of great learning, whilst, as for the gravity of my understanding, the excellence of my apprehension and the spareness of my speech, there is no end to them, and by craft I am a barber. I went out early yesterday morning and saw these 10 men making for a boat, and thinking they were bound on a party of pleasure, joined myself to them and embarked with them. After a while, there came up the officers, who put chains round their necks and round mine amongst the rest, but in the excess of my courtesy, I kept silence and did not speak, nor was this other than generosity on my part. Then they brought us before thee, and thou didst order the 10 robbers' heads to be stricken off, yet did I not make myself known to thee, purely of my great generosity and courtesy, which led me to share with them in their death. But all my life have I dealt thus nobly with the folk, and they still requite me after the foulest fashion. When the Caliph heard what I said and knew that I was a man of exceeding generosity and few words and no meddler, as this young man would have it, whom I rescued from horrors and who has so scurvily repaid me, he laughed so immoderately that he fell backward. Then said he to me, O silent man, are thy 6 brothers like thee distinguished for wisdom and knowledge and spareness of speech? Never were they like me, answered I. Thou dost me injustice, O Commander of the Faithful, and it becomes thee not to even my brothers with me, for, of the abundance of their speech and their lack of conduct and courtesy, each one of them has gotten some bodily defect. One is blind of an eye, another paralyzed, a third blind, a fourth cropped of the ears and nose, a 5th crop-lipped, and a 6th hunchbacked and a cripple. Thou must not think, O Commander of the Faithful, that I am a man of many words, but I must needs explain to thee that I am a man of greater worth and of fewer words than they. By each one of my brothers hangs a tale of how he came by his defect, and these I will relate to thee. Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that Story of the Barber's First Brother. My first brother, the hunchback, was a tailor in Baghdad, and plied his craft in a shop, which he hired of a very rich man, who dwelt over against him and had a mill in the lower part of the house. One day, as my brother the hunchback was sitting in his shop, sewing, he chanced to raise his head and saw, at the bay window of his landlord's house, a lady like the rising full moon, engaged in looking at the passers-by. His heart was taken with love of her, and he passed the day gazing at her and neglecting his business, till the evening. Next day, he opened his shop and sat down to sew, but as often as he made a stitch, he looked at the bay window and saw her as before, and his passion and infatuation for her redoubled. On the third day, as he was sitting in his usual place, gazing on her, she caught sight of him, and perceiving that he had fallen a captive to her love, smiled in his face, and he smiled back at her. Then she withdrew and sent her slave girl to him with a parcel of red-flowered silk. The girl accosted him and said to him, "My lady salutes thee and would have thee cut out for her, with a skillful hand, a shift of this stuff and sew it handsomely." "I hear and obey," answered he, and cut out the shift and made an end of sewing it the same day. Next morning early, the girl came back and said to him, "My mistress salutes thee and would fain know how thou hast passed the night, for she has not tasted sleep by reason of her heart being taken up with thee." Then she laid before him a piece of yellow satin and said to him, "My mistress bids thee cut her 2 pairs of trousers of this stuff and sew them this day." "I hear and obey," answered he. "Salute her for me with abundant salutation and say to her, Thy slave is obedient to thy commands, so order him as thou wilt." Then he applied himself to cut out the trousers and used all diligence in sewing them. Presently the lady appeared at the window and saluted him by signs, now casting down her eyes and now smiling in his face, so that he made sure of getting his will of her. She did not let him budge till he had finished the 2 pairs of trousers, when she withdrew and sent the slave girl, to whom he delivered them, and she took them and went away. When it was night, he threw himself on his bed and tossed from side to side, till morning, when he rose and sat down in his shop. By and by, the slave girl came to him and said, "My master calls for thee." When he heard this, he was afraid, but the girl, seeing his alarm, to him, "Fear not, naught but good shall befall thee. My lady would have thee make acquaintance with my master." So my brother rejoiced greatly and went out with her. When he came into his landlord's presence, he kissed the earth before him, and the latter returned his salute, then gave him a great piece of linen, saying, "Make this into shirts for me." "I hear and obey," replied my brother, and fell to work at once and cut out 20 shirts by nightfall, without stopping to taste food. Then said the husband, "What is thy hire for this?" 20 dirhams, answered my brother. So the man cried out to the slave girl to give him 20 dirhams, but the lady signed to my brother not to take them, and he said, "By Allah, I will take nothing from thee," and took his work and went away, though he was sorely in want of money. Then he applied himself to do their work, eating and drinking but little for 3 days, in his great diligence. At the end of this time, the slave girl came to him and said, "What hast thou done?" Quoth he, "They are finished," and carried the shirts to his landlord, who would have paid him his hire, but he said, "I will take nothing, for fear of the lady," and returning to his shop, passed the night without sleep for hunger. Now the lady had told her husband how the case stood, and they had agreed to take advantage of his infatuation to make him sew for them for nothing and laugh at him. Next morning, as he sat in his shop, the servant came to him and said, "My master would speak with thee." So he accompanied her to the husband, who said to him, "I wish thee to make me 5 cassocks." So he cut them out and took the stuff and went away. Then he sewed them and carried them to the man, who praised his work and offered him a purse of money. He put out his hand to take it, but the lady signed to him from behind her husband not to do so, and he replied, "O my lord, there is no hurry, by and by. Then he went out, more abject than an ass, for verily 5 things at once were sore upon him, love and beggary and hunger and nakedness and toil. Nevertheless, he heartened himself with the hope of gaining the ladies' favors. When he had made an end of all their work, they put a cheat upon him and married him to their slave girl. But when he thought to go into her, they said to him, Lie this night in the mill, and tomorrow all will be well. My brother concluded that there was some good reason for this and passed the night alone in the mill. Now the husband had set on the miller to make my brother turn the mill, so in the middle of the night, the miller came in and began to say, This ox is lazy and stands still and will not turn, and there is much wheat to be ground. So I will yoke him and make him finish grinding it this night, for the folk are impatient for their flour. Then he filled the hoppers with grain, and going up to my brother, with a rope in his hand, bound him to the yoke and said to him, Come, turn the mill. Thou thinkest of nothing but eating and voiding. Then he took a whip and laid on to my brother, who began to weep and cry out, but none came to his aid, and he was forced to grind the wheat till near daylight, when the husband came in and seeing him yoked to the shaft and the miller flogging him, went away. At daybreak the miller went away and left him still yoked and well nigh dead, and soon after in came the slave girl, who unbound him and said to him, I am grieved for what has befallen thee, and both I and my lady are full of concern for thee. But he had no tongue wherewith to answer her, for excess of beating and toil. Then he returned to his lodging, and presently the notary who had drawn up the marriage contract came to him and saluted him, saying, God give thee long life. May thy marriage be blessed. Thou hast doubtless passed the night clipping in kissing and dalliance from dusk to dawn. May God curse thee for a liar, thousandfold cuckold that thou art, replied my brother. By Allah, I did nothing but turn the mill in the place of the ox all night. Quoth the notary, Tell me thy story. So my brother told him what had happened, and he said, Thy star agrees not with hers, but if thou wilt, I can alter the contract for thee. And my brother answered, See if thou have another device. Then the notary left him and he sat down in his shop, till someone should bring him work by which he might earn his day's bread. Presently the slave girl came to him and said, My mistress would speak with thee. Go, my good girl, replied he, I will have no more to do with thy mistress. So the girl returned to her mistress and told her what my brother had said, and presently she put her head out of the window, weeping and saying, O my beloved, why wilt thou have no more to do with me? But he made her no answer. Then she swore at him that all that had befallen him in the mill was without her sanction and that she was guiltless of the whole affair. When he saw her beauty and grace and heard the sweetness of her speech, he forgot what had befallen him and accepted her excuse and rejoiced in her sight. So he saluted her and talked with her and sat at his sewing a while, after which the servant came to him and said, My mistress salutes thee and would have thee to know that her husband purposes to lie this night abroad with some intimate friends of his, so when he is gone, do thou come to us and pass the night with her in all delight till the morning. Now the man had said to his while, How shall we do to turn him away from thee? Quoth she, Let me play him another trick and make him a byword in the city. But my brother knew nothing of the malice of women. As soon as it was night, the servant came to him and carried him to the house, and when the lady saw him, she said to him, By Allah, O my lord, I have been longing for thee. By Allah, replied he, make haste and give me a kiss first of all. Hardly had he spoken, when the master of the house came in from an inner room and seized him, saying, By Allah, I will not let thee go, till I deliver thee to the chief of the police. My brother humbled himself to him, but he would not listen to him and carried him to the prefect, who gave him 100 lashes with a whip and mounting him on a camel, paraded him about the city, whilst the folk proclaimed aloud, This is the punishment of those who violate people's harems. Moreover, he fell off the camel and broke his leg and so became lame. Then the prefect banished him from the city and he went forth, not knowing whither to turn, but I heard of his mishap and going out after him, brought him back and took him to live with me. The Caliph laughed at my story and said, "Thou hast done well, O silent one, O man of few words," and bade me take a present and go away. But I said, "I will take nothing except I tell thee what befell my other brothers, and do not think me a man of many words. Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that." Story of the Barber's Second Brother. My second brother's name was Bekbak and he was the paralytic. One day, as he was going about his business, an old woman accosted him and said to him, "Harkee, stop a little, that I may tell thee of somewhat, which, if it please thee, thou shalt do for me." My brother stopped and she went on, "I will put thee in the way of a certain thing, so thy words be not many." "Say on," replied my brother, and she, "What sayest thou to a handsome house and a pleasant garden, with running waters and fruits and wine and a fair-faced one to hold in thine arms from dark till dawn?" "And is all this in the world?" asked my brother. "Yes," answered she, "and it shall be thine, so thou be reasonable and leave impertinent curiosity and many words and do as I bid thee." "I will well, O my lady," rejoined my brother, "but what made thee choose me of all men for this affair, and what is it pleases thee in me?" Quoth she, "Did I not bid thee be sparing of speech? Hold thy peace and follow me. Thou must know that the young lady, to whom I shall carry thee, loves to have her own way and hates to be crossed, so if thou fall in with her humor, thou shalt come to thy desire of her." And my brother said, "I will not thwart her in aught." Then she went on and he followed her, eager to enjoy what she had promised him, till she brought him to a fine large house, richly furnished and full of servants, and carried him to an upper story. When the people of the house saw him, they said to him, "What dost thou here?" But the old woman bade them, "Let him be and trouble him not, for he is a workman and we have occasion for him." Then she brought him into a fine great gallery, with a fair garden in its midst, and made him sit down upon a handsome couch. He had not sat long, before he heard a great noise and in came a troop of damsels, with a lady in their midst, as she were the moon on the night of its full. When he saw her, he rose and made an obeisance to her, whereupon she bade him welcome and ordered him to be seated. So he sat down and she said to him, "God advance thee. Is all well with thee?" "O my lady," replied my brother, "all is well." Then she called for food, and they brought her a table richly served. So she sat down to eat, making a show of affection to my brother and jesting with him, though all the while she could not keep from laughing, but as often as he looked at her, she signed towards the waiting maids, as if she laughed at them. My ass of a brother understood nothing, but concluded, in the blindness of his doting, that the lady was in love with him and would admit him to his desire. When they had finished eating, they set on wine, and there came in 10 damsels like moons, with strung lutes in their hands, and fell a-singing right melodiously, whereupon delight got hold upon him and he took the cup from the lady's hands and drank it off. Then she drank a cup of wine, and he rose and bowed to her, saying, "Health to thee." She filled him another cup and he drank it off, and she gave him a cuff on the nape of his neck, whereupon he rose and went out in a rage, but the old woman followed him and winked to him to return. So he came back and the lady bade him sit, and he sat down without speaking. Then she dealt him a second cuff, and nothing would serve her but she must make all her maids cuff him also. Quoth he to the old woman, "Never saw I aught finer than this." And she kept saying, "Enough, enough, I conjure thee, O my lady." The women cuffed him till he was well nigh senseless, and he rose and went out again in a rage, but the old woman followed him and said, "Wait a little, and thou shalt come to what thou wishest." "How much longer must I wait?" asked he. "Indeed I am faint with cuffing." As soon as she is warm with wine, answered she, thou shalt have thy desire. So he returned to his place and sat down, whereupon all the damsels rose and the lady bade them fumigate him and sprinkle rosewater on his face. Then said she to him, God advance thee. Thou hast entered my house and submitted to my conditions, for whoso thwarts me, I turn him away, but he who is patient has his desire. O my lady, replied he, I am thy slave and in the hollow of thy hand. Know then, continued she, that God has made me passionately fond of frolic, and whoso falls in with my humor comes by what he wishes. Then she ordered the damsels to sing with loud voices, and they sang, till the whole company was in ecstasy, after which she said to one of the maids, Take thy lord and do what is wanting to him and bring him back to me forthright. So the damsel took my brother, who knew not what she would do with him, but the old woman came up to him and said, Be patient, there remains but little to do. At this his face cleared and he said, Tell me what she would have the maid do with me. Nothing but good, replied she, as I am thy ransom. She only wishes to dye thine eyebrows and pluck out thy mustaches. Quoth he, As for the dyeing of my eyebrows, that will come off with washing, but the plucking out of my mustaches will be irksome. Beware of crossing her, said the old woman, for her heart is set on thee. So my brother suffered them to dye his eyebrows and pluck out his mustaches, after which the damsel returned to her mistress and told her. Quoth she, There is one thing more to be done, thou must shave his chin, that he may be beardless. So the maid went back and told my brother what her mistress bade her do, whereupon cried my fool of a brother, How can I do what will dishonor me among the folk? But the old woman said, She only wishes to do thus with thee, that thou mayst be as a beardless youth and that no hair may be left on thy face to prick her, for she is passionately in love with thee. Be patient and thou shalt attain thy desire. So he submitted to have his beard shaved off and his face rouged, after which they carried him back to the lady. When she saw him with his eyebrows dyed, his whiskers and mustaches plucked out, his beard shaved off and his face rouged, she was affrighted at him, then laughed till she fell backward and said, O my lord, thou hast won my heart with thy good nature. Then she conjured him, by her life, to rise and dance, so he began to dance, and there was not a cushion in the place but she threw it at him, whilst the damsels pelted him with oranges and limes and citrons, till he fell down senseless. When he came to himself, the old woman said to him, Now thou hast attained thy desire. There is no more beating for thee and there remains but one thing more. It is her wont, when she is heated with wine, to let no one have to do with her till she put off her clothes and remain stark naked. Then she will bid thee strip, in like manner, and run before thee from place to place, as if she fled from thee, and thou after her, till thy yard be in good point, when she will stop and give herself up to thee. So now rise and put off thy clothes. So he rose, well nigh beside himself, and stripped himself stark naked, whereupon the lady stripped also and saying to my brother, Follow me, if thou desire aught, set off running in at one place and out at another and he after her, transported for desire, till his yard rose, as he were mad. Presently she entered a dark passage, and in following her, he trod upon a soft place, which gave way with him, and before he knew where he was, he found himself in the midst of the market of the fellmongers, who were calling skins for sale and buying and selling. When they saw him in this plight, naked, with yard on end, shaven face, dyed eyebrows and rouged cheeks, they cried out and clapped their hands at him and flogged him with skins upon his naked body, till he swooned away, when they set him on an ass and carried him to the chief of the police, who said, What is this? Quoth they, This fellow came out upon us from the vizier's house, in this plight. So the prefect gave him 100 lashes and banished him from Baghdad. However, I went out after him and brought him back privily into the city and made him an allowance for his living, though, but for my generous disposition, I had not put up with such a fellow. Story of the Barber's Third Brother. The name of my third brother was Fekik, and he was blind. One day, chance and destiny led him to a great house, and he knocked at the door, desiring speech of the owner, that he might beg of him somewhat. Quoth the master of the house, "Who is at the door?" But my brother was silent, and heard him repeat, in a loud voice, "Who is there?" Still he made no answer, and presently heard the master come to the door and open it and say, "What dost thou want?" "Charity," replied my brother, "for the love of God the Most High." "Art thou blind?" asked the man, and my brother said, "Yes." Quoth the other, "Give me thy hand." So my brother put out his hand, thinking that he would give him something, but he took it, and drawing him into the house, carried him up, from stair to stair, till they reached the housetop, my brother thinking the while that he would surely give him food or money. Then said he to my brother, "What dost thou want, O blind man?" "Charity, for the love of God," repeated my brother. "God succor thee," answered the master of the house. "O man," answered my brother, "why couldst thou not tell me this downstairs?" "O loser," answered he, "why didst thou not answer me, when I asked who was at the door?" Quoth my brother, "What wilt thou with me now?" And the other replied, "I have nothing to give thee." "Then take me down again," said my brother. But he answered, "The way lies before thee." So my brother rose and made his way down the stairs, till he came within 20 steps of the door, when his foot slipped and he rolled to the bottom and broke his head. Then he went out, knowing not whither to turn, and presently fell in with other 2 blind men, comrades of his, who inquired how he had fared that day. He told them what had passed, and said to them, "O my brothers, I wish to take some of the money in my hands and provide myself with it." Now the master of the house had followed him and heard what they said, but neither my brother nor his fellows knew of this. So my brother went on to his lodging and sat down to await his comrades, and the owner of the house entered after him without his knowledge. When the other blind men arrived, my brother said to them, "Shut the door and search the house, lest any stranger have followed us." The intruder, hearing this, caught hold of a rope that hung from the ceiling and clung to it, whilst the blind men searched the whole place, but found nothing. So they came back, and sitting down beside my brother, brought out their money, which they counted, and lo, it was 12,000 dirhams. Each took what he wanted, and the rest they buried in a corner of the room. Then they set on food and sat down to eat. Presently my brother heard a strange pair of jaws wagging at his side, so he said to his comrades, "There is a stranger amongst us," and putting out his hand, caught hold of that of the intruder. Therewith they all fell on him and beat him, crying out, "O Muslims, a thief has come into us, seeking to take our property." So much people flocked to them, whereupon the owner of the house caught hold of the blind men, and shutting his eyes, feigned to be blind like unto them, so that none doubted of it. Then he complained of them, even as they of him, crying out, "O Muslims, I appeal to God and the Sultan and the chief of the police. I have a grave matter to make known to the chief of the police." At this moment, up came the watch, and seizing them all, dragged them before the chief of the police, who inquired what was the matter. Quoth the spy, "See here, thou shalt come ad not except by torture, so begin by beating me, and after me, beat this my captain." And he pointed to my brother. So they threw the man down and gave him 400 strokes on the backside. The beating pained him, and he opened one eye, and as they redoubled their blows, he opened the other. When the chief of the police saw this, he said to him, "What is this, O accursed one?" "Give me the seal ring of pardon," replied he. "We are 4 who feign ourselves blind and impose upon people, that we may enter houses and gaze upon women and contrive for their corruption. In this way, we have gotten much money, even 12,000 dirhams." So I said to my comrades, "Give me my share, 3,000 dirhams." But they fell on me and beat me and took away my money, and I appeal to God and thee for protection. Better thou have my share than they. So, an thou wouldst know the truth of my words, beat each of the others more than thou hast beaten me, and he will surely open his eyes. The prefect bade begin with my brother, so they bound him to the whipping post, and the prefect said, "O rascals, do ye abjure the gracious gifts of God and pretend to be blind?" "Allah! Allah!" cried my brother, "by Allah, there is not one amongst us who can see." Then they beat him, till he fainted, and the prefect said, "Leave him till he revives, and then beat him again." And he caused each of the others to be beaten with more than 300 blows, whilst the sham blind man stood by, saying to them, "Open your eyes, or you will be beaten anew." Then he said to the prefect, "Send someone with me to fetch the money, for these fellows will not open their eyes, lest they be put to shame before the folk." So the prefect sent to fetch the money and gave the impostor 3,000 dirhams to his pretended share. The rest he took for himself and banished the 3 blind men from the city. But, O Commander of the Faithful, I went out and overtaking my brother, questioned him of his case, whereupon he told me what I have told thee. So I carried him back privily into the city and appointed him in secret wherewithal to eat and drink. The Caliph laughed at my story and said, "Give him a present and let him go." "By Allah," rejoined I will take nothing till I have made known to the Commander of the Faithful what happened to my other brothers, for I am a man of few words. Then I went on as follows. Story of the Barber's fourth brother. My fourth brother, the one-eyed, was a butcher at Baghdad, who sold meat and reared rams, and the notables and men of wealth used to buy meat of him, so that he amassed much wealth and got him cattle and houses. He fared thus a long while till one day, as he was sitting in his shop, there came up to him an old man with a long beard, who laid down some money and said, "Give me meat for this." So he gave him his money's worth of meat, and the old man went away. My brother looked at the money he had paid him, and seeing that it was brilliantly white, laid it aside by itself. The old man continued to pay him frequent visits for 5 months, and my brother threw the money he received from him into a chest by itself. At the end of this time, he thought to take out the money to buy sheep, so he opened the chest, but found in it nothing but white paper, cut round. When he saw this, he buffeted his face and cried out, till the folk came round him and he told them his story, at which they wondered. Then he rose, as of his wont, and slaughtering a ram, hung it up within the shop, after which he cut off some of the meat and hung it up outside, saying the while, "Would God that pestilent old man would come." And surely before long up came the old man, with his money in his hand, whereupon my brother rose and caught hold of him, crying out, "Come to my help, O Muslims, and hear what befell me with this scoundrel." When the old man heard this, he said to him, "An thou loose me not, I will expose thee before the folk." "In what wilt thou expose me?" asked my brother, and the other replied, "In that thou sellest man's flesh for mutton." "Thou liest, O accursed one," cried my brother, and the old man said, "He is the accursed one who has a man hanging up in his shop." "If it be as thou sayest," rejoined my brother, "I give thee leave to take my property and my life." Then said the old man, "Ho, people of the city! An ye would prove the truth of my words, enter this man's shop." So they rushed into the shop, when they saw the ram was become a dead man hanging up, and seized on my brother, crying out, "O infidel! O villain!" And his best friends fell to beating him and saying, "Dost thou give us man's flesh to eat?" Moreover, the old man struck him on the eye and put it out. Then they carried the carcass to the chief of the police, to whom said the old man, "O Amir, this fellow slaughters men and sells their flesh for mutton, and we have brought him to thee, so arise and execute the justice of God, to whom belong might and majesty." My brother would have defended himself, but the prefect refused to hear him and sentenced him to receive 500 blows with a stick and to forfeit all his property. And indeed, but for his wealth, they had put him to death. Then he banished him from the city, and my brother fared forth at a venture, till he came to a great city, where he thought well to set up as a cobbler. So he opened a shop and fell to working for his living. One day, as he went on an occasion, he heard the tramp of horse, and inquiring the cause, was told that the king was going out to hunt and stopped to look on his state. It chanced that the king's eye met his, whereupon he bowed his head, saying, I take refuge with God from the evil of this day. And drawing bridle, rode back to his palace, followed by his retinue. Then he gave an order to his guards, who seized my brother and beat him grievously, till he was well nigh dead, without telling him the reason, after which he returned to his shop, in a sorry plight, and told one of the king's household, who laughed till he fell backward and said to him, O my brother, know that the king cannot endure the sight of a one-eyed man, especially if he be blind of the left eye, in which case, he does not let him go without killing him. When my brother heard this, he resolved to fly that city, so went forth and repaired to another country, where he was known of none. Here he abode a long while, till one day, being heavy at heart for what had befallen him, he went out to divert himself. As he was walking along, he heard the tramp of horse behind him, whereupon he exclaimed, The judgment of God is upon me, and looked out for a hiding place, but found none. At last he saw a closed door, and pushing against it, it yielded, and he found himself in a long corridor, in which he took refuge. Hardly had he done so, when two men laid hold of him, exclaiming, Praise be to God, who hath delivered thee into our hands, O enemy of Allah. These 3 nights thou hast bereft us of sleep and given us no peace and made us taste the agonies of death. O folk, said my brother, what ails you? And they answered, Thou givest us the change and goest about to dishonor us and to murder the master of the house. Is it not enough that thou hast brought him to beggary, thou and thy comrades? But give us up the knife, wherewith thou threatenest us every night. Then they searched him and found in his girdle the knife he used to cut leather, and he said, O folk, have the fear of God before your eyes and maltreat me not, for know that my story is a strange one. What is thy story? Asked they. So he told them what had befallen him, hoping that they would let him go. However, they paid no heed to what he said, but beat him and tore off his clothes, and finding on his sides the marks of beating with rods, said, O accursed one, these scars bear witness to thy guilt. Then they carried him to the chief of the police, whilst he said to himself, I am undone for my sins and none can save me but God the Most High. The prefect said to him, O villain, what made thee enter their house with murderous intent? O Amir, replied my brother, I conjure thee by Allah, hear my words and hasten not to condemn me. But the 2 men said to the prefect, Wilt thou listen to a robber, who beggars the folk and has the scars of beating on his back? When the Emir saw the scars on my brother's sides, he said to him, They had not done this to thee, save for some great crime. And he sentenced him to receive 100 lashes. So they flogged him and mounting him on a camel, paraded him about the city, crying out, This is the reward and the least of the reward of those who break into people's houses. Then they thrust him forth the city, and he wandered at random, till I heard what had befallen him, and going in search of him, questioned him of his case. So he told me all that passed, and I carried him back privily to Baghdad, where I made him an allowance for his living. Story of the barber's 5th brother. My 5th brother, he of the cropped ears, O commander of the faithful, was a poor man, who used to ask alms by night and live by day on what he got thus. Now, our father, who was an old man, far advanced in years, fell sick and died, leaving us 700 dirhams. So we took each of us 100, but when my brother received his share, he was at a loss to know what to do with it, till he bethought him to buy glass of all sorts and sell it at a profit. So he bought 100 dirhams worth of glass, and putting it in a great basket, sat down, to sell it, on a raised bench, at the foot of a wall, against which he leant his back. As he sat, with the basket before him, he fell to musing in himself and said, I have laid out 100 dirhams on this glass, and I will sell it for 200, with which I will buy other glass and sell it for 400, nor will I cease to buy and sell thus, till I have gotten much wealth. With this I will buy all kinds of merchandise and jewels and perfumes and gain great profit on them, till, God willing, I will make my capital 100,000 dirhams. Then I will buy a handsome house, together with slaves and horses and trappings of gold, and eat and drink, nor will I leave a singing man or woman in the city, but I will have them to sing to me. As soon as I have amassed 100,000 dirhams, I will send out marriage brokers to demand for me in marriage the daughters of kings and viziers, and I will seek the hand of the vizier's daughter, for I hear that she is perfect in beauty and of surpassing grace. I will give her a dowry of 1,000 dinars, and if her father consent, well, if not, I will take her by force, in spite of him. When I return home, I will buy 10 little eunuchs and clothes for myself such as are worn by kings and sultans, and get me a saddle of gold, set thick with jewels of price. Then I will mount and parade the city, with slaves before and behind me, whilst the folk salute me and call down blessings upon me, after which I will repair to the vizier, the girl's father, with slaves behind and before me, as well as on my either hand. When he sees me, he will rise, and seating me in his own place, sit down below me, for that I am his son-in-law. Now I will have with me 2 eunuchs with purses, in each 1,000 dinars, and I will deliver him the 1,000 dinars of the dowry, and make him a present of other 1,000, that he may have cause to know my nobility and generosity and greatness of mind and the littleness of the world in my eyes, and for 10 words he proffers me, I will answer him 2. Then I will return to my house, and if one come to me on the bride's part, I will make him a present of money and clothe him in a robe of honor, but if he bring me a present, I will return it to him and will not accept it, that they may know that I am great of soul. Then I will command them to bring her to me in state, and will order my house fittingly in the meantime. When the time of the unveiling is come, I will don my richest clothes and sit down on a couch of brocaded silk, leaning on a cushion and turning neither to the right nor to the left, for the haughtiness of my mind and the gravity of my understanding. My wife shall stand before me like the full moon, in her robes and ornaments, and I, of my pride and my disdain, will not look at her, till all who are present shall say to me, O my lord, thy wife and thy handmaid stands before thee, deign to look upon her. For standing is irksome to her. And they will kiss the earth before me many times, whereupon I will lift my eyes and give one glance at her, then bend down my head again. Then they will carry her to the bride chamber, and meanwhile I will rise and change my clothes for a richer suit. When they bring in the bride for the second time, I will not look at her till they have implored me several times, when I will glance at her and bow down my head, nor will I leave to do thus, till they have made an end of displaying her, when I will order one of my eunuchs to fetch a purse of 500 dinars, and giving it to the tire women, command them to lead me to the bride chamber. When they leave me alone with the bride, I will not look at her or speak to her, but will lie by her with averted face, that she may say I am high of soul. Presently her mother will come to me and kiss my head and hands and say to me, O my lord, look on thy handmaid, for she longs for thy favor, and heal her spirit. But I will give her no answer, and when she sees this, she will come and kiss my feet repeatedly and say, O my lord, verily my daughter is a beautiful girl, who has never seen man, and if thou show her this aversion, her heart will break, so do thou incline to her and speak to her. Then she will rise and fetch a cup of wine, and her daughter will take it and come to me, but I will leave her standing before me, whilst I recline upon a cushion of cloth of gold, and will not look at her for the haughtiness of my heart, so that she will think me to be a sultan of exceeding dignity, and will say to me, O my lord, for God's sake, do not refuse to take the cup from thy servant's hand, for indeed I am thy handmaid. But I will not speak to her, and she will press me, saying, Needs must thou drink it, and put it to my lips. Then I will shake my fist in her face and spurn her with my foot thus. So saying, he gave a kick with his foot and knocked over the basket of glass, which fell to the ground, and all that was in it was broken. All this comes of my pride, cried he, and fell to buffeting his face and tearing his clothes and weeping. The folk who were going to the Friday prayers saw him, and some of them looked at him and pitied him, whilst others paid no heed to him, and in this way my brother lost both capital and profit. Presently there came up a beautiful lady, on her way to the Friday prayers, riding on a mule with a saddle of gold and attended by a number of servants and filling the air with the scent of musk, as she passed along. When she saw the broken glass and my brother weeping, she was moved to pity for him, so she asked what ailed him and was told that he had a basket full of glass, by the sale of which he thought to make his living, but it was broken, and this was the cause of his distress. So she called one of her attendants and said to him, Give this poor man what is with thee. And he gave my brother a purse in which he found 500 dinars, whereupon he was like to die for excess of joy and called down blessings on her. Then he returned to his house, a rich man, and as he sat considering, someone knocked at the door. So he rose and opened and saw an old woman whom he knew not. O my son, said she, the time of prayer is at hand, and I have not yet made the ablution, so I beg thee to let me do so in thy house. I hear and obey, replied he, and bade her come in. So she entered, and he brought her an ewer, wherewith to wash, and sat down, beside himself for joy in the dinars. When she had made an end of her ablutions, she came up to where he sat and prayed a two-bow prayer, after which she offered up a goodly prayer. My brother, who thanked her and putting his hand to the bag of money, gave her 2 dinars, saying in himself, This is an alms from me. Glory to God, exclaimed she. Why dost thou look on one, who loves thee, as if she were a beggar? Put up thy money. I have no need of it, or if thou want it not, return it to her who gave it thee, when thy glass was broken. O my mother, asked he, how shall I do to come at her? O my son, replied she hath an inclination for thee, but she is the wife of a wealthy man of the city, so take all thy money with thee and follow me, that I may guide thee to thy desire, and when thou art in company with her, spare neither fair words nor persuasion, and thou shalt enjoy her beauty and her wealth to thy heart's content. So my brother took all his money and rose and followed the old woman, hardly believing in his good fortune. She led him on till they came to the door of a great house, at which she knocked, and a Greek slave girl came out and opened to them. Then the old woman took my brother and brought him into a great saloon, spread with magnificent carpets and hung with curtains, where he sat down, with his money before him and his turban on his knee. Presently in came a young lady richly dressed, never saw eyes handsomer than she, whereupon my brother rose to his feet, but she smiled upon him and welcoming him, signed to him to be seated. Then she bade shut the door and taking my brother by the hand, led him to a private chamber, furnished with various kinds of brocaded silk. Here he sat down and she seated herself by his side and toyed with him a while, after which she rose and saying, Do not stir till I come back, went away. After a while, in came a great black slave, with a drawn sword in his hand, who said to him, Woe to thee! Who brought thee hither and what dost thou want? My brother could make no answer, being tongue-tied for fear, so the black seized him and stripping him of his clothes, beat him with the flat of his sword till he swooned away. Then the pestilent black concluded that he was dead, and my brother heard him say, Where is the salt wench? Whereupon in came a slave girl, with a great dish of salt, and the black strewed salt upon my brother's wounds, but he did not stir, lest he should know that he was alive and finish him. Then the salt girl went away and the black cried out, Where is the cellaress? With this in came the old woman, and taking my brother by the feet, dragged him to an underground vault, where she threw him down upon a heap of dead bodies. There he remained 2 whole days, but God made the salt the means of saving his life, for it stayed the flow of blood. Presently, he found himself strong enough to move, so he rose and opening the trapdoor, crept out fearfully, and God protected him, so that he went on in the darkness and hid himself in the vestibule till the morning, when he saw the cursed old woman sally forth in quest of other prey. So he went out after her, without her knowledge, and made for his own house, where he dressed his wounds and tended himself till he was whole. Meanwhile he kept a watch upon the old woman and saw her accost one man after another and carry them to the house. However, he said nothing, but as soon as he regained health and strength, he took a piece of stuff and made it into a bag, which he filled with broken glass and tied to his middle. Then he disguised himself in the habit of a foreigner, that none might know him, and hid a sword under his clothes. Then he went out and presently falling in with the old woman, accosted her and said to her, with a foreign accent, "O dame, I am a stranger, but this day arrived here, and know no one. Hast thou a pair of scales wherein I may weigh 900 dinars? I will give thee somewhat of the money for thy pains." "I have a son, a money changer," replied she, "who has all kinds of scales, so come with me to him, before he goes out, and he will weigh thy gold for thee." And he said, "Lead the way." So she led him to the house and knocked at the door, and the young lady herself came out and opened it, whereupon the old woman smiled in her face, saying, "I bring thee fat meat today." Then the damsel took him by the hand and carrying him to the same chamber as before, sat with him a while, then rose and went out, bidding him stir not till she came back. Ere long in came the villainous black, with his sword drawn, and said to my brother, "Rise, O accursed one!" So he rose, and as the slave went on before him, he drew the sword from under his clothes and smiting him with it, made his head fly from his body, after which he dragged the corpse by the feet to the vault and cried out, "Where is the salt, wench?" Up came the girl with the dish of salt, and seeing my brother's sword in hand, turned to fly, but he followed her and smote her and struck off her head. Then he called out, "Where is the cellaress?" And in came the old woman, to whom said he, "Dost thou know me, O pestilent old woman?" "No, my lord," replied she, and he said, "I am he of the 500 dinars, to whose house thou camest to make thee ablution and pray, and whom thou didst after lure hither." "Fear God and spare me," exclaimed she. But he paid no heed to her, and striking her with the sword, cut her in 4. Then he went in search of the young lady, and when she saw him, her reason fled and she called out for mercy. So he spared her and said to her, "How camest thou to consort with this black?" Quoth she, "I was slave to a certain merchant, and the old woman used to visit me, till I became familiar with her. One day she said to me, 'We have today a wedding at our house, the like of which was never beheld, and I wish thee to see it.' 'I hear and obey,' answered I, and rising, donned my handsomest clothes and jewelry and took with me a purse containing 100 dinars. Then she brought me hither, and hardly had I entered the house, when the black seized on me, and I have remained in this case these 3 years, through the perfidy of the accursed old woman." Then said my brother, "Is there aught of his in the house?" "He had great store of wealth," replied she, "and if thou canst carry it away, do so, and may God prosper it to thee." Then she opened to him several chests full of purses, at which he was confounded, and said to him, "Go now and leave me here and fetch men to carry off the money." So he went out and hired 10 men, but, when he returned, he found the door open and the damsel gone, and nothing left but a little of the money and the household stuff. By this, he knew that she had cheated him, so he opened the closets and took what was in them, together with the rest of the money, leaving nothing in the house, and passed the night in all content. When he arose in the morning, he found at the door a score of troopers, who seized him, saying, "The chief of the police seeks for thee." My brother implored them to let him return to his house, but they would grant him no delay, though he offered them a large sum of money, and binding him fast with cords, carried him off. On the way, there met them a friend of my brother, who clung to his skirts and implored him to stop and help to deliver him from their hands. So he stopped and inquired what was the matter, to which they replied, "The chief of the police has ordered us to bring this man before him, and we are doing so." The man interceded with them and offered them 500 dinars to let my brother go, saying, "Tell the magistrate that ye could not find him." But they refused and dragged him before the prefect, who said to him, "Whence hadst thou these stuffs and money?" Quoth my brother, "Grant me indemnity." So the magistrate gave him the handkerchief of pardon, and he told him all that had befallen him, from first to last, including the flight of the damsel, adding, "Take what thou wilt, so thou leave me enough to live on." But the prefect took the whole of the stuff and money for himself, and fearing lest the affair should reach the Sultan's ears, said to my brother, "Depart from this city, or I will hang thee." "I hear and obey," replied my brother, and set out for another town. On the way thieves fell on him and stripped him and beat him and cut off his ears. But I heard of his misfortunes and went out after him, taking him clothes, and brought him back privily to the city, where I made him an allowance for meat and drink. Story of the Barber's Sixth Brother. My sixth brother, he of the cropped lips, O commander of the faithful, was once rich, but after became poor. One day he went out to seek someone to keep life in him and came presently to a handsome house, with a wide and lofty portico and servants and others at the door, ordering and forbidding. My brother inquired of one of those standing there, and he told him that the house belonged to one of the Barmecide family. So he accosted the doorkeepers and begged an alms of them. "Enter," said they, "and thou shalt get what thou seekest of our master." Accordingly, he entered, and passing through the vestibule, found himself in a mansion of the utmost beauty and elegance, paved with marble and hung with curtains, and having in the midst a garden whose like he had never seen. He stood a while perplexed, knowing not whither to direct his steps, then seeing the door of a sitting chamber, he entered and saw at the upper end a man of comely presence and goodly beard. When the latter saw my brother, he rose and welcomed him and inquired how he did, to which he replied that he was in need of charity. Whereupon the other showed great concern, and putting his hand to his clothes, rent them, exclaiming, "Art thou hungry in a city of which I am an inhabitant?" I cannot endure this, and promised him all manner of good. Then said he, "Thou must eat with me." "O my lord," replied my brother, "I can wait no longer, for I am sore and hungred." So the Barmecide cried out, "Ho, boy! Bring the ewer in the basin," and said to my brother, "O my guest, come forward and wash thy hands." My brother rose to do so, but saw neither ewer nor basin. However, the host made as if he were washing his hands and cried out, "Bring the table." But my brother saw nothing. Then said the Barmecide, "Honor me by eating of this food and be not ashamed." And he made as if he ate, saying the while, "Thou eatest but little, do not stint thyself, for I know thou art famished." So my brother began to make as if he ate, whilst the other said to him, "Eat and note the excellence of this bread and its whiteness." My brother could see nothing and said to himself, "This man loves to jest with the folk." So he replied, "O my lord, never in my life have I seen whiter or more delicious bread." And the host said, "I gave 500 dinars for the slave girl who bakes it for me." Then he called out, "Ho, boy! Bring the frumenty first, and do not spare butter on it." And turning to my brother, "O my guest," said he, "saw'st thou ever aught better than this frumenty? Eat, I conjure thee, and be not ashamed." Then he cried out again, "Ho, boy! Bring in the pasty with the fatted grouse in it." And he said to my brother, Eat, O my guest, for thou art hungry and needest it. So my brother began to move his jaws and make as if he chewed, whilst the other ceased not to call for dish after dish and press my brother to eat, though not a thing appeared. Presently, he cried out, Ho, boy, I bring us the chickens stuffed with pistachio kernels. And said to my brother, These chickens have been fattened on pistachio nuts, eat, for thou hast never tasted the like of them. O my lord, replied my brother, they are indeed excellent. Then the host feigned to put his hand to my brother's mouth, as if to feed him, and ceased not to name various dishes and expatiate upon their excellence. Meanwhile my brother was starving, and hunger was so sore on him that his soul lusted for a cake of barley bread. Quoth the Barmecide, Didst thou ever taste aught more delicious than the seasoning of these dishes? Never, O my lord, replied my brother. Eat heartily and be not ashamed, repeated the host. O my lord, said my brother, I have had enough of meat. So the Barmecide cried out, Take away and bring the sweetmeats. Then he said, Eat of this almond conserve, for it is excellent, and of these fritters. My life on thee, take this one before the syrup runs out of it. May I never be bereaved of thee, O my lord, replied my brother, and asked him of the abundance of musk in the fritters. It is my custom, said the other, to have 3 pennyweights of musk and half that quantity of ambergris put into each fritter. All this time my brother was wagging his jaws and moving his head and mouth, till the host said, Enough of this. Bring us the dessert. Then said he to him, Eat of these almonds and walnuts and raisins and of this and that, naming different kinds of dried fruits, and be not ashamed. O my lord, answered my brother, indeed I am full, I can eat no more. O my guest, repeated the other, if thou have a mind to eat more, for God's sake do not remain hungry. O my lord, replied my brother, how should one who has eaten of all these dishes be hungry? Then he considered and said to himself, I will do that which shall make him repent of having acted thus. Presently the host called out, Bring me the wine, and making as if it had come, feigned to give my brother to drink, saying, Take this cup, and if it please thee, let me know. O my lord, replied he, it has a pleasant smell, but I am used to drink old wine 20 years of age. Then knock at this door, said his host, for thou canst not drink of aught better. O my lord, this is of thy bounty, replied my brother and made as if he drank. Health and pleasure to thee, exclaimed the host, and feigned, in like wise, to fill a cup and drink it off and hand a second cup to my brother, who pretended to drink and made as if he were drunken. Then he took the Barmecide unawares and raising his arm, till the whiteness of his armpit appeared, dealt him such a buffet on the neck that the place rang to it. Then he gave him a second cuff and the host exclaimed, What is this, O vile fellow? O my lord, replied my brother, thou hast graciously admitted thy slave into thine abode and fed him with thy victual and plied him with old wine, till he became drunk and dealt unmannerly by thee, but thou art too noble not to bear with his ignorance and pardon his offense. When the Barmecide heard my brother's words, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, Long have I used to make mock of men and play the fool with those who are apt at jesting and horseplay, but never have I come across any, who had patience and wit to enter into all my humors, but thee, so I pardon thee, and now thou shalt be my boon companion, in very deed, and never leave me. Then he bade his servants lay the table in good earnest, and they set on all the dishes of which he had spoken, and he and my brother ate till they were satisfied, after which they removed to the drinking chamber, where they found damsels like moons, who sang all manner of songs and played on all kinds of musical instruments. There they remained, drinking, till drunkenness overcame them, and the host used my brother as a familiar friend, so that he became as it were his brother, and bestowed on him a dress of honor and loved him with an exceeding love. Next morning, they fell again to feasting and carousing, and ceased not to lead this life for 20 years, at the end of which time the Barmecide died, and the Sultan laid hands on all his property and squeezed my brother, till he stripped him of all he had. So he left the city and fled forth at random, but the Arabs fell on him midway, and taking him prisoner, carried him to their camp, where the Bedouin, his captor, tortured him, saying, "Ransom thyself with money, or I will kill thee." My brother fell a weeping and replied, "By Allah, I have not. I am thy prisoner, do with me as thou wilt." Thereupon the Bedouin took out a knife and cut off my brother's lips, still urging his demand. Now this Bedouin had a handsome wife, who used to make advances to my brother, in her husband's absence, and offer him her favors, but he held off from her. One day, she began to tempt him as usual, and he toyed with her and took her on his knee, when lo, in came the Bedouin, and seeing this, cried out, "Woe to thee, thou villain! Wouldst thou debauch my wife?" Then he took out a knife and cut off my brother's yard, after which he set him on a camel and carried him to a mountain, where he threw him down and left him. Here he was found by some travelers, who recognized him and gave him meat and drink and acquainted me with his plight, whereupon I went forth to him and brought him back to Baghdad, where I provided him with enough to live on. This then, O Commander of the Faithful, is the history of my brothers, and I was unwilling to go away without relating it to thee, that I might disabuse thee of thine error in confounding me with them. And now thou knowest that I have 6 brothers and support them all. When the Caliph heard my words, he laughed and said, "Thou sayest sooth, O silent one. Thou art neither a man of many words nor an impertinent meddler, but now go out from this city and settle in another." And he banished me from the city, so I left Baghdad and traveled in foreign countries, till I heard of his death and the coming of another to the caliphate. Then I returned to Baghdad, where I found my brothers dead, and fell in with this young man, to whom I rendered the best of services, for without me he had been killed. Indeed, he accuses me of what is foreign to my nature, and what he relates of my impertinence is false, for verily I left Baghdad on his account and wandered in many countries, till I came to this city and happened on him with you, and was not this, O good people, of the generosity of my nature? When we heard the barber's story, continued the tailor, and saw the abundance of his speech and the way in which he had oppressed the young man, we laid hands on him and shut him up, after which we sat down in peace and ate and drank till the time of the call to afternoon prayer, when I left the company and returned home. My wife was sulky and said to me, "Thou hast taken thy pleasure all day, whilst I have been moping at home. So now, except thou carry me abroad and amuse me for the rest of the day, it will be the cause of my separation from thee." So I took her out and we amused ourselves till nightfall, when we returned home and met the hunchback, brimming over with drunkenness and repeating the following verses: "The glass is pellucid, and so is the wine, so bring them together and see them combine. 'Tis a puzzle, one moment, all wine and no cup, at another, in turn, 'tis all cup and no wine." So I invited him to pass the evening with us and went out to buy fried fish, after which we sat down to eat. Presently my wife took a piece of bread and fish and crammed them into his mouth, and he choked and died. Then I took him up and made shift to throw him into the house of the Jewish physician. He in his turn let him down into the house of the controller, who threw him in the way of the Christian broker. This, then, is my story. Is it not more wonderful than that of the hunchback? When the king heard the tailor's story, he shook his head for delight and showed astonishment, saying, "This that passed between the young man and the meddlesome barber is indeed more pleasant and more wonderful than the story of that knave of a hunchback." Then he bade the tailor take one of the chamberlains and fetch the barber out of his duress, saying, "Bring him to me, that I may hear his talk, and it shall be the means of the release of all of you. Then we will bury the hunchback, for he is dead since yesterday, and set up a tomb over him." So the chamberlain and the tailor went away and presently returned with the barber. The king looked at him, and behold, he was a very old man, more than 90 years of age, of a swarthy complexion and white beard and eyebrows, flat-eared, long-nosed, and simple and conceited of aspect. The king laughed at his appearance and said to him, "O silent man, I desire thee to tell me somewhat of thy history." "O king of the age," replied the barber, "why are all these men and this dead hunchback before thee?" Said the king, "Why dost thou ask?" "I ask this," rejoined the barber, "that your majesty may know that I am no impertinent meddler, and that I am guiltless of that they lay to my charge of overmuch talk, for I am called the Silent, and indeed I am the man of my name, as says the poet. Thine eyes shall seldom see a man that doth a nickname bear, but, if thou search, thou wilt find the name his nature doth declare." So the king said, "Explain the hunchback's case to him, and repeat to him the stories told by the physician, the controller, the broker, and the tailor." They did as he commanded, and the barber shook his head and exclaimed, "By Allah, this is indeed a wonder of wonders." Then said he, "Uncover the hunchback's body, that I may see it." They did so, and he sat down, and taking the hunchback's head in his lap, looked at his face and laughed till he fell backward. Then said he, "To every death there is a cause, but the story of this hunchback deserves to be recorded in letters of gold." The bystanders were astounded at his words, and the king wondered and said to him, "O silent man, explain thy words to us." "O king of the age," replied the barber, "by thy munificence, there is yet life in this hunchback." Then he pulled out from his girdle a barber's budget, whence he took a pot of ointment and anointed therewith the neck of the hunchback and its veins. Then he took out a pair of tweezers, and thrusting them down the hunchback's throat, drew out the piece of fish and its bone, soaked in blood. Thereupon the hunchback sneezed and sat up, and passing his hand over his face, exclaimed, "I testify that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is his apostle." At this all present wondered, and the king laughed, till he fainted, and so did the others. Then said the king, "By Allah, this is the most wonderful thing I ever saw. O Muslims, O soldiers all, did you ever in your lives see a man die and come to life again? For verily, had not God vouchsafed him this barber to be the cause of his preservation, he had been dead." "By Allah," said they, "this is a wonder of wonders." Then the king caused the whole history to be recorded and laid up in the royal treasury, after which he bestowed splendid dresses of honor on the Jew, the broker, and the controller, and sent them away. Then he gave the tailor a costly dress of honor and appointed him his own tailor, with a suitable stipend, and made peace between him and the hunchback, on whom he also bestowed a rich and fair dress of honor and made him his boon companion, appointing him due allowances. As for the barber, he made him a like present and appointed him state barber and one of his boon companions, assigning him regular allowances and a fixed salary. And they all ceased not from the enjoyment of all the delights and comforts of life, till there overtook them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Narrated Ali and the damsel Enis el-Jealous. There was once a king in Basora who cherished the poor and needy and loved his subjects and bestowed of his wealth on those who believed in Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, and he was even as the poet hath described him. A king who, when the hostile hosts assault him in the field, smites them and hews them, limb from limb, with trenchant sword and spear. Full many a character of red he writes upon the breasts what time the mailed horsemen break before his wild career. His name was King Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini, and he had two viziers, one called Nu'man ben Sawa and the other Fezl ben Kakan. Fezl was the most generous man of his time, noble and upright of life, all hearts concurred in loving him, and the wise complied with his counsel, whilst all the people wished him long life, for that he was a compend of good qualities, encouraging good and preventing evil and mischief. The vizier Muin, on the contrary, was a hater of mankind and loved not good, being indeed altogether evil, even as says of him the poet. Look thou consort with the generous sons of the Genrouse, for lo! The generous sons of the Genrouse beget the Genrouse. I trow. And let the mean-minded men, sons of the mean-minded, go, for the mean-minded, sons of the mean, beget none other than so. And as much as the people loved Fezzle, so much did they hate Muin. It befell one day, that the king, being seated on his throne, with his officers of state about him, called his vizier Fezzle and said to him, I wish to have a slave girl of unsurpassed beauty, perfect in grace and symmetry and endowed with all praiseworthy qualities. Said the courtiers, such a girl is not to be had for less than 10,000 dinars, whereupon the king cried out to his treasurer and bade him carry 10,000 dinars to Fezzle's house. The treasurer did so, and the vizier went away, after the king had charged him to go to the market every day and employ brokers and had given orders that no girl worth more than 1,000 dinars should be sold, without being first shown to the vizier. Accordingly, the brokers brought him all the girls that came into their hands, but none pleased him, till one day a broker came to his house and found him mounting his horse, to go to the palace, so he caught hold of his stirrup and repeated the following verses. O thou whose bounties have restored the uses of the state, O vizier helped of heaven, whose acts are ever fortunate. Thou hast revived the virtues all were dead among the folk. May God's acceptance evermore on thine endeavors wait. Then said he, O my lord, she for whom the august mandate was issued is here. Bring her to me, replied the vizier. So he went away and returned in a little with a damsel of elegant shape, swelling-breasted, with melting black eyes and smooth cheeks, slender-waisted and heavy-hipped, clad in the richest of clothes. The dew of her lips was sweeter than syrup, her shape more symmetrical than the bending branch and her speech softer than the morning zephyr, even as says one of those who have described her. A wonder of beauty. Her face full moon of the palace sky, of a tribe of gazelles and wild cows the dearest and most high. The lord of the empyrean hath given her pride and state, elegance, charm and a shape that with the branch may vie. She hath in the heaven of her face a cluster of 7 stars, that keep the ward of her cheek to guard it from every spy. So if one think to steal a look, the imps of her glance consume him straight with a star, that shoots from her gleaming eye. When the vizier saw her she pleased him exceedingly, so he turned to the broker and said to him, What is the price of this damsel? Her price is 10,000 dinars, replied he, and her owner swears that this sum will not cover the cost of the chicken she hath eaten, the wine she hath drunk and the dresses of honor bestowed on her teachers, for she hath learnt penmanship and grammar and lexicology and the exposition of the Quran and the rudiments of law and theology, medicine, and the calendar, as well as the art of playing on instruments of music. Then said the vizier, Bring me her master. So the broker brought him at once, and behold, he was a foreigner, who had lived so long that time had worn him to bones and skin. Quoth the vizier to him, Art thou content to sell this damsel to the Sultan for 10,000 dinars? By Allah, replied the merchant, if I made him a present of her, it were but my duty. So the vizier sent for the money and gave it to the slave dealer, who said, By the leave of our lord the vizier, I have something to say. Speak, said the vizier, and the slave dealer said, If thou wilt be ruled by me, thou wilt not carry the damsel to the king today, for she is newly off a journey, the change of air has affected her and the journey has fretted her. But let her abide in thy palace 10 days, that she may recover her good looks. Then send her to the bath and dress her in the richest of clothes and go up with her to the Sultan, and this will be more to thy profit. The vizier considered the man's advice and approved it, so he took her to his palace, where he appointed her a separate lodging and a daily allowance of meat and drink and so forth, and she abode thus a while. Now the Vizier Fezl had a son like the rising full moon, with shining visage, red cheeks covered with a tender down and a mole like a grain of ambergris, as says of him the poet and therein errs not. A moon, whose glances slay the folk, on whom he turns his eye, a branch, whose graces break all hearts, as he goes stately by. Slack as the night his browlocks are, his face the hue of gold, fair is his person, and his shape the spear shaft doth outvie. Ah me, how hard his heart, how soft and slender is his waist. Why is the softness not transferred from this to that? Why? Were but the softness of his sides made over to his heart, he'd ne'er to lovers be unjust nor leave them thus to sigh. O thou that blam'st my love of thee, excuse me rather thou, nor chide me, if my body pine for languor like to die. The fault, indeed, lies not with me, but with my heart and eye, so chide me not, but let me be in this my misery. Now he knew not the affair of the damsel, and his father had lessoned her, saying, Know, O my daughter, that I have bought thee for the bed of the king Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini, and I have a son who leaves no girl in the quarter but he has to do with her, so be on thy guard against him and beware of letting him see thy face or hear thy voice. I hear and obey, replied she, and the vizier left her and went away. Some days after this it chanced, as fate would have it, that the damsel went to the bath in the house, where some of the serving women washed her, after which she arrayed herself in rich apparel, and her beauty and grace redoubled. Then she went in to the vizier's wife and kissed her hand, and the lady said to her, May it profit thee, O Enisel jealous! How didst thou find the bath? O my lady, answered she, I lacked but thy presence there. Thereupon said the mistress to her waiting women, Come with me to the bath, for it is some days since I went thither. We hear and obey, answered they, and rose and accompanied her to the bath, after Enisel jealous had retired to her own chamber and the lady had set 2 little slave girls to keep the door, charging them to let none go into the damsel. Presently, as Enisel jealous sat resting after the bath, in came the vizier's son, whose name was Nureddin Ali, and asked after his mother and her women, to which the 2 little slaves replied that they had gone to the bath. The damsel heard Nureddin's voice and said to herself, I wonder what like is this youth, of whom his father says that there is not a girl in the quarter but he has had to do with her. By Allah, I long to see him. So she rose, fresh as she was from the bath, and going to the door, looked at Nureddin and saw that he was like the moon at its full. The sight cost her 1,000 sighs, and Nureddin, chancing to look that way, caught a glance of her that caused him also 1,000 regrets, and each fell into the snare of the other's love. Then he went up to the 2 little slaves and cried out at them, whereupon they fled before him and stood afar off to see what he would do. And behold, he went up to the door of the damsel's chamber and entering, said to her, Art thou she whom my father bought for me? Yes, answered she, whereupon Nureddin, who was heated with wine, went up to her and embraced her, whilst she wreathed her arms about his neck and met him with kisses and sighs and amorous gestures. Then he sucked her tongue and she his, and he did away her maidenhead. When the 2 little slaves saw their young master go into the damsel, they cried out and shrieked. So, as soon as he had done his desire, he rose and fled, fearing the issue of his conduct. When the vizier's wife heard the slaves' cries, she sprang up and came out of the bath, with the sweat dripping from her, saying, What is this clamor in the house? Then she came up to the 2 little slaves, and said to them, Out on you! What is the matter? Our lord Nureddin came in and beat us, answered they, so we fled and he went in to the damsel and embraced her, and we know not what he did after this, but when we cried out to thee, he fled. Thereupon, the mistress went in to Enisel jealous and inquired what had happened. O my lady, answered she, as I was sitting here, there came in a handsome young man, who said to me, Art thou she whom my father bought for me? I answered, Yes, for by Allah, O my lady, I believed that he spoke the truth, and with this he came up to me and embraced me. Did he not else with thee? Asked the lady. Yes, replied Anas el-Jealous, he took of me 3 kisses. He did not leave thee without deflowering thee, cried the vizier's wife, and fell to weeping and buffeting her face, she and her women, fearing that Nureddin's father would kill him. Whilst they were thus, in came the vizier and asked what was the matter, and his wife said to him, Swear that thou wilt hearken to what I say. It is well, replied he. So she told him what his son had done, and he was greatly afflicted and tore his clothes and buffeted his face and plucked out his beard. Do not kill thyself, said his wife, I will give thee the 10,000 dinars, her price, of my own money. But he raised his head and said to her, Out on thee. I have no need of her price, but I fear to lose both life and goods. How so? Asked his wife, and he said, Dost thou not know that yonder is our enemy Miwan ben Sawa, who, when he hears of this affair, will go up to the Sultan and say to him, Thy vizier, who thou wilt have it loves thee, had of thee 10,000 dinars and bought therewith a slave girl, whose like was never seen, but when he saw her, she pleased him and he said to his son, Take her, thou art worthier of her than the Sultan. So he took her and did away her maidenhead, and she is now with him. The king will say, Thou least. To which Miwan will reply, With thy leave, I will fall on him at unawares and bring her to thee. The king will order him to do this, and he will come down upon the house and take the damsel and bring her before the king, who will question her and she will not be able to deny what is past. Then Miwan will say, O my lord, thou knowest that I give thee true counsel, but I am not in favor with thee. Thereupon the Sultan will make an example of me, and I shall be a gazing-stock to all the people and my life will be lost. Quoth his wife, Tell none of this thing, which has happened privily, but commit thy case to God and trust in him to deliver thee from this strait. With this the vizier's heart was set at rest, and his wrath and chagrin subsided. Meanwhile, Nureddin, fearing the issue of the affair, spent the whole day in the gardens and came back by night to his mother's apartment, where he slept and rising before day, returned to the gardens. He lived thus for a whole month, not showing his face to his father, till at last his mother said to the vizier, O my lord, shall we lose our own son as well as the damsel? If things continue thus for long, the lad will flee forth from us. What is to be done? Said he, and she answered, Do thou watch this night, and when he comes, seize on him and frighten him. I will rescue him from thee and do thou then make peace with him and give him the girl, for she loves him and he her, and I will pay thee her price. So the vizier watched that night and when his son came, he seized him and throwing him down, knelt on his breast and made as if he would cut his throat, but his mother came to his succor and said to her husband, What wilt thou do with him? Quoth he, I mean to kill him. And Nureddin said to his father, Am I of so little account with thee? Whereupon the vizier's eyes filled with tears and he replied, O my son, is the loss of my goods and my life of so little account in thine eyes? Quoth Nureddin, Hear, O my father, what the poet says. Pardon me, true, I have sinned, yet the sagacious man ceases never to pardon freely the erring wight. Surely, therefore, thy foe may hope for pardon from thee, since he is in the abyss and thou on honor's height. Then the vizier rose from off his breast, saying, O my son, I forgive thee, for his heart was softened. Nureddin rose and kissed the hand of his father, who said to him, If I knew that thou wouldst deal fairly by Anas el-Jealous, I would give her to thee. O my father, replied Nureddin, how should I not deal fairly by her? Quoth the vizier, O my son, I charge thee not to take another wife nor concubine to share with her nor sell her. O my father, answered Nureddin, I swear to thee that I will do none of these things. Then he went in to the damsel and abode with her a whole year, whilst God caused the king to forget the affair. The matter, indeed, came to Muin's ears, but he dared not speak of it, by reason of the favor in which the Vizier Fezl stood with the Sultan. At the end of the year, the Vizier Fezl went one day to the bath, and coming out, whilst still in a sweat, the air smote him and he caught cold and took to his bed. His malady gained upon him and sleeplessness was long upon him, so he called his son Noureddin and said to him, O my son, know that fortune is lotted out and the term of life fixed, and needs must every soul drain the cup of death. And he repeated the following verses. I'm dead, yet glory be to him that dieth not, for that I needs must die, indeed, full well I wot. He is no king, who dies with kingship in his hand, for sovereignty belongs to him that dieth not. Then he continued, O my son, I have no charge to lay on thee, except that thou fear God and look to the issue of thine actions and cherish the damsel Enis el Jealous. O my father, said Noureddin, who is like unto thee? Indeed thou art renowned for the practice of virtue and the praying of the preachers for thee in the pulpits. Quoth Fezl, O my son, I hope for acceptance from God the Most High. Then he pronounced the two professions of the faith and was numbered among the blessed. The palace was filled with crying and lamentation, and the news of his death reached the king and the people of the city, and even the children in the schools wept for Fetzi ben Khakan. Then his son Noureddin arose and took order for his funeral, and the emirs and viziers and grandees were present, amongst them the vizier Muin ben Sawa, and as the funeral train came forth of the palace, one of the mourners recited the following verses. The 5th day I departed and left my friends alone, they laid me out and washed me upon a slab of stone. Then stripped me of the raiment that on my body was, that they might put upon me clothes other than my own. On 4 men's necks they bore me unto the place of prayer and prayed a prayer above me by no prostration known. Then in a vaulted dwelling they laid me. Though the years shall waste, its door will never be open to them thrown. When they had laid him in the earth, Noureddin returned with the folk, and he lamented with groans and tears, and the tongue of the case repeated the following verses. On the 5th day they departed in the eventide, and I took of them the last leave-taking, when they went and left me here. When they turned away and left me, lo! The soul with them did go. And I said, Return. It answered, Where, alas? Should I recur? Shall I come back to a body whence the life and blood are flown? Nothing now but bones are left it, rattling in the sepulchre. Lo! My eyes, excess of weeping hath put out their sight, I trow, and a deafness eke is fallen on my ears, I cannot hear. He abode a long while in great grief for his father, till one day, as he sat in his house, there came a knocking at the door, so he rose and opening the door, found there a man who had been one of his father's friends and boon companions. He entered and kissing Noureddin's hand, said to him, O my lord, he who has left the like of thee is not dead, and to this pass, death, came even the Lord of the first and the last. O my lord, take comfort and leave mourning. Thereupon Noureddin rose and going to the guest chamber, transported thither all that he needed. Then his friends gathered together to him, and he took his slave girl again, and collecting round him 10 of the sons of the merchants, began to eat meat and drink wine, giving entertainment after entertainment and dispensing gifts and favors with a lavish hand, till one day his steward came to him and said, O my lord Noureddin, hast thou not heard the saying, he who spends and does not reckon, becomes poor without knowing it? And he repeated the following verses. I'll hold my money fast, knowing, as well as I know, that 'tis my sword and shield against my every foe. If I should lavish it on those who love me not, my luck among the folk would change to grief and woe. So I will eat and drink my wealth for my own good, nor upon any man a single doit bestow. I will preserve with care my money from all those by nature base and true to none. 'Tis better so than that I e'er should say unto the mean of soul, lend me so much I'll pay tomorrow fivefold mo. And see my friend avert his face and turn away, leaving my soul cast down, as 'twere a dog's, I trow. Oh, what a sorry lot is his, who hath no pelf, e'en though his virtues bright like to the sun should show. O my lord, continued the steward, this lavish expense and prodigal giving waste away wealth. When Noureddin heard his steward's words, he looked at him and said, I will not hearken to one word of all thou hast said, for I have heard the following saying of the poet. If I be blessed with wealth and be not liberal with it, may my hand wither and my foot eke paralyzed remain. Show me the niggard who hath won glory by avarice. Show me the liberal man his own munificence hath slain. And he said, No, O steward, it is my desire that so long as there remains in thy hands enough for my morning meal, thou trouble me not with taking care for my evening meal. Therewith the steward went away, and Noureddin continued his extravagant way of living, and if any of his boon companions chanced to say to him, This thing is handsome, he would answer, It is thine as a gift, or if another said, O my lord, such and such a house is handsome, he would say, Take it, it is thine. In this manner he continued to live for a whole year, giving his friends a banquet in the morning and another in the evening, till one day as they were sitting together, the damsel Anis el Jealous repeated the following verses. Thou madest fair thy thought of fate, when that the days were fair, and fearedst not the unknown ills that they to thee might bring. The nights were fair and calm to thee, thou wert deceived by them, for in the peace of night is born full many a troublous thing. Just as she had finished, there came a knocking at the door, so Noureddin rose to open it, and one of his companions followed him without his knowledge. At the door he found his steward and said to him, What is the matter? Ah, my lord, replied he, what I feared for thee has come to pass. How so? Asked Noureddin, and the steward said, Know that there remains not a dirhem's worth, less nor more, in my hands. Here are registers containing an account of the original state of thy property and the way in which thou hast spent it. At this, Noureddin bowed his head and exclaimed, There is no power in no virtue but in God. When the man who had followed him secretly to spy on him heard what the steward said, he returned to his companions and said to them, Look what ye do, for Noureddin Ali is bankrupt. When Noureddin returned, they read trouble in his face, so one of them rose and said to him, O my lord, maybe thou wilt give me leave to retire? Why wilt thou go away today? Said he. My wife is brought to bed, replied the other, and I cannot be absent from her. I wish to return and see how she does. So Noureddin gave him leave, whereupon another rose and said, O my lord, I wish to go to my brother, for he circumcises his son today. And each made some excuse to retire, till they were all gone and Noureddin remained alone. Then he called his slave girl and said to her, O Anis el Jealous, hast thou seen what has befallen me? And he related to her what the steward had told him. O my lord, replied she, some nights ago I had it in my mind to speak with thee of this matter, but I heard thee reciting the following verses. If fortune be lavish to thee, look thou be lavish with it unto all classes of men, ere it escapes from thy hand. Munificence will not undo it, whilst it is constant to thee, nor, when it turneth away, will avarice force it to stand. When I heard thee speak thus, I held my peace and cared not to say aught to thee. O Anis el Jealous, said Noureddin, thou knowest that I have not expended my substance but on my friends, who have beggared me, and I think they will not leave me without help. By Allah, replied she, they will not profit thee in aught. Said he, I will rise at once and go to them and knock at their doors. Maybe I shall get of them somewhat with which I may trade and leave pleasure in merrymaking. So he rose and repaired to a certain street, where all his 10 comrades lived. He went up to the first door and knocked, whereupon a maid came out and said, "Who art thou?" "Tell thy master," replied he, "that Nureddin Ali stands at the door and says to him, 'Thy slave kisses thy hands and awaits thy bounty.'" The girl went in and told her master, who cried out at her, saying, "Go back and tell him that I am not at home." So she returned and said to Nureddin, "O my lord, my master is from home." With this, he went away, saying to himself, "Though this fellow be a whoreson knave and deny himself, another may not be so." Then he came to the second door and sent in a like message to the master of the house, who denied himself as the first had done, whereupon Nureddin repeated the following verse: "They're gone who, if before their door thou didst arrest thy feet, would on thy poverty bestow both flesh and roasted meat. And said, by Allah, I must try them all, there may be one amongst them who will stand me in the stead of the rest." So he went round to all the 10, but not one of them opened his door to him or showed himself to him or broke a cake of bread in his face, whereupon he repeated the following verses: "A man in time of affluence is like unto a tree, round which the folk collect, as long as fruit thereon they see. Till, when its burden it hath cast, they turn from it away, leave it to suffer heat and dust and all inclemency. Out on the people of this age. Perdition to them all. Since not a single one of 10 is faithful found to be." Then he returned to his slave girl, and indeed his concern was doubled, and she said to him, "O my lord, did I not tell thee that they would not profit thee aught?" "By Allah," replied he, "not one of them would show me his face or take any notice of me." "O my lord," said she, "sell some of the furniture and household stuff, little by little, and live on the proceed, against God the Most High provide." So he sold all that was in the house, till there was nothing left, when he turned to her and said, "What is to be done now?" "O my lord," replied she, "it is my advice that thou rise and take me down to the market and sell me. Thou knowest that thy father bought me for 10,000 dinars, perhaps God may help thee to near that price, and if it be his will that we be reunited, we shall meet again." "O Nsl jealous," replied Nureddin, "by Allah, I cannot endure to be parted from thee for a single hour." "By Allah, O my lord," rejoined she, "nor is it easy to me, but necessity compels, as says the poet. Necessity in life oft drives one into ways that to the courteous mind are foreign and abhorred. We do not trust our weight unto a rope, unless it be to do some thing adapted to the cord." With this, he rose to his feet and took her, whilst the tears streamed down his cheeks like rain, and he recited with the tongue of the case what follows: "Stay and vouchsafe me one more look before our parting hour, to soothe the anguish of a heart well nigh for reverence slain. Yet, if it irk thee anywise to grant my last request, far rather let me die of love than cause thee aught of pain." Then he went down to the market and delivered the damsel to a broker, to whom he said, "O Hajj Hassan, I would have thee note the value of her thou hast to offer for sale." "O my lord Nureddin," replied the broker, "I have not forgotten my business. Is not this Nsl jealous, whom thy father bought of me for 10,000 dinars? Yes, said Nureddin. Then the broker went round to the merchants, but found they were not all assembled, so he waited till the rest had arrived, and the market was full of all kinds of female slaves, Turks and Franks and Circassians and Abyssinians and Nubians and Egyptians and Tartars and Greeks and Georgians and others, when he came forward and said, O merchants! O men of wealth! Every round thing is not a walnut, nor every long thing a banana, everything red is not meat, nor everything white fat. O merchants, I have here this unique pearl, this unvalued jewel. What price shall I set on her? Say 4,500 dinars, cried one. So the broker opened the biddings for her at that sum, and as he was yet calling, behold, the vizier Mu'in ben Sawa passed through the market, and seeing Nureddin standing in a corner, said to himself, "What doth the son of Khakan here? Has this gallows bird aught left to buy girls withal?" Then he looked round, and seeing the broker crying out and the merchants round him, said to himself, "Doubtless he is ruined and has brought the damsel Enis el Jealous hither to sell her. What a solace to my heart!" Then he called the crier, who came up and kissed the ground before him, and he said to him, "Show me the girl thou art crying for sale." The broker dared not cross him, so he answered, "O my lord, in the name of God," and brought the damsel and showed her to him. She pleased him, and he said, "O Hassan, what is bidden for this damsel?" 4,500 dinars, replied the broker, as an upset price. Quoth the vizier, "I take that bid on myself." When the merchants heard this, they hung back and dared not bid another dirham, knowing what they did of the vizier's tyranny. Then Mu'in looked at the broker and said to him, "What ails thee to stand still? Go and offer 4,000 dinars for her, and the 500 shall be for thyself." So the broker went to Nureddin and said to him, "O my lord, thy slave is gone for nothing." "How so?" said he. The broker answered, "We had opened the biddings for her at 4,500 dinars, when that tyrant Mu'in ben Sawa passed through the market, and when he saw the damsel, she pleased him, and he said to me, 'Call me the buyer for 4,000 dinars, and thou shalt have 500 for thyself.' I doubt not but he knows she belongs to thee, and if he would pay thee down her price at once, it were well, but I know, of his avarice and outright, he will give thee a written order on some of his agents, and will send after thee to say to them, 'Give him nothing.' So as often as thou shalt go to seek the money, they will say, 'We will pay thee presently,' and so they will put thee off day after day, for all thy high spirit, till at last, when they are tired of thine importunity, they will say, 'Show us the bill.' Then, as soon as they get hold of it, they will tear it up, and so thou wilt lose the girl's price." When Nureddin heard this, he looked at the broker and said to him, "What is to be done?" "I will give thee a counsel," answered he, "which if thou follow, it will be greatly to thine advantage." "What is that?" asked Nureddin. "Do thou come to me presently," said the broker, "when I am standing in the midst of the market, and taking the girl from my hand, give her a cuff and say to her, 'O baggage, I have kept my vow and brought thee down to the market, because I swore that I would put thee up for sale and make the brokers cry thee.' If thou do this, it may be the device will impose upon the vizier and the folk, and they will believe that thou broughtest her not to the market but for the quittance of thine oath." "This is a good counsel," said Nureddin. Then the broker left him, and returning to the midst of the market, took the damsel by the hand, then beckoned to Mu'in and said to him, "O my lord, here comes her owner." With this up came Nureddin, and snatching the girl from the broker, gave her a cuff and said to her, "Out on thee, thou baggage! I have brought thee down to the market for the quittance of my oath, so now begone home, and look that thou cross me not again. Out on thee! Do I need thy price, that I should sell thee? The furniture of my house would fetch many times thy value, if I sold it." When Mu'in saw this, he said to Nureddin, "Out on thee! Hast thou aught left to sell?" And he made to lay violent hands on him, but the merchants interposed, for they all loved Nureddin, and the latter said to them, "Behold, I am in your hands, and ye all know his tyranny." "By Allah," exclaimed the vizier, "but for you, I would have killed him." Then all the merchants signed to Nureddin with their eyes, as who should say, "Work thy will of him, not one of us will come betwixt him and thee." Whereupon Nureddin, who was a stout-hearted fellow, went up to the vizier, and dragging him from his saddle, threw him to the ground. Now there was in that place a mortar pit, into the midst of which he fell, and Nureddin fell to cuffing and pummeling him, and one of the blows smote his teeth, dyeing his beard with his blood. There were with the vizier 10 armed slaves, who, seeing their master thus evil entreated, clapped their hands to their swords and would have drawn them and fallen on Nureddin, to kill him. But the bystanders said to them, "This is a vizier and that a vizier's son, it may be they will make peace with one another anon, in which case you will have gotten the hatred of both of them. Or a blow may fall on your lord, and you will all die the foulest of deaths, so you would do wisely not to interfere." So they held aloof, and when Nureddin had made an end of beating the vizier, he took his slave girl and went home, and Muin rose, with his white clothes dyed of 3 colors with black mud, red blood, and ashes. When he saw himself in this plight, he put a halter round his neck and taking a bundle of coarse grass in either hand, went up to the palace and standing under the king's windows, cried out, "O king of the age, I am a man aggrieved." So they brought him before the sultan, who looked at him and knowing him for his chief vizier, asked who had entreated him thus. Whereupon he wept and sobbed and repeated the following verses. "Shall fortune oppress me, and that in thy day, O king? Shall wolves devour me, whilst thou art a lion proud? Shall all that are thirsty drink of thy water tanks, and shall I thirst in thy courts, whilst thou art a rain-fraught cloud? O my lord," continued he, "thus fare all who love and serve thee." "Make haste," said the Sultan, "and tell me how this happened and who hath dealt thus with thee, whose honor is a part of my own honor." "Know then, O my lord," replied the vizier, "that I went out this day to the slave market to buy me a cookmaid, when I saw in the bazaar a damsel, whose like for beauty I never beheld. She pleased me and I thought to buy her for our lord the Sultan, so I asked the broker of her and her owner, and he replied, 'She belongs to Nureddin Ali son of Fezl ben Khakan.' Now our lord the Sultan aforetime gave his father 10,000 dinars to buy him a handsome slave girl, and he bought therewith this damsel, who pleased him, so that he grudged her to our lord the Sultan and gave her to his own son. When Fezl died, his son sold all that he possessed of houses and gardens and household stuff and squandered the price, till he became penniless. Then he brought the girl down to the market, to sell her, and handed her to the broker, who cried her and the merchants bid for her, till her price reached 4,000 dinars, whereupon I said to myself, I will buy her for our lord the Sultan, for it was his money that paid for her. So I said to Nureddin, O my son, sell her to me for 4,000 dinars. He looked at me and replied, O pestilent old man, I will sell her to a Jew or a Christian rather than to thee. I do not buy her for myself, said I, but for our lord and benefactor the Sultan. When he heard my words, he flew into a passion and dragging me off my horse, for all I am an old man, beat me till he left me as thou sayest, and all this has befallen me but because I thought to buy the girl for thee. Then the vizier threw himself on the ground and lay there, weeping and trembling. When the Sultan saw his condition and heard his story, the vein of anger started out between his eyes, and he turned to his guards, who stood before him, 40 swordsmen, and said to them, Go down at once to the house of Nureddin ben Fezl, and sack it and raze it, then take him and the damsel and drag them hither with their hands bound behind them. We hear and obey, answered they, and arming themselves, set out for Nureddin's house. Now there was with the Sultan a man called Ilmeddin Senjer, who had aforetime been servant to Nureddin's father Fezl ben Khakan, but had left his service for that of the Sultan, who had advanced him to be one of his chamberlains. When he heard the Sultan's order and saw the enemies intent upon killing his master's son, it was grievous to him, so he went out from before the Sultan and mounting his steed, rode to Nureddin's house and knocked at the door. Nureddin came out and knowing him, would have saluted him, but he said, O my lord, this is no time for greeting or converse. O Ilmeddin, asked Nureddin, what is the matter? Arise and flee for your lives, thou and the damsel, replied he, for Muin ben Sawa hath laid a snare for you, and if you fall into his hands, he will kill you. The Sultan hath dispatched 40 swordsmen against you, and I counsel you flee ere evil overtake you. Then Senjer put his hand to his pouch and finding there 40 dinars, took them and gave them to Nureddin, saying, O my lord, take these and journey with them. If I had more, I would give them to thee, but this is no time to take exception. So Nureddin went in to the damsel and told her what had happened, at which she wrung her hands. Then they went out at once from the city, and God let down the veil of his protection over them, so that they reached the river bank, where they found a ship about to sail. Her captain stood in the waist, saying, Whoso has aught to do, whether in the way of victualling or taking leave of his friends, or who has forgotten any necessary thing, let him do it at once and return, for we are about to sail. And everyone said, O captain, we have nothing left to do. Whereupon he cried out to his crew, saying, Ho, there! Cast off the moorings and pull up the pickets. Quoth Nureddin, Whither bound, O captain? To the abode of peace, Baghdad, replied he. So Nureddin and the damsel embarked with him, and they launched out and spread the sails, and the ship sped forth, as she were a bird in full flight, even as says right well the poet. Look at a ship, how ravishing a sight she is and fair. In her swift course she doth outstrip the breezes of the air. She seems as 'twere a scudding bird that, lighting from the sky, doth on the surface of the stream with outspread pinions fare. Meanwhile the king's officers came to Nureddin's house and breaking open the doors, entered and searched the whole place, but could find no trace of him and the damsel, so they demolished the house and returning to the Sultan, told him what they had done, whereupon he said, Make search for them, wherever they are. And they answered, We hear and obey. Then he bestowed upon the vizier Miwan a dress of honor and said to him, None shall avenge thee but myself. So Miwan's heart was comforted and he wished the king long life and returned to his own house. Then the Sultan caused proclamation to be made in the town, saying, O all ye people! It is the will of our lord the Sultan that whoso happens on Nureddin Ali ben Khakan and brings him to the Sultan shall receive a dress of honor and 1,000 dinars, and he who conceals him or knows his abiding place and informs not thereof, deserves the exemplary punishment that shall befall him. So search was made for Nureddin, but they could find neither trace nor news of him, and meantime he and the damsel sailed on with a fair wind, till they arrived safely at Baghdad, and the captain said to them, This is Baghdad, and it is a city of safety, the winter hath departed from it, with its cold, and the season of the spring is come, with its roses, its trees are in blossom and its streams flowing. So Nureddin landed, he and the damsel, and giving the captain 5 dinars, walked on a while, till chance brought them among the gardens, and they came to a place swept and sprinkled, with long benches on either hand and hanging pots full of water. Overhead was a trellis work of canes shading the whole length of the alley, and at the further end was the door of a garden, but this was shut. By Allah, said Nureddin to the damsel, this is a pleasant place. And she answered, O my lord, let us sit down on these benches and rest a while. So they mounted and sat down on the benches, after having washed their faces and hands, and the air smote on them and they fell asleep, glory be to him who never sleeps. Now the garden in question was called the Garden of Delight, and therein stood a pavilion called the Pavilion of Pictures, belonging to the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, who used, when sad at heart, to repair thither and there sit. In this pavilion were 80 windows and 80 hanging lamps, and in the midst a great chandelier of gold. When the Caliph entered, he was wont to have all the windows opened and to order his boon companion Isaac ben Ibrahim and the slave girls to sing, till his care left him and his heart was lightened. Now the keeper of the garden was an old man by name Ghaffar Ibrahim, and he had found, from time to time, on going out on his occasions, idlers taking their case with courtesans in the alley leading to the door of the garden, at which he was sore enraged, so he complained to the Caliph, who said, Whomsoever thou findest at the door of the garden, do with him as thou wilt. As chance would have it, He had occasion to go abroad that very day and found these two sleeping at the gate, covered with one veil, whereupon, by Allah, said he, this is fine. These two know not that the Caliph has given me leave to kill anyone whom I may catch at the door of the garden, but I will give them a sound drubbing, that none may come near the gate in future. So he cut a green palm stick and went out to them, and raising his arm, till the whiteness of his armpit appeared, was about to lay onto them, when he bethought himself and said, O Ibrahim, wilt thou beat them, knowing not their case? Maybe they are strangers or wayfarers, and destiny hath led them hither. I will uncover their faces and look on them. So he lifted up the veil from their faces and said, They are a handsome pair. It were not fitting that I should beat them. Then he covered their faces again, and going to Nureddin's feet, began to rub them, whereupon the young man awoke, and seeing an old man of venerable appearance rubbing his feet, was abashed, and drawing them in, sat up, then took Ibrahim's hand and kissed it. Quoth the old man, O my son, whence art thou? O my lord, replied Nureddin, we are strangers. And the tears started to his eyes. O my son, said Ibrahim, know that the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hath charged us to be hospitable to strangers. Wilt thou not rise, O my son, and pass into the garden and take thy pleasure therein and gladden thy heart? O my lord, said Nureddin, to whom does the garden belong? And he replied, O my son, I inherited it from my family. Now his object in saying this was to put them at their ease and induce them to enter the garden. So Nureddin thanked him and rose, he and the damsel, and followed him into the garden. They entered through a gateway, vaulted like a gallery and overhung with vines bearing grapes of various colors, the red like rubies and the black like ebony, and passing under a bower of trellised boughs, found themselves in a garden, and what a garden! There were fruit trees growing singly and in clusters, and birds warbling melodiously on the branches, whilst the thousand-voiced nightingale repeated the various strains. The turtle-dove filled the place with her cooing, and there sang the blackbird, with its warble like a human voice, and the ring-dove, with her notes like a drinker exhilarated with wine. The trees were laden with all manner of ripe fruits, two of each, the apricot in its various kinds, camphor and almond in that of Khurasan, the plum, whose color is as that of fair women, the cherry, that does away discoloration of the teeth, and the fig of three colors, red and white and green. There bloomed the flower of the bitter orange, as it were pearls and coral, the rose whose redness puts to shame the cheeks of the fair, the violet, like sulphur on fire by night, the myrtle, the gillyflower, the lavender, the peony, and the blood-red anemone. The leaves were jeweled with the tears of the clouds, the chamomile smiled with her white petals like a lady's teeth, and the narcissus looked at the rose with her negro's eyes, the citron shone like cups and the limes like balls of gold, and the earth was carpeted with flowers of all colors, for the spring was come and the place beamed with its brightness, whilst the birds sang and the stream rippled and the breeze blew softly, for the attemperance of the air. Ibrahim carried them up into the pavilion, and they gazed on its beauty and on the lamps aforesaid in the windows, and Nureddin called to mind his banquetings of time past and said, By Allah, this is a charming place. Then they sat down and the gardener set food before them, and they ate their fill and washed their hands, after which Nureddin went up to one of the windows and calling the damsel, fell to gazing on the trees laden with all manner of fruits. Then he turned to the gardener and said to him, O Gaffer Ibrahim, hast thou no drink here, for folk used to drink after eating? The old man brought him some fresh sweet cold water, but he said, This is not the kind of drink I want. Belike, said Ibrahim, thou wishest for wine? I do, replied Nureddin. God preserve me from it, said the old man. It is 13 years since I did this thing, for the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, cursed its drinker, its presser, its seller, and its carrier. Hear 2 words from me, said Nureddin. Say on, replied Ibrahim. If, said Nureddin, that unlucky ass there be cursed, will any part of the curse fall on thee? Not so, replied the old man. Then, said Nureddin, take this dinar and these 2 dirhams and mount the ass and stop at a distance, from the wine shop, then call the first man thou sayest buying, and say to him, take these 2 dirhams and buy me this dinar's worth of wine and set it on the ass. Thus thou wilt be neither the purchaser nor the carrier of the wine, and no part of the curse will fall on thee. At this the gardener laughed and said, O my son, never have I seen one readier witted than thou, nor heard aught sweeter than thy speech. So he did as Nureddin had said, and the latter thanked him, saying, We are dependent on thee, and it is only fitting that thou comply with our wishes, so bring us what we require. O my son, replied he, there is my buttery before thee. Now this was the storeroom provided for the commander of the faithful. Enter and take what thou wilt, there is more there than thou needest. So Nureddin entered the pantry and found therein vessels of gold and silver and crystal, encrusted with all kinds of jewels, and was amazed and delighted at what he saw. Then he took what he wanted and set it on and poured the wine into flagons and decanters, whilst Ibrahim brought them fruits and flowers and withdrew and sat down at a distance. So they drank and made merry, till the wine got the mastery of them, so that their cheeks flushed and their eyes sparkled and their hair became dishevelled. Then said Ibrahim to himself, What ails me to sit apart? Why should I not sit with them? When shall I find myself in company with the like of these 2, who are like 2 moons? So he came and sat down at the corner of the dais, and Nureddin said to him, O my lord, my life on thee, come and sit with us. So he came and sat by them, and Nureddin filled a cup and said to him, Drink, that thou mayst know the flavor of it. God forbid, replied he. I have not done such a thing these 13 years. Nureddin did not press him, but drank off the cup, and throwing himself on the ground, feigned to be overcome with drunkenness. Then said the damsel, O Ghaffar Ibrahim, see how he serves me. O my lady, replied he, what ails him? This is how he always treats me, said she, he drinks a while, then falls asleep and leaves me alone, with none to bear me company over my cup nor to whom I may sing whilst he drinks. By Allah, said he, and indeed her words touched his heart and made his soul incline to her, this is not well. Then she looked at him and filling a cup said to him, I conjure thee, on my life, not to refuse me, but take this cup and drink it off and solace my heart. So he took it and drank it off, and she filled a second cup and set it on the chandelier, saying, O my lord, there is still this one left for thee. By Allah, I cannot take it, answered he, that which I have drunk suffices me. By Allah, said she, thou must indeed drink it. So he took the cup and drank, and she filled him a third cup, which he took and was about to drink, when behold, Nureddin opened his eyes and sitting up, exclaimed, Hello, Ghaffar Ibrahim, what is this? Did I not adjure thee just now, and thou refused, saying, I have not done such a thing these 13 years? By Allah, replied he, and indeed he was abashed, it is her fault, not mine. Nureddin laughed and they sat down again to carouse, but the damsel turned to Nureddin and whispered to him, O my lord, drink and do not press him, and I will show thee some sport with him. Then she began to fill her master's cup and he to fill to her, and so they did time after time, till at last Ibrahim looked at them and said, What manner of good fellowship is this? God's malison on the glutton who keeps the cup to himself. Why dost thou not give me to drink, O my brother? What manners are these, O blessed one? At this they laughed till they fell backward. Then they drank and gave him to drink and ceased not to carouse thus, till a third part of the night was past. Then said the damsel, O Ghaffar Ibrahim, with thy leave, I will light one of these candles. Do so, said he, but light no more than one. So she rose and beginning with one candle, lighted fourscore and sat down again. Presently Noureddin said, O Ghaffar Ibrahim, how stands my favor with thee? May I not light one of these lamps? Light one, replied he, and plague me no more. So Noureddin rose and lighted one lamp after another, till he had lighted the whole 80, and the palace seemed to dance with light. Quoth Ibrahim, and indeed intoxication had mastered him, ye are more active than I. Then he rose and opened all the windows and sat down again, and they fell to carousing and reciting verses, till the place rang with their mirth. Now as God the All-Powerful, who appointeth a cause to everything, had decreed, the Caliph was at that moment seated at one of the windows of his palace, overlooking the Tigris, in the light of the moon. He saw the luster of the candles and lamps reflected in the river, and lifting his eyes, perceived that it came from the garden palace, which was in a blaze with light. So he called Ja'far the Barmecide and said to him, O dog of a vizier, has the city of Baghdad been taken from me, and thou hast not told me? What words are these? Said Ja'far. If Baghdad were not taken from me, rejoined the Caliph, the pavilion of pictures would not be illuminated with lamps and candles, nor would its windows be open. Out on thee! Who would dare to do this except the caliphate were taken from me? Quoth Ja'far, and indeed he trembled in every limb, who told thee that the pavilion was illuminated and the windows open. Come hither and look, replied the Caliph. So Ja'far came to the window, and looking towards the garden, saw the pavilion flaming with light, in the darkness of the night, and thinking that this might be by the leave of the keeper, for some good reason of his own, was minded to make an excuse for him. So he said, O Commander of the Faithful, Ghaffar Ibrahim said to me last week, O my lord Ja'far, I desire to circumcise my sons during thy life and that of the Commander of the Faithful. What dost thou want? Asked I, and he said, Get me leave from the Caliph to hold the festival in the pavilion. So I said to him, Go, circumcise them, and I will see the Caliph and tell him. So he went away, and I forgot to tell thee. O Ja'far, said the Caliph, thou hast committed 2 offences against me, first, in that thou didst not tell me, secondly, in that thou didst not give the old man what he sought, for he only came and told thee this, by way of hinting a request for some small matter of money, to help him out with the expenses, and thou gavest him nothing nor toldest me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, I forgot. By the virtue of my forefathers, rejoined the Caliph, I will not pass the rest of the night but with him, for he is a pious man, who consorts with the elders of the faith and the fakirs. Doubtless they are now assembled with him, and it may be that the prayer of one of them may profit us both in this world and the next. Besides, my presence will advantage him, and he will be pleased. O Commander of the Faithful, objected Ja'far, the night is far spent, and they will now be about to break up. It matters not, replied the Caliph, I must and will go to them. And Ja'far was silent, being perplexed and knowing not what to do. Then the Caliph rose to his feet, and taking with him Ja'far and Mesra the eunuch, they all 3 disguised themselves as merchants, and leaving the palace, walked on through the by-streets till they came to the garden. The Caliph went up to the gate, and finding it open, was surprised, and said to the vizier, Look, Ja'far, how Ghaffar Ibrahim has left the gate open to this hour, contrary to his wont. They entered and walked on till they came under the pavilion, when the Caliph said, O Ja'far, I wish to look in upon them privily before I join them, that I may see what they are about, for up to now I hear no sound nor any fakir naming God. Then he looked about, and seeing a tall walnut tree, said to Ja'far, I will climb this tree, for its branches come near the windows, and so look in upon them. So he mounted the tree and climbed from branch to branch, till he reached a bough that came up to one of the windows. On this he seated himself, and looking in at the window, saw a young lady and a young man as they were 2 moons, glory be to him who created them and fashioned them, and by them Ghaffur Ibrahim seated, with a cup in his hand, saying, O Princess of fair ones, drink without music is nothing worth. Indeed I have heard a poet say, pass round the wine in the great and the small cup too, and take the bowl from the hands of the shining moon. But without music, I charge you, forbear to drink, for sure I see even horses drink to a whistled tune. When the Caliph saw this, the vein of anger started out between his eyes, and he descended and said to the vizier, O Ja'far, never saw I men of piety in such a case. Do thou mount this tree and look upon them, lest the benizons of the devout escape thee. So Ja'far climbed up, perplexed at these words, and looking in, saw Nureddin and the damsel and Ghaffur Ibrahim with a cup in his hand. At this sight, he made sure of ruin, and descending, stood before the commander of the faithful, who said to him, O Ja'far, praised be God who hath made us of those who observe the external forms of the divine ordinances. Ja'far could make no answer for excess of confusion, and the Caliph continued, I wonder how these people came hither and who admitted them into my pavilion. But the like of the beauty of this youth and this girl my eyes never beheld. Thou art right, O commander of the faithful, replied Ja'far, hoping to propitiate him. Then said the Caliph, O Ja'far, let us both mount the branch that overlooks the window, that we may amuse ourselves with looking at them. So they both climbed the tree, and looking in, heard Ibrahim say, O my lady, I have laid aside gravity in drinking wine, but this is not thoroughly delectable without the melodious sound of the strings. By Allah, replied Enes el-Jealous, if we had but some musical instrument, our joy would be complete. When the old man heard what she said, he rose to his feet, and the Caliph said to Ja'far, I wonder what he is going to do. I know not, replied Ja'far. Then Ibrahim went out and returned with a lute, and the Caliph looked at it and knew it for that of Isaac the boon companion. By Allah, said he, if this damsel sing ill, I will crucify you, all of you, but if she sing well, I will pardon them and crucify thee. God grant she may sing ill, said Ja'far. Why so? asked the Caliph. Because, replied Ja'far, if thou crucify us all together, we shall keep each other company. The Caliph laughed at his speech. Then the damsel took the lute and tuning it, played a measure which made all hearts yearn to her, then sang the following verses. O ye that to help unhappy lovers are fain! We burn with the fire of love and longing in vain. Whatever ye do, we merit it, see, we cast ourselves on your roof. Do not exult in our pain. For we are children of sadness and low estate. Do with us what you will, we will not complain. What were your glory to slay us within your courts? Our fear is but lest you sin in working us bane. By Allah, said the Caliph, it is good, O Ja'far. Never in my life have I heard so enchanting a voice. Belike, said Ja'far, the Caliph's wrath hath departed from him. Yes, said the Caliph, it is gone. Then they descended from the tree, and the Caliph said to Ja'far, I wish to go in and sit with them and hear the damsel sing before me. O commander of the faithful, replied Ja'far, if thou go in to them, they will most like be troubled, and Ghaffur Ibrahim will assuredly die of fright. O Ja'far, said the Caliph, thou must teach me some device, whereby I may foregather with them, without being known of them. So they walked on towards the Tigris, considering of this affair, and presently came upon a fisherman standing fishing under the windows of the pavilion. Now some time before this, the Caliph, being in the pavilion, had called to Ghaffur Ibrahim and said to him, What is this noise I hear under the windows? It is the voices of the fishermen fishing, answered he, and the Caliph commanded him to go down and forbid them to resort thither, so the fishermen were forbidden to fish there. However, that night a fisherman named Karam, happening to pass by and seeing the garden gate open, said to himself, This is a time of negligence, I will take advantage of it to fish." So he went in, but had hardly cast his net, when the Caliph came up alone and standing behind him, knew him and called out to him, saying, "O Karam!" The fisherman, hearing himself called by his name, turned round, and seeing the Caliph, trembled in every limb and exclaimed, "O Commander of the Faithful, I did it not in mockery of the edict, but poverty and distress drove me to what thou sayest." Quoth the Caliph, "Make a cast in my name." At this the fisherman was glad, and going to the bank, cast his net, then waiting till it had spread out to the utmost and settled down, pulled it up and found in it various kinds of fish. The Caliph was pleased and said, "O Karam, put off thy clothes." So he put off a gown of coarse woolen stuff, patched in 100 places and full of disgusting vermin, and a turban that had not been unwound for 3 years, but to which he had sewn every rag he came across. The Caliph pulled off his cassock and mantle and 2 vests of Alexandria and Baalbek silk, and saying to the fisherman, "Take these and put them on," donned the latter's gown and turban and tied a chin band round the lower part of his face. Then said he to the fisherman, "Go about thy business." So he kissed the Caliph's feet and thanked him and recited the following verses. "Thou hast heaped benefits on me, past all that I could crave. My tongue suffices not to praise thy goodness to thy slave. So I will thank thee whilst I live, and when I come to die, my very bones shall never cease to thank thee in the grave." Hardly had he finished, when the lice began to crawl over the skin of the Caliph, who fell to snatching them with either hand from his neck and throwing them down, exclaiming, "Out on thee, O fisherman, this gown is swarming with vermin." "O my lord," replied the fisherman, "they torment thee just now, but before a week has passed, thou wilt not feel them nor think of them." The Caliph laughed and said, "Out on thee! Dost thou think I mean to leave this gown on my body?" "O my lord," said the fisherman, "I desire to say one word to thee." "Say on," answered the Caliph. "It occurs to me, O Commander of the Faithful," said the fisherman, "that if thou wish to learn hunting, so thou mayst have an useful trade ready to thy hand, this gown will be the very thing for thee." The Caliph laughed, and the fisherman went his way. Then the Caliph took up the basket of fish, and laying a little grass over it, carried it to Jafar and stood before him. Jafar, concluding that it was Karam the fisherman, was alarmed for him and said, "O Karam, what brings thee hither? Flee for thy life, for the Caliph is in the garden tonight, and if he see thee, thou wilt lose thy head." At this the Caliph laughed, and Jafar knew him and said, "Surely thou art our lord the Caliph?" "Yes, O Jafar," replied he. "And thou art my vizier, and I came hither with thee, yet thou knewest me not, so how should Ghaffar Ibrahim know me, and he drunk? Stay here, till I come back." "I hear and obey," answered Jafar. Then the Caliph went up to the door of the pavilion and knocked softly, whereupon said Nureddin, "O Ghaffar Ibrahim, someone knocks at the door." "Who is at the door?" cried the old man, and the Caliph replied, "It is I, O Ghaffar Ibrahim." "Who art thou?" asked the gardener. "I, Karam the fisherman," rejoined the Caliph. "I hear thou hast company, so I've brought thee some fine fish." When Nureddin heard the mention of fish, he was glad, he and the damsel, and they both said to Ibrahim, "O my lord, open the door and let him bring the fish in to us." So he opened the door, and the Caliph entered, in his fisherman's disguise, and began by saluting them. Quoth Ibrahim, "Welcome to the brigand, the robber, the gambler. Let us see thy fish." So the Caliph showed them the fish, and behold, they were still alive and moving, whereupon the damsel exclaimed, "O my lord, these are indeed fine fish. Would that they were fried." "By Allah, O my mistress," replied Ibrahim, "thou art right." Then said he to the Caliph, "O fisherman, why didst thou not bring us the fish ready fried?" Go now and fry them and bring them to us. It shall be done at once, answered he. Said they, Be quick about it. So he went out, running, and coming up to Jaffer, cried out, Hello, Jaffer. Here am I, O commander of the faithful, replied he. They want the fish fried, said the Caliph. O commander of the faithful, answered Jaffer, give it to me and I will fry it for them. By the tombs of my forefathers, said the Caliph, none shall fry it but I, with my own hand. So he repaired to the keeper's hut, where he searched and found all that he required, even to salt and saffron and marjoram and so forth. Then he laid the fish on the frying pan and setting it on the brazier, fried them handsomely. When they were done, he laid them on a banana leaf, and gathering some lemons from the garden, carried the dish to the pavilion and set it before them. So Noureddin and the damsel and Ibrahim came forward and ate, after which they washed their hands, and Noureddin said to the Caliph, O fisherman, thou hast done us a right welcome service this night. Then he put his hand to his pouch and taking out 3 of the dinars that Senjer had given him, said, O fisherman, excuse me. By Allah, had I known thee before that which has lately befallen me, I had done away the bitterness of poverty from thy heart, but take this as an earnest of my good will. Then he threw the dinars to the Caliph, who took them and kissed them and put them up. Now the Caliph's sole desire in all this was to hear the damsel sing, so he said to Noureddin, O my lord, thou hast rewarded me munificently, but I beg of thy great bounty that thou wilt let this damsel sing an air, that I may hear her. So Noureddin said, O Anas el-Jealous. Yes, replied she. And he said, My life on thee, sing us something for the sake of this fisherman, for he wishes to hear thee. So she took the lute and struck the strings, after she had tuned them, and sang the following verses. The fingers of the lovely maid went wandering o'er the lute, and many a soul to ravishment its music did compel. She sang, and lo, her singing cured the deaf man of his ill, and he that erst was dumb exclaimed, Thou hast indeed done well. Then she played again, so admirably that she ravished their wits, and sang the following verses. Thou honor dsts, when thou didst in our land alight, thy lustre hath dispelled the moonless midnight gloom. Wherefore with camphor white and rosewater and muscat e'en behoveth us our dwelling to perfume. At this the Caliph was agitated and so overcome with emotion that he was not master of himself for excess of delight, and he exclaimed, By Allah, it is good. By Allah, it is good. By Allah, it is good. Quoth Noureddin, O fisherman, doth this damsel please thee? Aye, by Allah, replied he. Whereupon said Noureddin, I make thee a present of her, the present of a generous man who does not go back on his giving nor will revoke his gift. Then he sprang to his feet and taking a mantle, threw it over the pretended fisherman and bade him take the damsel and be gone. But she looked at him and said, O my lord, art thou going away without bidding me adieu? If it must be so, at least, stay whilst I bid thee farewell and make known my case. And she repeated the following verses. I am filled full of longing, pain and memory and dole, till I for languor am become a body without soul. Say not to me, beloved one, thou wilt grow consoled for me, when such affliction holds the heart, what is there can console? If that a creature in his tears could swim as in a sea, I to do this of all that breathe were surely first and sole. O thou, the love of whom doth fill my heart and overflow, even when wine, with water mixed, fills up the brimming bowl. O thou for whom desire torments my body and my sprite. This severance is the thing I feared was writ on fortune's scroll. O thou, whose love from out my heart shall never more depart, O son of Khakan, thou my wish, my hope unshared and whole. On my account thou didst transgress against our Lord and King, and leftst thy native land for me, to seek a foreign goal. Thou givest me unto Karam, may he for I be praised. And may Th Almighty for my loss my dearest Lord console. When she had finished, Nureddin answered her by repeating the following. She bade me adieu on the day of our parting and said, whilst for anguish she wept and she sighed, Ah, what wilt thou do, when from me thou art severed? Ask that of the man who'll survive, I replied. When the Caliph heard what she said in her verses, Thou hast given me to Karam, his interest in her redoubled, and it was grievous to him to separate them, so he said to Nureddin, O my lord, verily the damsel said in her verses that thou hadst transgressed against her master and him who possessed her, so tell me, against whom didst thou transgress, and who is it that has a claim on thee? By Allah, O fisherman, replied Nureddin, there hangs a rare story by me and this damsel, a story, which, were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, would serve as a lesson to him who can profit by example. Said the Caliph, Wilt thou not tell us thy story and acquaint us with thy case? Peradventure it may bring thee relief, for the help of God is near at hand. O fisherman, said Nureddin, wilt thou hear our story in prose or verse? Prose is but words, replied the Caliph, but verse is strung pearls. Then Nureddin bowed his head and spoke the following verses. O my friend, I have bidden farewell to repose, and the anguish of exile has doubled my woes. I once had a father, who loved me right dear, but left me, to dwell in the tombs, where all goes. There fell on me after him hardship and pain, and fate broke in pieces my heart with its blows. He bought me a slave girl, the fairest of maids, her shape shamed the branch and her color the rose. I wasted the substance he left me, alas! And lavished it freely on these and on those. Till for need I was minded to sell the fair maid, though sorely I grudged at the parting, God knows. But lo! When the crier gone call her for sale, a scurvy old skinflint to bid for her chose. At this I was angered beyond all control and snatched her away ere the crier could close. Whereupon the old rancorous curmudgeon flamed up with despite and beset me with insults and blows. In my passion I smote him with right hand and left, till my wrath was assuaged, after which I arose. And returning, betook me in haste to my house, where I hid me for feet of the wrath of my foes. Then the king of the city decreed my arrest, but a kind-hearted chamberlain pitied my woes, and warned me to flee from the city forthright, ere my enemy's springes my life should enclose. So we fled from our house in the dead of the night and came to Baghdad for a place of repose. I have nothing of value, nor treasures nor gold, or I'd handsel thee, fisherman, freely with those. But I give thee, instead, the beloved of my soul, and in her thou hast gotten my heart's blood, God knows. When he had finished, the Caliph said to him, O my lord Nureddin, explain to me thy case more fully. So he told him the whole story from beginning to end, and the Caliph said to him, Whither dost thou now intend? God's world is wide, replied he. Quoth the Caliph, I will write thee a letter to carry to the Sultan Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini, which when he reads, he will do thee no hurt. Whoever heard of a fisherman writing to kings, said Nureddin. Such a thing can never be. True, replied the Caliph, but I will tell thee the reason. Know that he and I learnt in the same school, under one master, and that I was his monitor. Since that time, fortune has betided him and he has become a sultan, whilst God hath abased me and made me a fisherman, yet I never send to him to seek aught, but he does my desire, nay, though I should ask of him 1,000 favors a day, he would comply. When Nureddin heard this, he said, Good, write that I may see. So the Caliph took pen and inkhorn and wrote as follows: In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. This letter is from Harun al-Rashid son of el-Mehdi to His Highness Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini, whom I have compassed about with my favor and made governor for me in certain of my dominions. The bearer of these presents is Nureddin son of Fels ben Khakan the vizier. As soon as they come to thy hand, do thou put off thy kingly dignity and invest him therewith, and look thou oppose not my commandment, so peace be on thee. Then he gave the letter to Nureddin, who took it and kissed it, then put it in his turban and set out at once on his journey. As soon as he was gone, Ghaffar Ibrahim fumed to the Caliph and said to him, O vilest of fishermen, thou hast brought us a couple of fish, worth a score of paras, and hast gotten 3 dinars for them, and thinkest thou to take the damsel also? When the Caliph heard this, he cried out at him and made a sign to Mesrer, who discovered himself and rushed upon him. Now Ja'far had sent one of the gardeners to the doorkeeper of the palace for a suit of the royal raiment for the commander of the faithful, so he went and returning with the suit, kissed the earth before the Caliph and gave it to him. Then he threw off the clothes he had on and dressed himself in those which the gardener had brought, to the great amazement of Ghaffar Ibrahim, who bit his nails in bewilderment and exclaimed, Am I asleep or awake? O Ghaffar Ibrahim, said the Caliph, what state is this in which I see thee? With this, he recovered from his drunkenness and throwing himself on the ground, repeated the following verses. Forgive the error into which my straying feet did fall, for the slave sues for clemency from him to whom he's thrall. Lo, by confessing I have done what the offense requires. Where then is that for which good grace and generous mercy call? The Caliph forgave him and bade carry the damsel to the palace, where he assigned her a separate lodging and servants to wait upon her, saying to her, Know that we have sent thy master to be Sultan in Bassora, and God willing, we will dispatch him a dress of honor and thee with it. Meanwhile, Nureddin fared on, till he reached Bassora, when he repaired to the Sultan's palace and gave a loud cry. The Sultan heard him and sent for him, and when he came into his presence, he kissed the earth before him and pulling out the letter, gave it to him. The Sultan, seeing that the superscription was in the handwriting of the Caliph, rose to his feet and kissed the letter 3 times, then read it and said, I hear and obey God and the commander of the faithful. Then he summoned the 4 cadis and the emirs and was about to divest himself of the kingly office, when in came the vizier Mu'in ben Sawa. The Sultan gave him the Caliph's letter, and he read it, then tore it in pieces and putting it in his mouth, chewed it and threw it away. Out on thee, exclaimed the Sultan, and indeed he was angry, what made thee do that? By thy life, O our lord the Sultan, replied Mu'in, this fellow hath never seen the Caliph nor his vizier, but he is a gallows bird, a crafty imp who, happening upon a blank sheet in the Caliph's handwriting, hath written his own desire in it. The Caliph would surely not have sent him to take the Sultanate from thee, without a royal mandate and a patent appended thereto, nor would he have omitted to send with him a chamberlain or a vizier. But he is alone and hath never come from the Caliph, never. Never. What is to be done? Said the Sultan. Leave him to me, replied the vizier, I will send him in charge of a chamberlain to the city of Baghdad. If what he says be true, they will bring us back royal letters patent and a diploma of investiture, and if not, I will pay him what I owe him. When the Sultan heard the vizier's words, he said, Take him. So Mu'in carried Nureddin to his own house and cried out to his servants, who threw him down and beat him, till he swooned away. Then he caused heavy shackles to be put on his feet and carried him to the prison, where he called the jailer, whose name was Qudit, and said to him, O Qudit, take this fellow and throw him into one of the underground cells in the prison and torture him night and day. I hear and obey, replied he, and taking Nureddin into the prison, locked the door on him. Then he bade sweep a bench behind the door, and laying thereon a mattress and a leather rug, made Noureddin sit down. Moreover, he loosed his fetters and treated him kindly. The vizier sent every day to the jailer, charging him to beat him, but he abstained from this, and things abode thus 40 days' time. On the 41st day, there came a present from the Caliph, which when the Sultan saw, it pleased him, and he took counsel about it with his viziers, one of whom said, "Mayhap this present was intended for the new Sultan." Quoth Pigeon, "We should have done well to put him to death at his first coming," and the Sultan said, "By Allah, thou remindest me of him. Go down to the prison and fetch him, and I will strike off his head." "I hear and obey," replied Pigeon. "With thy leave I will have proclamation made in the city, whoso hath a mind to look upon the beheading of Noureddin Ali ben Khacan, let him repair to the palace. So, great and small will come out to gaze on him, and I shall heal my heart and mortify those that envy me." "As thou wilt," said the Sultan, whereupon the vizier went out, rejoicing, and commanded the chief of the police to make the aforesaid proclamation. When the folk heard the crier, they all mourned and wept, even to the little ones in the schools and the traders in the shops, and some hastened to get them places to see the sight, whilst others repaired to the prison thinking to accompany him thence. Presently, the vizier came to the prison, attended by 10 armed slaves, and the jailer said to him, "What seekest thou, O our lord the vizier?" "Bring me that gallows bird," replied the vizier, and the jailer said, "He is in the sorriest of plights for the much beating I have given him." Then Qudit went into the prison, where he found Noureddin repeating the following verses. "Who shall avail me against the woes that my life enwind? Indeed my disease is sore and the remedy hard to find. Exile hath worn my heart and my spirit with languishment, and evil fortune hath turned my very lovers unkind. O folk, is there none of you all will answer my bitter cry? Is there never a merciful friend will help me of all mankind? Yet death and the pains of death are a little thing to me. I have put off the hope of life and left its sweets behind. O thou that sentest the guide, the chosen prophet to men, the prince of the intercessors, gifted to loose and bind. I prithee, deliver me and pardon me my default, and put the troubles to flight that crush me, body and mind I." The jailer took off his clean clothes and clothing him in 2 filthy garments, carried him to the vizier. Noureddin looked at him, and knowing him for his enemy who still sought to compass his death, wept and said to him, "Art thou then secure against fate? Hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? Where are now the old Khosrows, tyrants of a bygone day? Wealth they gathered, but their treasures in themselves have passed away. O vizier," continued he, "know that God, blessed and exalted be he, doth whatever he will." "O Ali," replied the vizier, "dost thou think to fright me with this talk? Know that I mean this day to strike off thy head in despite of the people of Basora, and let the days do what they will, I care not, nor will I take thought to thy warning, but rather to what the poet says. Let the days do what they will, without debate, and brace thy spirit against the doings of fate." And also how well says another, "He who lives a day after his foe hath compassed his wishes, I trow." Then he ordered his attendants to set Noureddin on the back of a mule, and they said to the youth, for indeed it was grievous to them, "Let us stone him and cut him in pieces, though it cost us our lives." "Do it not," replied Noureddin. "Have ye not heard what the poet says? A term's decreed for me, which I must needs fulfill, and when its days are spent, I die, do what I will. Though to their forest dens the lions should me drag, whilst but an hour remains, they have no power to kill." Then they proceeded to proclaim before Noureddin, "This is the least of the punishment of those who impose upon kings with forgery. And they paraded him round about Basora, till they came beneath the windows of the palace, where they made him kneel down on the carpet of blood. And the headsman came up to him and said, O my lord, I am but a slave commanded in this matter. If thou hast any desire, let me know, that I may fulfill it, for now there remains of thy life but till the Sultan shall put his head out of the window. So Nureddin looked in all directions and repeated the following verses. I see the headsman and the sword, I see the carpet spread, and cry alas, my sorry plight. Alas, my humbled head. How is 't I have no pitying friend to help me in my need? Will no one answer my complaint or heed the tears I shed? My time of life is passed away and death draws nigh to me. Will no one earn the grace of God by standing me instead? Will none take pity on my state and succor my despair with but a cup of water cold, to ease my torment's dread? The people fell to weeping for him, and the headsman rose and brought him a draught of water, but the vizier smote the gugglet with his hand and broke it. Then he cried out at the executioner and bade him strike off Nureddin's head. So he proceeded to bind the latter's eyes, whilst the people cried out against the vizier, and there befell a great tumult and dispute amongst them. At this moment there arose a great cloud of dust and filled the air and the plain, and when the Sultan, who was sitting in the palace, saw this, he said to his attendants, Go and see what is the meaning of that cloud of dust. When we have cut off this fellow's head, replied Muin, but the Sultan said, Wait till we see what this means. Now the cloud of dust in question was raised by Jafar the Barmecide, vizier to the Caliph, and his retinue, and the reason of his coming was as follows. The Caliph passed 30 days without calling to mind the affair of Nureddin Ali ben Khakan, and none reminded him of it, till one night, as he passed by the apartment of Enis el-Jealous, he heard her weeping and reciting the following verse, in a low and sweet voice. Thine image is ever before me, though thou art far away, nor doth my tongue give over the naming of the eye. And her weeping redoubled, when lo, the Caliph opened the door and entering the chamber, found her in tears. When she saw him, she fell to the earth and kissing his feet 3 times, repeated the following verses. O thou pure of royal lineage and exalted in thy birth! O thou tree of fruitful branches, thou the all unstained of race! I recall to thee the promise that thy noble bounty made, God forbid thou shouldst forget it or withhold the gifted grace. Quoth the Caliph, Who art thou? And she answered, I am she whom thou hadst as a present from Nureddin Ali ben Khakan, and I crave the fulfillment of thy promise to send me to him with the dress of honor, for I have now been here 30 days, without tasting sleep. Thereupon the Caliph sent for Jafar and said to him, O Jafar, it is 30 days since we had news of Nureddin Ali ben Khakan, and I doubt me the Sultan has killed him, but by the life of my head and the tombs of my forefathers, if aught of ill have befallen him, I will make an end of him who was the cause of it, though he be the dearest of all men to myself. So it is my wish that thou set out at once for Basora and bring me news of my cousin Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini and how he hath dealt with Nureddin, and do thou tell my cousin the young man's history and how I sent him to him with my letter, and if thou find that the king hath done otherwise than after my commandment, lay hands on him and his vizier Muin ben Sawat and bring them to us, as thou shalt find them. Nor do thou tarry longer on the road than shall suffice for the journey, or I will strike off thy head. I hear and obey, replied Jafar, and made ready at once and set out for Basora, where he arrived in due course. When he came up and saw the crowd in turmoil, he inquired what was the matter and was told how it stood with Nureddin Ali, whereupon he hastened to go in to the Sultan and saluting him, acquainted him with his errand and the Caliph's determination, in case of any foul play having befallen Nureddin, to destroy whosoever should have been the cause of it. Then he seized upon the Sultan and his vizier and laid them in ward, and commanding Nureddin to be released, seated him on the throne in the place of Muhammad ben Sulayman. After this Jafar abode 3 days at Basora, the usual guest time, and on the morning of the 4th day, Nureddin turned to him and said, "I long for the sight of the commander of the faithful." Then said Ja'far to Muhammad ben Sulayman, "Make ready, for we will pray the morning prayer and take horse for Baghdad." And he answered, "I hear and obey." So they prayed the morning prayer and set out, all of them, taking with them the vizier Mu'in ben Sawa, who began to repent of what he had done. Nureddin rode by Ja'far's side and they fared on without ceasing, till they arrived in due course at the abode of peace, Baghdad, and going into the Caliph's presence, told him how they had found Nureddin nigh upon death. The Caliph said to Nureddin, "Take this sword and strike off thine enemy's head." So he took the sword and went up to Mu'in ben Sawa, but the latter looked at him and said, "I did according to my nature, do thou according to thine." So Nureddin threw the sword from his hand and said to the Caliph, "O Commander of the Faithful, he hath beguiled me with his speech," and he repeated the following verse. "Lo, with the cunning of his speech my heart he hath beguiled, for generous minds are ever moved by artful words and mild." "Leave him, thou," said the Caliph, and turning to Mesrer, commanded him to behead Mu'in. So Mesrer drew his sword and smote off the vizier's head. Then said the Caliph to Nureddin, "Ask a boon of me." "O my lord," answered he, "I have no need of the sovereignty of Bassora, all my desire is to have the honor of serving thee and looking on thy face." "With all my heart," replied the Caliph. Then he sent for Enis el-Jealous and bestowed plentiful favors upon them both, assigning them a palace at Baghdad and regular allowances. Moreover, he made Nureddin one of his boon companions, and the latter abode with him in the enjoyment of the most delectable life, till death overtook him. Ghanem ben Ayyub, the slave of love. There lived once at Damascus, in the days of the Caliph Harun ar-Rashid, a wealthy merchant, who had a son like the moon at its full and withal sweet of speech, called Ghanem ben Ayyub, and a daughter called Fitna, unique in her beauty and grace. Their father died and left them abundant wealth and amongst other things 100 loads of silk and brocade and bladders of musk, on each of which was written, "This is of the loads intended for Baghdad," he having been about to make the journey thither, when God the Most High took him to himself. After a while, his son took the loads and bidding farewell to his mother and kindred and townsfolk, set out for Baghdad with a company of merchants, committing himself to God the Most High, who decreed him safety, so that he arrived without hindrance at that city. Here he hired a handsome house, which he furnished with carpets and cushions and hangings, and stored his goods therein and put up his mules and camels. Then he abode a while, resting, whilst the merchants and notables of Baghdad came and saluted him, after which he took a parcel containing 10 pieces of costly stuffs, with the prices written on them, and carried it to the bazaar, where the merchants received him with honor and made him sit down in the shop of the chief of the market, to whom he delivered the parcel of stuffs. He opened it and taking out the stuffs, sold them for him at a profit of 2 dinars on every one of prime cost. At this Ghanem rejoiced and went on to sell his stuffs, little by little, for a whole year. On the first day of the following year, he repaired, as usual, to the bazaar in the marketplace, but found the gate shut and inquiring the reason, was told that one of the merchants was dead and that all the others had gone to wail in his funeral, and was asked if he were minded to gain the favor of God by going with them. He assented and inquired where the funeral was to be held, whereupon they directed him to the place. So he made the ablution and repaired with the other merchants to the place of prayer, where they prayed over the dead, then went before the bier to the burial place without the city and passed among the tombs till they came to the grave. Here they found that the dead man's people had pitched a tent over the tomb and brought thither lamps and candles. So they buried the dead and sat down to listen to the reading of the Quran over the tomb. Ghanem sat with them, being overcome with bashfulness and saying to himself, "I cannot well go away till they do." They sat listening to the recitation till nightfall, when the servants set the evening meal and sweetmeats before them, and they ate till they were satisfied, then sat down again, after having washed their hands. But Ganem was troubled for his house and property, being in fear of thieves, and said to himself, I am a stranger here and thought to be rich, and if I pass the night abroad, the thieves will steal the money and the goods. So he arose and left the company, having first asked leave to go about a necessary business, and following the beaten track, came to the gate of the city, but found it shut and saw none going or coming, nor heard aught but the dogs barking and the wolves howling, for it was now the middle of the night. At this he exclaimed, There is no power and no virtue but in God. I was in fear for my property and came back on its account, but now I find the gate shut and am become in fear for my life. And he retraced his steps, seeking a place where he might pass the night, till he found a tomb enclosed by 4 walls, with a palm tree in its midst and a gate of granite. The gate stood open, so he entered and lay down, but sleep came not to him, and fright and oppression beset him, for that he was alone among the tombs. So he rose to his feet and opening the door, looked out and saw, in the distance, a light making for the tomb from the direction of the city gate. At this he was afraid, and hastening to shut the gate, climbed up into the palm tree and hid himself among the branches. The light came nearer and nearer, till he could see 3 black slaves, 2 carrying a chest and a third a lantern, and adze and a basket of plaster. When they came to the tomb, one of those who were carrying the chest cried out to the other, Hello, Suab. What ails thee, O Kafur? Said the other. Were we not here at nightfall? Asked the first, and did we not leave the gate open? True, replied Suab. See, said the other, it is now shut and barred. How small is your wit, broke in the bearer of the lantern, whose name was Beckett. Do ye not know that the owners of the gardens used to come out of Baghdad to tend them, and when the night overtakes them, they enter this place and shut the gate, for fear the blacks like ourselves should catch them and roast them and eat them? Thou art right, replied the others, but, by Allah, none of us is less of wit than thou. If you do not believe me, said Beckett, let us go into the tomb and I will unearth the rat for you. I doubt not but that, when he saw the light and us making for the tomb, he took refuge in the palm tree, for fear of us. When Ganem heard this, he said to himself, O most damnable of slaves, may God not have thee in his keeping for this thy craft and quickness of wit. There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. How shall I escape from these blacks? Then said the 2 bearers to him of the lantern, Climb over the wall and open the door to us, O Beckett, for we are tired of carrying the chest on our shoulders, and thou shalt have one of those that we seize inside, and we will fry him for thee so featly that not a drop of his fat shall be lost. But he said, I am afraid of somewhat that my little sense has suggested to me. We should do better to throw the chest over the wall, for it is our treasure. If we throw it over, it will break, replied they. And he said, I fear lest there be brigands within who kill 4 and steal their goods, for they are wont when night falls on them, to enter these places and divide their spoil. O thou of little wit, rejoined they, how could they get in here? Then they set down the chest and climbing the wall, got down and opened the gate, whilst Beckett held the light for them, after which they shut the door and sat down. Then said one of them, O my brothers, we are tired with walking and carrying the chest, and it is now the middle of the night, and we have no breath left to open the tomb and bury the chest, so let us rest 2 or 3 hours, then rise and do what we have to do. Meanwhile each of us shall tell how he came to be an eunuch and all that befell him from first to last, to pass away the time, whilst we rest ourselves. Good, answered the others, and Beckett said, O my brothers, I will begin. Say on, replied they. So he began as follows, No, O my brothers, that. Story of the Eunuch Beckett. I was brought from my native country, when I was 5 years old, by a slave merchant, who sold me to one of the royal messengers. My master had a 3-year-old daughter, with whom I was reared, and they used to make sport of me, letting me play with the girl and dance and sing to her, till I reached the age of 12 and she that of 10, and even then they did not forbid me from her. One day, I went in to her and found her sitting in an inner room, perfumed with essences and scented woods, and her face shone like the round of the moon on its 14th night, as if she had just come out of the bath that was in the house. She began to sport with me, and I with her. Now I had just reached the age of puberty, and my yard rose on end, as it were a great bolt. Then she threw me down and mounting my breast, pulled me hither and thither, till my yard became uncovered. When she saw this, and it in point, she seized it in her hand and fell to rubbing it against the lips of her kaze, outside her trousers. At this, heat stirred in me and I put my arms round her, whilst she wreathed hers about my neck and strained me to her with all her might, till, before I knew what I did, my yard thrust through her trousers, and entering her kaze, did away her maidenhead. When I saw what I had done, I fled and took refuge with one of my comrades. Presently, her mother came in to her, and seeing her in this state, was lost to the world. However, she smoothed the matter over and hid the girl's condition from her father, of the love they bore me, nor did they cease to call to me and coax me, till they took me from where I was. After 2 months had passed by, her mother married her to a young man, a barber, who used to shave her father, and portioned and fitted her out of her own monies, whilst her father knew nothing of what had passed. Then they took me unawares and gelded me, and when they brought her to her husband, they made me her eunuch, to go before her, wherever she went, whether to the bath or to her father's house. On the wedding night, they slaughtered a young pigeon and sprinkled the blood on her shift, and I abode with her a long while, enjoying her beauty and grace, by way of kissing and clipping and clicketing, till she died and her husband and father and mother died also, when they seized me for the treasury and I found my way hither, where I became your comrade. This then, O my brothers, is my story and how I came to be docked of my Cullions, and peace be on you. Then said the second eunuch, Know, O my brothers, that story of the eunuch Kafur. From the time when I was 8 years old, I was wont to tell the slave merchants one lie every year, so that they fell out with one another, till at last my master lost patience with me and carrying me down to the market, delivered me to a broker and bade him cry me for sale, saying, Who will buy this slave with his fault? He did so, and it was asked him, What is his fault? Quoth he tells one lie every year. Then came up one of the merchants and said to the broker, How much have they bidden for this slave, with his fault? 600 dirhams, replied the broker. And 20 dirhams for thyself, said the merchant. So he brought him to the slave dealer, who took the money, and the broker carried me to my master's house and went away, after having received his brokerage. The merchant clothed me as befitted my condition, and I abode in his service the rest of the year, until the new year came in with good omen. It was a blessed season, rich in herbage and the fruits of the earth, and the merchants began to give entertainments every day, each bearing the cost in turn, till it came to my master's turn to entertain them in a garden without the city. So he and the other merchants repaired to the garden, taking with them all that they required of food and so forth, and sat, eating and drinking and carousing, till noon, when my master, having need of something from the house, said to me, O slave, mount the mule and go to the house and get such and such a thing from thy mistress and return quickly. I did as he bade me and started for the house, but as I drew near, I began to cry out and weep copiously, whereupon all the people of the quarter collected, great and small, and my master's wife and daughters, hearing the noise I was making, opened the door and asked me what was the matter. Quoth I, my master and his friends were sitting beneath an old wall, and it fell on them, and when I saw what had befallen them, I mounted the mule and came hither, in haste, to tell you. When my master's wife and daughters heard this, they shrieked aloud and tore their clothes and buffeted their faces, whilst the neighbors came round them. Then my mistress overturned the furniture of the house, pell-mell, tore down the shelves, broke up the casements and the lattices and smeared the walls with mud and indigo. Presently she said to me, "Out on thee, O Kafur! Come and help me tear down these cupboards and break up these vessels and porcelain." So I went to her and helped her break up all the shelves in the house, with everything on them, after which I went round about the roofs and every part of the house, demolishing all I could and leaving not a single piece of china or the like in the house unbroken, till I had laid waste the whole place, crying out the while, "Alas, my master!" Then my mistress sallied forth, with her face uncovered and only her kerchief on, accompanied by her sons and daughters, and said to me, "Go thou before us and show us the place where thy master lies dead under the wall, that we may take him out from the ruins and lay him on a bier and carry him to the house and give him a goodly funeral." So I went on before them, crying out, "Alas, my master," and they after me, bareheaded, crying out, "Alas! Alas for the man!" And there was not a man nor a woman nor a boy nor an old woman in the quarter but followed us, buffeting their faces and weeping sore. On this wise, I traversed the city with them, and the folk asked what was the matter, whereupon they told them what they had heard from me, and they exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God." Then said one of them, he was a man of consideration, "So let us go to the chief of the police and tell him what has happened." So they repaired to the magistrate and told him, whereupon he mounted and taking with him workmen with spades and baskets, set out for the scene of the accident, following my track, with all the people after him. I ran on before them, buffeting my face and throwing dust on my head and crying out, followed by my mistress and her children, shrieking aloud. But I outran them and reached the garden before them, and when my master saw me in this state and heard me crying out, "Alas, my mistress! Alas! Alas! Who is left to take pity on me, now that my mistress is dead? Would God I had died instead of her," he was confounded and his color paled. Then said he to me, "What ails thee, O Kafur? What is the matter?" "O my lord," replied I, "when thou sentest me to the house, I found that the wall of the saloon had given way and the whole of it had fallen in upon my mistress and her children." "And did not thy mistress escape?" "No, by Allah, O my master," answered I. "Not one of them was saved, and the first to die was my mistress, thine elder daughter." "Did not my younger daughter escape?" asked he. "No," replied I, and he said, "What became of the mule I used to ride? Was she saved?" "No, by Allah," answered I, "the walls of the house and of the stable fell in on all that were in the dwelling, even to the sheep and geese and fowls, so that they all became a heap of flesh and the dogs ate them, not one of them is saved." "Not even thy master, my elder son?" asked he. "No, by Allah," repeated I, "not one of them was saved, and now there remains neither house nor inhabitants nor any trace of them, and as for the sheep and geese and fowls, the dogs and cats have eaten them." When my master heard this, the light in his eyes became darkness and he lost command of his senses and his reason, so that he could not stand upon his feet, for he was as one taken with the rickets and his back was broken. Then he rent his clothes and plucked out his beard and casting his turban from his head, buffeted his face, till the blood streamed down, crying out, "Alas, my children! Alas, my wife! Alas, what a misfortune! To whom did there ever happen the like of what hath befallen me?" The other merchants, his companions, joined in his tears and lamentations and rent their clothes, being moved to pity of his case, and my master went out of the garden buffeting his face and staggering like a drunken man, for stress of what had befallen him and the much beating he had given his face. As he came forth of the garden gate, followed by the other merchants, behold, they saw a great cloud of dust and heard a great noise of crying and lamentation. They looked, and behold, it was the chief of the police with his officers and the townspeople who had come out to look on, and my master's family in front of them, weeping sore and shrieking and lamenting. The first to accost my master were his wife and children, and when he saw them, he was confounded and laughed and said to them, "How is it with you all, and what befell you in the house?" When they saw him, they exclaimed, "Praised be God for thy safety," and threw themselves upon him, and his children clung to him, crying, "Alas, our father! Praised be God for thy preservation, O our father!" Then said his wife, "Thou art well, praised be God who hath shown us thy face in safety." And indeed she was confounded and her reason fled, when she saw him, and she said, "O my lord, how did you escape, thou and thy friends the merchants?" "And how fared it with thee in the house?" asked he. "We were all in good health and case," answered they, "nor has aught befallen us in the house, save that thy slave Kafur came to us, bareheaded, with his clothes torn and crying out, 'Alas, my master! Alas, my master!' So we asked what was the matter, and he said, 'The wall of the garden has fallen on my master and his friends, and they are all dead.' 'By Allah,' said my master, 'he came to me but now, crying out, Alas, my mistress! Alas, her children, and said, My mistress and her children are all dead.' Then he looked round and seeing me with my torn turban hanging down my neck, shrieking and weeping violently and strewing earth on my head, cried out at me. So I came to him and he said, Woe to thee, O pestilent slave, O whoreson knave, O accursed of race! What mischiefs hast thou wrought? But I will strip thy skin from thy flesh and cut thy flesh off thy bones. By Allah, replied I, thou canst do nothing with me, for thou boughtest me with my fault, with witnesses to testify against thee that thou didst so and that thou knewest of my fault, which is that I tell one lie every year. This is but half a lie, but by the end of the year, I will tell the other half, and it will then be a whole lie. O dog, son of a dog, exclaimed my master, O most accursed of slaves, is this but a half lie? Indeed, it is a great calamity. Go out from me, thou art free before God. By Allah, rejoined I, if thou free me, I will not free thee, till I have completed my year and told the other half lie. When that is done, take me down to the market and sell me, as thou boughtest me, to whosoever will buy me with my fault, but free me not, for I have no handicraft to get my living by, and this my demand is according to the law, as laid down by the doctors in the chapter of manumission. Whilst we were talking, up came the people of the quarter and others, men and women, together with the chief of the police and his suite. So my master and the other merchants went up to him and told him the story and how this was but half a lie, at which the people wondered and deemed the lie an enormous one. And they cursed me and reviled me, whilst I stood laughing and saying, How can my master kill me, when he bought me with this fault? Then my master returned home and found his house in ruins, and it was I who had laid waste the most part of it, having destroyed things worth much money, as had also done his wife, who said to him, It was Kafur who broke the vessels and the china. Thereupon his rage redoubled and he beat hand upon hand, exclaiming, By Allah, never in my life did I see such a son of shame as this slave, and he says this is only half a lie. How if he had told a whole one? He would have laid waste a city or two. Then in his rage he went to the chief of the police, who made me eat stick till I fainted, and whilst I was yet senseless, they fetched a barber, who delded me and cauterized the parts. When I revived, I found myself an eunuch, and my master said to me, Even as thou hast made my heart bleed for the most precious things I had, so will I grieve thy heart for that of thy members by which thou settest most store? Then he took me and sold me at a profit, for that I was become an eunuch, and I ceased not to make trouble, wherever I came, and was shifted from emir to emir and notable to notable, being bought and sold, till I entered the palace of the commander of the faithful, and now my spirit is broken and I have abjured my tricks, having lost my manhood. When the others heard his story, they laughed and said, "Verily, thou art dung, the son of dung. Thou leadst most abominably." Then said they to the third slave, "Tell us thy story." "O my cousins," replied he, "all that ye have said is idle. I will tell you how I came to lose my calians, and indeed, I deserved more than this, for I swived my mistress and my master's son, but my story is a long one and this is no time to tell it, for the dawn is near, and if the day surprise us with this chest yet unburied, we shall be blown upon and lose our lives. So let us fall to work at once, and when we get back to the palace, I will tell you my story and how I became an eunuch." So they set down the lantern and dug a hole between 4 tombs, the length and breadth of the chest, Kafur plying the spade and Suab clearing away the earth by basketsful, till they had reached a depth of half a fathom, when they laid the chest in the hole and threw back the earth over it, then went out and shutting the door, disappeared from Ghanim's sight. When he was sure that they were indeed gone and that he was alone in the place, his heart was concerned to know what was in the chest, and he said to himself, "I wonder what was in the chest." However, he waited till break of day, when he came down from the palm tree and scraped away the earth with his hands, till he laid bare the chest and lifted it out of the hole. Then he took a large stone and hammered at the lock, till he broke it, and raising the cover, beheld a beautiful young lady, richly dressed and decked with jewels of gold and necklaces of precious stones, worth a kingdom. No money could pay their price. She was asleep and her breath rose and fell, as if she had been drugged. When Ghanim saw her, he knew that someone had plotted against her and drugged her, so he pulled her out of the chest and laid her on the ground on her back. As soon as she scented the breeze and the air entered her nostrils and lungs, she sneezed and choked and coughed, when there fell from her mouth a pastille of Cretan henbane, enough to make an elephant sleep from night to night, if he but smelt it. Then she opened her eyes and looking round, exclaimed in a sweet and melodious voice, "Out on thee, O breeze! There is in thee neither drink for the thirsty nor solace for him whose thirst is quenched. Where is Zir el-Bustan?" But no one answered her, so she turned and cried out, "Ho, Sebihet Shejeret Ed-Dur, Nur el-Huda, Nejmati is-Sub, Shewe, Nuzhe, Holwe, Zaraphe. Out on ye, speak." But no one answered her, and she looked about her and said, "Woe is me! They have buried me among the tombs. O thou who knowest what is in the breasts and who wilt requite at the day of resurrection, who hath brought me out from among the screens and curtains of the harem and laid me between 4 tombs. All this while Ghanim was standing by. Then he said to her, "O my lady, here are neither screens nor curtains nor palaces, only thy bond slave Ghanim ben Ayub, whom he who knoweth the hidden things hath brought hither, that he might save thee from these perils and accomplish for thee all that thou desirest." And he was silent. When she saw how the case stood, she exclaimed, "I testify that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is the apostle of God." Then she put her hands to her face and turning to Ghanim, said in a sweet voice, "O blessed youth, who brought me hither? See, I am now come to myself." "O my lady," replied he, 3 black eunuchs came hither, bearing this chest, and told her all that had happened and how his being belated had proved the means of her preservation from death by suffocation. Then he asked her who she was and what was her story. "O youth," said she, "praised be God who hath thrown me into the hands of the like of thee. But now put me back into the chest and go out into the road and hire the first muleteer or horseletter thou meetest, to carry it to thy house. When I am there, all will be well and I will tell thee my story and who am I, and good shall betide thee on my account." At this he rejoiced and went out into the road. It was now broad day and the folk began to go about the ways, so he hired a muleteer and bringing him to the tomb, lifted up the chest, in which he had already replaced the young lady, and set it on the mule. Then he fared homeward, rejoicing, for that she was a damsel worth 10,000 dinars and adorned with jewels and apparel of great value, and love for her had fallen on his heart. As soon as he came to the house, he carried in the chest and opening it, took out the young lady, who looked about her, and seeing that the place was handsome, spread with carpets and decked with gay colors, and noting the stuffs tied up in the bales of goods and what not, knew that he was a considerable merchant and a man of wealth. So she uncovered her face and looking at him, saw that he was a handsome young man and loved him. Then said she to him, "O my lord, bring us something to eat." "On my head and eyes," replied he, and going to the market, bought a roasted lamb, a dish of sweetmeats, dried fruits, and wax candles, besides wine and drinking gear and perfumes. With these he returned to the house, and when the damsel saw him, she laughed and kissed and embraced him. Then she fell to caressing him, so that love for her redoubled on him and got the mastery of his heart. They ate and drank, each in love with the other, for indeed they were alike in age and beauty, till nightfall, when Ganem rose and lit the lamps and candles, till the place blazed with light, after which he brought the wine service and set on the banquet. Then they sat down again and began to fill and give each other to drink, and they toyed and laughed and recited verses, whilst joy grew on them and each was engrossed with love of the other. Glory be to him, who uniteth hearts. They ceased not to carouse thus till near upon daybreak, when drowsiness overcame them and they slept where they were till the morning. Then Ganem arose and going to the market, bought all that they required in the way of meat and drink and vegetables and what not, with which he returned to the house, and they both sat down and ate till they were satisfied, when he set on wine. They drank and toyed with each other, till their cheeks flushed and their eyes sparkled, and Ganem solely yearned to kiss the girl and lie with her. So he said to her, "O my lady, grant me a kiss of thy mouth, maybe it will quench the fire of my heart." "O Ganem," replied she, "wait till I am drunk, then steal a kiss from me, so that I may not know thou hast kissed me." Then she rose and taking off her upper clothes, sat in a shift of fine linen and a silken kerchief. At this, desire stirred in Ganem and he said to her, "O my mistress, wilt thou not vouchsafe me what I asked of thee?" "By Allah," replied she, "this may not be, for there is a stubborn saying written on the ribbon of my trousers." Thereupon Ganem's heart sank and passion grew on him the more that what he sought was hard to get, and he recited the following verses. "I sought of her who caused my pain a kiss to ease me of my woe. No, no," she answered, "hope it not. And I, yes, yes. It shall be so." Then said she, smiling, "Take it then, with my consent, before I know." And I, "By force." "Not so," said she, "I freely it on thee bestow. So do not question what befell, but seek God's grace and ask no mo. Think what thou wilt of us, for love is with suspect made sweet, I trow. Nor do I reck if, after this, avowed or secret be the foe." Then love increased on him, and the fires were loosed in his heart, while she defended herself from him, saying, "I can never be thine." They ceased not to make love and carouse, whilst Ganem was drowned in the sea of passion and distraction, and she redoubled in cruelty and coyness, till the night brought in the darkness and let fall on them the skirts of sleep, when Ganem rose and lit the lamps and candles and renewed the banquet and the flowers, then took her feet and kissed them, and finding them like fresh cream, pressed his face on them and said to her, "O my lady, have pity on the captive of thy love and the slain of thine eyes, for indeed I were whole of heart but for thee." And he wept a while. "O my lord and light of my eyes," replied she, "by Allah, I love thee and trust in thee, but I know that I cannot be thine." "And what is there to hinder?" asked he. Quoth she, "Tonight, I will tell thee my story, that thou mayst accept my excuse." Then she threw herself upon him and twining her arms about his neck, kissed him and wheedled him, promising him her favors, and they continued to toy and laugh till love got complete possession of them. They abode thus for a whole month, sleeping nightly on one couch, but whenever he sought to enjoy her, she put him off, whilst mutual love increased upon them, till they could hardly abstain from one another. One night as they lay, side by side, both heated with wine, he put his hand to her breast and stroked it, then passed it down over her stomach to her navel. She awoke and sitting up, put her hand to her trousers and finding them fast, fell asleep again. Presently, he put out his hand a second time and stroked her and sliding down to the ribbon of her trousers, began to pull at it, whereupon she awoke and sat up. Ganem also sat up beside her and she said to him, "What dost thou want?" "I want to lie with thee," answered he, "and that we may deal frankly one with the other." Quoth she, "I must now expound my case to thee, that thou mayst know my condition and my secret and that my excuse may be manifest to thee." "It is well," replied he. Then she opened the skirt of her shift, and taking up the ribbon of her trousers, said to him, "O my lord, read what is on this ribbon." So he took it and saw, wrought in letters of gold, the following words, "I am thine, and thou art mine, O descendant of the prophet's uncle." When he read this, he dropped his hand and said to her, "Tell me who thou art." "It is well," answered she, "know that I am one of the favorites of the commander of the faithful and my name is Kut el Kulub. I was reared in his palace, and when I grew up, he looked on me, and noting my qualities and the beauty and grace that God had bestowed on me, conceived a great love for me, so he took me and assigned me a separate lodging and gave me 10 female slaves to wait on me and all this jewelry thou sayest on me. One day he went on a journey to one of his provinces and the lady Zubaydah came to one of my waiting women and said to her, I have somewhat to ask of thee. What is it, O my lady? Asked she. When thy mistress Kut el Kulub is asleep, said Zubaydah, put this piece of henbane up her nostrils or in her drink, and thou shalt have of me as much money as will content thee. With all my heart, replied the woman, and took the henbane, being glad because of the money and because she had aforetime been in Zubaydah's service. So she put the henbane in my drink, and when it was night, I drank, and the drug had no sooner reached my stomach than I fell to the ground, with my head touching my feet, and knew not but that I was in another world. When Zubaydah saw that her plot had succeeded, she put me in this chest and summoning the slaves, bribed them and the doorkeepers, and sent the former to do with me as thou sawest. So my delivery was at thy hands, and thou broughtest me hither and hast used me with the utmost kindness. This is my story, and I know not what is come of the Caliph in my absence. Know then my condition, and divulge not my affair. When Ganem heard her words and knew that she was the favorite of the commander of the faithful, he drew back, being smitten with fear of the Caliph, and sat apart from her in one of the corners of the place, blaming himself and brooding over his case and schooling his heart to patience, bewildered for love of one who might not be his. Then he wept, for excess of longing, and bemoaned the injustice and hostility of fortune. Glory be to him who occupies hearts with love, reciting the following verses. The heart of the lovers racked with weariness and care, for his reason ravished is for one who is passing fair. It was asked me, what is the taste of love? I answer made, love is sweet water, wherein are torment and despair. Thereupon Kut el Kulub arose and pressed him to her bosom and kissed him, for love of him mastered her heart, so that she discovered to him her secret and the passion that possessed her, and throwing her arms about his neck, embraced him, but he held off from her, for fear of the Caliph. Then they talked a while, and indeed they were both drowned in the sea of mutual love, till day, when Ganem rose and going to the market as usual, took what was needful and returned home. He found her in tears, but when she saw him, she ceased weeping and smiled and said, Thou hast made me desolate, O beloved of my heart. By Allah, the hour that thou hast been absent from me has been to me as a year. I have let thee see how it is with me for the excess of my passion for thee, so come now, leave what has been and take thy will of me. God forbid that this should be, reply he. How shall the dog sit in the lion's place? Verily, that which is the master's is forbidden to the slave. And he withdrew from her and sat down on a corner of the mat. Her passion increased with his refusal, so she sat down beside him and caroused and sported with him, till they were both warm with wine, and she was mad for dishonor with him. Then she sang the following verses. The heart of the slave of passion is all but broken in twain. How long shall this rigor last and this coldness of disdain? O thou that turnest away from me, in default of sin, rather to turn towards than away should gazelles be fain. Aversion and distance eternal and rigor and disdain, how can youthful lover these hardships all sustain? Thereupon Ganem wept and she wept because he did, and they ceased not to drink till nightfall, when he rose and spread 2 beds, each in its place. For whom is the second bed? Asked she. One is for me and the other for thee, answered he. Henceforth we must lie apart, for that which is the master's is forbidden to the slave. O my lord, exclaimed she, let us leave this, for all things happen according to fate and predestination. But he refused, and the fire was loosed in her heart, and she clung to him and said, By Allah, we will not sleep but together. God forbid, answered he, and he prevailed against her and lay apart till the morning, whilst love and longing and distraction redoubled on her. They abode thus 3 whole months, and whenever she made advances to him, he held aloof from her, saying, Whatever belongs to the master is forbidden to the slave. Then, when this was prolonged upon her and affliction and anguish grew on her, for the weariness of her heart she recited the following verses. O marvel of beauty, how long this disdain? And who hath provoked thee to turn from my pain? All manner of elegance in thee is found, and all fashions of fairness thy form doth contain. The hearts of all mortals thou stirrest with desire, and on every one's lids thou makest sleeplessness reign. I know that the branch has been plucked before thee, so, O Caparis branch, thou dost wrong, it is plain. I used erst to capture myself the wild deer. How comes it the chase doth the hunter enchain? But the strangest of all that is told of thee is, I was snared, and thou heardst not the voice of my pain. Yet grant not my prayer. If I'm jealous for thee of thyself, how much more of myself? Nor again, as long as life lasteth in me, will I say, O marvel of beauty, how long this disdain? Meanwhile, the lady Zubaydah, when, in the absence of the Caliph, she had done this thing with Kud el-Kulub, abode perplexed and said to herself, What answer shall I make the Caliph, when he comes back and asks for her? Then she called an old woman, who was with her, and discovered her secret to her, saying, What shall I do, seeing that Kud el-Kulub is no more? O my lady, replied the old woman, the time of the Caliph's return is at hand, but do thou send for a carpenter and bid him make a figure of wood in the shape of a corpse. We will dig a grave for it and bury it in the middle of the palace, then do thou build an oratory over it and set therein lighted lamps and candles, and command all in the palace to put on mourning. Moreover, do thou bid thy slave girls and eunuchs, as soon as they know of the Caliph's approach, spread straw in the vestibules, and when the Caliph enters and asks what is the matter, let them say, Kud el-Kulub is dead, may God abundantly replace her to thee. And for the honor in which she was held of our mistress, she hath buried her in her own palace. When the Caliph hears this, it will be grievous to him and he will weep, then will he cause recitations of the Quran to be made over her and will watch by night over her tomb. If he should say to himself, My cousin Zubaydah has compassed the death of Kud el-Kulub out of jealousy, or if love-longing should master him and he ordered to take her forth of the tomb, fear thou not, for when they dig and come to the figure, he will see it as it were a human body, shrouded in costly grave clothes, and if he desire to take off the swathings, do thou forbid him and say to him, it is unlawful to look upon her nakedness. The fear of the world to come will restrain him, and he will believe that she is dead and will cause the image to be restored to its place and thank thee for what thou hast done, and so, if it please God, thou shalt be delivered from this strait. Her advice commended itself to Zobeide, who bestowed on her a dress of honor and a sum of money, bidding her do as she had said. So she at once ordered a carpenter to make the aforesaid figure, and as soon as it was finished, she brought it to Zobeide, who shrouded it and buried it and built a pavilion over it, in which she set lighted lamps and candles and spread carpets round the tomb. Moreover, she put on black and ordered her household to do the same, and the news was spread abroad in the palace that Kut el-Kulub was dead. After a while, the Caliph returned from his journey and entered the palace, thinking only of Kut el-Kulub. He saw all the pages and damsels and eunuchs in mourning, at which his heart quaked, and when he went in to the lady Zobeide, he found her also clad in black. So he asked the cause of this and was told that Kut el-Kulub was dead, whereupon he fell down in a swoon. As soon as he came to himself, he inquired of her tomb, and Zobeide said to him, "Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that for the honor in which I held her, I have buried her in my own palace." Then he repaired to her tomb, in his traveling dress, and found the place spread with carpets and lit with lamps. When he saw this, he thanked Zobeide for what she had done and abode perplexed, halting between belief and distrust, till at last suspicion got the better of him and he ordered the grave to be opened and the body exhumed. When he saw the figure and would have taken off the swathings to look upon the body, the fear of God the Most High restrained him, and the old woman, taking advantage of his hesitation, said, "Restore her to her place." Then he sent at once for readers and doctors of the law and caused recitations of the Quran to be made over her grave and sat by it, weeping, till he lost his senses. He continued to frequent the tomb for a whole month, at the end of which time, he chanced one day, after the divan had broken up and his emirs and viziers had gone away to their houses, to enter the harem, where he laid down and slept a while, whilst one damsel sat at his head, fanning him, and another at his feet, rubbing them. Presently he awoke and opening his eyes, shut them again and heard the damsel at his head say to her at his feet, "Hist, Kaizurin." "Well, Kazib el-Ban," answered the other. "Verily," said the first, "our Lord knows not what is past and watches over a tomb in which there is only a carved wooden figure, of the carpenter's handiwork." "Then what is become of Kut el-Kulub?" inquired the other. "No," replied Kazib el-Ban. "That the lady Zobeide bribed one of her waiting women to drug her with henbane and laying her in a chest, commanded Su'ab and Kafur to take it and bury it among the tombs." Quoth Kaizurin, "And is not the lady Kut el-Kulub dead?" "No," replied the other, "God preserve her youth from death. But I have heard the lady Zobeide say that she is with a young merchant of Damascus, by name Ghanem ben Ayub, and has been with him these 4 months, whilst this our Lord is weeping and watching a nights over an empty tomb." When the Caliph heard the girls talk and knew that the tomb was a trick and a fraud and that Kut el-Kulub had been with Ghanem ben Ayub for 4 months, he was sore enraged and rising up, summoned his officers of state, whereupon the Vizier Ja'far the Barmecide came up and kissed the earth before him, and the Caliph said to him, "O Ja'far, take a company of men with thee and fall upon the house of Ghanem ben Ayub and bring him to me, with my slave girl Kut el-Kulub, for I will assuredly punish him." "I hear and obey," answered Ja'far, and setting out with his guards and the chief of the police, repaired to Ghanem's house. Now the latter had brought home a pot of meat and was about to put forth his hand to eat of it, he and Kut el-Kulub, when the damsel, happening to look out, found the house beset on all sides by the vizier and the chief of the police and their officers and attendants, with drawn swords in their hands, encompassing the place, as the white of the eye encompasses the black. At this sight, she knew that news of her had reached the Caliph, her master, and made sure of ruin, and her color paled and her beauty changed. Then she turned to Ganem and said to him, "O my love, fly for thy life." "What shall I do?" said he, "and whither shall I go, seeing that my substance and fortune are in this house?" "Delay not," answered she, "lest thou lose both life and goods." "O my beloved and light of my eyes," rejoined he, "how shall I do to get away, when they have surrounded the house?" "Fear not," said she, and taking off his clothes, made him put on old and ragged ones, after which she took the empty pot and put in it a piece of bread and a saucer of meat, and placing the whole in a basket, set it on his head and said, "Go out in this guise and fear not for me, for I know how to deal with the Caliph." So he went out amongst them, carrying the basket and its contents, and God covered him with his protection and he escaped the snares and perils that beset him, thanks to the purity of his intent. Meanwhile, Ja'far alighted and entering the house, saw Kut el-Kulub, who had dressed and decked herself after the richest fashion and filled a chest with gold and jewelry and precious stones and rarities and what else was light of carriage and great of value. When she saw Ja'far, she rose and kissing the earth before him, said, "O my lord, the pen hath written from of old that which God hath decreed." "By Allah, O my lady," rejoined Ja'far, "I am commanded to seize Ganem ben Ayub." "O my lord," replied she, "he made ready merchandise and set out therewith for Damascus and I know nothing more of him, but I desire thee to take charge of this chest and deliver it to me in the palace of the commander of the faithful." "I hear and obey," said Ja'far, and bade his men carry the chest to the palace, together with Kut el-Kulub, commanding them to use her with honor and consideration. And they did his bidding, after they had plundered Ganem's house. Then Ja'far went in to the Caliph and told him what had happened, and he bade lodge Kut el-Kulub in a dark chamber and appointed an old woman to serve her, thinking no otherwise than that Ganem had certainly debauched her and lain with her. Then he wrote a letter to the Emir Muhammad ben Sulayman Zini, the viceroy of Damascus, to the following purport: "As soon as this letter reaches thee, lay hands on Ganem ben Ayub and send him to me." When the letter came to the viceroy, he kissed it and laid it on his head, then caused proclamation to be made in the streets of Damascus, "Whoso is minded to plunder, let him betake himself to the house of Ganem ben Ayub." So they repaired to the house, where they found that Ganem's mother and sister had made him a tomb midmost the house and sat by it, weeping for him, whereupon they seized them, without telling them the cause, and carried them before the Sultan, after having plundered the house. The viceroy questioned them of Ganem, and they replied, "This year or more we have had no news of him." So they restored them to their place. Meanwhile Ganem, finding himself despoiled of his wealth and considering his case, wept till his heart was well nigh broken. Then he fared on at random, till the end of the day, and hunger was sore on him and he was worn out with fatigue. Coming to a village, he entered a mosque, where he sat down on a mat, leaning his back against the wall, and presently sank to the ground, in extremity for hunger and weariness, and lay there till morning, his heart fluttering for want of food. By reason of his sweating, vermin coursed over his skin, his breath grew fetid and he became in sorry case. When the people of the town came to pray the morning prayer, they found him lying there, sick and weak with hunger, yet showing signs of gentle breeding. As soon as they had done their devotions, they came up to him and finding him cold and starving, threw over him an old mantle with ragged sleeves and said to him, "O stranger, whence art thou and what ails thee?" He opened his eyes and wept, but made them no answer, whereupon, one of them, seeing that he was starving, brought him a saucerful of honey and 2 cakes of bread. So he ate a little and they sat with him till sunrise, when they went about their occupations. He abode with them in this state for a month, whilst sickness and infirmity increased upon him, and they wept for him and pitying his condition, took counsel together of his case and agreed to send him to the hospital at Baghdad. Meanwhile, there came into the mosque 2 beggar women, who were none other than Ganem's mother and sister, and when he saw them, He gave them the bread that was at his head, and they slept by his side that night, but he knew them not. Next day the villagers fetched a camel and said to the driver, "Put this sick man on thy camel and carry him to Baghdad and set him down at the door of the hospital, so haply he may be medicined and recover his health, and God will reward thee." "I hear and obey," said the camel driver. So they brought Ghanem, who was asleep, out of the mosque and laid him, mat and all, on the back of the camel, and his mother and sister came out with the rest of the people to look on him, but knew him not. However, after considering him, they said, "Verily, he favors our Ghanem. Can this sick man be he?" Presently, he awoke, and finding himself bound with ropes on the back of a camel, began to weep and complain, and the people of the village sought his mother and sister weeping over him, though they knew him not. Then they set out for Baghdad, whither the camel driver forewent them, and setting Ghanem down at the door of the hospital, went away. He lay there till morning, and when the people began to go about the ways, they saw him and stood gazing on him, for indeed he was become as thin as a skewer, till the syndic of the market came up and drove them away, saying, "I will gain paradise through this poor fellow, for if they take him into the hospital, they will kill him in one day." Then he made his servants carry him to his own house, where he spread him a new bed, with a new pillow, and said to his wife, "Tend him faithfully." "Good," answered she, "on my head be it." Then she tucked up her sleeves, and heating some water, washed his hands and feet and body, after which she clothed him in a gown belonging to one of her slave girls, and gave him a cup of wine to drink and sprinkled rosewater over him. So he revived and moaned, as he thought of his beloved Kut el-Kulub. And sorrows were sore upon him. Meanwhile, Kut el-Kulub abode in duress 80 days, at the end of which time, the Caliph, chancing one day to pass the place in which she was, heard her repeating verses and saying, "O my beloved, O Ghanem, how great is thy goodness and how chaste is thy nature! Thou didst good to him who hath injured thee, thou guardedst his honor who hath violated thine, and didst protect the harem of him who hath despoiled thee in thine. But thou wilt surely stand, with the commander of the faithful, before the just judge, and be justified of him on the day when the judge shall be the Lord of all, to whom belong might and majesty, and the witnesses the angels." When the Caliph heard her complaint, he knew that she had been wrongfully entreated, and returning to his palace sent Mesra the eunuch for her. She came before him, with bowed head, tearful-eyed, and mournful-hearted, and he said to her, "O Kut el-Kulub, I find thou taxest me with injustice and tyranny, and avouchest that I have wronged him who did me good. Who is this that hath guarded my honor, and whose honor I have violated, and who hath protected my harem, whilst I have enslaved his?" "Ghanem ben Ayub," replied she, "for by thy munificence, O commander of the faithful, he never approached me by way of lewdness nor with evil intent." Then said the Caliph, "There is no power and no virtue but in God. Ask what thou wilt of me, O Kut el-Kulub, and it shall be granted to thee." "O commander of the faithful," said she, "I ask of thee my beloved Ghanem ben Ayub." The Caliph granted her prayer, and she said, "O commander of the faithful, if I bring him to thee, wilt thou bestow me on him?" "If he come," replied the Caliph, "I will bestow thee on him, the gift of a generous man who does not go back on his giving." "O commander of the faithful," said she, "suffer me to go in quest of him, it may be God will unite me with him." "Do what seemeth good to thee," answered he. So she rejoiced, in taking with her 1,000 dinars, went out and visited the elders of the various religious orders, and gave alms for Ghanem's sake. Next day she went to the merchant's bazaar, and told the chief of the market what she sought, and gave him money, saying, "Bestow this in alms on strangers." The following week she took other 1,000 dinars, and going to the market of the goldsmiths and jewelers, called the syndic and gave him the money, saying, "Bestow this in alms on strangers." The syndic, who was none other than Ghanem's benefactor, looked at her and said, "O my lady, wilt thou go to my house and look upon a strange youth I have there and see how goodly and elegant he is? Now this stranger was Ganem, but the syndic had no knowledge of him and thought him to be some unfortunate debtor, who had been despoiled of his property, or a lover parted from his beloved. When she heard his words, her heart fluttered and her bowels yearned, and she said to him, Send with me someone who shall bring me to thy house. So he sent a little boy, who led her thither, and she thanked him for this. When she reached the house, she went in and saluted the syndic's wife, who rose and kissed the ground before her, knowing her. Then said Kut el Kulub, Where is the sick man who was with thee? O my lady, replied she, weeping, here he is, lying on this bed. By Allah, he is a man of condition and bears traces of gentle breeding. So Kut el Kulub turned and looked at him, but he was as if disguised in her eyes, being worn and wasted till he was become as thin as a skewer, so that his case was doubtful to her and she was not certain that it was he. Nevertheless, she was moved to compassion for him and wept, saying, Verily, strangers are unhappy, though they be princes in their own land. And his case was grievous to her and her heart ached for him, though she knew him not to be Ganem. Then she appointed him wine and medicines and sat by his head a while, after which she mounted and returned to her palace and continued to make the round of the bazaars in search of Ganem. Meanwhile Ganem's mother and sister arrived at Baghdad and fell in with the charitable syndic, who carried them to Kut el Kulub and said to her, O princess of benevolent ladies, there be come to our city this day a woman and her daughter, who are fair of face, and the marks of gentle breeding and fortune are manifest upon them, though they are clad in hair garments and have each a wallet hanging to her neck, and they are tearful-eyed and sorrowful-hearted. So I have brought them to thee, that thou mayest shelter them and rescue them from beggary, for they are not fit to ask alms, and if God will, we shall enter paradise through them. O my lord, exclaimed she, thou makest me long to see them. Where are they? Bring them to me. So he bade the eunuch bring them in, and when she looked on them and saw that they were both possessed of beauty, she wept for them and said, By Allah, they are people of condition and show signs of former fortune. O my lady, said the syndic's wife, we love the poor and destitute, because of the recompense that God hath promised to such as succor them. As for these, belike the oppressors have done them violence and robbed them of their fortune and laid waste their dwelling place. Then Ganem's mother and sister wept sore, recalling their former prosperity and contrasting it with their present destitute and miserable condition, and thinking of Ganem, whilst Kut el Kulub wept because they did. And they exclaimed, We beseech God to reunite us with him whom we desire, and he is none other than our son Ganem ben Ayub. When Kut el Kulub heard this, she knew them to be the mother and sister of her beloved and wept till she lost her senses. When she revived, she turned to them and said, Have no care and grieve not, for this day is the first of your prosperity and the last of your adversity. Then she bade the syndic take them to his own house and let his wife carry them to the bath and clothe them handsomely. And she charged him to take care of them and treat them with all honor, and gave him a sum of money. Next day, she mounted and riding to his house, went in to his wife, who rose and kissed her hands and thanked her for her goodness. There she saw Ganem's mother and sister, whom the syndic's wife had taken to the bath and clothed afresh, so that the traces of their former condition were now plainly apparent. She sat a while, conversing with them, after which she inquired for the sick youth, and the syndic's wife replied, He is in the same state. Then said Kut el Kulub, Come, let us go and visit him. So they all went into the room where he lay and sat down by him. Presently, Ganem heard them mention the name of Kut el Kulub, whereupon his life came back to him, wasted and shrunken as he was, and he raised his head from the pillow and cried out, O Kut el Kulub. Yes, O friend, answered she. Draw near to me, said he. So she looked at him earnestly and knew him and said to him, "Surely thou art Ganem ben Ayub?" "I am indeed he," replied he. At this, she fell down in a swoon, and when Ganem's mother and sister heard their words, they both cried out, "O joy!" and swooned away. When they recovered, Kut el Kulub exclaimed, "Praised be God who hath brought us together again and hath reunited thee with thy mother and sister." Then she told him all that had befallen her with the Caliph and said, "I have made known the truth to the commander of the faithful, who believed me and approved of thee, and now he wishes to see thee." Then she told him how the Caliph had bestowed her on him, at which he was beyond measure rejoiced, and she returned to the palace at once, charging them not to stir till she came back. There she opened the chest that she had brought from Ganem's house, and taking out some of the money, carried it to the syndic and bade him buy them each 4 suits of the best stuffs and 20 handkerchiefs and what else they needed, after which she carried them all 3 to the bath and commanded to wash them and made ready for them broths and galangale and apple water against their coming out. When they left the bath, they put on new clothes, and she abode with them 3 days, feeding them with fowls and broths and sherbet of sugar candy, till their strength returned to them. After this, she carried them to the bath a second time, and when they came out and had changed their clothes, she took them back to the syndic's house and left them there, whilst she returned to the palace and craving an audience of the Caliph, told him the whole story and how her lord Ganem and his mother and sister were now in Baghdad. When the Caliph heard this, he turned to his attendants and said, "Bring hither to me Ganem." So Ja'far went to fetch him, but Kut el Kulub forewent him to the syndic's house and told Ganem that the Caliph had sent for him and enjoined him to eloquence and self-possession in pleasant speech. Then she clad him in a rich habit and gave him much money, bidding him be lavish of largesse to the household of the Caliph, when he went in to him. Presently, Ja'far arrived, riding on his Nubian mule, and Ganem met him and kissed the ground before him, wishing him long life. Now was the star of his good fortune risen and shone, and Ja'far took him and brought him to the Caliph. When he entered, he looked at the viziers and emirs and chamberlains and deputies and grandees and captains, Turks and Medes and Arabs and Persians, and then at the Caliph. Then he made sweet his speech and his eloquence, and bowing his head, spoke the following verses. Long life unto a king, the greatest of the great, still following on good works and bounties without date. Glowering with high resolves, a fountain of largesse, forever full, 'tis said, of fire and flood and fate. That they none else would have for monarch of the world, for sovereign of the time and king in Kisra's gate. Kings, salutation-wise, upon his threshold's earth, for his acceptance lay the jewels of their state. And when their eyes behold the glory of his might, upon the earth, in awe, themselves they do prostrate. This humbleness it is that profits them with thee and wins them wealth and power and rank and high estate. Upon old Saturn's heights pitch thy pavilion, since for thy countless hosts the world is grown too strait. And teach the stars to know thine own magnificence, in kindness to the prince who rules the starry state. May God with his consent forever favor thee. For steadfastness of soul and sense upon thee wait. Thy justice overspreads the surface of the earth, till far and near for it their difference abate. The Caliph was charmed with his eloquence and the sweetness of his speech and said to him, "Draw near to me." So he drew near and the Caliph said, "Tell me thy story and expound to me thy case." So Ganem sat down and related to him all that had befallen him, from beginning to end. The Caliph was assured that he spoke the truth, so he invested him with a dress of honor and took him into favor. Then he said to him, "Acquit me of the wrong I have done thee." And Ganem did so, saying, "O commander of the faithful, the slave and all that is his belong to his lord." The Caliph was pleased with this and bade set apart a palace for Ganem, on whom he bestowed great store of gifts and assigned him bountiful stipends and allowances, sending his mother and sister to live with him, after which, hearing that his sister Fitna was indeed a seduction for beauty, he demanded her in marriage of Ganem, who replied, "She is thy handmaid and I am thy servant." The Caliph thanked him and gave him 100,000 dinars, then summoned the Qadi and the witnesses, who drew up the contracts of marriage between the Caliph and Fitna on the one hand and Ganem and Kud el-Kulub on the other, and the two marriages were consummated in one and the same night. On the morrow, the Caliph ordered the history of Ganem to be recorded and laid up in the royal treasury, that those who came after him might read it and wonder at the dealings of destiny and put their trust in him who created the night and the day. Volume 2. The History of King Omar ben Nu'man and his sons Shirkan and Zulmekan. There reigned once in the city of peace, Baghdad, before the caliphate of Abdulmalik ben Marwan, a king called Omar ben Nu'man, who was of the mighty giants and had subdued the kings of Persia and the emperors of the East, for none could warm himself at his fire nor cope with him in battle, and when he was angry, there came sparks out of his nostrils. He had gotten him the dominion over all countries, and God had subjected unto him all creatures. His commands were obeyed in all the great cities and his armies penetrated the most distant lands. The east and west came under his rule, with the regions between them, Hind and Sind and China and Hejaz and Yemen and the islands of India and China, Syria and Mesopotamia and the land of the blacks and the islands of the ocean and all the famous rivers of the earth, Jaxartes and Bactris, Nile and Euphrates. He sent his ambassadors to the farthest parts of the earth, to fetch him true report, and they returned with tidings of justice and peace, bringing him assurance of loyalty and obedience and invocations of blessings on his head, for he was a right noble king and there came to him gifts and tribute from all parts of the world. He had a son called Shirkan, who was one of the prodigies of the age and the likest of all men to his father, who loved him with an exceeding love and had appointed him to be king after him. The prince grew up till he reached man's estate and was 20 years old, and God subjected all men to him, for he was gifted with great might and prowess in battle, humbling the champions and destroying all who made head against him. So, before long, this Shirkan became famous in all quarters of the world and his father rejoiced in him, and his might waxed, till he passed all bounds and magnified himself, taking by storm the citadels and strong places. Now King Omar had 4 lawful wives, but God had vouchsafed him no son by them, except Shirkan, whom he had gotten of one of them, and the rest were barren. Moreover he had 360 concubines, after the number of the days of the Coptic year, who were of all nations, and he had lodged them all within his palace. For he had built 12 pavilions, after the number of the months of the year, in each 30 chambers, and appointed to each of his concubines a night, which he lay with her and came not to her again for a full year. As Providence would have it, one of them conceived and her pregnancy was made known, whereupon the king rejoiced with an exceeding joy, saying, "Mayhap it will be a son, in which case all my offspring will be males." Then he recorded the date of her conception and made much of her. But when the news came to Shirkan, he was troubled and it was grievous to him, for he said, "Verily, there cometh one who shall dispute the kingdom with me." So he said to himself, "If this damsel bear a male child, I will kill it." But he kept this his intense secret in his heart. Now the damsel in question was a Greek girl, by name Sufiya, whom the king of Rum, lord of Caesarea, had sent to King Omar as a present, together with great store of rarities. She was the fairest of face and most graceful of all his women and the most careful of his honor and was gifted with abounding wit and surpassing loveliness. She had served the king on the night of his lying with her, saying to him, "O king, I desire of the God of the heavens that he grant thee of me a male child, so I may rear him well and do my utmost endeavor to educate him and preserve him from harm." And her words pleased the king. She passed the time of her pregnancy in devout exercises, praying fervently to God to grant her a goodly male child and make his birth easy to her, till her months were accomplished and she sat down on the stool of delivery. Now the king had given an eunuch charge to let him know if the child she should bring forth were male or female, and in like manner his son Shirkan had sent one to bring him news of this. In due time, Sufiya was delivered of a child, which the midwives took and found to be a girl with a face more radiant than the moon. So they announced this to the bystanders, whereupon the eunuch carried the news to the king, and Shirkan's messenger did the like with his master, who rejoiced with exceeding joy. But after these two had departed, Sufiya said to the midwives, "Wait with me a while, for I feel there is yet somewhat in my entrails." Then she moaned, and the pains of labor took her again, but God made it easy to her, and she gave birth to a second child. The midwives looked at it and found it a boy like the full moon, with flower-white forehead and rose-red cheeks, whereupon the damsel and her eunuchs and attendants rejoiced, and she was delivered of the afterbirth, whilst all who were in the palace set up cries of joy. The other damsels heard of this and envied her, and the news came to Omar, who was glad and rejoiced. Then he rose and went to her and kissed her head, after which he looked at the boy and bending down to it, kissed it, whilst the damsels smote the tabrets and played on instruments of music, and he commanded that the boy should be named Zulmakan and the girl Nusbat-ezi Zaman, which was done accordingly. Then he appointed nurses, wet and dry, and eunuchs and attendants to serve them, and assigned them rations of sugar and liquors and oil and other necessaries, such as the tongue fails to set out. Moreover, the people of Baghdad heard of the children that God had vouchsafed to the king, so they decorated the city and made proclamation of the good news. Then came the emirs and viziers and grandees and wished the king joy of his son and daughter, wherefore he thanked them and bestowed dresses of honor and favors and largesse on them and on all who were present, gentle and simple. Then he bade carry great store of jewelry and apparel and money to Sufiya, and charged her to rear the children carefully and educate them well. After this wise, 4 years passed by, during which time the king sat every few days to seek news of Sufiya and her children, but all this while, his son Shirkan knew not that a male child had been born to his father, having news only of the birth of his daughter Nusbat-ezi Zaman, and they hid the thing from him, until years and days had passed by, whilst he was busied in contending with the men of war and tilting against the cavaliers. One day, as the king was sitting on his throne, there came into him his chamberlains, who kissed the earth before him and said, "O king, there be come ambassadors from the king of the Greeks, Lord of Constantinople the Mighty, and they desire to be admitted to pay their respects to thee, so if the king give them leave to enter, we will admit them, and if not, there is no appeal from his decree." He bade admit them, and when they entered, he turned to them and asked them how they did and the reason of their coming. They kissed the earth before him and replied, "O illustrious king and lord of the long arm, know that King Aphrodon, lord of the lands of the Greeks and of the Nazarene armies, holding the empire of Constantinople, hath sent us to make known to thee that he is now waging grievous war with a fierce rebel, the lord of Caesarea, and the cause of this war is as follows. One of the kings of the Arabs, a while since, chanced, in one of his conquests, upon a treasure of the time of Alexander, from which he carried away countless riches, and amongst other things, 3 round jewels, of the bigness of an ostrich's egg, from a mine of pure white jewels, never was seen the like. Upon each of these jewels were graven talismans in the Greek character, and they had many properties and virtues, amongst the rest that if one of them were hung round the neck of a newborn child, no ailment would hurt him, nor would he moan or be fevered, so long as it was about his neck. When they came to the hands of the Arabian king and he knew their virtues, he sent the 3 jewels, together with other presents and rarities, as a gift to King Aphrodon, and to that end fitted out 2 ships, one bearing the treasure and presents and the other men to guard them against whoso should offer them hindrance on the sea, being nevertheless assured that none would dare waylay them, for that he was king of the Arabs, more by token that their way lay through the sea in the dominions of the king of Constantinople, and they were bound to him, nor were there on the shores of that sea any but subjects of the most mighty King Aphrodon. The ships set out and sailed till they drew near our city, when there sallied out on them certain corsairs of the country, and amongst them troops of the king of Caesarea, who took all the treasures and rarities in the ships, together with the 3 jewels, and slew the men. When the news came to our king, he sent an army against them, but they defeated it. Then he sent another army, stronger than the first, but they put this also to the rout, whereupon the king was wroth and swore that he would go out against them in person at the head of his whole army and not turn back from them, till he had left Caesarea in ruins and laid waste all the lands and cities over which its king held sway. So he craves of the Lord of the age and the time, the king of Baghdad and Chorasan, that he succor us with an army, to the end that glory may redound to him. And he is sent by us somewhat of various kinds of presents, and begs the king to favor him by accepting them and accord us his aid. Then they kissed the earth before King Omar and brought out the presents, which were 50 slave girls of the choicest of the land of the Greeks, and 50 white male slaves in tunics of brocade, rich girdles of gold and silver, and in their ears pendants of gold and fine pearls, worth 1,000 dinars each. The damsels were adorned after the same fashion and clad in stuffs worth much money. When the king saw them, he rejoiced in them and accepted them. Then he commanded that the ambassadors should be honorably entreated, and summoning his viziers, took counsel with them of what he should do. Accordingly, one of them, an old man named Dendan, arose and kissing the earth before King Omar, said, O king, thou wouldst do well to equip numerous army and set over it thy son Shirkan, with us as his lieutenants, and to my mind it behoves thee to do thus, for 2 reasons. First, that the king of the Greeks hath appealed to thee for aid and hath sent thee presents, and thou hast accepted them, and secondly, that no enemy dares attack our country, and that if thy host succor the king of the Greeks and his foe be put to the rout, the glory will fall to thee, and the news of it will be noised abroad in all cities and countries, and especially, when the tidings reach the islands of the ocean and the people of western Africa, they will send thee presents and tribute. When the king heard the vizier's speech, it pleased him and he approved his counsel, so he bestowed on him dress of honor and said to him, It is with such as thee that kings take counsel, and it befits that thou command the van of the army and my son Shirkan the main battle. Then he sent for Shirkan and expounded the matter to him, telling him what the ambassadors and the vizier had said, and enjoined him to take arms and prepare to set out, charging him not to cross the vizier Dendan in aught that he should do. Then he bade him choose from among his troops 10,000 horsemen armed capapi and inured to war and hardship. Accordingly, Shirkan rose at once and chose out 10,000 horsemen, in obedience to his father's commandment, after which he entered his palace and mustered his troops and distributed money to them, saying, Ye have 3 days to make ready. They kissed the earth before him and proceeded at once to make their preparations for the campaign, whilst Shirkan repaired to the armories and provided himself with all the arms and armor that he needed, and thence to the stables, whence he took horses of choice breeds and others. When the 3 days were ended, the troops marched out of Baghdad, and King Omar came forth to take leave of his son, who kissed the earth before him, and he gave him 7,000 purses. Then he turned to the vizier Dendan and commended to his care his son Shirkan's army, and charged the latter to consult the vizier in all things, to which they both promised obedience. After this, the king returned to Baghdad, and Shirkan commanded the officers to draw out the troops in battle array. So they mustered them, and the number of the army was 10,000 horsemen, besides footmen and followers. Then they loaded the beasts and beat the drums and blew the clarions and unfurled the banners and the standards, whilst Shirkan mounted, with the vizier Dendan by his side and the standards waving over them, and the army set out and fared on, with the ambassadors in the van, till the day departed and the night came, when they halted and encamped for the night. On the morrow, as soon as God brought in the day, they took horse and continued their march, nor did they cease to press onward, guided by the ambassadors, for the space of 20 days. On the 21st day, at nightfall, they came to a wide and fertile valley, whose sides were thickly wooded and covered with grass, and there Shirkan called a 3 days' halt. So they dismounted and pitched their tents, dispersing right and left in the valley, whilst the Vizier Dendan and the ambassadors alighted in the midst. As for Shirkan, when he had seen the tents pitched and the troops dispersed on either side and had commanded his officers and attendants to camp beside the Vizier Dendan, he gave reins to his horse, being minded to explore the valley and himself mount guard over the army, having regard to his father's injunctions and to the fact that they had reached the frontier of the land of Rum and were now in the enemy's country. So he rode on alone along the valley, till a fourth part of the night was past, when he grew weary and sleep overcame him, so that he could no longer spur his horse. Now he was used to sleep on horseback, so when drowsiness got the better of him, he fell asleep and the horse paced on with him half the night and entered a forest, but Shirkan awoke not, till the steed smote the earth with his hoof. Then he started from sleep and found himself among trees, and the moon arose and lighted up the two horizons. He was troubled at finding himself alone in this place and spoke the words, which whoso says shall never be confounded, that is to say, there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. But as he rode on, in fear of the wild beasts, behold, the trees thinned and the moon shone out upon a meadow as it were one of the meads of paradise, and he heard therein a noise of talk and pleasant laughter such as ravishes the wit of men. So King Shirkan dismounted and tying his horse to a tree, fared on a little way, till he espied a stream of running water and heard a woman talking and saying in Arabic, "By the virtue of the Messiah, this is not handsome of you. But whoso speaks a word, I will throw her down and bind her with her girdle." He followed in the direction of the voice and saw gazelles frisking and wild cattle pasturing and birds in their various voices expressing joy and gladness, and the earth was embroidered with all manner of flowers and green herbs, even as says of it the poet in the following verses. Earth has no fairer sight to show than this its blossom time, with all the gently running streams that wander o'er its face. It is indeed the handiwork of God omnipotent, the Lord of every noble gift and giver of all grace. Midmost the meadow stood a monastery, and within the enclosure was a citadel that rose high into the air in the light of the moon. The stream passed through the midst of the monastery, and there nigh sat 10 damsels like moons, high-bosomed maids, clad in dresses and ornaments that dazzled the eyes, as says of them the poet. The meadow glitters with the troops of lovely ones that wander there. Its grace and beauty doubled are by these that are so passing fair. Virgins that, with their swimming gait, the hearts of all that see ensnare. Along whose necks, like trails of grapes, stream down the tresses of their hair. Proudly they walk, with eyes that dart the shafts and arrows of despair. And all the champions of the world are slain by their seductive air. Shirkan looked at the 10 girls and saw in their midst a lady like the moon at its full, with ringlet hair and shining forehead, great black eyes and curling browlocks, perfect in person and attributes, as says the poet. Her beauty beamed on me with glances wonder bright, the slender Syrian spears are not so straight and slight. She laid her veil aside, and lo, her cheeks rose red. All manner loveliness was in their sweetest sight. The locks, that o'er her brow fell down, were like the night, from out of which there shines a morning of delight. Then Shirkan heard her say to the girls, "Come on, that I may wrestle with you, ere the moon set and the dawn come." So they came up to her, one after another, and she overthrew them, one by one, and bound their hands behind them with their girdles. When she had thrown them all, there turned to her an old woman, who was before her, and said, as if she were wroth with her, "O wanton, dost thou glory in overthrowing these girls? Behold, I am an old woman, yet have I thrown them 40 times. So what hast thou to boast of? But if thou have strength to wrestle with me, stand up that I may grip thee and put thy head between thy feet." The young lady smiled at her words, although her heart was full of anger against her, and said, "O my lady Dat ed Dawahi, wilt indeed wrestle with me, or dost thou jest with me? I mean to wrestle with thee in very deed, replied she. Stand up to me then, said the damsel, if thou have strength to do so. When the old woman heard this, she was sore enraged, and the hair of her body stood on end, like that of a hedgehog. Then she sprang up, whilst the damsel confronted her, and said, By the virtue of the Messiah, I will not wrestle with thee, except I be naked. O baggage! So she loosed her trousers, and putting her hand under her clothes, tore them off her body. Then, taking a handkerchief of silk, she bound it about her middle and became as she were a bald afrite or a pied snake. Then she turned to the young lady and said to her, Do as I have done. All this time, Sharrkan was watching them and laughing at the loathly favor of the old woman. So the damsel took a sash of Yemen stuff and doubled it about her waist, then tucked up her trousers and showed legs of alabaster, and above them a hummock of crystal, soft and swelling, and a belly that exhaled musk from its dimples, as it were a bed of blood-red anemones, and breasts like double pomegranates. Then the old woman bent to her, and they took hold of one another, whilst Sharrkan raised his eyes to heaven and prayed to God that the damsel might conquer the old hag. Presently, the former bored in under the latter, and gripping her by the breech with the left hand and by the gullet with the right, hoisted her off the ground, whereupon the old woman strove to free herself, and in the struggle wriggled out of the girl's hands and fell on her back. Up went her legs and showed her hairy tout in the moonlight, and she let fly 2 great cracks of wind, one of which smote the earth, whilst the other smoked up to the skies. At this Sharrkan laughed, till he fell to the ground, and said, He lied not who dubbed thee Lady of Calamities. Verily, thou sawest her prowess against the others. Then he arose and looked right and left, but saw none save the old woman thrown down on her back. So he drew near to hear what should pass between them, and behold, the young lady came up to the old one, and throwing over her a veil of fine silk, helped her to dress herself, making excuses to her and saying, O my lady Dad Dawahi, I did not mean to throw thee so roughly, but thou wrigglest out of my hands, so praised be God for safety. She returned her no answer, but rose in her confusion and walked away out of sight, leaving the young lady standing alone, by the other girls thrown down and bound. Then said Sharrkan to himself, To every fortune there is a cause. Sleep fell not on me, nor did the steed bear me hither, but for my good fortune, for of a surety this damsel and what is with her shall be my prize. So he turned back and mounted and drew his scimitar. Then he gave his horse the spur, and he started off with him, like an arrow from a bow, whilst he brandished his naked blade and cried out, God is most great. When the damsel saw him, she sprang to her feet, and running to the bank of the river, which was there 6 cubits wide, made a spring and landed on the other side, where she turned and standing, cried out in a loud voice, Who art thou, sirrah, that breakest in on our pastime, and that with thy wingerbeard, as thou wert charging an army? Whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound? Speak the truth, and it shall profit thee, and do not lie, for lying is of the loser's fashion. Doubtless thou hast strayed this night from thy road, that thou hast happened on this place. So tell me what thou seekest. If thou wouldst have us set thee in the right road, we will do so, or if thou seek help, we will help thee. When Sharrkan heard her words, he replied, I am a stranger of the Muslims, who am come out by myself in quest of booty, and I have found no fairer purchase this moonlit night than these 10 damsels, so I will take them and rejoin my comrades with them. Quoth she, I would have thee to know that thou hast not yet come at the booty, and as for these 10 damsels, by Allah, they are no purchase for thee. Indeed, the fairest purchase thou canst look for is to win free of this place, for thou art now in a mead, where, if we gave one cry, there would be with us anon 4,000 knights. Did I not tell thee that lying is shameful? And he said, The fortunate man is he to whom God sufficeth, and who hath no need of other than him. By the virtue of the Messiah, replied she, did I not fear to have thy death at my hand, I would give a cry that would fill the meadow on thee with horse and foot, but I have pity on the stranger, so if thou seek booty, I require of thee that thou dismount from thy horse and swear to me, by thy faith, that thou wilt not approach me with aught of arms, and we will wrestle, I and thou. If thou throw me, lay me on thy horse and take all of us to thy booty, and if I throw thee, thou shalt be at my commandment. Swear this to me, for I fear thy perfidy, since experience has it that, as long as perfidy is in men's natures, to trust in every one is weakness. But if thou wilt swear, I will come over to thee. Quoth Sharrkan, and indeed he lusted after her and said to himself, She does not know that I am a champion of the champions. Impose on me whatever oath thou deemest binding, and I will swear not to draw near thee till thou hast made thy preparations and sayest, Come and wrestle with me. If thou throw me, I have wealth wherewith to ransom myself, and if I throw thee, I shall get fine purchase. Then said she, Swear to me by him who hath lodged the soul in the body and given laws to mankind, that thou wilt not beset me with aught of violence, but by way of wrestling, else mayst thou die out of the pale of Islam. By Allah, exclaimed Sharrkan, if a Qadi should swear me, though he were Qadi of the Qadis, he would not impose on me the like of this oath. Then he took the oath she required and tied his horse to a tree, sunken in the sea of reverie, and saying in himself, Glory to him who fashioned her of vile water. Then he girt himself and made ready for wrestling and said to her, Cross the stream to me. Quoth she, It is not for me to come to thee, if thou wilt, do thou cross over to me. I cannot do that, replied he, and she said, O boy, I will come to thee. So she gathered her skirts and making a spring, landed on the other side of the river by him, whereupon he drew near to her, wondering at her beauty and grace, and saw a form that the hand of omnipotence had tanned with the leaves of the jinn and which had been fostered by divine solicitude, a form on which the zephyrs of fair fortune had blown and over whose creation favorable planets had presided. Then she called out to him, saying, O Muslim, come and wrestle before the daybreak, and tucked up her sleeves, showing a forearm like fresh curd. The whole place was lighted up by its whiteness and Sharrkan was dazzled by it. Then he bent forward and clapped his hands and she did the like, and they took hold and gripped each other. He laid his hands on her slender waist, so that the tips of his fingers sank into the folds of her belly, and his limbs relaxed and he stood in the stead of desire, for there was displayed to him a body, in which was languishment of hearts, and he fell a trembling like the Persian reed in the hurricane. So she lifted him up and throwing him to the ground, sat down on his breast with buttocks like a hill of sand, for he was not master of his reason. Then she said to him, O Muslim, it is lawful among you to kill Christians. What sayest thou to my killing thee? O my lady, replied he, as for killing me, it is unlawful, for our Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hath forbidden the slaying of women and children and old men and monks. Since this was revealed unto your Prophet, rejoined she, it behoves us to be even with him therein, so rise, I give thee thy life, for beneficence is not lost upon men. Then she got off his breast and he rose and brushed the earth from his head, and she said to him, Be not abashed, but, indeed, one who enters the land of the Greeks in quest of booty and to succor kings against kings, how comes it that there is no strength in him to defend himself against a woman? It was not lack of strength in me, replied he, nor was it thy strength that overthrew me, but thy beauty, so if thou wilt grant me another bout, it will be of thy favor. She laughed and said, I grant thee this, but these damsels have been long bound and their arms and shoulders are weary, and it were fitting I should loose them, since this next bout may peradventure be a long one. Then she went up to the girls and unbinding them, said to them in the Greek tongue, Go and put yourselves in safety, till I have brought to naught this Muslim's craving for you. So they went away, whilst Sharrkan looked at them and they gazed at him and the young lady. Then she and he drew near again and set breast against breast, but, when he felt her belly against his strength failed him, and she feeling this, lifted him in her hands, swiftlier than the blinding lightning, and threw him to the ground. He fell on his back, and she said to him, Rise, I give thee thy life a second time. I spared thee before for the sake of thy prophet, for that he forbade the killing of women, and I do so this second time because of thy weakness and tender age and strangerhood. But I charge thee, if there be, in the army sent by King Omar ben Ennuman to the succor of the king of Constantinople, a stronger than thou, send him hither and tell him of me, for in wrestling there are divers kinds of strokes and tricks, such as feinting and the foretripe and the backtripe and the light crick and the thigh twist and the jostle and the cross buttock. By Allah, O my lady, replied Shirkan, and indeed he was greatly incensed against her, were I the chief Es-Sefidi or Muhammad Kaimal or Ibn Es-Seti, I had not observed the fashion thou namest, for, by Allah, it was not by thy strength that thou overthrewest me, but by filling me with the desire of thy buttocks, because we people of Chaldea love great thighs, so that nor wit nor foresight was left in me. But now if thou have a mind to try another fall with me, with my wits about me, I have a right to this one bout more, by the rules of the game, for my presence of mind has now returned to me. Hast thou not had enough of wrestling, O conquered one? Rejoined she. However, come, if thou wilt, but know that this bout must be the last. Then they took hold of each other, and he set to in earnest and warded himself against being thrown down, so they strained a while, and the damsel found in him strength such as she had not before observed, and said to him, O Muslim, thou art on thy guard. Yes, replied he, thou knowest that there remaineth but this bout, and after each of us will go his own way. She laughed and he laughed too, then she seized the opportunity to bore in upon him unawares, and gripping him by the thigh, threw him to the ground, so that he fell on his back. She laughed at him and said, Thou art surely an eater of bran, for thou art like a Bedouin bonnet, that falls at a touch, or a child's toy, that a puff of air overturns. Out on thee, thou poor creature! Go back to the army of the Muslims and send us other than thyself, for thou lackest thews, and cry us among the Arabs and Persians and Turks and Medes, whoso has might in him, let him come to us. Then she made a spring and landed on the other side of the stream, and said to Shirkan, laughing, It goes to my heart to part with thee. Get thee to thy friends, O my lord, before the morning, lest the knights come upon thee and take thee on the points of their lances. Thou hast not strength enough to defend thee against women, so how couldst thou make head against men and cavaliers? And she turned to go back to the monastery. Shirkan was confounded and called out to her, saying, O my lady, wilt thou go away and leave the wretched stranger, the broken-hearted slave of love? So she turned to him, laughing, and said, What wouldst thou? I grant thy prayer. Have I set foot in thy country and tasted the sweetness of thy favors? Replied Shirkan, and shall I return without eating of thy victual and tasting thy hospitality? Indeed, I am become one of thy servitors. Quoth she, None but the base refuses hospitality, on my head and eyes be it. Do me the favor to mount and ride along the bank of the stream, abreast of me, for thou art my guest. At this Shirkan rejoiced, and hastening back to his horse, mounted and rode along the river bank, keeping abreast of her, till he came to a drawbridge, that hung by pulleys and chains of steel, made fast with hooks and padlocks. Here stood the 10 damsels awaiting the lady, who spoke to one of them in the Greek tongue and said to her, Go to him and take his horse's rein and bring him over to the monastery. So she went up to Shirkan and led him over the bridge to the other side, and he followed her, amazed at what he saw, and saying in himself, Would the Vizier Dendan were with me, to look on these fair faces with his own eyes. Then he turned to the young lady and said to her, O wonder of beauty, now art thou doubly bound to me, firstly, by the bond of comradeship, and secondly for that thou carriest me to thy house, and I accept of thy hospitality and am at thy disposal and under thy protection. So do me the favor to go with me to the land of Islam, where thou shalt look upon many a lion-hearted prince and know who I am. His speech angered her, and she said to him, By the virtue of the Messiah, thou art keen of wit with me, But I see now what depravity is in thy heart, and how thou allowest thyself to say a thing that proves thee a traitor. How should I do what thou sayest, when I know that, if I came to thy king Omar ben Ennuman, I should never win free of him? For he has not the like of me among his women nor in his palace, all lord of Baghdad and Khorasan as he is, with his 12 palaces, in number as the months of the year, and his concubines therein, in number as the days thereof. And if I come to him, he will not respect me, for that ye hold it lawful to take possession of the like of me, as it is said in your scripture, that which your right hand possesses. So how canst thou speak thus to me? As for thy saying, thou shalt look upon the champions of the Muslims, by the Messiah, thou sayest that which is not true, for I saw your army, when it reached our country, these 2 days ago, and I did not see that your ordinance was that of kings, but beheld you only as a rabble of men collected together. And as for thy saying, thou shalt know who I am, I did not show thee courtesy of any intent to honor thee, but out of pride in myself, and the like of thee should not say this to the like of me, even though thou be Shurkin himself, King Omar ben Ennuman's son, who is renowned in these days. And dost thou know Shurkan? Asked he. Yes, replied she, and I know of his coming with an army of 10,000 horse, for that he was sent by his father with these troops to the succor of the king of Constantinople. O my lady, rejoined Shurkan, I conjure thee, as thou believest in thy religion, tell me the cause of all this, that I may know truth from falsehood and with whom the fault lies. By the virtue of thy faith, replied she, were it not that I fear lest the news of me be bruited abroad that I am of the daughters of the Greeks, I would adventure myself and sally forth against the 10,000 horse and kill their chief, the Vizier Dendan, and take their champion Shurkan. Nor would there be any reproach to me in this, for I have read books and know the Arabic language and have studied good breeding and polite letters. But I have no need to vaunt my own prowess to thee, for thou hast tasted of my quality and proved my strength and skill and preeminence in wrestling. Nor if Shurkan himself had been in thy place tonight and it had been said to him, leap this river, could he have done so? And I could wish well that the Messiah would throw him into my hands here in this monastery, that I might go forth to him in the habit of a man and pull him from his saddle and take him prisoner and lay him in fetters. When Shurkan heard this, pride and heat and warlike jealousy overcame him, and he was minded to discover himself and lay violent hands on her, but her beauty held him back from her, and he repeated the following verse. Their charms, whatever fault the fair commit, 1,000 intercessors bring for it. So she went up, and he after her, whilst he looked at her back and saw her buttocks smiting against each other, like the billows in the troubled sea, and he recited the following verses. In her face an advocate harbors, who blots out her every fault from the hearts of mankind, for he is mighty to intercede. When as I look at her face, I cry in my wonder aloud, the moon of the skies in the night of her full is risen indeed. If the Afrit of Belkis himself should wrestle a fall with her, her charms would throw him forthright, for all his strength and speed. They went on till they reached a vaulted gate, arched over with marble. This she opened and entered with Shurkan into a long vestibule, vaulted with 10 arches from each of which hung a lamp of crystal, shining like the rays of the sun. The damsels met her at the end of the vestibule, bearing perfumed flambeaux and having on their heads kerchiefs embroidered with all manner jewels, and went on before her, till they came to the inward of the monastery, where Shurkan saw couches set up all around, facing one another and overhung with curtains spangled with gold. The floor was paved with all kinds of variegated marbles, and in the midst was a basin of water, with 24 spouts of gold around it, from which issued water like liquid silver, whilst at the upper end stood a throne covered with silks of royal purple. Then said the damsel, O my lord, mount this throne. So he seated himself on it, and she withdrew, and when she had been absent a while, he asked the servants of her, and they said, She hath gone to her sleeping chamber, but we will serve thee as thou shalt order. So they set before him rare meats, and he ate till he was satisfied, when they brought him a basin of gold and an ewer of silver, and he washed his hands. Then his mind reverted to his troops, and he was troubled, knowing not what had befallen them in his absence, and thinking how he had forgotten his father's injunctions, so that he abode oppressed with anxiety and repenting of what he had done, till the dawn broke and the day appeared, when he lamented and sighed and became drowned in the sea of melancholy, repeating the following verses. I lack not of prudence, and yet in this case I've been fooled, so what shift shall avail unto me? If any could ease me of love and its stress, of my might and my virtue I'd set myself free. But alas! My heart's lost in the maze of desire, and no helper save God in my strait can I see. Hardly had he finished, when up came more than 20 damsels like moons, encompassing the young lady, who appeared amongst them as the full moon among stars. She was clad in royal brocade and girt with a woven girdle set with various kinds of jewels, that straitly clasped her waist and made her buttocks stand out as they were a hill of crystal upholding a wand of silver, and her breasts were like double pomegranates. On her head she wore a network of pearls, gemmed with various kinds of jewels, and she moved with a coquettish swimming gait, swaying wonder gracefully, whilst the damsels held up her skirts. When Shurkin saw her beauty and grace, he was transported for joy and forgot his army, and the vizier Dendan, springing to his feet, cried out, Beware, beware of that girdle rare, and repeated the following verses. Heavy of buttocks, languorous of gait, with limber shape and breasts right delicate. She hides what passion in her bosom burns, yet cannot I my heat dissimulate. Her maidens, like strung pearls, behind her fair, now all dispersed, now knit in ordered state. She fixed her eyes on him and considered him awhile, till she was assured of him, when she came up to him and said, Indeed the place is honored and illumined by thy presence, O Shurkan. How didst thou pass the night, O hero, after we went away and left thee? Verily lying is a defect and a reproach in kings, especially in great kings, and thou art Shurkan, son of King Omar ben Nu'man, so henceforth tell me naught but truth, and strive not to keep the secret of thy condition, for falsehood engenders hatred and enmity. The arrow of destiny hath fallen on thee, and it behoves thee to show resignation and submission. When Shurkan heard what she said, he saw nothing for it but to tell her the truth, so he said, I am indeed Shurkan, son of Omar ben Nu'man, whom fortune hath afflicted and cast into this place, so now do whatsoever thou wilt. She bowed her head a long while, then turned to him and said, Reassure thyself and be of good cheer, for thou art my guest, and bread and salt have passed between us, so art thou in my safeguard and under my protection. Have no fear, by the virtue of the Messiah, if all the people of the earth sought to harm thee, they should not come at thee till the breath had left my body for thy sake, for thou art under my protection and that of the Messiah. Then she sat down by his side and began to sport with him, till his alarm subsided, and he knew that, had she been minded to kill him, she would have done so on the past night. After a while, she spoke in the Greek tongue to one of her serving women, who went away and returned in a little with a goblet and a tray of food, but Shurkin abstained from eating, saying in himself, Maybe she hath put somewhat in this meat. She knew what was in his thought, so she turned to him and said, By the virtue of the Messiah, the case is not as thou deemest, nor is there aught in this food of what thou suspectest. Were I minded to kill thee, I had done so before now. Then she came to the table and ate a mouthful of every dish, whereupon Shurkin came forward and fell to. She was pleased at this, and they both ate till they were satisfied, after which she let bring perfumes and sweet-smelling herbs and wines of all colors and kinds, in vessels of gold and silver and crystal. She filled the first cup and drank it off, before offering it to Shurkan, even as she had done with the food. Then she filled a second time and gave the cup to him. He drank, and she said to him, See, O Muslim, how thou art in the utmost delight and pleasure of life. And she ceased not to drink and to ply him with drink, till he took leave of his wits, for the wine and the intoxication of love for her. Presently she said to the serving maid, "O Mrjana, bring us some instruments of music." "I hear and obey," replied Mrjana, and going out, returned immediately with a lute, a Persian harp, a Tartar flute and an Egyptian dulcimer. The young lady took the lute and tuning it, sang to it in a dulcet voice, softer than the zephyr and sweeter than the waters of Tesnim, the following verses. May Allah assoil thee thine eyes. How much is the blood they have shed? How great is the tale of the shafts thy pitiless glances have sped? I honor the mistress, indeed, that harshly her suitor entreats. 'Tis sin in the love to relent or pity a lover misled. Fair fortune and grace to the eyes that watch the night, sleepless, for thee, and hail to the heart of thy slave, by day that is heavy as lead. 'Tis thine to condemn me to death, for thou art my king and my lord. With my life I will ransom the judge, who heapeth unright on my head. Then each of the damsels rose and taking an instrument played and sang to it in the Greek language. The lady their mistress sang also, to Shirkin's delight. Then she said to him, "O Muslim, dost thou understand what I say?" "No," replied he, "it was the beauty of thy fingertips that threw me into ecstasies." She laughed and said, "If I sang to thee in Arabic, what wouldst thou do?" "I should lose the mastery of my reason," replied he. So she took an instrument and changing the measure, sang the following verses. Parting must ever bitter be, how shall one bear it patiently? Three things are heavy on my heart, absence, estrangement, cruelty. I love a fair to whom I'm thrall, and severance bitter is to me. Then she looked at Shirkan and found he had lost his senses for delight, and he lay amongst them insensible a while, after which he revived and recalling the singing inclined to mirth. Then they fell again to drinking and ceased not from sport and merriment till the day departed with the evening and the night let fall her wings. Thereupon she rose and retired to her chamber. Shirkan inquired after her and being told that she was gone to her bedchamber, said, "I commend her to the safekeeping of God and to his protection." As soon as it was day, a waiting woman came to him and said, "My mistress bids thee to her." So he rose and followed her, and as he drew near her lodging, the damsels received him with smitten tabrets and songs of greeting and escorted him to a great door of ivory set with pearls and jewels. Here they entered and he found himself in a spacious saloon, at the upper end of which was a great estrade, carpeted with various kinds of silk, and rounded open lattices giving upon trees and streams. About the place were figures, so fashioned that the air entered them and set in motion instruments of music within them, and it seemed to the beholder as if they spoke. Here sat the young lady, looking on the figures, but when she saw Shirkan, she sprang to her feet and taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her and asked him how he had passed the night. He blessed her and they sat talking a while, till she said to him, "Knowest thou aught touching lovers and slaves of passion?" "Yes," replied he, "I know some verses on the subject." "Let me hear them," said she. So he repeated the following verses. Pleasure and health, O Azza, and good digestion to thee. How with our goods and our names and our honors thou makest free. By Allah, whene'er I blow hot, she of a sudden blows cold, and no sooner do I draw near, than off at a tangent flies she. Indeed, as I dote upon Azza, as soon as I've cleared me of all that stands between us and our loves, she turns and abandons me. As a traveler that trusts in the shade of a cloud for his noontide rest, but as soon as he halts, the shade flits and the cloud in the distance cloth flee. When she heard this, she said, "Verily Kuthayir was a poet of renown and a master of chaste eloquence and attained rare perfection in praise of Azza, especially when he says, If Azza should before a judge the son of morning sight, needs must the umpire doom to her the meed of beauty bright. And women all, who come to me, at her to rail and flight, God make your cheeks the sandal soles whereon her feet alight. And indeed it is reported, added she, that Asa was endowed with the extreme of beauty and grace. Then she said to Shirkan, O king's son, dost thou know aught of Gemal's verses to Buthine? Yes, replied he, none knows Gemal's verses better than I. And he repeated the following. Up and away to the holy war, Gemal, they say, and I, what have I to do with waging war except among the fair? For deed and saying with them alike are full of ease and cheer. And he's a martyr who tilts with them and felleth fighting there. If I say to Buthine, what is this love, that eateth my life away? She answers, 'tis rooted fast in thy heart and will increase for her. Or if I beg her to give me back some scantling of my wit, wherewith to deal with the folk and live, she answereth, hope it ne'er. Thou willst my death, ah, woe is me. Thou willst not else but that, yet I can see no goal but thee, towards which my wishes fare. Thou hast done well, O king's son, said she, and Gemal also did excellently well. But what would Buthine have done with him that he says, thou wishest to kill me and not else? O my lady, replied he, she sought to do with him what thou seekest to do with me, and even that will not content thee. She laughed at his answer, and they ceased not to carouse till the day departed and the night came with the darkness. Then she rose and went to her sleeping chamber, and Shirkan slept in his place till the morning. As soon as he awoke, the damsels came to him with tambourines and other instruments of music, according to their wont, and kissing the earth before him, said to him, in the name of God, deign to follow us, for our mistress bids thee to her. So he rose and accompanied the girls, who escorted him, smiting on tabrets and other instruments of music, to another saloon, bigger than the first and decorated with pictures and figures of birds and beasts, passing description. Shirkan wondered at the fashion of the place and repeated the following verses. My rival plucks, of the fruits of the necklets branching wide, pearls of the breasts in gold enchased and beautified. With running fountains of liquid silver in streams and cheeks of rose and beryl, side by side. It seemeth, indeed, as if the violet's color vied with the somber blue of the eyes, with antimony dyed. When the lady saw Shirkan, she came to meet him, and taking him by the hand, said to him, O son of King Omar ben Numan, hast thou any skill in the game of chess? Yes, replied he, but do not thou be as says the poet. And he repeated the following verses. I speak, and passion, the while, folds and unfolds me I, but a draught of the honey of love my spirit's thirst could stay. I sit at the chess with her I love, and she plays with me, with white and with black, but this contenteth me no way. Meseemeth as if the king were set in the place of the rook and sought with the rival queens a bout of the game to play. And if I looked in her eyes, to spy the drift of her moves, the amorous grace of her glance would doom me to death straightaway. Then she brought the chessboard and played with him, but instead of looking at her moves, he looked at her face and set the knight in the place of the elephant and the elephant in the place of the knight. She laughed and said to him, If this be thy play, thou knowest nothing of the game. This is only the first bout, replied he, take no count of it. She beat him, and he replaced the pieces and played again with her, but she beat him a second time and a third and a fourth and a fifth. So she fumed to him and said, Thou art beaten in everything. O my lady, answered he, how should one not be beaten, who plays with the like of thee? Then she called for food, and they ate and washed their hands, after which the maids brought wine, and they drank. Presently, the lady took the dulcimer, for she was skilled to play thereon, and sang to it the following verses. Fortune is still on the shift, now gladness, and now woe. I liken it to the tide, in its ceaseless ebb and flow. So drink, if thou have the power, whilst it is yet serene, lest it at unawares depart, and thou not know. They gave not over carousing till nightfall, and this day was pleasanter than the first. When the night came, the lady went to her sleeping chamber, leaving Shurkan with the damsels. So he threw himself on the ground and slept till the morning, when the damsels came to him with tambourines and other musical instruments, according to their wont. When he saw them, he sat up, and they took him and carried him to their mistress, who came to meet him and taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her side. Then she asked him how he had passed the night, to which he replied by wishing her long life, and she took the lute and sang the following verses. Incline not to parting, I pray, for bitter its taste is alway. The sun at his setting grows pale, to think he must part from the day. Hardly had she made an end of singing, when there arose of a sudden a great clamor, and a crowd of men and knights rushed into the place, with naked swords gleaming in their hands, crying out in the Greek tongue, Thou hast fallen into our hands, O Shurkan! Be sure of death. When he heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, she hath laid a trap for me and held me in play, till her men should come. These are the knights with whom she threatened me, but it is I who have thrown myself into this peril. Then he turned to the lady to reproach her, but saw that she had changed color, and she sprang to her feet and said to the newcomers, Who are ye? O noble princess and unpeered pearl, replied the knight their chief, dost thou know who is this man with thee? Not I, answered she. Who is he? Quoth the knight, He is the despoiler of cities and prince of cavaliers, Shurkan, son of King Omar ben Numan. This is he who captures the citadels and masters the most impregnable strengths. The news of him reached King Hurdaub, thy father, by the report of the old princess Dat ed Dawahi, and thou hast done good service to the army of the Greeks by helping them to lay hands on this pestilent lion. When she heard this, she looked at the knight and said to him, What is thy name? And he answered, My name is Masura, son of thy slave Masur ben Kashurda, chief of the nobles. Quoth she, And how camest thou into me without my leave? O Our Lady, replied he, when I came to the gate, neither chamberlain nor porter offered me any hindrance, but all the gatekeepers rose and forewent me as of wont, though, when others come, they leave them standing at the gate, whilst they ask leave for them to enter. But this is no time for long talk, for the king awaits our return to him with this prince, who is the mainstay of the army of Islam, that he may kill him and that his troops may depart whence they came, without our having the toil of fighting them. Thou sayest an ill thing, rejoined the princess. Verily, the lady Dat ed Dawahi lied, and she hath avouched a vain thing, of which she knows not the truth, for by the virtue of the Messiah, this man who is with me is not Shurkan, nor is he a captive, but a stranger, who came to us, seeking hospitality, and we received him as a guest. So, even were we assured that this was Shurkan and did we know that it was he beyond doubt, it would suit ill with my honor that I should deliver into your hands one who hath come under my safeguard. Betray me not, therefore, in the person of my guest, neither bring me into ill repute among men, but return to the king my father and kiss the earth before him and tell him that the case is not according to the report of the lady Dat ed Dawahi. O Abriza, replied the knight Masura, I cannot go back to the king without his enemy. Quoth she, and indeed she was angry, out on thee. Return to him with the answer, and no blame shall fall on thee. But he said, I will not return without him. At this her color changed and she exclaimed, A truce to talk in idle words, for of a verity this man would not have come in to us, except he were assured that he could of himself make head against 100 horse, and if I said to him, Art thou Shurkan, son of King Omar ben Numan, he would answer, Yes. Nathless, it is not in your power to hinder him, for if he beset him, he will not turn back from you, till he have slain all that are in the place. Behold, he is with me, and I will bring him before you, with his sword and buckler in his hands. If I be safe from thy wrath, replied Mesrour, I am not safe from that of thy father, and when I see him, I shall sign to the knights to take him prisoner, and we will carry him, bound and abject, to the king. When she heard this, she said, The thing shall not pass thus, for it would be a disgrace. This man is but one, and ye are 100. So, an ye be minded to attack him, come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant amongst you. I the Messiah, rejoined Mesrour, I'll say a sooth, and none but I shall go out against him first. Then she said, Wait till I go to him and tell him and hear what he says. If he consent, it is well, but if he refuse, ye shall not anywise come at him, for I and my damsels and all that are in the house will be his ransom. So she went to Sharrkan and told him the case, whereat he smiled and knew that she had not betrayed him, but that the matter had been bruited abroad, till it came to the king, against her wish. So he laid all the blame on himself, saying, How came I to venture myself in the country of the Greeks? Then he said to her, Indeed, to let them tilt against me, one by one, were to lay on them a burden more than they can bear. Will they not come out against me, 10 by 10? That were knavery and oppression, replied she. One man is a match for another. When he heard this, he sprang to his feet and made towards them, with his sword and battle gear, and Mesrour also sprang up and rushed on him. Sharrkan met him like a lion and smote him with his sword upon the shoulder, that the blade came out gleaming from his back and vitals. When the princess saw this, Sharrkan's prowess was magnified in her eyes, and she knew that she had not overthrown him by her strength, but by her beauty and grace. So she turned to the knights and said to them, Avenge your chief. Thereupon out came the slain man's brother, a fierce warrior, and rushed upon Sharrkan, who delayed not, but smote him on the shoulders, and the sword came out, gleaming, from his vitals. Then cried the princess, O servants of the Messiah, avenge your comrades. So they ceased not to come out against him, one by one, and he plied them with the sword, till he had slain 50 knights, whilst the princess looked on. And God cast terror into the hearts of those who were left, so that they held back and dared not meet him in single combat, but rushed on him all at once, and he drove at them with a heart firmer than a rock, and smote them as the thresher smiteth the corn, till he had driven sense and life forth of them. Then the princess cried out to her damsels, saying, Who is left in the monastery? None but the porters, replied they, whereupon she went up to Sharrkan and embraced him, and he returned with her to the saloon, after he had made an end of the melee. Now there remained a few of the knights hidden in the cells of the convent, and when Abriza saw this, she rose and going away, returned, clad in a straight ring coat of mail and holding in her hand a scimitar of Indian steel. And she said, By the virtue of the Messiah, I will not be grudging of myself for my guest, nor will I abandon him, though for this I abide a reproach in the land of the Greeks. Then she counted the dead and found that he had slain 80 of the knights, and other 20 had taken flight. When she saw how he had dealt with them, she said to him, God bless thee, O Sharrkan. The cavaliers may well glory in the like of thee. Then he rose and wiping his sword of the blood of the slain, repeated the following verses. How often in battle I've cleft the array and given the champions to wild beasts of prey. Ask all men what happened to me and to them, when I drove through the ranks on the sword-smiting day. I left ale their lions of war overthrown, on the sun-scorched sands of those countries they lay. When he had finished, the princess came up to him and kissed his hand, then she put off her coat of mail, and he said to her, O my lady, wherefore didst thou don that coat of mail and bear thy saber? It was of my care for thee against yonder wretches, replied she. Then she called the porters and said to them, how came you to let the king's men enter my house, without my leave? O princess, replied they, we have not used to need to ask leave for the king's messengers, and especially for the chief of the knights. Quoth she, I think you were minded to dishonor me and slay my guest. And she bade Shurkin strike off their heads. He did so, and she said to the rest of her servants, indeed, they deserved more than that. Then turning to Shurkin, she said to him, now that there hath become manifest to thee what was hidden, I will tell thee my story. Know, then, that I am the daughter of Hurdaub, king of Rum. My name is Abrizet, and the old woman called Dat ed Dawahi is my grandmother, my father's mother. She it was who told my father of thee, and she will certainly cast about to ruin me, especially as thou hast slain my father's men, and it is noised abroad that I have made common cause with the Muslims. Wherefore it were wiser that I should leave dwelling here, what while Dat ed Dawahi is behind me, but I claim of thee the like kindness and courtesy I have shown thee, for my father and I are now become at odds on thine account. So do not thou omit to do aught that I shall say to thee, for indeed all this hath fallen out through thee. At this, Shurkin was transported for joy and his breast dilated, and he said, by Allah, none shall come at thee, whilst my life lasts in my body. But canst thou endure the parting from thy father and thy folk? Yes, answered she. So Shurkin swore to her, and they made a covenant of this. Then said she, now my heart is at ease, but there is one other condition I must exact of thee. What is that? Asked Shurkin. It is, replied she, that thou return with thy troops to thine own country. O my lady, said he, my father, King Omar ben Inuman, sent me to make war upon thy father, on account of the treasure he took from the king of Constantinople, and amongst the rest 3 great jewels, rich and happy properties. Reassure thyself, answered she, I will tell thee the truth of the matter and the cause of the feud between us and the king of Constantinople. Know that we have a festival called the Festival of the Monastery, for which each year the king's daughters of various countries and the wives and daughters of the notables and merchants resort to a certain monastery and abide there 7 days. I was wont to resort thither with the rest, but when there befell hostility between us, my father forbade me to be present at the festival for the space of 7 years. One year, it chanced that amongst the young ladies who resorted to the festival as of wont, there came the king's daughter of Constantinople, a handsome girl called Sufiya. They tarried at the monastery 6 days, and on the 7th, the folk went away, but Sufiya said, I will not return to Constantinople, but by sea. So they fitted her out a ship, in which she embarked, she and her suite, and put out to sea, but as they sailed, a contrary wind caught them and drove the ship from her course, till, as fate and providence would have it, she fell in with a ship of the Christians from the island of Camphor, with a crew of 500 armed Franks, who had been cruising about for some time. When they sighted the sails of the ship in which were Sufiya and her maidens, they gave chase in all haste, and coming up with her before long, threw grapnels on board and made fast to her. Then they made all sail for their own island and were but a little distant from it, when the wind veered and rent their sails and cast them on to a reef on our coast. Thereupon we sallied forth on them, and looking on them as booty driven to us by fate, slew the men and made prize of the ships, in which we found the treasures and rarities in question and 40 damsels, amongst whom was Sufiya. We carried the damsels to my father, not knowing that the king's daughter of Constantinople was among them, and he chose out 10 of them, including Sufiya, for himself, and divided the rest among his courtiers. Then he set apart Sufiya and 4 other girls and sent them to thy father, King Omar ben Inuman, together with other presents, such as cloth and stuffs of wool and Grecian silks. Thy father accepted them and chose out from amongst the 5 girls the princess Sufiya, daughter of King Aphrodon, nor did we hear aught more of the matter till the beginning of this year, when King Aphrodon wrote to my father in terms which it befits not to repeat, reproaching and menacing him and saying to him, 2 years ago, there fell into thy hands a ship of ours, that had been seized by a company of Frankish corsairs, and in which was my daughter Sophia, attended by near 60 damsels. Yet thou sentest none to tell me of this, and I could not make the case public, lest disgrace fall on my repute among the kings, by reason of my daughter's dishonor. So I kept the affair secret till this year, when I communicated with certain of the Frankish pirates and sought news of my daughter from the kings of the islands. They replied, By Allah, we carried her not forth of thy realm, but we have heard that King Herdub took her from certain pirates. And they told me all that had befallen her. So now, except thou wish to be at feud with me and design to disgrace me and dishonor my daughter, thou wilt forthright, as soon as this letter reaches thee, send my daughter back to me. But if thou pay no heed to my letter and disobey my commandment, I will assuredly requite thee thy foul dealing and the baseness of thine acts. When my father read this letter, it was grievous to him, and he regretted not having known that Sophia, King Aphrodon's daughter, was amongst the captured damsels, that he might have sent her back to her father, and he was perplexed about the affair, for that, after the lapse of so long a time, he could not send to King Omar ben Numan and demand her back from him, the more that he had lately heard that God had vouchsafed him children by this very Sophia. So when we considered the matter, we knew that this letter was none other than a great calamity, and nothing would serve but that my father must write an answer to it, making his excuses to King Aphrodon and swearing to him that he knew not that his daughter was among the girls in the ship, and setting forth how he had sent her to King Omar ben Numan and God had vouchsafed him children by her. When my father's reply reached King Aphrodon, he rose and sat down and roared and foamed at the mouth, exclaiming, What? Shall he make prize of my daughter, and she become a slave girl and be passed from hand to hand and sent for a gift to kings, and they lie with her without a contract? By the virtue of the Messiah and the true faith, I will not desist till I have taken my revenge for this and wiped out my disgrace, and indeed I will do a deed that the chroniclers shall chronicle after me. So he took patience till he had devised a plot and laid great snares, when he sent an embassy to thy father King Omar, to tell him that which thou hast heard, so that thy father equipped thee in an army with thee and sent thee to him, Aphrodon's object being to lay hold of thee and thine army with thee. As for the 3 jewels of which he told thy father, he spoke not the truth of them, for they were with Sophia, and my father took them from her, when she fell into his hands, she and her maidens, and gave them to me, and they are now with me. So go thou to thy troops and turn them back, ere they fare farther into the land of the Franks and the country of the Greeks, for as soon as you are come far enough into the inward of the country, they will stop the roads upon you, and there will be no escape for you from their hands till the day of rewards and punishments. I know that thy troops are still where thou leftest them, because thou didst order them to halt there 3 days, and they have missed thee all this time and know not what to do. When Shurkin heard her words, he was absent a while in thought, then he kissed Abriza's hand and said, Praise be to God who hath bestowed thee on me and appointed thee to be the cause of my salvation and that of those who are with me. But it is grievous to me to part from thee, and I know not what will become of thee after my departure. Quoth she, Go now to thy troops and lead them back, whilst ye are yet near your own country. If the ambassadors are still with them, lay hands on them, that the case may be made manifest to thee, and after 3 days I will rejoin thee, and we will all enter Baghdad together, but forget thou not the compact between us. Then she rose to bid him farewell and assuage the fire of longing, so she took leave of him and embraced him and wept sore, whereupon passion and desire were sore upon him, and he also wept and repeated the following verses. I bade her farewell, whilst my right hand was wiping my eyes, and still with my left, the while, I held her in close embrace. Then, fearest thou not disgrace? Quoth she, and I answered, No. Sure, on the parting day, for lovers there's no disgrace. Then Shurkin left her and went without the monastery, where they brought him his horse, and he mounted and rode down the bank of the stream, till he came to the bridge, and crossing it, entered the forest. As soon as he was clear of the trees and came to the open country, he was aware of 3 horsemen pricking towards him. So he drew his sword and rode on cautiously, but as they drew near he recognized them, and behold, it was the Vizier Dendan and 2 of his officers. When they saw him and knew him, they dismounted and saluting him, asked the reason of his absence, whereupon he told them all that had passed between him and the Princess Abriza from first to last. The Vizier returned thanks to God the Most High for his safety and said, "Let us at once depart hence, for the ambassadors that were with us are gone to inform their king of our arrival, and belike he will hasten to fall on us and seize us." So they rode on in haste, till they came to the camp, when Shurkin commanded to depart forthright, and the army set out and journeyed by forced marches for 5 days, at the end of which time they alighted in a thickly wooded valley, where they rested a while. Then they set out again and fared on till they came to the frontiers of their own country. Here they felt themselves in safety and halted to rest, and the country people came out to them with guest gifts and victual and fodder for the cattle. They lay there and rested 2 days, after which Shurkin bade the Vizier Dendan fare forward to Baghdad with his troops, and he did so. But Shurkin himself abode behind with 100 horse, till the rest of the army had been gone a day, when he mounted, he and his men, and fared on 2 parasangs space, till they came to a narrow pass between 2 mountains, and behold, there arose a great cloud of dust in their front. So they halted their horses a while, till the dust lifted and discovered 100 cavaliers, as they were fierce lions, cased in complete steel. As soon as they came within earshot of Shurkin and his men, they cried out to them, saying, "By John and Mary, we have gotten what we hoped. We have been following you by forced marches, night and day, till we forewent you in this place. So alight and lay down your arms and yield yourselves, that we may grant you your lives." When Shurkin heard this, his eyes rolled and his cheeks flushed, and he said, "O dogs of Nazarenes, how dare ye enter our country and set foot on our earth? And doth not this suffice you, but ye must adventure yourselves and give us such words as these? Do ye think to escape out of our hands and return to your country?" Then he cried out to his 100 horse, saying, "Up and at these dogs, for they are even as you in number." So saying, he drew his sword and drove at them, without further parley, he and his 100 men. The Franks received them with hearts stouter than stone, and they met, man to man. Then fell champion upon champion, and there befell a sore strife, and great was the terror and the roar of the battle, nor did they leave jousting and foining and smiting with swords, till the day departed and the night came with the darkness, when they drew apart, and Shurkin mustered his men and found them all unhurt, save 4 who were slightly wounded. Then said he to them, "By Allah, all my life I have waded in the surging sea of war and battle, but never saw I any so firm and stout in swordplay and shock of men as these warriors." "No, O king," replied they, "that there is among them a Frank cavalier, who is their leader, and indeed he is a man of valor and his strokes are terrible, but, by Allah, he spares us, great and small, for whoso falls into his hands, he lets him go and forbears to slay him. By Allah, and he would, he could kill us all." When Shurkin heard this, he was confounded and said, "Tomorrow, we will draw out and defy them to single combat, for we are 100 to their 100, and we will seek help against them from the Lord of the heavens." Meanwhile, the Franks came to their leader and said to him, "Of a truth, we have not come by our desire of these this day. Tomorrow," quoth he, "we will draw out and joust against them, one by one." So they passed the night in this mind, and both camps kept watch till the morning. As soon as God the Most High brought on the day, King Shurkin mounted, with his 100 horse, and they betook themselves to the field, where they found the Franks ranged in battle array, and Shurkin said to his men, "Verily, our enemies are of the same mind as we, so up and at them briskly." Then came forth a herald of the Franks and cried out, saying, "Let there be no fighting betwixt us today, except by way of single combat, a champion of yours against one of ours." Thereupon one of Shurken's men came out from the ranks and, spurring between the two parties, cried out, "Who is for jousting? Who is for fighting? Let no laggard nor weakling come out against me today." Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when there sallied forth to him a Frankish horseman, armed cap a pie and clad in cloth of gold, riding on a grey horse, and he had no hair on his cheeks. He drove his horse into the midst of the field, and the two champions fell to cutting and thrusting, nor was it long before the Frank smote the Moslem with his lance and, unhorsing him, took him prisoner and bore him off in triumph. At this, his comrades rejoiced, and forbidding him to go out again, sent forth another to the field, to whom sallied out a second Moslem, the brother of the first. The two drove at each other and fought for a little, till the Frank ran at the Moslem and, throwing him off his guard by a feint, smote him with the butt end of his spear and unhorsed him and took him prisoner. After this fashion, the Moslems ceased not to come forth and the Franks to unhorse them and take them prisoner, till the day departed and the night came with the darkness. Now they had captured 20 cavaliers of the Moslems, and when Shurken saw this, it was grievous to him, and he mustered his men and said to them, "What is this thing that hath befallen us? Tomorrow morning, I myself will go out into the field and seek to joust with their chief and learn his reason for entering our country and warn him against fighting. If he persist, we will do battle with him, and if he proffer peace, we will make peace with him." They passed the night thus, and when God brought on the day, both parties mounted and drew out in battle array. Then Shurken was about to sally forth, when behold, more than half of the Franks dismounted and marched on foot, before one of them, who was mounted, to the midst of the field. Shurken looked at this cavalier, and behold, he was their chief. He was clad in a tunic of blue satin and a close ring shirt of mail. His face was as the full moon at its rising, and he had no hair on his cheeks. In his hand he held a sword of Indian steel, and he was mounted on a black horse with a white star, like a dirham, on his forehead. He spurred into the midst of the field and, signing to the Moslems, cried out with fluent speech in the Arabic tongue, saying, "Ho, Shurken! Ho, son of Omar ben Enuman, thou that stormest the citadels and layest waste the lands, up and out to joust and battle with him who has the field with thee. Thou art prince of thy people and I am prince of mine, and whoso hath the upper hand, the other's men shall come under his sway." Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when out came Shurken, with a heart full of wrath, and spurring his horse into the midst of the field, drove like an angry lion at the Frank, who awaited him with calm and steadfastness and met him as a champion should. Then they fell to cutting and thrusting, nor did they cease to wheel and turn and give and take, as they were two mountains clashing together or two seas breaking one against the other, till the day departed and the night brought on the darkness, when they drew apart and returned, each to his people. As soon as Shurken reached his comrades, he said to them, "Never in my life saw I the like of this cavalier, and he has one fashion I never yet beheld in any. It is that, when he has a chance of dealing his adversary a deadly blow, he reverses his lance and smites him with the butt. Of a truth, I know not what will be the issue between him and me, but I would we had in our army his like and the like of his men." Then he passed the night in sleep, and when it was morning, the Frank spurred out to the midfield, where Shurken met him, and they fell to fighting and circling one about the other, whilst all necks were stretched out to look at them, nor did they cease from battle and sword play and thrusting with spears, till the day departed and the night came with the darkness, when they drew asunder and returned each to his own camp. Then each related to his comrades what had befallen him with his adversary, and the Frank said to his men, "Tomorrow shall decide the matter." So they both passed the night in sleep, and as soon as it was day, they mounted and drove at each other and ceased not to fight till the middle of the day. Then the Frank made a shift, first spurring his horse and then checking him with the bridle, so that he stumbled and threw him, whereupon Shurkin fell on him and was about to smite him with his sword and make an end of the long strife, when the Frank cried out, "O Shurkin, this is not the fashion of champions. It is only the beaten who deal thus with women." When Shurkin heard this, he raised his eyes to the Frank's face and looking straightly at him, knew him for none other than the Princess Abriza, whereupon he threw the sword from his hand and kissing the earth before her, said to her, "What moved thee to do this thing?" Quoth she, "I was minded to prove thee in the field and try thy stoutness in battle. These that are with me are all of them my women, and they are all maids, yet have they overcome thy horsemen in fair fight, and had not my horse stumbled with me, thou shouldst have seen my strength and prowess." Shurkin smiled at her speech and said, "Praised be God for safety and for my reunion with thee, O Queen of the Age." Then she cried out to her damsels to loose the prisoners and dismount. They did as she bade and came and kissed the earth before her and Shurkin, who said to them, "It is the like of you that kings treasure up against the hour of need." Then he signed to his comrades to salute the princess, so they dismounted all and kissed the earth before her, for they knew the story. After this, the whole 200 mounted and rode day and night for 6 days' space, till they drew near to Baghdad, when they halted and Shurkin made Abriza and her companions put off their male attire and don the dress of the women of the Greeks. Then he dispatched a company of his men to Baghdad to acquaint his father with his arrival in company with the Princess Abriza, daughter of King Hurdaub, to the intent that he might send someone to meet her. They passed the night in that place, and when God the Most High brought on the day, Shurkin and his company took horse and fared on towards the city. On the way, they met the Vizier Dendan, who had come out with 1,000 horse, by commandment of King Omar, to do honor to the Princess Abriza and to Shurkin. When they drew near, the Vizier and his company dismounted and kissed the earth before the Prince and Princess, then mounted again and escorted them, till they reached the city and came to the palace. Shurkin went in to his father, who rose and embraced him and questioned him of what had happened. So he told him all that had befallen him, including what the Princess Abriza had told him and what had passed between them, and how she had left her father and her kingdom and had chosen to depart and take up her abode with them. And he said to his father, "Indeed, the king of Constantinople had plotted to do us a mischief, because of his daughter Sufiya, for that the king of Caesarea had made known to him her history and the manner of her being made a gift to thee, he not knowing her to be King Aphrodon's daughter, else would he have restored her to her father. And of a verity, we were only saved from these perils by the Lady Abriza, and never saw I a more valiant than she." And he went on to tell his father of the wrestling and the jousting from beginning to end. When King Omar heard his son's story, Abriza was exalted in his eyes, and he longed to see her and sent Shurkin to fetch her. So Shurkin went out to her and said, "The king calls for thee." She replied, "I hear and obey," and he took her and brought her in to his father, who was seated on his throne, attended only by the eunuchs, having dismissed his courtiers and officers. The princess entered and kissing the ground before him, saluted him in choice terms. He was amazed at her fluent speech and thanked her for her dealing with his son Shurkin and bade her be seated. So she sat down and uncovered her face, which when the king saw, his reason fled, and he made her draw near and showed her especial favor, appointing her a palace for herself and her damsels and assigning them due allowances. Then he asked her of the 3 jewels aforesaid, and she replied, "O king of the age, they are with me." So saying, she rose and going to her lodging, opened her baggage and brought out a box, from which she took a casket of gold. She opened the casket and taking out the 3 jewels, kissed them and gave them to the king and went away, taking his heart with her. Then the king sent for his son Shurkin and gave him one of the 3 jewels. Shurkin inquired of the other 2, and the king replied, "O my son, I mean to give one to thy brother Zulmekan and the other to thy sister Nuzhat-Zaman." When Shurkin heard that he had a brother, for up to that time he had only known of his sister, he turned to his father and said to him, "O king, hast thou a son other than myself?" "Yes," answered Omar, "and he is now 6 years old." And he told him that his name was Zulmekan and that he and Nuzhat-Zaman were twins, born at a birth. This news was grievous to Shirkan, but he hid his chagrin and said, "The blessing of God the Most High be upon them." And he threw the jewel from his hand and shook the dust off his clothes. Quoth his father, "What made thee change color, when I told thee of this, seeing that the kingdom is assured to thee after me? For verily, the troops have sworn to thee and the emirs and grandees have taken the oath of succession to thee, and this one of the 3 jewels is thine." At this, Shirkan bowed his head and was ashamed to bandy words with his father, so he accepted the jewel and went away, knowing not what to do for excess of anger, and stayed not till he reached the Princess Abriza's palace. When she saw him, she rose to meet him and thanked him for what he had done and called down blessings on him and his father. Then she sat down and made him sit by her side. After a while, she saw anger in his face and questioned him, whereupon he told her that God had vouchsafed his father 2 children, a boy and a girl, by Sufiya, and that he had named the boy Zulmekan and the girl Nuzhat-Zaman. "He has given me one of the jewels," continued he, "and kept the other 2 for them. I knew not of Zulmekan's birth till this day, and he is now 6 years old. So when I learnt this, wrath possessed me and I threw down the jewel, and I tell thee the reason of my anger and hide nothing from thee. But I fear lest the king take thee to wife, for he loves thee and I saw in him signs of desire for thee, so what wilt thou say, if he wish this?" "Know, O Shirkan," replied the princess, "that thy father has no dominion over me, nor can he take me without my consent, and if he take me by force, I will kill myself. As for the 3 jewels, it was not my intent that he should give them to either of his children, and I had no thought but that he would lay them up with his things of price in his treasury, but now I desire of thy favor that thou make me a present of the jewel that he gave thee, if thou hast accepted it." "I hear and obey," replied Shirkan and gave her the jewel. Then said she, "Fear nothing," and talked with him a while. Presently she said, "I fear lest my father hear that I am with you and sit not down with my loss, but do his endeavor to come at me, and to that end he may ally himself with King Aphrodon and both come on thee with armies and so there befall a great turmoil." "O my lady," replied Shirkan, "if it please thee to sojourn with us, take no thought of them, though all that be in the earth and in the ocean gather themselves together against us." "It is well," rejoined she, "if ye entreat me well, I will tarry with you, and if ye deal evilly by me, I will depart from you." Then she bade her maidens bring food, so they set the tables, and Shirkan ate a little and went away to his own house, anxious and troubled. Meanwhile, King Omar betook himself to the lodging of the lady Sufiya, who rose to her feet, when she saw him, and stood till he was seated. Presently, his 2 children, Zulmekan and Nuzhat-Zaman, came to him, and he kissed them and hung a jewel round each one's neck, at which they rejoiced and kissed his hands. Then they went to their mother, who rejoiced in them and wished the king long life, and he said to her, "Why hast thou not told me, all this time, that thou art King Aphrodon's daughter, that I might have advanced thee and enlarged thee in dignity and used thee with increase of honor and consideration?" "O king," replied Sufiya, "what could I desire greater or more exalted than this my standing with thee, overwhelmed as I am with thy favors and thy goodness? And God to boot hath blessed me by thee with 2 children, a son and a daughter." Her answer pleased the king, and he set apart for her and her children a splendid palace. Moreover, he appointed for their service eunuchs and attendants and doctors and sages and astrologers and physicians and surgeons, and in every way redoubled in favor and munificence towards them. Nevertheless, he was greatly occupied with love of the Princess Abriza and burnt with desire of her night and day, and every night he would go into her, and talk with her and pay his court to her, but she gave him no answer, saying only, O king of the age, I have no desire for men at this present. When he saw that she repelled him, his passion and longing increased till, at last, when he was weary of this, he called his vizier Dendan and opening his heart to him, told him how love for the princess Abriza was killing him and how she refused to yield to his wishes and he could get nothing of her. Quoth the vizier, as soon as it is dark night, do thou take a piece of henbane, the bigness of a diner, and go in to her and drink wine with her. When the hour of leave-taking draws near, fill a last cup and dropping the henbane in it, give it to her to drink, and she will not reach her sleeping chamber, ere the drug take effect on her. Then do thou go in to her and take thy will of her. Thy counsel is good, said the king, and going to his treasury, took thence a piece of concentrated henbane, which if an elephant smelt, he would sleep from year to year. He put it in his bosom and waited till some little of the night was past, when he betook himself to the palace of the princess, who rose to receive him, but he bade her sit down. So she sat down, and he by her, and he began to talk with her of drinking, whereupon she brought the table of wine and set it before him. Then she set on the drinking vessels, and lighted the candles and called for fruits and confections and sweetmeats and all that pertains to drinking. So they fell to drinking and ceased not to carouse, till drunkenness crept into the princess's head. When the king saw this, he took out the piece of henbane and holding it between his fingers, filled a cup and drank it off, then filled another cup, into which he dropped the henbane, unseen of Abriza, and saying, Thy health, presented it to her. She took it and drank it off, then rose and went to her sleeping chamber. He waited a while, till he was assured that the drug had taken effect on her and gotten the mastery of her senses, when he went in to her and found her lying on her back, with a lighted candle at her head and another at her feet. She had put off her trousers, and the air raised the skirt of her shift and discovered what was between her thighs. When the king saw this, he took leave of his senses for desire, and Satan tempted him, and he could not master himself, but put off his trousers and fell upon her and did away her maidenhead. Then he went out and said to one of her women, by name Murjana, Go in to thy mistress, for she calls for thee. So she went in to the princess and found her lying on her back, with the blood running down her thighs, whereupon she took a handkerchief and wiped away the blood and tended her mistress and lay by her that night. As soon as it was day, she washed the princess's hands and feet and bathed her face and mouth with rosewater, whereupon she sneezed and yawned and cast up the henbane. Then she revived and washed her hands and mouth and said to Murjana, Tell me what has befallen me. So she told her what had passed and how she had found her, lying on her back, with the blood running down her thighs, wherefore she knew that the king had played the traitor with her and had undone her and taken his will of her. At this she was afflicted and shut herself up, saying to her damsels, Let no one come in to me and say to all that I am ill, till I see what God will do with me. The news of her illness came to the king, and he sent her cordials and sherbet of sugar and confections. Some months passed thus, during which time the king's flame subsided and his desire for her cooled, so that he abstained from her. Now she had conceived by him, and in due time, her pregnancy appeared and her belly swelled, wherefore the world was straitened upon her, and she said to her maid Murjana, Know that it is not the folk who have wronged me, but I who sinned against myself in that I left my father and mother and country. Indeed, I abhor life, for my heart is broken and I have neither courage nor strength left. I used, when I mounted my horse, to have the mastery of him, but now I have no strength to ride. If I be brought to bed in this place, I shall be dishonored among my women, and everyone in the palace will know that he has taken my maidenhead in the way of shame, and if I return to my father, with what face shall I meet him or have recourse to him? How well says the poet, Wherewith shall I be comforted, that am of all bereft, to whom nor folk nor home nor friend nor dwelling place is left? Quoth Murjana, It is for thee to command, I will obey. And Abriza said, I would fain leave this place privily, so that none shall know of me but thou, and return to my father and mother, for when flesh stinketh, there is not for it but its own folk, and God shall do with me as he will. It is well, O princess, replied Mrjana. So she made ready in secret and waited a while, till the king went out to hunt in Shirk and betook himself to certain of the fortresses to sojourn there a while. Then she said to Mrjana, I wish to set out tonight, but how shall I do? For already I feel the pangs of labor, and if I abide other 4 or 5 days, I shall be brought to bed here, and how then can I go to my country? But this is what was written on my forehead. Then she considered a while and said, Look us out a man who will go with us and serve us by the way, for I have no strength to bear arms. By Allah, O my lady, replied Mrjana, I know none but a black slave called Gezban, who is one of the slaves of King Omar ben Nu'man. He is a stout fellow and keeps guard at the gate of our palace. The king appointed him to attend us, and indeed we have overwhelmed him with favors. I will go out and speak with him of the matter and promise him money and tell him that, if he have a mind to tarry with us, we will marry him to whom he will. He told me before today that he had been a highwayman, so if he consent, we shall have our desire and come to our own country. Call him, that I may talk with him, said the princess. So Mrjana went out and said to the slave, O Gezban, God prosper thee, do thou fall in with what my lady says to thee. Then she took him by the hand and brought him to Abriza. He kissed the princess's hands, and when she saw him, her heart took fright at him, but she said to herself, Necessity is imperious, and to him, O Gezban, wilt thou help us against the perfidies of fortune and keep my secret, if I discover it to thee? When the slave saw her, his heart was taken by storm and he fell in love with her forthright, and could not choose but answer, O my mistress, whatsoever thou biddest me do, I will not depart from it. Quoth she, I would have thee take me and this my maid and saddle us 2 camels and 2 of the king's horses and set on each horse a saddle-bag of stuff and somewhat of victual, and go with us to our own country, where, if thou desire to abide with us, I will marry thee to her thou shalt choose of my damsels, or if thou prefer to return to thine own country, we will send thee thither, with as much money as will content thee. When Gezban heard this, he rejoiced greatly and replied, O my lady, I will serve thee faithfully and will go at once and saddle the horses. Then he went away, rejoicing and saying in himself, I shall get my will of them, and if they will not yield to me, I will kill them and take their riches. But this his intent he kept to himself and presently returned, mounted on 1 horse and leading other 2 and 2 camels. He brought the horses to the princess, who mounted one and made Mrjana mount the other, albeit she was suffering from the pains of labor and could scarce possess herself for anguish. Then they set out and journeyed night and day through the passes of the mountains, till there remained but a day's journey between them and their own country, when the pangs of travail came upon Abriza and she could no longer sit her horse. So she said to Gezban, Set me down, for the pains of labor are upon me, and cried to Mrjana, saying, Do thou alight and sit down by me and deliver me. They both drew rein and dismounting from their horses, helped the princess to alight, and she aswoon for stress of pain. When Gezban saw her on the ground, Satan entered into him and he drew his saber and brandishing it in her face, said, O my lady, vouchsafe me thy favors. With this, she turned to him and said, It were a fine thing that I should yield to black slaves, after having I refused kings and princes. And she was wroth with him and said, What words are these? Out on thee! Do not talk thus in my presence, and know that I will never consent to what thou sayest, though I drink the cup of death. Wait till I have cast my burden and am delivered of the afterbirth, and after, if thou be able thereto, do with me as thou wilt, but, an thou leave not lewd talk at this time, I will slay myself and leave the world and be at peace from all this. And she recited the following verses. O Gezban, unhand me and let me go free or sure, fortune is heavy enough upon me. My Lord hath forbidden me whoredom. The fire shall be the transgressor's last dwelling, quoth he. So look not on me with the eye of desire, for surely to lewdness I may not agree. And if thou respect not mine honor in God nor put away filthy behavior from thee, I will call with my might on the men of my tribe and draw them ale hither from upland and Leah. Were I hewn, limb from limb, with the Yemeni sword, yet never a lecher my visage should see. Of the freeborn and mighty, so how then should I let a whoreson black slave have possession of me? When Gisbon heard this, he was exceeding angry, his eyes grew bloodshot and his face became of the color of dust, his nostrils swelled, his lips protruded and the terrors of his aspect redoubled. And he repeated the following verses. Abriza, have mercy, nor leave me to sigh, who am slain by the glance of thy Yemeni eye. My body is wasted, my patience at end, and my heart for thy cruelty racked like to die. Thy glances with sorcery ravish all hearts, my reason is distant and passion is nigh. Though thou drewst to thy succor the world full of troops, I'd not stir till my purpose accomplished had I. Thereupon Abriza wept sore and said to him, Out on thee, O Gisbon! How darest thou demand this of me, O son of shame and nursling of lewdness? Dost thou think all folk are alike? When the pestilent slave heard this, he was enraged and his eyes reddened, and he came up to her and smote her with the sword on her neck and killed her. Then he made off into the mountains, driving her horse before him with the treasure. In the agonies of death, she gave birth to a son, like the moon, and Mrjana took him and laid him by her side, after doing him the necessary offices, and behold, the child fastened to its mother's breast, and she dead. When Mrjana saw this, she cried out grievously and rent her clothes and cast dust on her head and buffeted her cheeks, till the blood came, saying, Alas, my mistress! Alas, the pity of it! Thou art dead by the hand of a worthless black slave, after all thy prowess. As she sat weeping, there arose a great cloud of dust and darkened the plain, but, after a while, it lifted and discovered a numerous army. Now this was the army of King Herdab, the Princess Abriza's father, who, hearing that his daughter had fled to Baghdad, she and her maidens, and that they were with King Omar ben Nu'man, had come out with his troops to seek tidings of her from travelers who might have seen her with King Omar at Baghdad. When he had gone a day's journey from his capital, he espied 3 horsemen afar off and made towards them, thinking to ask whence they came and seek news of his daughter. Now these 3 were his daughter and Mrjana and Gisbon, and when the latter saw the troops drawing near, he feared for himself, so he killed Abriza and fled. When they came up and King Herdab saw his daughter lying dead and Mrjana weeping over her, he threw himself from his horse and fell down in a swoon. So all his company dismounted and pitching the tents, set up a great pavilion for the king, without which stood the grandees of the kingdom. At the sight of her lord the king, Mrjana's tears redoubled, and when he came to himself, he questioned her and she told him all that had passed, how he that had slain his daughter was a black slave, belonging to King Omar ben Nu'man, and how the latter had dealt with the princess. When King Herdab heard this, the world grew black in his sight and he wept sore. Then he called for a litter and laying his dead daughter therein, returned to Caesarea and carried her into the palace. Then he went in to his mother Dat ed Dawahi and said to her, Shall the Muslims deal thus with my daughter? King Omar ben Nu'man despoiled her by force of her honor, and after this, one of his black slaves slew her. By the Messiah, I will assuredly be revenged for her and clear away the stain from my honor. Else I shall kill myself with my own hand. And he wept passing sore. Quoth his mother, It was none other than Mrjana killed her, for she hated her in secret. But do not thou fret for taking revenge for thy daughter, for, by the virtue of the Messiah, I will not turn back from King Omar ben Nu'man, till I have slain him and his sons, and I will assuredly do a deed, passing the power of wise men and champions, of which the chroniclers shall tell in all countries and places. But needs must thou obey me in all I shall direct, for he who is firmly set on aught shall surely compass his desire. By the virtue of the Messiah, replied he, I will not cross thee in aught that thou shalt say. Then said she, Bring me a number of damsels, high-bosomed maids, and summon the wise men of the time, and let them teach them philosophy and the art of conversation and making verses and the rules of behavior before kings, and let them talk with them of all manner of science and edifying knowledge. The sages must be Muslims, that they may teach the damsels the language and traditions of the Arabs, together with the history of the caliphs and the pedigree of the kings of Islam, and if we persevere in this for the space of 4 years, we shall attain our end. So possess thy soul in patience and wait, for, as one of the Arabs says, it is a little thing to wait 40 years for one's revenge. When we have taught the girls these things, we shall be able to do our will with our enemy, for he is a doting lover of women and has 360 concubines, to which are now added 100 of the flower of thy damsels, that were with thy late daughter. So, as soon as we have made an end of their education, I will take them and set out with them. When the king heard his mother's words, he rejoiced and came up to her and kissed her head. Then he rose at once and dispatched messengers and couriers to the ends of the earth, to fetch him Muslim sages. So they betook them to distant lands and brought him thence the sages and doctors whom he sought. When they were before him, he made much of them and bestowed on them dresses of honor, appointing them stipends and allowances and promising them much money, whenas they should have taught the damsels. Then he committed the latter to their charge, enjoining them to instruct them in all manner of knowledge, sacred and profane, and all polite accomplishments, and they set themselves to do his bidding. As for King Omar ben Nu'man, when he returned from hunting, he sought the Princess Abriza, but found her not, nor could any give him news of her. This was grievous to him, and he said, How did she leave the palace, unknown of any? Had my kingdom been at stake in this, it were in a parlous case. Never again will I go a-hunting till I have sent to the gates those who shall keep good guard over them. And he was sore vexed and heavy at heart for the loss of the Princess Abriza. Presently, his son Sharrkan returned from his journey, and he told him what had happened and how the princess had fled, whilst he was absent a-hunting, whereat he was greatly concerned. Then King Omar took to visiting his children every day and making much of them, and brought them wise men and doctors, to teach them, appointing them stipends and allowances. When Sharrkan saw this, he was exceeding wroth and jealous of his brother and sister, so that the signs of chagrin appeared in his face, and he ceased not to languish by reason of this, till one day his father said to him, What ails thee, that I see thee grown weak in body and pale of face? O my father, replied Sharrkan, every time I see thee fondle my brother and sister and make much of them, jealousy seizes on me, and I fear lest it grow on me, till I slay them and thou slay me in return. This is the reason of my weakness of body and change of color. But now I crave of thy favor that thou give me one of thine outlying fortresses, that I may abide there the rest of my life, for as the byword says, it is better and fitter for me to be at a distance from my friend, for when the eye seeth not, the heart doth not grieve. And he bowed his head. When the king heard Sharrkan's words and knew the cause of his ailment, he soothed him and said to him, O my son, I grant thee this. I have not in my realm a greater than the fortress of Damascus, and the government of it is thine from this time. So saying, he called his secretaries of state and bade them make out Sharrkan's patent of investiture to the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria. Then he equipped Sharrkan and formally invested him with the office and gave him his final instructions, enjoining him to policy and good government, and the prince took leave of his father and the grandees and officers of state and set out for his government, taking with him the vizier Dendan. When he arrived at Damascus, the townspeople beat the drums and blew the trumpets and decorated the city and came out to meet him in great state, whilst all the notables and grandees walked in procession, each according to his rank. Soon after Shirkin's departure, the governors of King Omar's children presented themselves before him and said to him, "O our lord, thy children's education is now complete and they are versed in all polite accomplishments and in the rules of manners and etiquette." At this the king rejoiced with an exceeding joy and conferred bountiful largesse upon the wise men, seeing Zulmikan grown up and flourishing and skilled in horsemanship. The prince had now reached the age of 14 and occupied himself with piety and devout exercises, loving the poor and wise men and the students of the Quran, so that all the people of Baghdad loved him, men and women. One day, the procession of the Memel of Iraq passed round Baghdad, previously to the departure of the pilgrimage to the holy places and tomb of the Prophet. When Zulmikan saw the procession, he was seized with longing to go on the pilgrimage, so he went in to his father and said to him, "I come to ask thy leave to make the pilgrimage." But his father forbade him, saying, "Wait till next year, and I will go with thee." When Zulmikan saw that the fulfillment of his desire was postponed, he betook himself to his sister Nuzhat-e Zaman, whom he found standing at prayer. As soon as she had made an end of her devotions, he said to her, "I am dying of desire to see the holy house of God at Mecca and to visit the Prophet's tomb. I asked my father's leave, but he forbade me, so I mean to take somewhat of money and set out privily on the pilgrimage, without his knowledge." "I conjure thee by Allah," exclaimed she, "to take me with thee and that thou forbid me not to visit the tomb of the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve." And he answered, "As soon as it is dark night, do thou leave this place, without telling any, and come to me." Accordingly, she waited till the middle of the night, when she donned a man's habit and went to the gate of the palace, where she found Zulmikan with camels ready harnessed. So they mounted and riding after the caravan, mingled with the Iraq pilgrims, and God decreed them a prosperous journey, so that they entered Mecca the holy in safety, standing upon Arafat and performing the various rites of the pilgrimage. Then they paid a visit to the tomb of the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, and thought to return with the pilgrims to their native land. But Zulmikan said to his sister, "O my sister, it is in my mind to visit Jerusalem and the tomb of Abraham the friend of God, on whom be peace." "I also desire to do this," replied she. So they agreed upon this, and he went out and took passage for himself and her, and they made ready and set out with a company of pilgrims bound for Jerusalem. That very night she fell sick of an ague and was grievously ill, but presently recovered, after which her brother also sickened. She tended him during the journey, but the fever increased on him and he grew weaker and weaker, till they arrived at Jerusalem, where they alighted at a khan and hired a lodging there. Here they abode some time, whilst Zulmikan's weakness increased on him, till he was wasted with sickness and became delirious. At this, his sister was greatly afflicted and exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. It is He who hath decreed this." They sojourned there a while, his sickness ever increasing and she tending him, till all their money was spent and she had not so much as a dirham left. Then she sent a servant of the khan to the market, to sell some of her clothes, and spent the price upon her brother, and so she sold all she had, piece by piece, till she had nothing left but an old rug, whereupon she wept and exclaimed, "God is the orderer of the past and the future." Presently, her brother said to her, "O my sister, I feel recovery drawing near and I long for a little roast meat." "O my brother," replied she, "I am ashamed to beg, but tomorrow I will enter some rich man's house and serve him and earn somewhat for our living." Then she bethought herself a while and said, "It is hard to me to leave thee and thou in this state, but I must perforce go." "God forbid," rejoined he. "Thou wilt be put to shame, but there is no power and no virtue but in God." And he wept and she wept too. Then she said, O my brother, we are strangers, and this whole year have we dwelt here, yet none hath knocked at our door. Shall we then die of hunger? I know no resource but that I go out and earn somewhat to keep us alive, till I recover from thy sickness, when we will return to our native land. She sat weeping with him a while, after which she rose, and veiling her head with a camel cloth, which the owner had forgotten with them, embraced her brother and went forth, weeping and knowing not whither she should go. Zulmekan abode, awaiting her return, till the evening, but she came not, and the night passed and the morning came, but still she returned not, and so 2 days went by. At this he was greatly troubled, and his heart fluttered for her, and hunger was sore upon him. At last he left the chamber, and calling the servant of the inn, bade him carry him to the bazaar. So he carried him to the market and laid him down there, and the people of Jerusalem came round him and were moved to tears at his condition. He signed to them for somewhat to eat, so they took money from some of the merchants and bought food and fed him therewith, after which they carried him to a shop, where they laid him on a mat of palm leaves and set a vessel of water at his head. At nightfall, they all went away, sore concerned for him, and in the middle of the night, he called to mind his sister, and his sickness redoubled on him, so that he abstained from eating and drinking and became insensible. When the people of the market saw him thus, they took 30 dirhams for him from the merchants, and hiring a camel, said to the driver, Carry this sick man to Damascus and leave him at the hospital, peradventure he may be cured and recover his health. On my head be it, replied he, but he said to himself, How shall I take this sick man to Damascus, and he nigh upon death? So he carried him away and hid with him till the night, when he threw him down on the fuel heap in the stokehole of a bath and went his way. In the morning, the stoker of the bath came to his work, and finding Zulmekan cast on his back on the fuel heap, exclaimed, Could they find no other place in which to throw this dead man? So saying, he gave him a push with his foot, and he moved, whereupon quoth the stoker, This is someone who has eaten hashish and thrown himself down at hazard. Then he looked at him and saw that he had no hair on his face and was endowed with grace and comeliness, so he took pity on him and knew that he was sick and a stranger. There is no power and no virtue but in God, said he, I have sinned against this youth, for indeed the prophet, whom God bless and preserve, enjoins hospitality to strangers. Then he lifted him up and carrying him to his own house, committed him to his wife and bade her tend him. So she spread him a bed and laid a cushion under his head, then heated water and washed his hands and feet and face. Meanwhile, the stoker went to the market and buying rosewater and sherbet of sugar, sprinkled Zulmekan's face with the one and gave him to drink of the other. Then he fetched a clean shirt and put it on him. With this, Zulmekan scented the breeze of recovery and life returned to him, and he sat up and leant against the pillow. At this the stoker rejoiced and exclaimed, O my God, I beseech thee, by thy hidden mysteries, make the salvation of this youth to be at my hands. And he nursed him assiduously for 3 days, giving him to drink of sherbet of sugar and willow flower water and rosewater, and doing him all manner of service and kindness, till health began to return to his body and he opened his eyes and sat up. Presently the stoker came in, and seeing him sitting up and showing signs of amendment, said to him, How dost thou now, O my son? Thanks be to God, replied Zulmekan, I am well and like to recover, if so he please. The stoker praised the Lord of all for this, and going to the market, bought 10 chickens, which he carried to his wife and said to her, Kill 2 of these for him every day, one in the morning and the other at nightfall. So she rose and killed a fowl, then boiling it, brought it to him and fed him with the flesh and gave him the broth to drink. When he had done eating, she brought hot water and he washed his hands and lay back upon the pillow, whereupon she covered him up and he slept till the time of afternoon prayer. Then she killed another fowl and boiled it, after which she cut it up and bringing it to Zulmekan, said, Eat, O my son. Presently, her husband entered, and seeing her feeding him, sat down at his head and said to him, "How is it with thee now, O my son?" "Thanks be to God for recovery," replied he. "May he requite thee thy goodness to me." At this the stoker rejoiced in going out, bought sherbet of violets and rose water, and made him drink it. Now his day's earnings at the bath were 5 direms, of which he spent every day 2 direms for Zulmichen, one for sweet waters and sherbets and another for fowls, and he ceased not to entreat him thus kindly for a whole month, till the trace of illness ceased from him and he was quite recovered, whereupon the stoker and his wife rejoiced, and the former said to him, "O my son, wilt thou go with me to the bath?" "Willingly," replied he. So the stoker went to the market and fetched an ass, on which he mounted Zulmichen and supported him in the saddle, till they came to the bath. Then he made him alight and sit down, whilst he repaired to the market and bought lote leaves and lupin meal, with which he returned to the bath and said to Zulmichen, "O my son, in the name of God, enter, and I will wash thy body." So they both entered the inner room of the bath, and the stoker fell to rubbing Zulmichen's legs and was going on to wash his body with the lote leaves and powder, when there came to them a bathman, whom the keeper of the bath had sent to Zulmichen, and seeing the stoker rubbing and washing the latter, said to him, "This is trespassing on the keeper's rights." "By Allah," replied the stoker, "the master overwhelms us with his favors." Then the bathman proceeded to shave Zulmichen's head, after which he and the stoker washed and returned to the latter's house, where he clad Zulmichen in a shirt of fine stuff and a tunic of his own, and gave him a handsome turban and girdle, and wound a silken kerchief about his neck. Meanwhile the stoker's wife had killed 2 chickens and cooked them for him, so, as soon as Zulmichen entered and seated himself on the couch, the stoker arose and, dissolving sugar in willow flower water, made him drink it. Then he brought the tray of food, and cutting up the chickens, fed him with the meat and broth, till he was satisfied, when he washed his hands and praised God for recovery, saying to the stoker, "It is to thee, under God the Most High, that I owe my life." "Leave this talk," replied the stoker, "and tell us the manner of thy coming to this city and whence thou art, for I see signs of gentle breeding in thy face." "Tell me first how thou camest to fall in with me," said Zulmichen, "and after I will tell thee my story." "As for that," rejoined the stoker, "I found thee lying on the rubbish heap, by the door of the stokehouse, as I went to my work, near the morning, and knew not who had thrown thee down there. So I carried thee home with me, and this all I have to tell." Quoth Zulmichen, "Glory to him who quickens the bones, though they be rotten. Indeed, O my brother, thou hast not done good to one who was unworthy, and thou shalt reap the reward of this. But where am I now?" "In the city of Jerusalem," replied the stoker, whereupon Zulmichen called to mind his strangerhood and his separation from his sister and wept. Then he discovered his secret to the stoker and told him his story, repeating the following verses. "They heaped up passion on my soul, beyond my strength to bear. And for their sake my heart is racked with weariness and care. Ah, be ye pitiful to me, O cruel that ye are, for e'en my foes do pity me, since you away did fare. Grudge not to grant unto mine eyes a passing glimpse of you, to ease the longing of my soul and lighten my despair. I begged my heart to arm itself with patience for your loss. Patience was never of my wont, it answered, so forbear." Then he redoubled his weeping, and the stoker said to him, "Weep not, but rather praise God for safety and recovery." Quoth Zulmichen, "How far is it hence to Damascus?" 6 days' journey, answered the stoker. "Wilt thou send me thither?" asked Zulmichen. "O my lord," replied the stoker, "how can I let thee go alone, and thou a young lad and a stranger? If thou be minded to make the journey to Damascus, I will go with thee, and if my wife will listen to me and accompany me, I will take up my abode there, for it goes to my heart to part with thee." Then said he to his wife, "Wilt thou go with me to Damascus, or wilt thou abide here, whilst I bring this my lord thither and return to thee? For he is bent upon going to Damascus, and by Allah, it is hard to me to part with him, and I fear for him from the highway robbers. Quoth she, I will go with you. And he said, Praised be God for accord. Then he rose, and selling all his own and his wife's gear, bought a camel and hired an ass for Zulmekan, and they set out and reached Damascus at nightfall after 6 days' journey. They alighted there, and the stoker went to the market and bought meat and drink. They had dwelt but 5 days in Damascus, when his wife sickened, and after a few days' illness, was translated to the mercy of God. The stoker mourned for her with an exceeding grief, and her death was no light matter to Zulmekan, for she had tended him assiduously and he was grown used to her. Presently, he turned to the stoker, and finding him mourning, said to him, Do not grieve, for we must all go in at this gate. God requite thee with good, O my son, replied the stoker. Surely he will compensate us with his bounties and cause our mourning to cease. What sayest thou, O my son? Shall we walk abroad to view Damascus and cheer our spirits? Thy will is mine, replied Zulmekan. So the stoker took him by the hand, and they sallied forth and walked on, till they came to the stables of the viceroy of Damascus, where they found camels laden with chests and carpets and brocaded stuffs and saddle horses and Bactrian camels and slaves, white and black, and folk running to and fro in a great bustle. Quoth Zulmekan, I wonder to whom all these camels and stuffs and servants belong. So he asked one of the slaves, and he replied, These are presents that the viceroy of Damascus is sending to King Omar ben Nu'man, with the tribute of Syria. When Zulmekan heard his father's name, his eyes filled with tears, and he repeated the following verses. Ye that are far removed from my desireful sight, ye that within my heart are sojourners for aye. Your comeliness is gone, and life no more for me is sweet, nor will the pains of longing pass away. If God one day decree reunion of our loves, how long a tale of woes my tongue will have to say. Then he wept, and the stoker said to him, O my son, thou art hardly yet recovered, so take heart and do not weep, for I fear a relapse for thee. And he applied himself to comfort him and cheer him, whilst Zulmekan sighed and bemoaned his strangerhood and separation from his sister and his family, and repeated the following verses, with tears streaming from his eyes. Provide thee for the world to come, for needs must thou be gone, or soon or late, for everyone the lot of death is drawn. Thy fortune in this world is but delusion and regret, thy life in it but vanity and empty chaff anon. The world, indeed, is but as 'twere a traveller's halting place, who makes his camels kneel at eve and fares on with the dawn. And he continued to weep and lament, whilst the stoker wept too for the loss of his wife, yet ceased not to comfort Zulmekan till the morning. When the sun rose, he said to him, Meseems thou yearnest for thy native land? Even so, replied Zulmekan, and I may not tarry here, so I will commend thee to God's care and set out with these people and journey with them, little by little, till I come to my country. And I with thee, said the stoker, for I cannot bear to part with thee. I have done thee service, and I mean to complete it by tending thee on the way. At this, Zulmekan rejoiced and said, May God abundantly requite thee for me. Then the stoker went out, and selling the camel, bought another ass, which he brought to Zulmekan, saying, This is for thee to ride by the way, and when thou art weary of riding, thou canst dismount and walk. May God bless thee and help me to requite thee, said Zulmekan. Indeed, thou hast dealt with me more lovingly than one with his brother. Then the stoker provided himself with victual for the journey, and they waited till it was dark night, when they laid their provisions and baggage on the ass and set out on their journey. To return to Nuzhat-e-Zaman, when she left her brother in the Khan and went out to seek service with someone, that she might earn wherewith to buy him the roast meat he longed for, she fared on, weeping and knowing not whither to go, whilst her mind was occupied with concern for her brother and with thoughts of her family and her native land. And she implored God the Most High to do away these afflictions from them, and repeated the following verses. The shadows darken and passion stirs up my sickness amain, and longing rouses within me the old desireful pain. The anguish of parting hath taken its sojourn in my breast, and love and longing and sorrow have maddened heart and brain. Passion hath made me restless, and longing consumes my soul, and tears discover the secret that else concealed had lain. I know of no way to ease me of sickness and care and woe, nor can my weak endeavor reknit love's severed skein. The fire of my heart with yearnings and longing grief is fed, and for its heat, the lover to live in hell is fain. O thou that thinkest to blame me for what betides me, enough, God knows I suffer with patience whatever he doth ordain. I swear I shall ne'er find solace nor be consoled for love, the oath of the children of passion, whose oaths are ne'er in vain. Bear tidings of me, I prithee, O night, to the bards of love, and that in thee I sleep not be witness yet again. She walked on, weeping and turning right and left, as she went, till there espied her an old man who had come into the town from the desert with other 5 Bedouins. He took note of her, and seeing that she was charming, but had nothing on her head but a piece of camel cloth, marveled at her beauty, and said in himself, This girl is pretty enough to dazzle the wit, but it is clear she is in poor case, and whether she be of the people of the city or a stranger, I must have her. So he followed her, little by little, till presently he came in front of her, and stopping the way before her in a narrow lane, called out to her, saying, Harkye, daughterling, art thou a free woman or a slave? When she heard this, she said to him, By thy life, do not add to my troubles. Quoth he, God blessed me with 6 daughters, but 5 of them died, and only one is left me, the youngest of them all, and I came to ask thee if thou wert of the people of this city or a stranger, that I might take thee and carry thee to her, to bear her company and divert her from mourning for her sisters. If thou hast no parents, I will use thee as one of them, and thou and she shall be as my 2 children. When she heard what he said, she bowed her head for bashfulness, and said to herself, Surely I may trust myself to this old man. Then she said to him, O uncle, I am a girl of the Arabs, of Iraq, and a stranger, and I have a sick brother, but I will go with thee to thy daughter on one condition, that is, that I may spend the day only with her, and go to my brother at night. I am a stranger, and was high in honor among my people, yet am I become cast down and abject. I came with my brother from the land of Hijaz, and I fear lest he know not where I am. When the Bedouin heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, I have gotten what I sought. Then he turned to her and said, There shall none be dearer to me than thou. I only wish thee to bear my daughter company by day, and thou shalt go to thy brother at nightfall. Or, if thou wilt, bring him to dwell with us. And he ceased not to give her fair words and coax her, till she trusted in him and agreed to serve him. Then he went on before her, and she followed him, whilst he winked to his men to go on in advance and harness the camels and load them with food and water, ready for setting out as soon as he should come up. Now this Bedouin was a base-born wretch, a highway robber and a brigand, a traitor to his friend and a past master in craft and roguery. He had no daughter and no son, and was but a wayfarer in Jerusalem, when, by the decree of God, he fell in with this unhappy girl. He held her in converse till they came without the city, where he joined his companions and found they had made ready the camels. So he mounted a camel, taking Nuzhat-ez-Zaman up behind him, and they rode on all night, making for the mountains, for fear any should see them. By this, she knew that the Bedouin's proposal was a snare, and that he had tricked her, and she gave not over, weeping and crying out the whole night long. A little before the dawn, they halted, and the Bedouin came up to Nuzhat-ez-Zaman and said to her, O wretch, what is this weeping? By Allah, and thou hold not thy peace, I will beat thee to death, city faggot that thou art. When she heard this, she abhorred life and longed for death, so she turned to him and said, O accursed old man, O greybeard of hell, did I trust in thee and hast thou played me false, and now thou wouldst torture me? When he heard her words, he cried out, O insolent wretch, dost thou dare to bandy words with me? And he came up to her and beat her with a whip, saying, An thou hold not thy peace, I will kill thee. So she was silent a while, but she called to mind her brother and her former happy estate and wept in secret. Next day, she turned to the Bedouin and said to him, How couldst thou deal thus perfidiously with me and lure me into these desert mountains, and what wilt thou do with me? When he heard her words, he hardened his heart and said to her, O pestilent baggage, wilt thou bandy words with me? So saying, he took the whip and brought it down on her back, till she well nigh fainted. Then she bowed down and kissed his feet, and he left beating her and began to revile her, saying, By my bonnet, if I see or hear thee weeping, I will cut out thy tongue and thrust it up thy kaze, city strumpet that thou art. So she was silent and made him no reply, for the beating irked her, but sat down, with her arms round her knees and bowing her head, fell a musing on her case. Then she bethought her of her former ease and affluence and her present abasement, and called to mind her brother and his sickness and forlorn condition and how they were both strangers in a foreign land, whereat the tears coursed down her cheeks and she wept silently and repeated the following verses. The tides of fate twixt good and ill shift ever to and fro, and no estate of life for men endureth evermo. All things that to the world belong have each their destined end, and to all men a term is set, which none may overgo. How long must I oppression bear and peril and distress? Ah, how I loathe this life of mine, that naught but these can show. May God not prosper them, these days, wherein I am oppressed of fate, these cruel days that add abjection to my woe. My purposes are brought to naught, my loves are reft in twain by exile's rigor, and my hopes are won and all laid low. O ye, who pass the dwelling by, wherein my dear ones are, bear them the news of me and say, my tears forever flow. When she had finished, the Bedouin came up to her and taking compassion on her, bespoke her kindly and wiped away her tears. Then he gave her a cake of barley bread and said to her, I do not love to be answered, when I am angry, so henceforth give me no more of these insolent words, and I will sell thee to an honest fellow like myself, who will use thee well, even as I have done. It is well, answered she, and when the night was long upon her and hunger gnawed her, she ate a little of the barley cake. In the middle of the night, the Bedouin gave the signal for departure, so they loaded the camels and he mounted one of them, taking Nuzhat-e Zaman up behind him. Then they set out and journeyed, without stopping, for 3 days, till they reached the city of Damascus, where they alighted at the Sultan's Khan, hard by the Viceroy's gate. Now she had lost her color and her charms were changed by grief and the fatigue of the journey, and she ceased not to weep. So the Bedouin came up to her and said, Hark ye, city wench! Buy my bonnet, and thou leave not this weeping, I will sell thee to a Jew. Then he took her by the hand and carried her to a chamber, where he left her and went to the bazaar. Here he went round to the merchants who dealt in slave girls and began to parley with them, saying, I have with me a slave girl, whose brother fell ill, and I sent him to my people at Jerusalem, that they might tend him till he was cured. The separation from him was grievous to her, and since then, she does nothing but weep. Now I purpose to sell her, and I would fain have whoso is minded to buy her of me speak softly to her and say to her, Thy brother is with me in Jerusalem, ill, and I will be easy with him about her price. Quoth one of the merchants, How old is she? She is a virgin, just come to the age of puberty, replied the Bedouin, and is endowed with sense and breeding and wit and beauty and grace. But from the day I sent her brother to Jerusalem, she has done nothing but grieve for him, so that her beauty is fallen away and her value lessened. When the merchant heard this, he said, O chief of the Arabs, I will go with thee and buy this girl of thee, if she be as thou sayest for wit and beauty and accomplishments, but it must be upon conditions, which if thou accept, I will pay thee her price, and if not, I will return her to thee. If thou wilt, said the Bedouin, take her up to Prince Shirkan, son of King Omar ben Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and I will agree to whatever conditions thou mayst impose on me, for when he sees her, she will surely please him, and he will pay thee her price and a good profit to boot for thyself. It happens, rejoined the merchant, that I have just now occasion to go to him, that I may get him to sign me patent, exempting me from customs dues, and I desire of him also a letter of recommendation to his father King Omar. So, if he take the girl, I will pay thee down her price at once. I agree to this, answered the Bedouin. So they returned together to the Khan, where the Bedouin stood at the door of the girl's chamber and called out, saying, Ho, Najia, which was the name he had given her. When she heard him, she wept and made no answer. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, There she sits. Do thou go up to her and look at her and speak kindly to her, as I enjoin thee. So he went up to her courteously and saw that she was wonder-lovely and graceful, especially as she was acquainted with the Arabic tongue, and he said to the Bedouin, Verily she is even as thou saidst, and I shall get of the Sultan what I will for her. Then he said to her, Peace be on thee, O daughterling. How dost thou? She turned to him and replied, This was written in the book of destiny. Then she looked at him and seeing him to be a man of reverend appearance, with a handsome face, said to herself, I believe this man comes to buy me. If I hold aloof from him, I shall abide with this tyrant, and he will beat me to death. In any case, this man is comely of face and makes me hope for better treatment from him than from this brute of a Bedouin. Mayhap he only comes to hear me talk, so I will give him a fair answer. All this while, she had kept her eyes fixed on the ground, then she raised them to him and said in a sweet voice, And upon thee be peace, O my lord, and the mercy of God and his blessing. This is what is commanded of the prophet, whom God bless and preserve. As for thine inquiry how I do, if thou wouldst know my condition, it is such as thou wouldst not wish but to thine enemies. And she was silent. When the merchant heard what she said, he was beside himself for delight in her, and turning to the Bedouin, said to him, What is her price? For indeed she is illustrious. At this the Bedouin was angry and said, Thou wilt turn me the girl's head with this talk. Why dost thou say that she is illustrious? For all she is of the scum of slave girls and of the refuse of the people. I will not sell her to thee. When the merchant heard this, he knew he was dull-witted and said to him, Calm thyself, for I will buy her of thee, notwithstanding the defects thou mentionest. And how much wilt thou give me for her? Asked the Bedouin. None should name the child but its father, replied the merchant. Name thy price for her. Not so, rejoined the Bedouin, do thou say what thou wilt give. Quoth the merchant in himself, This Bedouin is an addle-pated churl. By Allah, I cannot tell her price, for she has mastered my heart with her sweet speech and her beauty, and if she can read and write, it will be the finishing touch to her good fortune and that of her purchaser. But this Bedouin does not know her value. Then he turned to the latter and said to him, O elder of the Arabs, I will give thee 200 dinars for her, in cash, clear of the tax and the Sultan's dues. When the Bedouin heard this, he flew into a violent passion and cried out at the merchant, saying, Begone about thy business. By Allah, wert thou to offer me 200 dinars for the piece of camel cloth on her head, I would not sell it to thee. I will not sell her, but will keep her by me, to pasture the camels and grind corn. And he cried out to her, saying, Come, thou stinkard, I will not sell thee. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, I thought thee a man of judgment, but, by my bonnet, if thou begone not from me, I will let thee hear what will not please thee. Verily, said the merchant to himself, this Bedouin is mad and knows not the girl's value, and I will say no more to him about her price for the present, for by Allah, were he a man of sense, he would not say, by my bonnet. By Allah, she is worth the kingdom of the Khosrows, and I will give him what he will, though it be all I have. Then he said to him, O elder of the Arabs, calm thyself and take patience, and tell me what clothes she has with thee. Clothes, cried the Bedouin, what should the baggage want with clothes? The camel cloth in which she is wrapped is ample for her. With thy leave, said the merchant, I will lift her veil and examine her as folk examine girls whom they think of buying. Up and do what thou wilt, replied the other, and God keep thy youth. Examine her, inside and out, and if thou wilt, take off her clothes and look at her naked. God forbid, said the merchant, I will but look at her face. Then he went up to her, confounded at her beauty and grace, and seating himself by her side, said to her, O my mistress, what is thy name? Dost thou ask what is my name now, said she, or what it was formerly? Hast thou then two names? Asked the merchant. Yes, replied she, my whilom name was Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman, but my name at this present is Gusset-Ezi Zaman. When the merchant heard this, his eyes filled with tears, and he said to her, Hast thou not a sick brother? Indeed, my lord, I have, answered she, but fortune hath parted us, and he lies sick in Jerusalem. The merchant's heart was confounded at the sweetness of her speech, and he said to himself, Verily, the Bedouin spoke the truth of her. Then she called to mind her brother and how he lay sick in a strange land, whilst she was parted from him and knew not what was become of him, and she thought of all that had befallen her with the Bedouin and of her severance from her father and mother and native land, and the tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated the following verses. May God keep watch over thee, beloved, where'er thou art, thou that, though far away, yet dwellest in my heart. Where'er thy footsteps lead, may he be ever near, to guard thee from time's shifts and evil fortune's dart. Thou art absent, and my eyes long ever for thy sight, and at thy thought the tears for I unbidden start. Would that I knew, alas! What country holds thee now, in what abode thou dwell'st, unfriended and apart? If thou, in the green o' the rose, still drink o' the water of life, my drink is naught but tears, since that thou didst depart. If sleep e'er visit thee, live coals of my unrest, strewn betwixt couch and side, for I my slumbers thwart. All but thy loss to me were but a little thing, but that and that alone is sore to me, sweetheart. When the merchant heard her verses, he wept and put out his hand to wipe away her tears, but she let down her veil, saying, God forbid, O my master. The Bedouin, who was sitting at a little distance, watching them, saw her cover her face and concluded that she would have hindered him from handling her, so he rose and running to her, dealt her such a blow on the shoulders with a camel's halter he had in his hand, that she fell to the ground on her face. Her eyebrow smote against a stone, which cut it open, and the blood streamed down her face, whereupon she gave a loud scream and fainted away. The merchant was moved to tears for her and said in himself, I must and will buy this damsel, though I pay down her weight in gold, and deliver her from this tyrant. And he began to reproach the Bedouin, whilst Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman lay insensible. When she came to herself, she wiped away her tears and bound up her head, then, raising her eyes to heaven, she sought her Lord with a sorrowful heart and repeated the following verses. Have ruth on one who once was rich and great, whom villainy hath brought to low estate. She weeps with never-ceasing tears and says, There's no recourse against the laws of fate. Then she turned to the merchant and said to him, in a low voice, By Allah, do not leave me with this tyrant, who knows not God the Most High. If I pass this night with him, I shall kill myself with my own hand, Save me from him, and God will save thee from hellfire. So the merchant said to the Bedouin, O chief of the Arabs, this girl is none of thine affair, so do thou sell her to me for what thou wilt. Take her, said the Bedouin, and pay me down her price, or I will carry her back to the camp and set her to feed the camels and gather their droppings. Quoth the merchant, I will give thee 50,000 dinars for her. God will open, replied the Bedouin. 70,000, said the merchant. God will open, repeated the other, she hath cost me more than that, for she hath eaten barley bread with me to the value of 90,000 dinars. Quoth the merchant, thou and all thy people and thy whole tribe in all your lives have not eaten 1,000 dinars worth of barley, but I will make thee one offer, which if thou accept not, I will set the viceroy of Damascus on thee, and he will take her from thee by force. Say on, rejoined the Bedouin. 100,000, said the merchant. I will sell her to thee at that price, answered the Bedouin, I shall be able to buy salt with that. The merchant laughed and going to his house, returned with the money and gave it to the Bedouin, who took it and made off, saying, I must go to Jerusalem, it may be I shall happen on her brother, and I will bring him here and sell him. So he mounted and journeyed to Jerusalem, where he went to the Khan and inquired for Zulmekan, but could not find him. Meanwhile, the merchant threw his gaberdine over Nuzhat-e-Zaman and carried her to his house, where he dressed her in the richest clothes he could buy. Then he carried her to the bazaar, where he bought her what jewelry she chose and put it in a bag of satin, which he laid before her, saying, This is all for thee, and I ask nothing of thee in return but that, when thou comest to the viceroy of Damascus, thou tell him what I gave for thee and that it was little compared with thy value, and if he buy thee, tell him how I have dealt with thee and ask of him for me a royal patent, with a recommendation to his father King Omar ben Numan, Lord of Baghdad, to the intent that he may forbid the taking toll on thy stuffs or other goods in which I traffic. When she heard his words, she wept and sobbed, and the merchant said to her, O my mistress, I note that, every time I mention Baghdad, thine eyes fill with tears. Is there anyone there whom thou lovest? If it be a merchant or the like, tell me, for I know all the merchants and so forth there, and an thou wouldst send him a message, I will carry it for thee. By Allah, replied she, I have no acquaintance among merchants and the like. I know none there but King Omar ben Numan. When the merchant heard this, he laughed and was greatly rejoiced and said in himself, By Allah, I have gotten my desire. Then he said to her, Hast thou then been shown to him? No, answered she, but I was brought up with his daughter and he holds me dear and I have much credit with him, so if thou wouldst have him grant thee a patent of exemption, give me inkhorn and paper, and I will write thee a letter, which, when thou reachest Baghdad, do thou deliver into the king's own hand and say to him, Thy handmaid Nuzhat-e-Zaman salutes thee and would have thee to know that the changing chances of the nights and days have smitten her, so that she has been sold from place to place and is now with the viceroy of Damascus. The merchant wondered at her eloquence and his affection for her increased, and he said to her, I cannot think but that men have abused thine understanding and sold thee for money. Tell me, dost thou know the Quran? I do, answered she, and I am also acquainted with philosophy and medicine and the Prolegomena and the commentaries of Galen the physician on the canons of Hippocrates, and I have commented him, as well as the simples of Ibn Beltar, and have studied the works of Avicenna, according to the canon of Mecca, as well as other treatises. I can solve enigmas and establish parallels in discourse upon geometry and am skilled in anatomy. I have read the books of the Shafi'i sect and the traditions of the Prophet, I am well read in grammar and can argue with the learned in discourse of all manner of sciences. Moreover, I am skilled in logic and rhetoric and mathematics and the making of talismans and calendars and the Kabbalah, and I understand all these branches of knowledge thoroughly. But bring me inkhorn and paper, and I will write thee a letter that will profit thee at Baghdad and enable thee to dispense with passports. When the merchant heard this, he cried out, "Excellent! Excellent! Happy he in whose palace thou shalt be." Then he brought her inkhorn and paper and a pen of brass and kissed the earth before her, to do her honor. She took the pen and wrote the following verses. What ails me that sleep hath forsaken my eyes and gone astray? Have you then taught them to waken, after our parting day? How comes it your memory mocketh the fire in my heart to rage? Is thus with each lover remembers a dear one far away? How sweet was the cloud of the summer, that watered our days of yore! 'Tis flitted, before of its pleasance my longing I could stay. I sue to the wind and beg it to favor the slave of love, the wind that unto the lover doth news of you convey. A lover to you complaineth, whose every helper fails. Indeed, in parting our sorrows would rend the rock in sway. These words are from her whom melancholy destroys and whom watching hath wasted. In her darkness there are no lights found, and she knows not night from day. She tosses from side to side on the couch of separation, and her eyes are blackened with the pencils of sleeplessness. She watches the stars and strains her sight into the darkness. Verily, sadness and emaciation have consumed her, and the setting forth of her case would be long. No helper hath she but tears, and she reciteth the following verses. No turtle warbles on the branch, before the break of morn, but stirs in me a killing grief, a sadness all forlorn. No lover, longing for his loves, complaineth of desire, but with a doubled stress of woe my heart is overborne. Of passion I complain to one who hath no ruth on me. How soul and body by desire are, one from other, torn. Then her eyes brimmed over with tears, and she wrote these verses also. Love-longing, the day of our parting, my body with mourning smote, and severance from my eyelids hath made sleep far remote. I am so wasted for yearning and worn for sickness and woe, that, were it not for my speaking, thou dst scarce my presence note. Then she wept and wrote at the foot of the scroll, this is from her who was far from her people and her native land, the sorrowful-hearted Nuzhat-ez Zaman. She folded the letter and gave it to the merchant, who took it and reading what was written in it, rejoiced and exclaimed, Glory to him who fashioned thee. Then he redoubled in kindness and attention to her all that day, and at nightfall, he sallied out to the market and bought food, wherewith he fed her, after which he carried her to the bath and said to the tirewoman, As soon as thou hast made an end of washing her head, clothe her and send and let me know. Meanwhile he fetched food and fruit and wax candles and set them on the dais in the outer room of the bath, and when the tirewoman had done washing her, she sent to tell the merchant, and Nuzhat-ez Zaman went out to the outer room, where she found the tray spread with food and fruit. So she ate, and the tirewoman with her, and gave what was left to the people and keeper of the bath. Then she slept till the morning, and the merchant lay the night in a place apart. When he awoke, he came to her and waking her, presented her with a shift of fine silk, a kerchief worth 1,000 dinars, a suit of Turkish brocade and boots embroidered with red gold and set with pearls and jewels. Moreover, he hung in each of her ears a circlet of gold, with a fine pearl therein, worth 1,000 dinars, and threw round her neck a collar of gold, with bosses of garnet and a chain of amber beads, that hung down between her breasts to her middle. Now this chain was garnished with 10 balls and 9 crescents, and each crescent had in its midst a bezel of ruby, and each ball a bezel of balas ruby. The worth of the chain was 3,000 dinars, and each of the balls was worth 20,000 dirhams, so that her dress and all was worth a great sum of money. When she had put these on, the merchant bade her make her toilet, and she adorned herself to the utmost advantage. Then he bade her follow him and walked on before her through the streets, whilst the people wondered at her beauty and exclaimed, Blessed be God, the most excellent Creator! O fortunate man to whom she shall belong! till they reached the Sultan's palace, when he sought an audience of Sharrkan and kissing the earth before him, said, O august king, I have brought thee a rare gift, unmatched in this time and richly covered with beauty and good qualities. Let me see it, said Sharrkan. So the merchant went out and returning with Nuzhat-e-Zaman, made her stand before Sharrkan. When the latter beheld her, blood drew to blood, though he had never seen her, having only heard that he had a sister called Nuzhat-e-Zaman and a brother called Zulmekan, and not having made acquaintance with them, in his jealousy of them, because of the succession. Then said the merchant, O king, not only is she without peer in her time for perfection of beauty and grace, but she is versed to boot in all learning, sacred and profane, besides the art of government and the abstract sciences. Quoth Sharrkan, Take her price, according to what thou gavest for her, and go thy ways. I hear and obey, replied the merchant, but first I would have thee write me a patent, exempting me forever from paying tithe on my merchandise. I will do this, said Sharrkan, but first tell me what you paid for her. Quoth the merchant, I bought her for 100,000 dinars, and her clothes cost me as much more. When the Sultan heard this, he said, I will give thee more than this for her, and calling his treasurer, said to him, Give this merchant 320,000 dinars, so will he have 120,000 dinars profit. Then he summoned the 4 cadis and paid him the money in their presence, after which he said to them, I call you to witness that I free this my slave girl and purpose to marry her. So the cadis drew up the act of enfranchisement, and the Sultan scattered much gold on the heads of those present, which was picked up by the pages and eunuchs. Then they drew up the contract of marriage between Sharrkan and Nuzhat-e-Zaman, after which he bade write the merchant a perpetual patent, exempting him from tax and tithe upon his merchandise and forbidding all and several to do him let or hindrance in all his government, and bestowed on him a splendid dress of honor. Then all who were present retired, and there remained but the cadis and the merchant, whereupon quoth Sharrkan to the former, I wish you to hear such discourse from this damsel as may prove her knowledge and accomplishment in all that this merchant avouches of her, that we may be certified of the truth of his pretensions. Good, answered they, and he commanded the curtains to be drawn before Nuzhat-e-Zaman and her attendants, who began to wish her joy and kiss her hands and feet, for that she was become the viceroy's wife. Then they came round her and easing her of the weight of her clothes and ornaments, began to look upon her beauty and grace. Presently the wives of the emirs and viziers heard that King Sharrkan had bought a damsel unmatched for beauty and accomplishments and versed in all branches of knowledge, at the price of 320,000 dinars, and that he had set her free and married her and summoned the 4 cadis to examine her. So they asked leave of their husbands and repaired to the palace. When they came into her, she rose and received them with courtesy, welcoming them and promising them all good. Moreover, she smiled in their faces and made them sit down in their proper stations, as if she had been brought up with them, so that their hearts were taken with her and they all wondered at her good sense and fine manners, as well as at her beauty and grace, and said to each other, This damsel is none other than a queen, the daughter of a king. Then they sat down, magnifying her, and said to her, O our Lady, our city is illumined by thy presence, and our country and kingdom are honored by thee. The kingdom indeed is thine and the palace is thy palace, and we all are thy handmaids, so do not thou shut us out from thy favors and the sight of thy beauty. And she thanked them for this. All this while the curtains were drawn between Nuzhat-e-Zaman and the women with her, on the one side, and King Sharrkan and the cadis and merchants seated by him, on the other. Presently, Sharrkan called to her and said, O Queen, the glory of thine age, this merchant describes thee as being learned and accomplished and asserts that thou art skilled in all branches of knowledge, even to astrology, so let us hear something of all this and give us a taste of thy quality. O King, replied she, I hear and obey. The first subject of which I will treat is the art of government and the duties of kings, and what behoves governors of lawful commandments, and what is incumbent on them in respect of pleasing manners. Know then, O king, that all men's works tend either to religion or to worldly life, for none attains to religion save through this world, because it is indeed the road to the next world. Now the world is ordered by the doings of its people, and the doings of men are divided into 4 categories: government, or the exercise of authority; commerce, husbandry, or agriculture; and craftsmanship. To government are requisite perfect knowledge of the science of administration and just judgment, for government is the center, or pivot, of the edifice of the world, which is the road to the future life, since that God the Most High hath made the world to be to his servants even as victual to the traveler for the attainment of the goal, and it is needful that each man receive of it such measure as shall bring him to God, and that he follow not in this his own mind and desire. If the folk would take of the goods of the world with moderation and equity, there would be an end of contentions, but they take thereof with violence and iniquity, and persist in following their own inclinations, and their licentiousness and evil behavior in this give birth to strife and contention. So they have need of the Sultan, that he may do justice between them and order their affairs prudently, and if he restrain not the folk from one another, the strong will get the mastery over the weak. Ardesher says that religion and the kingship are twin. Religion is a treasure and the king its keeper, and the divine ordinances and men's own judgment indicate that it behoves the folk to adopt a ruler to hold the oppressor back from the oppressed and do the weak justice against the strong, and to restrain the violence of the proud and the unjust. For know, O king, that according to the measure of the ruler's good morals, even so will be the time, as says the apostle of God, on whom be peace and salvation. There are 2 classes, who if they be virtuous, the people will be virtuous, and if they be depraved, the people also will be depraved, even princes and men of learning. And it is said by a certain sage, there are 3 kinds of kings: the king of the faith, the king who watches over and protects those things that are entitled to respect and honor, and the king of his own inclinations. The king of the faith constrains his subjects to follow the laws of their faith, and it behoves that he be the most pious of them all, for it is by him that they take pattern in the things of the faith, and the folk shall do obedience to him in what he commands in accordance with the divine ordinances, but he shall hold the discontented in the same esteem as the contented, because of submission to the divine decrees. As for the king of the second order, he upholds the things of the faith and of the world, and compels the folk to follow the law of God and to observe the precepts of humanity, and it behoves him to conjoin the sword and the pen, for whoso goeth astray from what the pen hath written, his feet slip, and the king shall rectify his error with the edge of the sword and pour forth his justice upon all men. As for the third kind of king, he hath no religion but the following his own lusts, and fears not the wrath of his Lord, who set him on the throne, so his kingdom inclines to ruin, and the end of his arrogance is in the house of perdition. And another sage says, the king has need of many people, but the folk have need of but one king, wherefore it behoves that he be well acquainted with their natures, to the end that he may reduce their difference to concord, that he may encompass them one and all with his justice and overwhelm them with his bounties. And know, O king, that Ardesher, styled Jamshid, third of the kings of Persia, conquered the whole world and divided it into 4 parts, and let make for himself 4 seal rings, one for each division of his realm. The first seal was that of the sea and the police and of prohibition, and on it was written, alternatives. The second was the seal of revenue and of the receipt of monies, and on it was written, culture. The third was the seal of the commissariat, and on it was written, plenty. The fourth was the seal of the court of inquiry into abuses, and on it was written, justice. And these remained in use in Persia until the revelation of Islam. King Khosrows also wrote to his son, who was with the army, be not over lavish to thy troops, or they will come to have no need of thee, neither be niggardly with them, or they will murmur against thee. Do thy giving soberly and confer thy favors advisedly, be liberal to them in time of affluence and stint them not in time of stress. It is said that an Arab of the desert came once to the Caliph Mansour and said to him, "Starve thy dog and he will follow thee." When the Caliph heard his words, he was enraged, but Abul Abbas Tusi said to him, "I fear that, if some other than thou should show him a cake of bread, the dog would follow him and leave thee." Thereupon the Caliph's wrath subsided and he knew that the Bedouin had meant no offense and ordered him a present. And know, O king, that Abdulmalik ben Marwan wrote to his brother Abdulaziz, when he sent him to Egypt, as follows: "Pay heed to thy secretaries and thy chamberlains, for the first will acquaint thee with necessary matters and the second with matters of etiquette and ceremonial observance, whilst the tribute that goes out from thee will make thy troops known to thee." Omar ben el-Khattab, whom God accept, was in the habit, when he engaged a servant, of laying 4 conditions on him: the first that he should not ride the baggage beasts, the second that he should not wear fine clothes, the third that he should not eat of the spoil, and the fourth that he should not delay to pray after the proper time. It is said that there is no wealth better than understanding, and no understanding like common sense and prudence, and no prudence like the fear of God, that there is no offering like good morals, and no measure like good breeding, and no profit like earning the divine favor, that there is no piety like the observance of the limits of the law, and no science like that of meditation, no devotion like the performance of the divine precepts, no safeguard like modesty, no calculation like humility, and no nobility like knowledge. So guard the head in what it contains and the body in what it comprises, and remember death and calamity. Says Ali, whose face God honor, beware of the wickedness of women and be on thy guard against them. Consult them not in aught, but be not grudging of complaisance to them, lest they be tempted to have recourse to intrigue. And also, he who leaves the path of moderation and sobriety, his wits become perplexed. And Omar, whom God accept, says, there are 3 kinds of women: first, the true believing, God-fearing woman, loving and fruitful, helping her husband against fate, not helping fate against her husband; secondly, she who loves and tenders her children, but no more; and thirdly, the woman who is as a shackle that God puts on the neck of whom he will. Men also are 3: the first, who is wise, when he exercises his judgment; the second, wiser than he, who, when there falls on him somewhat of which he knows not the issue, seeks folk of good counsel and acts by their advice; and the third, who is addle-headed, knowing not the right way nor heeding those who would instruct him. Justice is indispensable in all things; even slave girls have need of justice, and highway robbers, who live by violence, bear witness of this, for did they not deal equitably among themselves and observe fairness in their divisions, their order would fall to pieces. For the rest, the chief of noble qualities is generosity and benevolence. How well says the poet: "By largesse and mildness the youth chief of his tribe became, and it were easy for thee to follow and do the same." And quoth another, "In mildness stability lies, and clemency wins us respect, and safety and soothfastness is for him who is soothfast and frank. And he who would get himself praise and renown for his wealth from the folk, in the racecourse of glory must be, for munificence, first in the rank." And Nuzhat-ez Zaman discoursed upon the policy and behavior of kings, till the bystanders said, "Never heard we one reason of the duties of kings like this damsel. Mayhap she will favor us with discourse upon some subject other than this." When she heard this, she said, "As for the chapter of good breeding, it is wide of scope, for it is a compend of perfections." There came in one day to the Caliph Muawiyah one of his boon companions, who spoke of the people of Iraq and the goodness of their wit, and the Caliph's wife Maysoun, mother of Yazid, heard him. So, when he was gone, she said to the Caliph, "O commander of the faithful, prithee let some of the people of Iraq come in to thee and talk with them, that I may hear their discourse." So the Caliph said to his attendants, "Who is at the door?" And they answered, the Banu Temim. Let them come in, said he. So they came in, and with them Anaf ben Qais. Now Muawiyah had drawn a curtain between himself and Mysound, that she might hear what they said without being seen herself, and he said to Anaf, O Abu Bahr, pray, near and tell me what counsel thou hast for me. Quoth Anaf, part thy hair and trim thy mustache and clip thy nails and pluck out the hair of thine armpits and shave thy pubes and be constant in the use of the toothstick, for therein are 72 virtues, and make the Friday, complete, ablution as an expiation for what is between the 2 Fridays. What is thy counsel to thyself? Asked Muawiyah. To plant my feet firmly on the ground, replied Anaf, to move them with deliberation and keep watch over them with my eyes. How, asked the Caliph, dost thou carry thyself, when thou goest in to the common folk of thy tribe? I lower my eyes modestly, replied Anaf, and salute them first, abstaining from what does not concern me and being sparing of words. And how, when thou goest in to thine equals? Asked Muawiyah. I give ear to them, when they speak, answered the other, and do not assail them, when they err. And how dost thou, said the Caliph, when thou goest in to thy chiefs? I salute without making any sign, answered Anaf, and await the response. If they bid me draw near, I do so, and if they bid me stand aloof, I withdraw. How dost thou with thy wife? Asked the Caliph. Excuse me from answering this, O Commander of the Faithful. Replied he, but Muawiyah said, I conjure thee to answer. Then said Anaf, I entreat her kindly and show her pleasant familiarity and am large in expenditure, for women were created of a crooked rib. And how, asked the Caliph, dost thou when thou hast a mind to lie with her? I speak to her to perfume herself, answered the other, and kiss her till she is moved to desire. Then, if it be as thou knowest, I throw her on her back. If the seed abide in her womb, I say, O my God, make it blessed and let it not be a castaway, but fashion it into a goodly shape. Then I rise from her and betake myself to the ablution, first pouring water over my hands and then over my body and returning thanks to God for the delight He hath given me. Thou hast answered excellently well, said Muawiyah, and now tell me what thou wouldst have. Quoth Anaf, I would have thee rule thy subjects in the fear of God and do equal justice amongst them. So saying, he withdrew from the Caliph's presence, and when he had gone, Mysound said, were there but this man in Iraq, he would suffice to it. This, continued Nuzhat-ez Zaman, is a small fraction of the chapter of good breeding. Know, O king, that Mykib was intendant of the treasury during the caliphate of Omar ben Khattab. One day, quoth he, the Caliph's son came to me and I gave him a dirham from the treasury. Then I returned to my own house, and presently, as I was sitting, there came to me a messenger, bidding me to the Caliph. So I was afraid and went to him, and when I came into his presence, I saw in his hand the dirham I had given his son. Harkee, Mykib, said he, I have found somewhat concerning thy soul. What is it, O Commander of the Faithful? Asked I, and he answered, it is that thou wilt have to render an account of this dirham to the people of Muhammad, on whom be peace and salvation, on the day of resurrection. This same Omar wrote a letter to Abu Musa el-Ash'ari, to the following purport, when these presents reach thee, give the people what is theirs and send the rest to me. And he did so. When Uthman succeeded to the caliphate, he wrote a like letter to Abu Musa, who did his bidding and sent him the tribute accordingly, and with it came Ziyad. When the latter laid the tribute before Uthman, the Caliph's son came in and took a dirham, whereupon Ziyad fell a weeping. Why dost thou weep? Asked Uthman. Quoth Ziyad, I once brought Omar ben Khattab the like of this, and his son took a dirham, whereupon Omar bade snatch it from his hand. Now thy son hath taken of the tribute, yet have I seen none rebuke him nor take the money from him. And Uthman said, Where wilt thou find the like of Omar? Again, Zayd ben Aslam relates of his father that he said, I went out one night with Omar, and we walked on till we espied a blazing fire in the distance. Quoth Omar, this must be travelers, who are suffering from the cold, let us join them. So we made for the fire, and when we came to it, we found a woman who had lighted a fire under a cauldron, and by her side were 2 children, crying. Peace on you, O folk of the light, said Omar, for he misliked to say, folk of the fire, what ails you? Quoth she, the cold and the night irk us. What ails these children that they weep? Asked he. They are hungry, replied she. And what is in this cauldron? Asked Omar. It is what I quiet them with, answered she, and God will question Omar ben Khattab of them on the day of resurrection. And what, rejoined the Caliph, should Omar know of their case? Why then, said she, should he undertake the governance of the people's affairs and yet be unmindful of them? Then Omar turned to me and said, come with me. So we both set off running till we reached the treasury, where he took out a sack of flour and a pot of fat and said to me, put these on my back. O Commander of the Faithful, said I will carry them for thee. Wilt thou bear my burden for me on the day of resurrection? Replied he. So I put the things on his back, and we set off, running, till we came to the woman, when he threw down the sack. Then he took out some of the flour and put it in the cauldron, and saying to the woman, leave it to me, fell to blowing the fire. Now he had a great beard, and I saw the smoke issuing from the interstices thereof, till the flour was cooked, when he threw in some of the fat and said to the woman, do thou feed the boys whilst I cool the food for them. So they ate their fill, and he left the rest with her. Then he turned to me and said, O Aslam, I see it was indeed hunger made them weep, and I am glad I did not go away without finding out the reason of the light I saw. It is said that Omar passed, one day, by a flock of sheep, kept by a slave, and asked the latter to sell him a sheep. They are not mine, replied the shepherd. Thou art the man I sought, said Omar, and buying him of his master, set him free, whereupon the slave exclaimed, O my God, thou hast bestowed on me the lesser emancipation, vouchsafe me now the greater. They say also, that Omar ben Khattab was wont to give his servants sweet milk and eat coarse fare himself, and to clothe them softly and wear himself coarse garments. He gave all men their due and exceeded in his giving to them. He once gave a man 4,000 dirhams and added thereto yet 1,000, wherefore it was said to him, why dost thou not favor thy son as thou favorest this man? He answered, this man's father stood firm in fight on the day of Uhud. Al-Hasan relates that Omar once came back from an expedition with much money, and that Hafsa came to him and said, O Commander of the Faithful, be mindful of the due of kinship. O Hafsa, replied he, God hath indeed enjoined us to satisfy the dues of kinship, but of our own monies, not those of the true believers. Indeed, thou pleasest thy family, but injurest thy father. And she went away, dragging her skirts. Says Omar's son, I implored God 1 year, after Omar's death, to show me my father, till at last I saw him wiping the sweat from his brow, and said to him, how is it with thee, O my father? But for God's mercy, answered he, thy father had perished. Then said Nuzhat-e Zaman, Hear, O august king, the second division of the first chapter of the instances of the followers of the Prophet and other pious men. Says El-Hasan of Basora, not a soul of the sons of Adam goes forth of the world, without grieving for 3 things, failure to enjoy what he has amassed, failure to compass what he hoped, and failure to provide himself with sufficient provision for that to which he goes. It was said to Sufyan, can a man be devout and yet possess wealth? Yes, replied he, so he be patient under affliction and return thanks, when God giveth to him. When Abdullah ben Shaddad was on his deathbed, he sent for his son Muhammad and admonished him, saying, O my son, I see the messenger of death calling me, and so I charge thee to cherish the fear of God, both in public and private. Praise God and be true in thy speech, for the praise of God brings increase of prosperity, and piety in itself is the best of provision, even as says one of the poets. I see not that bliss lies in filling one's chest, the God-fearing man can alone be called blessed. For piety I winneth increase of God, so of all men's provision 'tis surely the best. When Omar ben Abdulaziz succeeded to the caliphate, he went to his own house and laying hands on all that his family and household possessed, put it into the public treasury. So the Umayyads betook themselves for aid to his father's sister, Fatimah, daughter of Marwan, and she sent to Omar, saying, I must needs speak with thee. So she came to him by night, and when he had made her alight from her beast and sit down, he said to her, O aunt, it is for thee to speak first, since it is at thine instance that we meet. Tell me, therefore, what thou wouldst with me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied she, it is thine to speak first, for thy judgment perceives that which is hidden from the senses. Then said the Caliph, of a verity God sent Muhammad as a mercy to some and a punishment to others, and he chose out for him what was with him and withdrew into himself, leaving the people a river, whereof the thirsty of them might drink. After him he made Abu Bakr the truth-teller Caliph, and he left the river in its pristine state, doing what was pleasing to God. Then arose Omar and worked a work and furnished forth a strife, of which none might do the like. When Othman came, he diverted a stream from the river, and Muawiyah in his turn sundered several streams from it. In like manner, Yazid, and the sons of Marwan, Abdulmalik and Walid and Sulayman, ceased not to take from the river and dry up the main stream, till the commandment devolved upon me, and now I am minded to restore the river to its normal condition. When Fatimah heard this, she said, I came, wishing only to speak and confer with thee, but if this be thy word, I have nothing to say to thee. Then she returned to the Umayyads and said to them, See what you have brought on you by allying yourselves with Omar ben Khattab. When Omar was on his deathbed, he gathered his children round him, and Meslamah ben Abdulmalik said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou leave thy children beggars and thou their protector? None can hinder thee from giving them in thy lifetime what will suffice them out of the treasury, and this indeed were better than leaving it to revert to him who shall come after thee. Omar gave him a look of wrath and wonder and replied, O Meslamah, I have defended them all the days of my life, and shall I make them miserable after my death? My sons are like other men, either obedient to God the Most High or disobedient. If the former, God will prosper them, and if the latter, I will not help them in their disobedience. Know, O Meslamah, that I was present, even as thou, when such an one of the sons of Marwan was buried, and I fell asleep by him and saw him in a dream given over to one of the punishments of God, to whom belong might and majesty. This terrified me and made me tremble, and I vowed to God that, if ever I came to the throne, I would not do as the dead man had done. This vow I have striven to fulfill all the days of my life, and I hope to be received into the mercy of my Lord. Quoth Meslamah, a certain man died and I was present at his funeral. I fell asleep and meseemed I saw him, as in a dream, clad in white clothes and walking in a garden full of running waters. He came up to me and said, O Meslamah, it is for the like of this that governors, or men who bear rule, should work. Many are the instances of this kind, and quoth one of the men of authority, I used to milk the ewes in the caliphate of Omar ben Abdulaziz, and one day, I met a shepherd, among whose sheep were wolves. I thought them to be dogs, for I had never before seen wolves, so I said to the shepherd, What dost thou with these dogs? They are not dogs, but wolves, replied he. Quoth I, Can wolves be with sheep and not hurt them? When the head is whole, replied he, the body is whole also. Omar ben Abdulaziz preached once from a mud pulpit, and after praising and glorifying God the Most High, said 3 words and spoke as follows: O folk, make clean your hearts, that your outward lives may be clean to your brethren, and abstain from the things of the world. Know that from Adam to this present, there is no one man alive among the dead. Dead are Abdolmech and those who forewent him, and Omar also will die, and those who come after him. Quoth Meslameh to this same Omar, when he was dying, O commander of the faithful, shall we set a pillow behind thee, that thou mayest lean on it a little? But Omar answered, I fear lest it be a fault about my neck on the day of resurrection. Then he gasped for breath and fell back in a swoon, whereupon Fatimah cried out, saying, Ho, Maryam!
Oh, Musaim!
Ho, such an one! Look to this man! And she began to pour water on him, weeping, till he revived, and seeing her in tears, said to her, O Fatimah, why dost thou weep? O commander of the faithful, replied she, I saw thee lying prostrate before us and thought of thy prostration before God the Most High in death and of thy departure from the world and separation from us. This is what made me weep. Enough, O Fatimah, answered he, indeed thou exceedest. Then he would have risen, but fell down, and Fatimah strained into her, saying, Thou art to me as my father and my mother, O commander of the faithful. We cannot speak to thee, all of us. Again, continued Nuzhat-e Zaman, Omar ben Abdulaziz wrote to the people of the festival at Mecca, as follows: I call God to witness, in the holy month, in the holy city and on the day of the great pilgrimage, that I am innocent of your oppression and of the wickedness of him that doth you wrong, in that I have neither commanded this nor purposed it, neither hath any report of aught thereof reached me, till now, nor have I had knowledge of it, and I trust therefore that God will pardon it to me. None hath authority from me to do oppression, for I shall assuredly be questioned, at the last day, concerning every one who hath been wrongfully entreated. So if any one of my officers swerve from the right and act without law or authority, ye owe him no obedience, till he return to the right way. He said also, May God accept of him, I do not wish to be relieved from death, for that it is the supreme thing for which the true believer is rewarded. Quoth one of authority, I went one day to the commander of the faithful, Omar ben Abdulaziz, who was then caliph, and saw before him 12 dirhams, which he bade take to the treasury. So I said to him, O commander of the faithful, thou impoverishest thy children and reducest them to beggary, leaving nothing for them. Thou wouldst do well to appoint somewhat by will to them and to those who are poor of the people of thy house. Draw near to me, answered he. So I drew near to him, and he said, As for thy saying, thou beggarest thy children, provide for them and for the poor of thy household, it is without reason, for God will replace me to my children and to those who are poor of the people of my house, and he will be their guardian. Verily, they are like other men. He who fears God, God will provide him a happy issue, and he that is addicted to sin, I will not uphold him in his disobedience. Then he called his sons before him, and they were 12 in number. When he beheld them, his eyes filled with tears, and he said to them, Your father is between 2 things, either ye will be rich and he will enter the fire, or ye will be poor and he enter paradise, and your father's entry into paradise is liefer to him than that ye should be rich. So go, God be your helper, for to him I commit your affair. Quoth Khalid ben Safwan, Yusuf ben Omar accompanied me to Hisham ben Abdolmech, and I met him as he came forth with his kinsmen and attendants. He alighted, and a tent was pitched for him. When the people had taken their seats, I came up to the side of the carpet, on which the caliph was reclining, and waiting till my eyes met his, bespoke him thus, May God fulfill his bounty to thee, O commander of the faithful, and direct into the right way the affairs he hath committed to thy charge, and may no harm mingle with thy cheer. O commander of the faithful, I have an admonition for thee, which I have gleaned from the history of the kings of time past. At this, he sat up and said to me, O son of Sephan, say what is in thy mind. O commander of the faithful, quoth I, one of the kings before thee went forth, in a time before thy time, to this very country and said to his companions, Saw ye ever any in the like of my state, or to whom hath been given even as it hath been given unto me? Now there was with him one of those who survive to bear testimony to the faith and are upholders of the truth and walkers in its highway, and he said, O king, thou askest of a grave matter. Wilt thou give me leave to answer? Yes, replied the king, and the other said, Dost thou judge thy present state to be temporary or enduring? It is a temporary thing, replied the king. Why then, asked the man, do I see thee exult in that which thou wilt enjoy but a little while, and whereof thou wilt be questioned at length, and for the rendering an account whereof thou wilt be as a pledge? Whither shall I flee, asked the king, and where is that I must seek? Abide in thy kingship, replied the other, and apply thyself to obey the commandments of God the Most High, or else don thy worn-out clothes and devote thyself to the service of thy Lord, till thine appointed hour come to thee. Then he left him, saying, I will come to thee again at daybreak. So he knocked at his door at dawn and found that the king had put off his crown and resolved to become an anchorite, for the stress of his exhortation. When Hisham heard this, he wept till his beard was drenched, and putting off his rich apparel, shut himself up in his palace. Then the grandees and courtiers came to me and said, What is this thou hast done with the commander of the faithful? Thou hast marred his cheer and troubled his life. But, continued Nuzhat-e-Zaman, addressing herself to Shirkan, how many admonitory instances are there not that bear upon this branch of the subject? Indeed, it is beyond my power to report all that pertains to this head in one sitting, but, with length of days, O king of the age, all will be well. Then said the caddis, O king, of a truth this damsel is the wonder of the time and the unique pearl of the age. Never in all our lives heard we the like. And they called down blessings on Shirkan and went away. Then said he to his attendants, Prepare the wedding festivities and make ready food of all kinds. So they addressed themselves to do his bidding, and he bade the wives of the emirs and viziers and grandees depart not until the time of the wedding banquet and of the unveiling of the bride. Hardly was the time of afternoon prayer come, when the tables were spread with roast meats and geese and fowls and all that the heart can desire or that can delight the eye, and all the people ate till they were satisfied. Moreover, the king had sent for all the singing women of Damascus, and they were present, together with all the slave girls of the king and the notables who knew how to sing. When the evening came and it grew dark, they lighted flambeaux, right and left, from the gate of the citadel to that of the palace, and the emirs and viziers and grandees defiled before King Shirkan, whilst the singers and the tire women took Nuzhat-e-Zaman to dress and adorn her, but found she needed no adorning. Meantime King Shirkan went to the bath, and coming out, sat down on his bed of estate, whilst they unveiled the bride before him in 7 different dresses, after which they eased her of the weight of her dresses and ornaments and gave such injunctions as are usually given to girls on their wedding night. Then Shirkan went into her and took her maidenhead, and she at once conceived by him, whereat he rejoiced with an exceeding joy and commanded the sages to record the date of her conception. On the morrow, he went forth and seated himself on his throne, and the grandees came in to him and gave him joy. Then he called his private secretary and bade him write to his father, King Omar ben Nu'man, a letter to the following effect: Know that I have bought me a damsel, who excels in learning and accomplishment and is mistress of all kinds of knowledge. I have set her free and married her, and she is conceived by me. And needs must I send her to Baghdad to visit my brother Zulnakan and my sister Nuzhat-e-Zaman. And he went on to praise her wit and salute his brother and sister, together with the vizier Dendan and all the emirs. Then he sealed the letter and dispatched it to his father by a courier, who was absent a whole month, after which time he returned with the old king's answer. Shurkin took it and read as follows, after the usual preamble, in the name of God, etc. This is from the afflicted and distraught, him who hath lost his children and is, as it were, an exile from his native land, King Omar ben Numan, to his son Shurkan. Know that, since thy departure from me, the place has become contracted upon me, so that I can no longer have patience nor keep my secret, and the reason of this is as follows. It chanced that Zulmakan sought my leave to go on the pilgrimage, but I, fearing for him the shifts of fortune, forbade him therefrom until the next year or the year after. Soon after this, I went out to hunt and was absent a whole month. When I returned, I found that thy brother and sister had taken somewhat of money and set out by stealth with the caravan of pilgrims. When I knew this, the wide world became straight on me, O my son, but I awaited the return of the caravan, hoping that they would return with it. Accordingly, when the caravan came back, I questioned the pilgrims of them, but they could give me no news of them, so I put on mourning apparel for them, being heavy at heart and sleepless and drowned in the tears of my eyes. Then followed these verses. Their image is never absent a breathing while from my breast, I have made it within my bosom the place of the honored guest. But that I look for their coming, I would not live for an hour, and but that I see them in dreams, I ne'er should lie down to rest. The letter went on, after the usual salutations to Shurkan and those of his court, do not thou therefore neglect to seek news of them, for indeed this is a dishonor to us. When Shurkan read the letter, he mourned for his father, but rejoiced in the loss of his brother and sister. Now Nuzhat-e-Zaman knew not that he was her brother nor he that she was his sister, although he paid her frequent visits, both by day and by night, till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished and she sat down on the stool of delivery. God made the delivery easy to her and she gave birth to a daughter, whereupon she sent for Shurkan and said to him, This is thy daughter, name her as thou wilt. Quoth he, Folk used to name their children on the seventh day. Then he bent down to kiss the child and saw, hung about her neck, a jewel, which he knew at once for one of those that the Princess Abriza had brought from the land of the Greeks. At this sight, his senses fled, his eyes rolled and wrath seized on him, and he looked at Nuzhat-e-Zaman and said to her, O damsel, whence hadst thou this jewel? When she heard this, she replied, I am thy lady and the lady of all in thy palace. Art thou not ashamed to say to me, O damsel? Indeed, I am a queen, the daughter of a king, and now concealment shall cease and the truth be made known. I am Nuzhat-e-Zaman, daughter of King Omar ben Numan. When Shurkan heard this, he was seized with trembling and bowed his head towards the earth, whilst his heart throbbed and his color paled, for he knew that she was his sister by the same father. Then he lost his senses, and when he revived, he abode in amazement, but did not discover himself to her and said to her, O my lady, art thou indeed the daughter of King Omar ben Numan? Yes, replied she, and he said, Tell me how thou camest to leave thy father and be sold for a slave. So she told him all that had befallen her, from first to last, how she had left her brother sick in Jerusalem and how the Bedouin had lured her away and sold her to the merchant. When Shurkan heard this all was certified that she was indeed his sister, he said to himself, How can I have my sister to wife? By Allah, I must marry her to one of my chamberlains, and if the thing get wind, I will avouch that I divorced her before consummation and married her to my chief chamberlain. Then he raised his head and said, O Nuzhat-e-Zaman, thou art my very sister, for I am Shurkan, son of King Omar ben Numan, and may God forgive us the sin into which we have fallen. She looked at him and seeing that he spoke the truth, became as one bereft of reason and wept and buffeted her face, exclaiming, There is no power and no virtue but in God. Verily we have fallen into grievous sin. What shall I do and what answer shall I make my father and my mother, when they say to me, Whence hadst thou thy daughter? Quoth Sharrkan, I purpose to marry thee to my chief chamberlain and let thee bring up my daughter in his house, that none may know thee to be my sister. This that hath befallen us was ordained of God for a purpose of his own, and there is no way to cover ourselves but by thy marriage with the chamberlain, ere any know. Then he fell to comforting her and kissing her head, and she said to him, What wilt thou call the child? Call her Kuzia Fechan, replied he. Then he gave her in marriage to the chief chamberlain, and they reared the child in his house, on the laps of the slave girls, till, one day, there came to King Sharrkan a courier from his father, with a letter to the following purport, in the name of God, etc. Know, O puissant king, that I am sore afflicted for the loss of my children, sleep fails me and wakefulness is ever present with me. I send thee this letter that thou mayst make ready the tribute of Syria and send it to us, together with the damsel whom thou hast bought and taken to wife, for I long to see her and hear her discourse, because there is come to us from the land of the Greeks a devout old woman, with 5 damsels, high-bosomed maids, endowed with knowledge and accomplishments and all fashions of learning that befit mortals, and indeed the tongue fails to describe this old woman and her companions. As soon as I saw the damsels, I loved them and wished to have them in my palace and at my commandment, for none of the kings possesses the like of them, so I asked the old woman their price, and she replied, I will not sell them but for the tribute of Damascus. And by Allah, this is but little for them, for each one of them is worth the whole price. So I agreed to this and took them into my palace, and they remain in my possession. Wherefore do thou expedite the tribute to us, that the old woman may return to her own country, and send us the damsel, that she may strive with them before the doctors, and if she overcome them, I will send her back to thee with the year's revenue of Baghdad. When Sharrkan read this letter, he went in to his brother-in-law and said to him, Call the damsel to whom I married thee. So she came, and he showed her the letter and said to her, O my sister, what answer wouldst thou have me make to this letter? It is for thee to judge, replied she. Then she recalled her people and her native land and yearned after them, so she said to him, Send me and my husband the chamberlain to Baghdad, that I may tell my father how the Bedouin seized me and sold me to the merchant, and how thou boughtest me of him and gavest me in marriage to the chamberlain, after setting me free. Be it so, replied Sharrkan. Then he made ready the tribute in haste and gave it to the chamberlain, bidding him make ready for Baghdad, and furnished him with camels and mules and 2 traveling litters, one for himself and the other for the princess. Moreover, he wrote a letter to his father and committed it to the chamberlain. Then he took leave of his sister, after he had taken the jewel from her and hung it round his daughter's neck by a chain of fine gold, and she and her husband set out for Baghdad the same night. Now their caravan was the very one to which Zulmekan and his friend the stoker had joined themselves, as before related, having waited till the chamberlain passed them, riding on a dromedary, with his footmen around him. Then Zulmekan mounted the stoker's ass and said to the latter, Do thou mount with me. But he said, Not so, I will be thy servant. Quoth Zulmekan, Needs must thou ride a while. It is well, replied the stoker, I will ride when I grow tired. Then said Zulmekan, O my brother, thou shalt see how I will do with thee, when I come to my own people. So they journeyed on till the sun rose, and when it was the hour of the noonday rest, the chamberlain called a halt, and they alighted and rested and watered their camels. Then he gave the signal for departure and they journeyed for 5 days, till they came to the city of Hema, where they made a 3 days' halt, then set out again and fared on, till they reached the province of Diyarbakir. Here there blew on them the breezes of Baghdad, and Zulmekan bethought him of his father and mother and his native land and how he was returning to his father without his sister, so he wept and sighed and complained, and his regrets increased on him, and he repeated the following verses. How long wilt thou delay from me, beloved one? I wait, and yet there comes no messenger with tidings of thy fate. Alack, the time of love, delight, and peace was brief indeed. Ah, that the days of parting thus would of their length abate. Take thou my hand and put aside my mantle, and thou wilt find my body wasted sore, and yet I hide my sad estate. And if thou bid me be consoled for thee, by God, I say, I'll ne'er forget thee till the day that calls up small and great. Leave this weeping and lamenting, said the stoker, for we are near the chamberlain's tent. Quoth Zulmichen, needs must I recite somewhat of verse, so haply it may allay the fire of my heart. God on thee, cried the stoker, leave this lamentation, till thou come to thine own country, then do what thou wilt, and I will be with thee, wherever thou art. By Allah, replied Zulmichen, I cannot forbear from this. Then he set his face towards Baghdad and began to repeat verses. Now the moon was shining brightly and shedding her light on the place, and Nuzhat-e-Zaman could not sleep that night, but was wakeful and called to mind her brother and wept. Presently, she heard Zulmichen weeping and repeating the following verses. The southern lightning gleams in the air and rouses in me the old despair. The grief for a dear one, loved and lost, who filled me the cup of joy whilera. It minds me of her who fled away and left me friendless and sick and bare. O soft shining lightnings, tell me true, are the days of happiness past for her? Chide not, O blamer of me, for God hath cursed me with two things hard to bear. A friend who left me to pine alone, and a fortune whose smile was but a snare. The sweet of my life was gone for aye, when fortune against me did declare. She brimmed me a cup of grief unmixed, and I must drink it and never spare. Or ever our meeting tide, sweetheart, methinks I shall die of sheer despair. I prithee, fortune, bring back the days when we were a happy childish pair. The days, when we from the shafts of fate, that since have pierced us, in safety were. Ah, who shall succor the exiled wretch, who passes the night in dread and care? And the day in mourning for her whose name, delight of the age, bespoke her fair? The hands of the base-born sons of shame have doomed us the weed of woe to wear. Then he cried out and fell down in a swoon, and when Nuzhat-e-Zaman heard his voice in the night, her heart was solaced, and she rose and called the chief eunuch, who said to her, What is thy will? Quoth she, Go and fetch me him who recited verses but now. I did not hear him, replied he, the people are all asleep. And she said, Whomsoever thou findest awake, he is the man. So he went out and sought, but found none awake but the stoker, for Zulmichen was still insensible, and Nuzhat-e-Zaman, going up to the former, said to him, Art thou he who recited verses but now, and my lady heard him? The stoker concluded that the lady was wroth and was afraid and replied, By Allah, 'twas not I. Who then was it? Rejoined the eunuch. Point him out to me. Thou must know who it was, seeing that thou art awake. The stoker feared for Zulmichen and said in himself, Maybe the eunuch will do him some hurt. So he answered, I know not who it was. By Allah, said the eunuch, thou liest, for there is none awake here but thou. So needs must thou know him. By Allah, replied the stoker, I tell thee the truth. It must have been some passer-by who recited the verses and disturbed me and aroused me, may God requite him. Quoth the eunuch, If thou happen upon him, point him out to me and I will lay hands on him and bring him to the door of my lady's litter, or do thou take him with thine own hand. Go back, said the stoker, and I will bring him to thee. So the eunuch went back to his mistress and said to her, None knows who it was, it must have been some passer-by. And she was silent. Meanwhile, Zulmichen came to himself and saw that the moon had reached the zenith and felt the breath of the breeze that goes before the dawn, whereupon his heart was moved to longing and sadness, and he cleared his throat and was about to recite verses, when the stoker said to him, "What wilt thou do?" "I have a mind to repeat somewhat of verse," answered Zulmichen, "that I may allay therewith the fire of my heart." Quoth the other, "Thou knowest not what befell me, whilst thou wert a swan, and how I only escaped death by beguiling the eunuch." "Tell me what happened," said Zulmichen. "Whilst thou wert a swan," replied the stoker, "there came up to me but now an eunuch, with a long staff of almond tree wood in his hand, who looked in all the people's faces, as they lay asleep, and finding none awake but myself, asked me who it was recited the verses. I told him it was some passer-by, so he went away and God delivered me from him, else had he killed me. But first he said to me, If thou hear him again, bring him to us." When Zulmichen heard this, he wept and said, "Who is it would forbid me to recite? I will surely do so, come what may, for I am near my own country and care for no one." "Dost thou wish to destroy thyself?" asked the stoker, and Zulmichen answered, "I cannot help reciting verses." "Verily," said the stoker, "I see this will bring about a parting between us here, though I had promised myself not to leave thee, till I had brought thee to thy native city and reunited thee with thy mother and father. Thou hast now been with me 1.5 years, and I have never balked thee or harmed thee in aught. What ails thee then, that thou must needs recite, seeing that we are exceeding weary with travel and watching, and all the folk are asleep, for they need sleep to rest them of their fatigue?" But Zulmichen answered, "I will not be turned from my purpose." Then grief moved him and he threw off disguise and began to repeat the following verses. "Halt by the camp and hail the ruined steads by the brake, and call on her name aloud, mayhap she will answer make. And if for her absence the night of sadness darken on thee, light in its gloom a fire with longings for her sake. Though the snake of the sandhills hiss, small matter is it to me if it sting me, so I the fair with the lips of crimson take. O paradise, left perforce of the spirit, but that I hope for ease in the mansions of bliss, my heart would surely break. And these also. Time was when fortune was to us even as a servant is, and in the loveliest of lands our happy lives did kiss. Ah, who shall give me back the abode of my beloved, wherein the age's joy and places light erst dwelt in peace and bliss?" Then he cried out 3 times and fell down senseless, and the stoker rose and covered him. When Nuzhat-Ezi Zaman heard the first verses, she called to mind her mother and father and brother, and when she heard the second, mentioning the names of herself and her brother and their sometime home, she wept, and calling the eunuch, said to him, "Out on thee." But now I heard him who recited the first time do so again, and that hard by. So, by Allah, an thou fetch him not to me, I will rouse the chamberlain on thee, and he shall beat thee and turn thee away. But take these 100 dinars and give them to him and do him no hurt, but bring him to me gently. If he refuse, give him this purse of 1,000 dinars and leave him and return to me and tell me, after thou hast informed thyself of his place and condition and what countryman he is. Return quickly and do not linger, and beware lest thou come back and say, I could not find him. So the eunuch went out and fell to examining the people and treading amongst them, but found none awake, for the folk were all asleep for weariness, till he came to the stoker and saw him sitting up, with his head uncovered. So he drew near him and seizing him by the hand, said to him, It was thou didst recite the verses. The stoker was affrighted and replied, No, by Allah, O chief of the people, it was not I. But the eunuch said, I will not leave thee till thou show me who it was, for I fear to return to my lady without him. Thereupon the stoker feared for Zulmichen and wept sore and said to the eunuch, By Allah, it was not I, nor do I know who it was. I only heard some passer-by recite verses, so do not thou commit sin on me, for I am a stranger and come from Jerusalem, and Abraham the friend of God be with thee. Come thou with me, rejoined the eunuch, and tell my lady this with thine own mouth, for I see none awake but thee. Quoth the stoker, Hast thou not seen me sitting here, and dost thou not know my station? Thou knowest none can stir from his place, except the guard seize him. So go thou to thy mistress, and if thou hear anyone reciting again, whether it be near or far, it will be I or someone whom I shall know, and thou shalt not know of him but by me. Then he kissed the eunuch's head and spoke him fair, till he went away, but he made a circuit, and returning secretly, came and hid himself behind the stoker, fearing to go back to his mistress empty-handed. As soon as he was gone, the stoker aroused Zulmichen and said to him, Awake and sit up, that I may tell thee what has happened. So Zulmichen sat up, and the stoker told him what had passed, and he answered, Let me alone, I will take no heed of this, and I care for none, for I am near my own country. Quoth the stoker, Why wilt thou obey thine own inclinations and the promptings of the devil? If thou fearest no one, I fear for thee and myself, so God on thee, recite no more verses, till thou come to thine own country. Indeed, I had not thought thee so self-willed. Dost thou not know that this lady is the wife of the chamberlain, and is minded to chide thee for disturbing her? Belike, she is ill or restless for fatigue, and this is the second time she hath sent the eunuch to look for thee. However, Zulmichen paid no heed to him, but cried out a third time and repeated the following verses. The carping tribe I needs must flee, their railing chafes my misery. They blame and chide at me, nor know they do but fan the flame in me. She is consoled, they say. And I, can one consoled for country be? Quoth they, How beautiful she is! And I, how dear beloved is she! How high her rank, say they, and I, how base is my humility! Now God forfend I leave to love, deep though I drink of agony. Nor will I heed the railing race, who carp at me for loving thee. Hardly had he made an end of these verses when the eunuch, who had heard him from his hiding, came up to him, whereupon the stoker fled and stood afar off, to see what passed between them. Then said the eunuch to Zulmichen, Peace be on thee, O my lord. And on thee be peace, replied Zulmichen, and the mercy of God and his blessing. O my lord, continued the eunuch, this is the third time I have sought thee this night, for my mistress bids thee to her. Quoth Zulmichen, Whence comes this bitch that seeks for me? May God curse her and her husband too. And he began to revile the eunuch, who could make him no answer, because his mistress had charged him to do Zulmichen no violence nor bring him, save of his free will, and if he would not come, to give him the 1,000 dinars. So he began to speak him fair and say to him, O my lord, take this purse, and go with me. We will do thee no unright nor wrong thee in aught, but we would have thee bend thy gracious steps with me to my mistress, to speak with her and return in peace and safety, and thou shalt have a handsome present. When Zulmichen heard this, he arose and went with the eunuch, stepping over the sleeping folk, whilst the stoker followed them at a distance, saying to himself, Alas, the pity of his youth! Tomorrow they will hang him. How base it will be of him, if he say it was I who bade him recite the verses. And he drew near to them and stood, watching them, without their knowledge, till they came to Nuzhat-ez-Zamon's tent, when the eunuch went in to her and said, O my lady, I have brought thee him whom thou soughtest, and he is a youth, fair of face and bearing the marks of gentle breeding. When she heard this, her heart fluttered, and she said, Let him recite some verses, that I may hear him near at hand, and after ask him his name and extraction. So the eunuch went out to Zulmichen and said to him, Recite what verses thou knowest, for my lady is here hard by, listening to thee, and after I will ask thee of thy name and extraction and condition. Willingly, replied he, but as for my name, it is blotted out, and my trace among men is passed away, and my body wasted. I have a story, the beginning of which is not known, nor can the end of it be described, and behold, I am even as one who hath exceeded in drinking wine, till he hath lost the mastery of himself and is afflicted with distempers and wanders from his right mind, being perplexed about his case and drowned in the sea of melancholy. When Nuzhat-Zaman heard this, she broke out into loud weeping and sobbing and said to the eunuch, "Ask him if he have lost a beloved one, such as his father or mother." The eunuch did as she bade him, and Zulmechan replied, "Yes, I have lost all whom I loved, but the dearest of all to me was my sister, from whom fate hath parted me." When Nuzhat-Zaman heard this, she exclaimed, "May God the Most High reunite him with those he loves." Then said she to the eunuch, "Tell him to let me hear somewhat on the subject of his separation from his people and his country." The eunuch did so, and Zulmechan sighed heavily and repeated the following verses. "Ah, would that I knew they were aware of the worth of the heart they have won! Would I knew through what passes they fare, from what quarter they look on the sun. Are they living, I wonder, or dead? Can it be that their life's race is run? Ah, the lover is ever distraught and his life for misgivings undone. And also these. I vow, if e'er the place shall bless my longing sight, wherein my sister dwells, the age's dear delight, I'll take my fill of life and all the sweets of peace, midst trees and flowing streams, and maidens fair and bright. The lute's enchanting tones shall soothe me to repose, what while I quaff full cups of wine like living light. And honeyed dews of love suck from the deep red lips of loveling sleepy-eyed, with tresses black as night." When he had finished, Nuzhat-Zaman lifted up a corner of the curtain of the litter and looked at him. As soon as her eyes fell on him, she knew him for certain and cried out, "O my brother!"
O Zulmechan!
He looked at her and knew her and cried out, "O my sister!"
O Nuzhat-Zaman!
Then she threw herself upon him, and he received her in his arms, and they both fell down in a swoon. When the eunuch saw this, he wondered, and throwing over them somewhat to cover them, waited till they should recover. After a while, they came to themselves, and Nuzhat-Zaman rejoiced exceedingly. Grief and anxiety left her and joys flocked upon her, and she repeated the following verses. Fate swore 'twould never cease to plague my life and make me rue. Thou hast not kept thine oath, O fate, so look thou penance do. Gladness is come and my beloved is here to succor me, so rise unto the summoner of joys, and quickly too. I had no faith in paradise of olden time, until I won the nectar of its streams from lips of damask hue. When Zulmechan heard this, he pressed his sister to his breast, whilst, for the excess of his joy, the tears streamed from his eyes, and he repeated the following verses. Long time have I bewailed the severance of our loves, with tears that from my lids streamed down like burning rain, and vowed that, if the days should reunite us two, my lips should never speak of severance again. Joy hath o'erwhelmed me so, that, for the very stress of that which gladdens me, to weeping I am fain. Tears are become to you a habit, O my eyes, so that you weep alike for gladness and for pain. They sat a while at the door of the litter, conversing, till she said to him, "Come with me into the litter and tell me all that has befallen thee, and I will do the like." So they entered, and Zulmechan said, "Do thou begin." Accordingly, she told him all that had happened to her since their separation, and said, "Praised be God who hath vouchsafed thee to me and ordained that, even as we left our father together, so we shall return to him together. Now tell me how it has fared with thee since I left thee." So he told her all that had befallen him, and how God had sent the stoker to him, and how he had journeyed with him and spent his money on him and tended him night and day. She praised the stoker for this, and Zulmechan added, "Indeed, O my sister, the man hath dealt with me in such benevolent wise as would not a lover with his mistress or a father with his son, for that he fasted and gave me to eat, and went afoot, whilst he made me ride, and I owe my life to him. God willing, said she, we will requite him for all this, according to our power. Then she called the eunuch, who came and kissed Zulmekan's hand, and she said, Take thy reward for glad tidings, O face of good omen. It was thy hand reunited me with my brother, so the purse I gave thee and its contents are thine. But now go to thy master and bring him quickly to me. The eunuch rejoiced, and going to the chamberlain, summoned him to his mistress. Accordingly, he came in to his wife, and finding Zulmekan with her, asked who he was. So she told him all that had befallen them, first and last, and added, Know, O chamberlain, that thou hast gotten no slave girl to wife, but the daughter of King Omar ben Enuman, for I am Nuzhat-e-Zaman, and this is my brother Zulmekan. When the chamberlain heard her story, he knew it for the manifest truth, and was certified that he was become King Omar ben Enuman's son-in-law, and said to himself, I shall surely be made governor of some province. Then he went up to Zulmekan and gave him joy of his safety and reunion with his sister, and bade his servants forthwith make him ready a tent and one of the best of his own horses to ride. Then said Nuzhat-e-Zaman, We are now near my country, and I would fain be alone with my brother, that we may enjoy one another's company and take our fill of each other, before we reach Baghdad, for we have been long parted. Be it as thou wilt, replied the chamberlain, and going forth, sent them wax candles and various kinds of sweetmeats, together with 3 costly suits of clothes for Zulmekan. Then he returned to the litter, and Nuzhat-e-Zaman said to him, Bid the eunuch find the stoker and give him a horse to ride, and provide him a tray of food morning and evening, and let him be forbidden to leave us. The chamberlain called the eunuch and charged him accordingly, so he took his pages with him and went out in search of the stoker, whom he found at the tail of the caravan, saddling his ass and preparing for flight. The tears were running down his cheeks, out of fear for himself and grief for his separation from Zulmekan, and he was saying to himself, Indeed, I warned him for the love of God, but he would not listen to me. Oh, that I knew what is become of him! Before he had done speaking, the eunuch came up and stood behind him, whilst the pages surrounded him. The stoker turned, and seeing the eunuch and the pages round him, changed color and trembled in every nerve for affright, exclaiming, Verily, he knows not the value of the good offices I have done him. I believe he has denounced me to the eunuch and made me an accomplice in his offense. Then the eunuch cried out at him, saying, Who was it recited the verses? Liar that thou art, why didst thou tell me that thou knewest not who it was, when it was thy companion? But now I will not leave thee till we come to Baghdad, and what betides thy comrade shall betide thee. Quoth the stoker, Verily, what I feared has fallen on me. And he repeated the following verse. 'Tis e'en as I feared it would be, we are God's, and to him return we. Then said the eunuch to the pages, Take him off the ass. So they took him off the ass, and setting him on a horse, carried him along with the caravan, surrounded by the pages, to whom said the eunuch, If a hair of him be missing, it shall be the worse for you. But he bade them privily treat him with consideration and not humiliate him. When the stoker saw himself in this case, he gave himself up for lost, and turning to the eunuch, said to him, O chief, I am neither this youth's brother nor anywise akin to him, but I was a stoker in a bath and found him lying asleep on the fuel heap. Then the caravan fared on, and the stoker wept and imagined 1,000 things in himself, whilst the eunuch walked by his side and told him nothing, but said to him, You disturbed our mistress by reciting verses, thou and the lad, but have no fear for thyself. This he said, laughing at him the while in himself. When the caravan halted, they brought them food, and he and the eunuch ate from one dish. Then the eunuch let bring a gugglet of sherbet of sugar, and after drinking himself, gave it to the stoker, who drank, but all the while his tears ceased not flowing, out of fear for himself and grief for his separation from Zulmakan and for what had befallen them in their strangerhood. So they traveled on with the caravan, whilst the chamberlain now rode by the door of his wife's litter, in attendance on Zulmakan and the princess, and now gave an eye to the stoker, and Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman and her brother occupied themselves with converse and mutual condolence, and so they did till they came within 3 days' journey of Baghdad. Here they alighted at eventide and rested till the morning, when they woke and were about to load the beasts, when behold, there appeared afar off a great cloud of dust, that obscured the air, till it became as dark as night. Thereupon the chamberlain cried out to them to stay their preparations for departure, and mounting with his officers rode forward in the direction of the dust cloud. When they drew near it, they perceived under it a numerous army, like the full-flowing sea, with drums and flags and standards and horsemen and footmen. The chamberlain marveled at this, and when the troops saw him, there came forth from amongst them a troop of 500 horse, who fell upon him and his suite and surrounded them, 5 for 1, whereupon said he to them, What is the matter and what are these troops, that ye use us thus? Who art thou? Asked they. Whence comest thou and whither art thou bound? And he answered, I am the chamberlain of the viceroy of Damascus, King Shirkan, son of King Omar ben Inuman, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and I bring tribute and presents from him to his father in Baghdad. When the horsemen heard speak of King Omar, they let their kerchiefs fall over their faces and wept, saying, Alas! King Omar is dead, and he died poisoned. But fare ye on, no harm shall befall you, and join his Grand Vizier Dendan. When the chamberlain heard this, he wept sore and exclaimed, Alas, our disappointment in this our journey. Then he and his suite rode on, weeping, till they reached the main body of the army and sought access to the Vizier Dendan, who called a halt and causing his pavilion to be pitched, sat down on a couch therein and commanded to admit the chamberlain. Then he bade him be seated and questioned him, and he replied that he was the viceroy's chamberlain of Damascus and was bound to King Omar with presents and the tribute of Syria. The vizier wept at the mention of King Omar's name and said, King Omar is dead by poison, and the folk fell out amongst themselves as to whom they should make king after him, so that they were like to come to blows on this account. But the notables and grandees interposed and restored peace, and the people agreed to refer the matter to the decision of the 4 cadis, who adjudged that we should go to Damascus and fetch thence the late king's son Shirkan and make him king over his father's realm. Some of them would have chosen his second son Zulmakan, were it not that he and his sister Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman set out 5 years ago for Mecca, and none knows what has become of them. When the chamberlain heard this, he knew that his wife had told him the truth and grieved sore for the death of King Omar, what while he was greatly rejoiced, especially at the arrival of Zulmakan, for that he would now become king of Baghdad in his father's room. So he turned to the vizier and said to him, Verily, your affair is a wonder of wonders. Know, O chief vizier, that here, where you have encountered me, God giveth you rest from fatigue and bringeth you that you desire after the easiest of fashions, in that he restoreth to you Zulmakan and his sister Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman, whereby the matter is settled and made easy. When the vizier heard this, he rejoiced greatly and said, O chamberlain, tell me their story and the reason of their having been so long absent. So he repeated to him the whole story and told him that Nuzhat-ezi-Zaman was his wife. As soon as he had made an end of his tale, the vizier sent for the emirs and viziers and grandees and acquainted them with the matter, whereat they rejoiced greatly and wondered at the happy chance. Then they went in to the chamberlain and did their service to him, kissing the earth before him, and the vizier Dendan also rose and stood before him, in token of respect. After this the chamberlain held a great council, and he and the vizier sat upon a throne, whilst all the emirs and officers of state took their places before them, according to their several ranks. Then they dissolved sugar in rose water and drank, after which the emirs sat down to hold counsel and bade the rest mount and ride forward leisurely, till they should make an end of their deliberations and overtake them. So the officers kissed the earth before them and mounting, rode onward, preceded by the standards of war. When the emirs had finished their conference, they mounted and rejoined the troops, and the chamberlain said to the vizier Dendan, I think it well to ride on before you, that I may notify Zulmakan of your coming and choice of him as sultan over the head of his brother Shirkan, and that I may make him ready a place befitting his dignity. It is well thought, answered the vizier. Then the chamberlain rose and Dendan also rose, to do him honor, and brought him presents, which he conjured him to accept. On like wise did all the emirs and officers of state, calling down blessings on him and saying to him, Mayhap thou will make mention of our case to King Zulmakan and speak to him to continue us in our dignities. The chamberlain promised what they asked, and the vizier Dendan sent with him tents and bade the 10 pitchers set them up at a day's journey from the city. Then the chamberlain mounted and rode forward, full of joy and saying in himself, How blessed is this journey! And indeed his wife was exalted in his eyes, she and her brother Zulmakan. They made all haste, till they reached a place distant a day's journey from Baghdad, where he called a halt and bade his men alight and make ready a sitting place for the Sultan Zulmakan, whilst he rode forward with his pages and alighting at a distance from Nuzhed-e-Zaman's litter, commanded the eunuchs to ask the princess's leave to admit him. They did so and she gave leave, whereupon he went in to her and her brother and told them of the death of their father, King Omar ben Numan, and how the heads of the people had made Zulmakan king over them in his stead, and he gave them joy of the kingdom. When they heard this, they both wept for their father and asked the manner of his death. The news rests with the vizier Dendan, replied the chamberlain, who will be here tomorrow with all the troops, and it only remains for thee, O prince, to do what they counsel, since they have chosen thee king, for if thou do not this, they will crown another, and how canst not be sure of thyself with another king? Haply he will kill thee, or discord may befall between you and the kingdom pass out of your hands. Zulmakan bowed his head a while, then raised it and said, I accept, for indeed he saw that the chamberlain had counseled him rightly and that there was no refusing, but, O uncle, how shall I do with my brother Shirkan? O my son, replied the chamberlain, thy brother will be Sultan of Damascus, and thou Sultan of Baghdad, so gird up thy resolution and prepare to do what befits thy case. Then he presented him with a suit of royal raiment and a dagger of state, that the vizier Dendan had brought with him, and leaving him, returned to the 10 pitchers and bade them choose out a spot of rising ground and pitch thereon a spacious and splendid pavilion, wherein the Sultan might sit to receive the emirs and grandees. Then he ordered the cooks to make ready rich food and serve it up, and the water carriers to set up the water troughs. They did as he bade them, and presently there arose a cloud of dust and spread till it obscured the horizon. After a while, the breeze dispersed it, and there appeared under it the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, led by the vizier Dendan, all rejoicing in the accession of Zulmakan. Now Zulmakan had donned the royal robes and girt himself with the sword of state, so the chamberlain brought him a steed and he mounted, surrounded by the rest of the company on foot, and rode between the tents, till he came to the royal pavilion, where he entered and sat down, with the royal dagger across his thighs, whilst the chamberlain stood in attendance on him and his servants stationed themselves in the vestibule of the pavilion, with drawn swords in their hands. Presently, up came the troops and sought admission to the king's presence, so the chamberlain went in to Zulmakan and asked his leave, whereupon he bade admit them, 10 by 10. Accordingly, the chamberlain went out to them and acquainted them with the king's orders, to which they replied, We hear and obey. Then he took 10 of them and carried them, through the vestibule, into the presence of the Sultan, whom when they saw, they were awed, but he received them with the utmost kindness and promised them all good. So they gave him joy of his safe return and invoked God's blessing upon him, after which they took the oath of fealty to him, and kissing the earth before him, withdrew. Then other 10 entered, and he received them in the same manner, and they ceased not to enter, 10 by 10, till none was left but the vizier Dendan. So he went in and kissed the earth before Zulmekan, who rose to meet him, saying, Welcome, O noble vizier and father. Verily, thine acts are those of a precious counselor, and judgment and foresight are in the hands of the subtle, the all-wise. Then he commanded the chamberlain to go out and cause the tables to be spread at once and bid the troops thereto. So they came and ate and drank. Moreover, he bade Dendan call a 10 days' halt of the army, that he might be private with him and learn from him the manner of his father's death. Accordingly, the vizier went forth and transmitted the king's wishes to the troops, who received his commands with submission and wished him eternity of glory. Moreover, he gave them leave to divert themselves and ordered that none of the lords in waiting should go in to the king for his service for the space of 3 days. Then Zulmekan waited till nightfall, when he went in to his sister Nuzhat-ezi Zaman and said to her, Dost thou know the fashion of my father's death or not? I have no knowledge of it, replied she, and drew a silken curtain before herself, whilst Zulmekan seated himself without the curtain and sending for the vizier, bade him relate to him in detail the manner of King Omar's death. Know then, O king, replied Dendan, that King Omar ben Numan, when he returned to Baghdad from his hunting excursion, inquired for thee and thy sister, but could not find you and knew that you had gone on the pilgrimage, whereat he was greatly concerned and angered, and his breast was contracted. He abode thus a whole year, seeking news of you from all who came and went, but none could give him any tidings of you. At the end of this time, as we were one day in attendance upon him, there came to us an old woman, as she were a devotee, accompanied by 5 damsels, high-bosomed maids, like moons, endowed with such beauty and grace as the tongue fails to describe, and to crown their perfections, they knew the Quran by heart and were versed in various kinds of learning and in the histories of bygone peoples. The old woman sought an audience of the king, and he bade admit her, whereupon she entered and kissed the ground before him. Now I was then sitting by his side, and he, seeing in her the signs of devoutness and asceticism, made her draw near and sit down by him. So she sat down and said to him, Know, O king, that with me are 5 damsels, whose like no king possesses, for they are endowed with beauty and grace and wit. They know the Quran and the traditions and are skilled in all manner of learning and in the history of bygone peoples. They are here before thee, at thy disposal, for it is by proof that folk are prized or disdained. Thy late father looked at the damsels and their favor pleased him, so he said to them, Let each of you tell me something of what she knows of the history of bygone folk and peoples of times past. Thereupon one of them came forward and kissing the earth before him, spoke as follows, Know, O king, that it behoves the man of good breeding to eschew impertinence and adorn himself with excellencies, observing the divine precepts and shunning mortal sins, and to this he should apply himself with the assiduity of one who, if he stray therefrom, is lost, for the foundation of good breeding is virtuous behavior. Know that the chief reason of existence is the endeavor after life everlasting, and the right way thereto is the service of God, so it behoves thee to deal righteously with the people, and swerve not from this rubric, for the mightier folk are in dignity, the more need they have of prudence and foresight, and indeed kings need this more than common folk, for the general cast themselves into affairs, without taking thought to the issue of them. Be thou prodigal both of thyself and thy treasure in the way of God, and know that, if an enemy dispute with thee, thou mayst litigate with him and refute him with proof and ward thyself against him, but as for thy friend, there is none can judge between thee and him but righteousness and fair dealing. Wherefore, choose thy friend for thyself, after thou hast proved him. If he be a man of religion, let him be zealous in observing the external letter of the law and versed in its inner meaning, as far as may be, and if he be a man of the world, let him be freeborn, sincere, neither ignorant nor perverse, for the ignorant man is such that even his parents might well flee from him, and a liar cannot be a true friend, for the word friend is derived from truth. That emanates from the bottom of the heart, and how can this be the case, when falsehood is manifest upon the tongue? Know, therefore, that the observance of the law profits him who practices it. So love thy brother, if he be after this fashion, and do not cast him off, even if thou see in him that which thou mislikest. For a friend is not like a wife whom one can divorce and take again, but his heart is like glass, once broken, it cannot be mended. And God bless him who says, Be careful not to hurt men's hearts nor work them out of dole, for hard it is to bring again a once estranged soul. And hearts, indeed, whose loves in twain by discord have been rent are like a broken glass, whose breach may never be made whole. The wise say, continued she, the best of friends is he who is the most assiduous in good counsel, the best of actions is that which is fairest in its result, and the best of praise is, not, that which is in the mouths of men. It is said also, it behoves not the believer to neglect to thank God, especially for two favors, health and reason. Again, he who honoreth himself, his lust is a light matter to him, and he who makes much of small troubles, God afflicts him with great ones. He who obeys his own inclination neglects his duties, and he who listens to the slanderer loses the true friend. He who thinks well of thee, do thou fulfill his thought of thee. He who exceeds in contention sins, and he who does not beware of upright is not safe from the sword. Now will I tell thee somewhat of the duties of judges. Know, O king, that no judgment serves the cause of justice except it be given after deliberation, and it behoves the judge to treat all people alike, to the intent that the rich and noble may not be encouraged to oppression nor the poor and weak despair of justice. He should extract proof from him who complains and impose an oath upon him who denies, and compromise is lawful between Muslims, except it be a compromise sanctioning an unlawful or forbidding a lawful thing. If he have done aught during the day, of which he is doubtful, the judge should reconsider it and apply his discernment to elucidating it, that, if he have erred, he may revert to the right, for to do justice is a religious obligation, and to return to that which is right is better than perseverance in error. Then he should study the precedents and the law of the case and do equal justice between the suitors, fixing his eye upon the truth and committing his affair to God, to whom belong might and majesty. Let him require proof of the complainant, and if he adduce it, let him put the defendant to his oath, for this is the ordinance of God. He should receive the testimony of competent Muslim witnesses, one against another, for God the Most High hath commanded judges to judge by externals, he himself taking charge of the secret things. It behoves the judge also to avoid giving judgment, whilst suffering from stress of pain or hunger, and that in his decisions between the folk he seek to please God, for he whose intent is pure and who is at peace with his conscience, God shall guarantee him against what is between him and the people. Quoth Easy Zuri, there are three things, which if they be found in a Qadi, he should be deposed, namely, if he honor the base, love praise and fear dismissal. It is related that Omar ben Abdulaziz once deposed a Qadi, who asked him why he had done so. It has come to my knowledge, replied Omar, that thy speech is greater than thy condition. It is said also that Iskandar said to his Qadi, I have invested thee with this function and committed to thee in it my soul and my honor and manhood, so do thou guard it with thy soul and thine understanding. To his cook he said, Thou art the governor of my body, so look thou tender it. To his secretary he said, Thou art the controller of my wit, so do thou watch over me in what thou writest for me. With this the first damsel retired, and a second one came forward, and kissing the earth 7 times before the king thy father, spoke as follows. The sage Luqman said to his son, There are 3 men whom thou shalt not know, but in 3 several cases. Thou shalt not know the merciful man but in time of anger, nor the brave man but in time of war, nor thy friend but when thou hast need of him. It is said that the oppressor shall repent, though the people praise him, and that the oppressed is safe, though the people blame him. Quoth God the Most High, think not that those who rejoice in their deeds and love to be praised for that which they have not done, shall escape punishment. Indeed there is reserved for them a grievous punishment. Quoth Muhammad, on whom be peace and salvation, works are according to intentions, and to each man is attributed that which he intends. He saith also, there is a part of the human body, which being whole, all the rest is whole, and which being corrupt, the whole body is corrupt, it is the heart. And indeed the heart is the most marvelous part of man, since it is that which ordereth his whole affair. If covetise stir in it, desire destroys him, and if affliction master it, anguish slays him. If anger rage in it, danger is sore upon him, and if it be blessed with contentment, he is safe from discontent. If fear overtake it, he is filled with mourning, and if calamity smite it, affliction bedetteth him. If a man gain wealth, his heart is peradventure diverted thereby from the remembrance of his Lord, and if poverty afflict him, his heart is distracted by care, or if disquietude waste his heart, weakness reduces him to impotence. So, in any case, there is nothing will profit him but that he be mindful of God and occupy himself with gaining his living and securing his place in paradise. It was asked of a certain wise man, who is the most ill-conditioned of men? He, replied the sage, whose lusts master his manhood and whose mind exceeds in the pursuit of objects of high emprise, so that his knowledge increases and his excuse diminishes. And how excellent is what the poet says. The freest of all men from need of the arrogant meddler am I, the fool who's unguided of God and judges the folk all awry. For wealth and good gifts are alone, and each man at last shall be clad as it were in a mantle, with that which hid in his bosom doth lie. If thou enter on aught by a door that is other than right, thou wilt err, but the right door will dead thee aright, for sure, if thou enter thereby. As for anecdotes of devotees, continued the maiden, quoth Hisham ben Besher, I said to Omar ben Ubaid, what is true devoutness? And he answered, the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hath expounded it, when he says, the devout is he who takes thought to death and calamity and prefers that which is eternal to that which passes away, who counts not the morrow as of his days, but reckons himself among the dead. And it is related that Abu Dar used to say, poverty is dearer to me than riches and sickness than health. Quoth one of the listeners, may God have mercy on Abu Dar. For my part, I say, he who puts his trust in the goodness of the election of God the Most High should be content with that condition of which the Almighty hath made choice for him. Quoth one of the companions of the Prophet, Ibn Ali Akfa prayed with us the morning prayer one day. When he had done, he read the 74th chapter of the Quran, beginning, Well thou that coverest thyself, till he came to where God says, when the trumpet is blown, and fell down dead. It is said that Thabit el-Benani wept till he well nigh lost his eyes. They brought him a man to tend him, who said to him, I will cure thee, provided thou do my bidding. In what respect? asked Thabit. In that thou leave weeping, replied the physician. What is the use of my eyes, rejoined Thabit, if they do not weep? Said a man to Muhammad ibn Abdullah, exhort me. I exhort thee, replied he, to be an abstinent possessor in this world and a greedy slave in the next. How so? asked the other, and Muhammad said, the abstinent man in this world possesses both this world and the world to come. Quoth Goth ben Abdullah, there were two brothers among the people of Israel, one of whom said to the other, what is the worst thing thou hast done? One day, answered the other, I came upon a nest of young birds, so I took out one and threw it back into the nest, but the others drew apart from it. This is the worst thing I ever did, so now tell me what is the worst thing thou hast ever done. When I betake myself to prayer, rejoined the first, I am fearful to have done so only for the sake of the reward. This is the worst thing I have done. Now their father heard what they said and exclaimed, O my God, if they speak the truth, take them to thyself. Quoth one of the wise men, Verily these were of the most virtuous of children.
Said Ben Jubair, I was once in company with Fuzala ibn Ubayd and said to him, give me some good counsel.
Bear in mind these two things, replied he. Attribute no partner to God, and do no hurt to any of his creatures. And he repeated the following verses. Be as thou wilt and banish dread and care, for God is bountiful and debonair.
So of two things, the doing hurt to men and giving God a partner, thou beware.
And how well saith the poet? If thou neglect with pious works for death to furnish thee and after meet with one equipped with store of piety, thou wilt, when all too late, repent that thou wert not like him and didst not for the other world make ready as did he. Then the second damsel withdrew and a third came forward and spoke as follows. Indeed, the chapter of piety is a very wide one, but I will mention what occurs to me thereof, concerning pious men of old time. Quoth a certain holy man, I rejoice in death, though I am not assured of ease therein, save that I know death interposes between a man and his works, so I hope for multiplication of good works and cessation of evil ones.
Itaaeslme, when he had made an end of an exhortation, was wont to tremble and weep sore.
It was asked him why he did this, and he replied, I purpose, or am about, to enter upon a grave matter, and it is the standing up before God the Most High, to do in accordance with my exhortation.
In like manner Zayn al-Abidin was wont to tremble when he rose to pray.
Being asked the reason of this, he replied, Do ye not know before whom I stand and to whom I address myself? It is said that there lived near Sufyan-eth-the-Uri a blind man who, when the month of Ramazan came, went out with the folk to pray, but remained silent and hung back in repeating the prayers. Said Sufyan, on the day of resurrection, he shall come with the people of the Quran and they will be distinguished from their fellows by excess of honor. Quoth Sufyan, were the soul stablished in the heart as it befits, it would fly away, for joy and longing for paradise and grief and fear of hellfire. It is related also of Sufyan that he said, to look upon the face of a tyrant is a sin. Then the third damsel retired and a fourth came forward, who said, I will treat of sundry traditions of pious men. It is related that Bishr el-Hafi said, I once heard Khalid say, beware of secret hypocrisy. Quoth I, what is secret hypocrisy? He answered, when one of you, in praying, prolongs his inclinations and prostrations till a cause of impurity come upon him.
Quoth one of the sages, the doing of good works expiates evil deeds.
Quoth Ibrahim ben Adham, I sought assiduously of Bishr el-Hafi that he should acquaint me with some of the theological mysteries, but he said, O my son, it behoves us not to teach this knowledge to every one, of every 105, even as the poor rate upon money. I thought his answer excellent, and when I went to pray, I saw Bishr praying, so I stood behind him, inclining myself in prayer, till the muezzin made his call. Then rose a man of poor appearance and said, O folk, beware of truth, when it is hurtful, for there is no harm in beneficial falsehood, and in compulsion is no choice. Speech profits not in the absence of good qualities, nor is there any hurt in silence, when they exist. Presently I saw Bishr drop a danik, so I picked it up and exchanged it for a dirham, which I gave him. I will not take it, said he. Quoth I, it is a fair exchange, but he answered, I cannot barter the riches of the world to come for those of this world. It is reported also that Bishr's sister once went to Ahmed ben Hanbal and said to him, O Imam of the faith, we are a family that work for our living by day and spin thread by night, and oftentimes, the cressets of the watch of Baghdad pass by and we on the roof spinning by their light. Is this forbidden to us? Who art thou? Asked Ahmed. I am the sister of Bishr el-Hafi, replied she. O household of Bishr, rejoined the Imam, I shall never cease to quaffle full draughts of piety and continence from your hearts. Quoth one of the learned, when God wills well to any man, he opens upon him the gate of action. Malik ibn Dinar, when he passed through the bazaar and saw aught that he wished for, was wont to say, O soul, take patience, for I will not accord to thee what thou desirest. He said also, may God accept of him, the salvation of the soul lies in resistance to its desires and its ruin in submission to them. Quoth Mensawar ben Ammar, I set out one year on the pilgrimage and was making for Mecca by way of Kufa, when, one overcast night, I heard a voice crying out from the womb of the night and saying, O my God, by thy power and thy glory, I meant not by my disobedience to transgress against thee, for indeed I am not ignorant of thee, but my fault is one thou didst foreordain to me from all eternity. So do thou pardon me my sin, for indeed I disobeyed thee of my ignorance. When he had made an end of his prayer, he recited aloud the verse, O ye who believe, keep yourselves and your households from the fire whose fuel is men and stones. Then I heard a fall, but knew not what it was and passed on. On the morrow, as we went our way, we fell in with a funeral train, followed by an old woman, whose strength had left her. I questioned her of the dead, and she replied, This is the funeral of a man who passed by us yesterday, whilst my son was standing at prayer. The latter recited a verse from the book of God the Most High, when behold the man's gallbladder burst and he fell dead. Therewith the fourth damsel retired and the fifth, coming forward, spoke as follows, I also will repeat what occurs to me in the way of devotional anecdotes. Meslam ben Dinar used to say, the making sound the secret thoughts covers sins, both great and small, and when the believer is resolved to leave sinning, help comes to him. Also, every piece of good fortune, that does not draw one nearer to God, is a calamity, for a little of this world distracts from a great deal of the world to come, and a great deal of the first makes thee forget the whole of the latter. It was asked of Abu Hazim, who is the most fortunate of men? He who spends his life in the service of God, replied he. And who is the most foolish of mankind? Asked the other. He who sells his part in the world to come for the worldly goods of others, answered Abu Hazim. It is reported that Moses, on whom be peace, when he came to the waters of Midian, exclaimed, O my Lord, indeed I am in need of that which thou sendest down to me of good. And he asked of his Lord and not of his folk. There came two damsels and he drew water for them and gave not precedence to the shepherds. When they returned to their father Jethro, on whom be peace, they told him, and he said to one of them, Haply, he is hungry, go back to him and bid him hither. So she covered her face and returning to Moses, said to him, My father bids thee to him, that he may reward thee for having drawn water for us. Moses was averse to this and unwilling to follow her. Now she was a woman large in the buttocks, and the wind blowing upon her gown, discovered this, which when Moses saw, he lowered his eyes and said to her, Do thou walk behind me. So she followed him, till he came to Jethro's house, where the evening meal was ready. O Moses, said Jethro, I desire to reward thee for having drawn water for them. But he answered, I am of a people who sell nothing of the fashion of the next world for earthly gold and silver. O youth, rejoined Jethro, nevertheless thou art my guest, and it is my wont and that of my fathers to do honor to the guest by setting food before him. So Moses sat down and ate. Then Jethro hired Moses for 8 pilgrimages, that is to say, 8 years, and appointed to him for hire the hand of his daughter, and Moses' service to him was to stand for her dowry. As says the holy writ of him, quoth Jethro, I am minded to marry thee to one of these my daughters, on condition that thou serve me 8 years, and if thou serve out the 10, it will be of thine own will, for I do not wish to press hardly on thee. A certain man once said to one of his friends, Thou hast made me desolate, for that I have not seen thee this long while. Quoth the other, I have been distracted from thee by Ibn Shihab,
Dost thou know him?
Yes, replied the first, he hath been my neighbor these 30 years, but I have never spoken to him. Indeed, rejoined his friend, thou forgettest God in forgetting thy neighbor. If thou lovedst God, thou wouldst love thy neighbor.
Knowst thou not that a neighbor has a claim upon his neighbor, even as the right of kindred?
Quoth Hudhaif, we entered Mecca with Ibrahim ben Adham, and whilst making the prescribed circuits about the Kaaba, we met with Shekik the Baki. Quoth Ibrahim to Shekik, what is your fashion in your country? When we are vouchsafed food, replied he, we eat, and when we suffer hunger, we take patience.
This is the fashion of the dogs of Balk, rejoined Ibrahim. But we, when we are blessed with plenty, we do honor to God, and when we suffer famine, we praise him. And Shekik seated himself before Ibrahim and said to him, thou art my master. Quoth Muhammad ben Amran, a man once asked of Hatim el-Asem, what mocketh thee to trust in God?
2 things, replied he, I know that what God has appointed for my daily bread shall be eaten by none but myself, so my heart is at rest as to that, and I know that I was not created without God's knowledge and am abashed before him. Then the 5th damsel retired, and the old woman came forward and kissing the earth before thy father 9 times, spoke as follows, thou hast heard, O king, what these all have said on the subject of piety, and I will follow their example in relating what I have heard of the famous men of times past. It is said that the Imam Shafi divided the night into 3 portions, the first for study, the second for sleep and the third for prayer. The Imam Abu Hanifa was wont also to pass half the night in prayer. One day a man pointed him out to another, as he passed, and said, yonder man watches the whole night. Quoth Abu Hanifa, when I heard this, I was abashed before God, to hear myself praised for what was not in me. So, after this, I used to watch the whole night. Rabia relates that Shafi used to recite the whole Quran 70 times over during the month of Ramazan, and that in prayer. Quoth Shafi, may God accept of him, for 10 years I never ate my fill of barley bread, for satiety hardens the heart and deadens the wit and induces sleep and enfeebles one from standing up, to pray. It is reported of Abdullah ben Muhammad Sikra that he said, I was once talking with Omar, and he said to me, never saw I a more God-fearing or eloquent man than Muhammad ben Idris Shafi. I went out one day with El-Harith ben Lebib Safar, who was a disciple of El-Muzini and had a fine voice, and he read the saying or the Most High on that day, they shall not speak nor shall it be permitted to them to excuse themselves. I saw Shafi's color change, his skin shuddered, and he was violently moved and fell down senseless. When he revived, he said, I seek refuge with God from the stead of the liars and the fate of the negligent. O my God, the hearts of the wise abase themselves before thee. O my God, of thy goodness, accord to me the remission of my sins, adorn me with thy protection and pardon me my shortcomings, by the magnanimity of thine essence. Then I rose and went away. Quoth one of the pious, when I entered Baghdad, Shafi was there. I sat down on the river bank, to make the ablution before prayer, and as I was thus occupied, there came up one who said to me, O youth, make thine ablution well and God will make it well for thee in this world and the world to come. I turned and saw a man, with a company of people after him. So I hastened to finish my ablutions and followed him. Presently, he turned and said to me, Dost thou want aught? Yes, answered I desire that thou teach me somewhat of that which God the Most High hath taught thee. Know, then, said he, that he who believes in God the Most High shall be saved, and he who is jealous of his faith shall be delivered from destruction, and he who practices abstinence in this world, his eyes shall be solaced on the morrow of death. Shall I tell thee any more? Assuredly, replied I, abstain from the things of this world, continued he, and be greedy of the good of the world to come.
Be sincere and faithful in all thy dealings, and thou shalt be saved with the elect. Then he went on, and I asked about him and was told that he was the Imam Shafi. Shafi was wont to say, I would have the folk profit by this wisdom of mine, on condition that none of it be attributed to me. Also, I never disputed with anyone, but I would that God the Most High should give him the knowledge of the truth and aid him to expound it, nor did I ever dispute with any, but for the showing forth of the truth, and I recked not whether God should manifest it by my lips or his. He said also, May God accept of him, if thou fear to grow conceited of thy learning, bethink thee whose grace thou seekest and what good it is thou yearnest after and what punishment thou dreadest. It was told to Abu Hanifa that the commander of the faithful Abu Ja'far el-Mansour had named him Qadi and ordered him a present of 10,000 dirhams, but he would not accept of this, and when the day came on which the money was to be paid, he prayed the morning prayer, then covered his head with his cloak and spoke not. When the Caliph's messenger came with the money, he went in to the Imam and accosted him, but he would not speak to him. Quoth the messenger, This money is lawfully thine. I know that it is lawfully mine, replied the Imam, but I abhor that the love of tyrants should take hold upon my heart. Canst thou not go in to them and guard thyself from loving them? Asked the other. Can I live to enter the sea, without wetting my clothes? Answered Abu Hanifa. Another of Shafi's sayings is as follows. O soul, if thou be fain to do as I shall say, thou shalt be free from need and great of grace for I. Put far away from the ambitions and desires, for lo, how oft a wish to death hath led the way. Among the sayings of Sufyan ath-Thawri, with which he admonished Ali ben al-Hasani as-Salemi was the following, Look that thou practice sincerity and beware of falsehood and treachery and hypocrisy and presumption, for God annuls good works with either of these things. Borrow not but of him who is merciful to his debtors, and let thy comrade be one who will cause thee to abstain from the world. Let the thought of death be ever present with thee, and be constant in asking pardon of God and beseeching of him peace for what remains of thy life. Give loyal counsel to every true believer, when he asks thee concerning the things of his faith, and beware of betraying a believer, for he who betrays a believer betrays God and his apostle. Avoid dissension and litigation, and leave that which awakens doubt in thee, betaking thyself rather to those things that will not disquiet thee, so shalt thou be at peace. Enjoin that which is just and forbid that which is evil, so shalt thou be beloved of God. Make fair thine inner man, and God shall make fair thine outer man. Accept the excuse of him who excuses himself to thee, and hate none of the true believers. Draw near unto those that reject thee, and forgive those that oppress thee, so shalt thou be the companion of the prophets. Commit thine affair to God, both in public and in private, and fear him with the fear of one who knows that he must die and be raised again to stand before the Almighty, remembering that thou art destined for one of two dwellings, either paradise the glorious or the flaming fire. Having spoken thus, the old woman sat down beside the damsels. When the late king thy father heard their discourse, he knew that they were the most accomplished of the people of their time, and seeing their beauty and grace and the greatness of their learning, he showed them all favor. Moreover, he turned to the old woman and entreated her with honor, setting apart for her and her damsels the palace that had been the lodging of the Princess Abriza, to which he let carry all that they needed of the best. Here they abode 10 days, and whenever the king visited them, he found the old woman absorbed in prayer, watching by night and fasting by day, wherefore love of her took hold upon his heart, and he said to me, O Vizier, verily this old woman is a pious soul, and reverence for her is strong in my heart. On the 11th day, the king visited her, that he might pay her the price of the 5 damsels, but she said to him, O king, know that the price of these passes the competence of men, for I seek for them neither gold nor silver nor jewels, be it little or much. The king wondered at this and said, O my lady, what is their price? I will not sell them to thee, replied she, save on condition that thou fast a whole month, watching by night and fasting by day for the love of God the Most High. But if thou wilt do this, they are thine, to use as thou pleasest. The king wondered at the perfectness of her piety and devotion and abnegation, and she was magnified in his eyes, and he said, May God make this pious old woman to profit us. So he agreed to her proposal, and she said to him, I will help thee with my prayers. Then she called for a gugglet of water and muttered over it words in an unknown language and abode a while, speaking over it things that we understood not. Then she covered it with a cloth and sealing it up, gave it to the king, saying, When thou hast fasted 10 days, break thy fast on the 11th night with what is in this cup, for it will root out the love of the world from thy heart and fill it with light and faith. As for me, I purpose to go out tomorrow to visit my brethren of the invisible world, for I yearn after them, and I will return to thee when the 10 days are past. So the king took the gugglet and setting it apart in a closet of his palace, locked the door and put the key in his pocket. Next day, the old woman departed and the king entered upon his fast. When he had accomplished the first 10 days thereof, he opened the gugglet and drank what was therein and found it cordial to his stomach. Within the next 10 days, the old woman returned, bringing sweetmeats wrapped in a green leaf, like no leaf of a tree. She went in to the king and saluted him, and when he saw her he rose to meet her, saying, Welcome, O pious lady. O king, said she, the spirits salute thee, for I told them of thee, and they rejoiced in thee and have sent thee this cake, which is of the sweetmeats of the other world. Do thou break thy fast on it at the end of the day. The king rejoiced greatly at this and exclaimed, Praised be God who hath given me brethren of the invisible world. And he thanked the old woman and kissed her hands and entreated her and the damsels with exceeding honor. Then he fasted till 20 days were past, at the end of which time the old woman came to him and said, Know, O king, that I told the spirits of the love that is between thee and me and how I had left the damsels with thee, and they were glad that the damsels should belong to a king like thee, for they were wont, when they saw them, to be strenuous in offering up effectual prayer on their behalf. So I would fain carry them to the spirits, that they may benefit by their favors, and they shall surely not return to thee without some treasure of the treasures of the earth, that thou, after the completion of thy fast, mayst occupy thyself with their dress and help thyself to the fulfillment of thy wishes with that which they shall bring thee. The king thanked her and said, But that I fear to cross thee, I would not accept the treasure or aught else, but when wilt thou set out with them? On the 27th night, replied she, and I will bring them back to thee at the end of the month, by which time thou wilt have accomplished thy fast and they will have had their courses and be free from impurity. Then they shall become thine and be at thy disposal. By Allah, each one of them is worth many times thy kingdom. I know it, O pious lady, replied the king. Then said the old woman, If there be anyone in thy palace who is dear to thee, thou wouldst do well to send her with me, that she may find solace and seek a blessing of the spirits. Quoth the king, I have a Greek slave called Sufiya, by whom God hath vouchsafed me 2 children, a son and a daughter, but they were lost years ago. Take her with thee, that she may get the Spirit's blessing. It may be they will pray God for her, that her children may be restored to her. It is well, replied the old woman, for indeed this was what she most desired. The king gave not over fasting till the 27th night, when the old woman said to him, O my son, I am about to go to the spirits, so bring me Sufiya. Accordingly, he sent for her and delivered her to the old woman, who placed her with the other damsels. Then she went into her chamber and bringing out a sealed cup, presented it to the king, saying, On the 30th day, do thou go to the bath and when thou comest out, enter one of the closets in thy palace and drink the liquor that is in this cup. Then sleep, and thou shalt attain what thou seekest, and peace be on thee. The king was glad and thanked her and kissed her hands. Quoth she, I commend thee to God. And he said, When shall I see thee again, O pious lady? Indeed I love not to part with thee. Then she called down blessings on him and departed with the 5 damsels and the Princess Sophia, whilst the king fasted other 3 days, till the end of the month, when he went to the bath and coming out, shut himself up in a closet, commanding that none should go into him. Then he drank what was in the cup and lay down to sleep. We sat awaiting him till the end of the day, but he did not come out, and we said, Belike he is tired with the bath and with watching by night and fasting by day, and sleepeth. So we waited till next day, but still he did not come out. Then we stood at the closet door and cried aloud, so haply he might awake and ask what was the matter. But nothing came of this, so at last we lifted the door off its hinges and going in, found the king dead, with his flesh torn into strips and his bones broken in pieces. When we saw him in this case, it was grievous to us, and we took up the cup and found in its cover a piece of paper, on which was written the following, He who does evil leaves no regrets behind him. This is the reward of him who plays the traitor with kings' daughters and debauches them, and we make known to all who happen upon this scroll that Shurkan, when he came to our country, debauched our Princess Abriza, nor did this suffice him, but he must take her from us and bring her to you. Then he, Omar ben Enuman, debauched her and sent her away, in company of a black slave, who slew her, and we found her lying dead in the desert. This is none of king's fashion, and he who did this is requited with naught but his deserts. So do ye suspect none of having killed him, for none slew him but the cunning witch, whose name is Dat-ed-Dawahi. And behold, I have taken the king's wife Sophia and have carried her to her father King Aphrodon of Constantinople. Moreover, we will assuredly make war upon you and kill you and take your land from you, and ye shall be cut off even to the last man, nor shall there be left of you a living soul, no, nor a blower of the fire, except he serve the cross and the girdle. When we read this, we knew that the old woman had cheated us and carried out her plot against us, so we cried out and buffeted our faces and wept sore. However, weeping availed us nothing, and the troops fell out as to whom they should make sultan. Some would have thee and others thy brother Shurkan, and we ceased not to wrangle about this for the space of a month, at the end of which time certain of us drew together and agreed to repair to thy brother Shurkan. So we set out and journeyed on till we fell in with thee, and this is the manner of the death of King Omar ben Enuman. When the vizier had made an end of his story, Zulmakan and his sister wept, and the chamberlain wept also. Then said the latter to Zulmakan, O king, weeping will profit thee nothing, nor will aught avail thee but that thou fortify thy heart and strengthen thy resolution and stablish thy power, for verily he is not dead who leaves the like of thee behind him. So Zulmakan gave over weeping, and causing his throne to be set up without the pavilion, commanded the army to pass in review before him. Then he sat down on the throne, with the chamberlain by his side and all the arm-bearers behind him, whilst the vizier Dendan and the rest of the emirs and grandees stood before him, each in his several room. Then said Zulmakan to Dendan, Acquaint me with the particulars of my father's treasures. Dendan answered, I hear and obey, and gave him to know the amount and nature of the late king's treasure and what was in the treasury of money and jewels and other precious things. So Zulmakan gave largesse to the army and bestowed a sumptuous dress of honor on the vizier Dendan, saying, I confirm thee in thine office. Whereupon Dendan kissed the earth before him and wished him long life. Then he bestowed dresses of honor on the emirs, after which he turned to the chamberlain and said, Bring out before us the tribute of Damascus, that is with thee. So he laid before him the chests of money and jewels and rarities, and he took them and divided them all amongst the troops, till there was nothing left. And the emirs kissed the ground before him and wished him long life, saying, Never saw we a king, who gave the like of these gifts. Then they all went away to their own tents, and when it was morning, Zulmakan gave orders for departure. So they set out and journeyed for 3 days, till on the 4th day they drew near to Baghdad. When they entered the city, they found it decorated, and King Zulmakan went up to his father's palace and sat down on the throne, whilst the emirs of the army and the vizier Dendan and the chamberlain of Damascus stood before him. Then he bade his private secretary write a letter to his brother Shirkan, acquainting him with all that had passed, and adding, "As soon as thou hast read this letter, make ready thine affair and join us with thine army, that we may make war upon the infidels and take vengeance on them for our father and wipe out the stain upon our honor." Then he folded the letter and sealed it and said to Dendan, "None shall carry this letter but thou, and I would have thee speak my brother fair and say to him, if thou have a mind to thy father's kingdom, it is thine, and thy brother shall be viceroy for thee in Damascus, for to this effect am I instructed by him." So the vizier went out from before him and proceeded to make ready for his journey. Then Zulmakan set apart a magnificent house for the stoker and furnished it with sumptuous furniture and lodged him therein. One day, he went out a-hunting, and as he was returning to Baghdad, one of the emirs presented him with horses of fine breeds and damsels whose beauty beggars description. One of the damsels pleased him, so he went in to her and lay with her, and she conceived by him forthright. After a while, the vizier Dendan returned from Damascus, bringing him news of his brother Shirkan and that he was then on his way to him, and said to him, "Thou wouldst do well to go out to meet him." Zulmakan replied, "I hear and obey," and riding forth with his grandees a day's journey from Baghdad, pitched his tents and halted to await the coming of his brother. Next morning, the army of Syria appeared, with King Shirkan in its midst, a bold cavalier, a fierce lion and a warrior against whom none might make head. As the squadrons drew nigh and the dust clouds neared and the troops came up with banners flying, Zulmakan and his attendants rode forward to meet Shirkan, and when the king saw his brother, he would have dismounted, but Shirkan conjured him not to do so and himself set foot to the ground and walked towards him. As soon as he reached Zulmakan, the latter threw himself upon him, and they embraced and wept and condoled with one another. Then they mounted and rode onward, they and their troops, till they reached Baghdad, where they alighted and went up to the royal palace and passed the night there. Next morning, Zulmakan went forth and bade proclaim a holy war and summon the troops from all parts. They abode a whole month, awaiting the coming of the levies, whilst the folk poured in from all parts of the kingdom, and everyone who came they entreated with honor and munificence and promised him all manner of good. Then Shirkan said to Zulmakan, "O my brother, tell me thy history." So he told him all that had befallen him, first and last, including the benevolent dealing of the stoker with him. "Hast thou requited him his kindness to thee?" asked Shirkan. "Not yet," replied Zulmakan, "but, God willing, I will surely do so, as soon as I return from this expedition and am at leisure to attend to him." Therewith, Shirkan was certified that his sister Nuzhat-e-Zaman had told him the truth, but he concealed what had passed between them and contented himself with sending his salutation to her by her husband the chamberlain. She returned his greeting in the same fashion, calling down blessings on him and inquiring after her daughter Kuzia Fekan, to which he replied that the child was well and in all health and safety. Then he went to his brother to take counsel with him for departure, and Zulmakan said, "O my brother, we will set out as soon as the army is complete and the Arabs have come in from all parts." So he bade make ready the wheat and other provisions and munitions of war and went in to his wife, who was now 5 months gone with child, and he put under her hand mathematicians and astrologers, to whom he appointed stipends and allowances. Then, 3 months after the arrival of the army of Syria, as soon as the troops were all assembled and the Arabs had come in, he set out, at the head of his troops, with his brother Shirkan on his right and his brother-in-law the chamberlain on his left hand. The name of the general of the army of the Medes was Rustam, and that of the general of the army of the Turks Biram. So the squadrons broke up and marched forward, and the companies and battalions filed past in battle array, till the whole army was in motion. They ceased not to fare on for the space of a month, halting 3 days a week to rest, by reason of the greatness of the host, till they came to the country of the Greeks, and as they drew near, the people of the villages and hamlets took fright at them and fled to Constantinople. To return to Dat ed Dawahi. As soon as she reached her own country and felt herself in safety, she said to her son, King Herdab, "Be consoled, for I have avenged thy daughter Abriza and killed King Omar ben Enuman and brought back the Princess Sufia. So now let us go to the king of Constantinople and carry him back his daughter and tell him what has happened, that he may be on his guard and prepare his forces, and that we may do the like, for I know that the Muslims will not delay to attack us." "Let us wait till they draw near our country," replied Herdab, "that we may make us ready meantime and assemble our power." Accordingly they fell to levying their forces and preparing for war, so that by the time the news of the Muslims' advance reached them, they were ready for defense. Then King Herdab and his mother set out for Constantinople, and King Aphrodon, hearing of the arrival of the king of the Greeks, came forth to meet him and asked how it was with him and the cause of his visit. So Herdab acquainted him with the doing of his mother Dat ed Dawahi, how she had slain the Muslim king and recovered the Princess Sufia, and that the Muslims had assembled their forces and were on their way to attack them, wherefore it behoved that they too should join powers and meet them. King Aphrodon rejoiced in the recovery of his daughter and the death of King Omar, and sent to all countries, to seek succor and acquaint the folk with the reason of the slaying of King Omar. So the Christian troops flocked to him from all quarters, and before 3 months were past, the army of the Greeks was complete, besides which there joined themselves to him the French and Germans and Ragusans and Genoese and Venetians and all the hosts of the palefaces and warriors from all the lands of the Franks, and the earth was straitened on them by reason of their multitude. Then Aphrodon the great king commanded to depart, so they set out from Constantinople and ceased not to defile through the city for the space of 10 days. They fared on till they reached a spacious valley, hard by the salt sea, where they halted 3 days, and on the 4th day, they were about to set out again, when news came to them of the approach of the army of Islam and the defenders of the faith of the best of men. So they halted other 3 days, and on the 7th day, they espied a great cloud of dust which spread till it covered the whole country, nor was an hour of the day passed before the dust lifted and melted away into the air, and its darkness was pierced and dispersed by the starry sheen of lance points and spearheads and the flashing of sword blades. Presently, there appeared the banners of Islam and the Mohammedan ensigns, and the mailed horsemen surged forward, like the letting loose of the billows of the sea, clad in cuirasses as they were clouds girdled about moons. Thereupon the Christian horsemen rode forward, and the two hosts met, like two seas clashing together, and eyes fell upon eyes. The first to spur into the fight was the Vizier Dendan, with the army of Syria, 30,000 cavaliers, followed by Rustam, the general of the Medes, and Biram, the general of the Turks, with other 20,000 horse, behind whom came the men of the seacoast, sheathed in glittering mail as they were full moons passing through a night of clouds. Then the Christian host called upon Jesus and Mary and the defiled cross, and fell upon the Vizier Dendan and the army of Syria. Now this was in pursuance of a stratagem devised by Dat ed Dawahi, for, before his departure, King Aphrodon had gone into her and said, "It is thou hast brought this great stress on us, so do thou advise me how I shall do and what plan I shall follow." "O great king and mighty priest," replied she, "I will teach thee a shift, which would baffle Iblis himself, though he should call to his aid against it all his grisly hosts. It is that you send 50,000 men in ships to the mountain of smoke, and there let them land and stir not till the standards of Islam come upon you, when do you up and at them. Then let the troops from the seaward sally out upon the Muslims and take them in rear, whilst you confront them from the landward. So not one of them shall escape, and our stress shall cease and abiding peace inure to us.
Her counsel commended itself to King Aphrodite, and he replied, "It is well, thy counsel shall be followed, O princess of cunning old women and recourse of kings warring for their blood revenge." So when the army of Islam came upon them in that valley, of a sudden the flames began to run among the tents and the swords to play upon men's bodies. Then came up the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, 60,000 horse, with Zulmakan at their head. When the host of the infidels that lay by the sea saw them, they came out and followed in their steps, and Zulmakan, seeing this, cried out to his men, saying, "Turn back to the infidels, O people of the chosen prophet, and fall upon those who deny and transgress the authority of the compassionate, the merciful." So they turned and fought with the Christians, and Shurkan came up with another wing of the Muslim army, near 60,000 men, whilst the infidels numbered nigh upon 1,600,000. When the Muslims mingled in the melee, their hearts were strengthened, and they cried out, saying, "God hath promised to succor us and abandon the infidels." And they clashed together with swords and spears. As for Shurkan, he made himself a passage through the ranks and raged among the masses of the foe, fighting so fierce a battle that it would have made children grow grey for fear, nor did he leave to tourney among the infidels and work havoc upon them with the keen-edged scimitar, shouting, "God is most great," till he drove them back to the brink of the sea. Then the strength of the foe failed, and God gave the victory to the faith of submission, and they fought, drunken without wine, till they slew of the infidels 45,000 in that encounter, whilst of the Muslims but 3,500 fell. Moreover, the Lion of the Faith, King Shurkan, and his brother Zulmakan slept not that night, but occupied themselves with looking to the wounded and heartening their men with assurance of victory and salvation and promise of a recompense in the world to come. Meanwhile King Aphrodite assembled the captains of his host and said to them, "Verily, we had accomplished our intent and had solaced our hearts, but for our overconfidence in our numbers, it was that which undid us." But Dat-ed-Dawahi said to them, "Assuredly naught shall profit you, except ye seek the favor of the Messiah and put your trust in the true faith, for by the virtue of the Messiah, the whole strength of the Muslims lies in that devil, King Shurkan." "Tomorrow," said Aphrodite, "I will draw out in battle array and send out against them the famous cavalier, Luka ben Shemlaut, for if King Shurkan come out to joust with him, he will slay him and the other champions of the Muslims, till not one is left, and I purpose this night to sacre you all by fumigation with the holy incense." When the emirs heard this, they kissed the earth before him. Now the incense in question was the excrement of the chief patriarch, which was sought for with such instance and so highly valued, that the high priests of the Greeks used to mix it with musk and ambergris and send it to all the countries of the Christians in silken sachets, and kings would pay 1,000 dinars for every dram of it, for they sought it to perfume brides withal, and the chief of them were wont to use a little of it in ointment for the eyes and as a remedy in sickness and colic. But the priests used to mix their own excrement with it, for that the excrement of the chief patriarch could not suffice for 60 countries. So, as soon as the day broke and the morning appeared with its lights and shone, the horsemen ran to arms, and King Aphrodite summoned the chief of his knights and nobles and invested them with dresses of honor. Then he made the sign of the cross on their foreheads and incensed them with the incense aforesaid, after which he called for Luka ben Shemlaut, surnamed the Sword of the Messiah, and after incensing him and rubbing his palate with the holy excrement, daubed and smeared his cheeks and anointed his mustaches with the remainder. Now there was no stouter champion in the land of the Greeks than this accursed Luka, nor any doughtier at bowshot or smiting with swords or thrusting with spears in the melee, but he was foul of favor, for his face was as the face of a jackass, his shape that of an ape, and his look as the look of a malignant serpent, and the being near unto him was more grievous than parting from the beloved. Moreover, he was black as night, and his breath was fetid as that of the lion. He was crooked as a bow and grim-visaged as the pard, and he was branded with the mark of the infidels. He kissed Aphrodite's feet, and the king said to him,
it is my wish that thou go out against Shurkan, king of Damascus, and hasten to deliver us from this affliction. Quoth Luca, I hear and obey. And the king made the sign of the cross on his forehead and felt assured of speedy help from heaven, whilst Luca went out and mounted a sorrel horse. Now he was clad in a red tunic and a hauberk of gold set with jewels, and bore a 3-barbed spear, as he were Iblis the accursed on the day of marshalling his hosts to battle. Then he rode forward, he and his troop of infidels, as they were driving to the fire, preceded by a herald, crying aloud in the Arabic tongue and saying, Ho, followers of Muhammad, let none of you come out today but your champion Shurkan, the sword of Islam, lord of Damascus of Syria. Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when there arose a mighty tumult in the plain. All the people heard its voice, that called to mind the day of weeping. The cowards trembled and all necks turned towards the sound, and behold, it was King Shurkan. For, when Zulmakan saw that accursed infidel spur out into the plain, he turned to Shurkan and said to him, Of a surety they seek for thee. Should it be so, replied Shurkan, it were pleasing to me. So when they heard the herald, they knew Luca to be the champion of the Greeks. Now he was one of the greatest of villains, one who made hearts to ache, and had sworn to clear the land of the Muslims, and indeed the Medes and Turks and Kurds feared his mischief. So Shurkan drove at him like an angry lion, mounted on a courser like a wild gazelle, and coming nigh to him, shook his javelin in his hand, as it were a darting viper, and recited the following verses. I have a sorrel horse, right swift and eath to guide, shall give thee of its might what thou mayst ill abide. Ay, and a limber spear I have, full keen of point, as 'twere the dam of deaths upon its shaft did ride. And eke a trenchant sword of ind, which when I draw, thou dst deem that levens flashed and darted far and wide. Luca understood not what he said, nor did he apprehend the vehemence of the verse, but he smote his forehead with his hand, in honor of the cross drawn thereon, and kissed it, then ran at Shurkan with lance pointed at him. When he came within spear-shot, he threw the javelin into the air, till it was lost to sight, and catching it with the other hand, as do the jugglers, hurled it at Shurkan. It sped from his hand, like a shooting star, and the people clamored and feared for Shurkan, but as it drew near him, he put out his hand and caught it in full flight, to the amazement of the beholders. Then he shook it, till it was well nigh broken, and hurled it up into the air, till it disappeared from sight. As it descended, he caught it again, in less than the twinkling of an eye, and cried out from the bottom of his heart, saying, By the virtue of him who created the 7 heavens, I will make this accursed fellow the byword of the world. Then he hurled the javelin at Luca ben Shemlaut, who thought to do as Shurkan had done and catch it in mid-flight, but Shurkan made haste and sped another dart at him, which smote him on the forehead a middleward the sign of the cross, and God hurried his soul to the fire in the ill stead. When the infidels saw Luca fall dead, they buffeted their faces, crying, Alas, and woe worth the day, and called for aid upon the priests of the monasteries, saying, Where are the crosses? So the monks offered up prayers, and the Christians all drew together against Shurkan, and brandishing their swords and lances, rushed forward to the attack. Army met army, and men's breasts fell under the hoofs of the horses, whilst the sword and the spear ruled, and arms and wrists grew weak, and it was as if the horses had been made without legs, nor did the herald of war cease to call to battle, till all arms were weary, and the day departed, and the night came with the darkness. So the two hosts drew apart, whilst every warrior staggered like a drunken man, for stress of war and much thrusting and smiting, and the ground was hidden with the slain, sore were the wounds, and the hurt knew not by whom he died. Then Shurkan joined his brother and the chamberlain and the vizier Dendan, and said to them, Verily God hath opened a door for the destruction of the infidels, praised be the Lord of the 2 worlds. Let us never cease to praise God, replied Zulmakan, for that he hath dispelled trouble from the Arabs and the Persians. Indeed the folk, generation after generation,
shall tell of thy prowess against the accursed Luca, the falsifier of the Evangel, of thy catching the javelin in mid-flight and smiting the enemy of God among men, and thy report shall endure until the end of time. Then said Shurkan, Harkye, O Grand Chamberlain and doughty captain. At thy service, answered he. Quoth Shurkan, take the Vizier Dendan and 20,000 men and lead them, by a forced march, 7 parasangs towards the sea, till ye come near the shore, at 2 parasangs distance from the foe. Then hide in the hollows of the ground, till ye hear the tumult of the infidels disembarking from the ships, and when the swords have begun to play between us and them and ye see our troops falling back, as if defeated, and all the infidels following them, as well those in front as those from the seaward and the tents, do ye lie in wait for them, and as soon as ye see the standard with the words, There is no God but God, and Mohammed is his apostle, up with the green banner and fall on their rear, shouting, God is most great, and do your endeavor, that they may not interpose between the retreating army and the sea. The chamberlain agreed to this, and he and the Vizier Dendan took 20,000 men and set out at once, even as Shurkan had commanded. As soon as it was morning the troops donned their armor and drawing their swords, set their spears in rest and sprang to horse. Then the Christians drew out in battle array upon the hills and plains, and the priests cried out and all heads were uncovered. Moreover, those who were in the ships hoisted the cross at their mastheads and making from all sides towards the shore, landed their horses and addressed them to the fray, whilst the swords glittered and the javelins glanced like levies against the cuirasses. So they all joined battle, and the mill-wheels of death rushed round over footmen and horsemen, heads flew from bodies and tongues grew mute and eyes dim, gallbladders burst and skulls were cloven in sunder and wrists shorn in twain, whilst the horses plashed in pools of blood and men gripped each other by the beards. The host of Islam called out, Peace and blessing on the Prince of Mankind, and glory and praise in the highest to the Compassionate One, whilst the infidels shouted, Glory to the cross and the girdle and the vine juice and the presser and the priests and the monks and the festival of palms and the metropolitan. Presently, Zulmekan and Shurkan held back and their troops gave way and feigned to retreat before the infidels, who pursued them, deeming them routed, and made ready to cut and thrust. Then the host of the Muslims began to chant the first verses of the chapter of the cow, whilst the slain were trampled under the hoofs of the horses, and the heralds of the Greeks cried out, Ho, servants of the Messiah! Ho, people of the true faith! Ho, followers of the Pope! Verily the divine grace shines upon you, for see, the hosts of Islam incline to tree. So turn ye not your backs to them, but let your swords bite on their necks, and hold not your hands from them, else are ye outcasts from the Messiah, son of Mary, who spoke even in the cradle. Thereupon Aphrodite thought that the infidels were victorious, knowing not that this was but a stratagem of the Muslims, and sent to King Hurdab, to give him the glad tidings of success, adding, It was not but the excrement of the arch-patriarch that availed us, in that the fragrance of it exhaled from the beards and mustaches of the servants of the cross near and far, and I swear, by the miracles of the Messiah and by the waters of baptism, that I will not leave upon the earth a single defender of Islam. So the messenger betook himself to King Hurdab, whilst the infidels called to each other, saying, Let us take our wreak for Lucca, and King Hurdab cried out, Vengeance for Abriza. With this, King Zulmekan cried out to his men, saying, Ho, servants of the requiting king! Up and smite the children of blasphemy and disobedience with the white of the sword and the brown of the spear. So the Muslims turned upon the infidels and plied them with the keen-edged scimitar, whilst their herald cried aloud, Up, ye lovers of the chosen prophet and at the enemies of the faith! Now is the time for those, who hope for salvation on the day of fear, to win the favor of the